Alright, you and I are about to dive into an epic story that starts on a rainy, blood-soaked battlefield. High atop a massive mountain of corpses stands Qin Feng, who despite being aged 100 times faster, still cleared the ancient god's ruins. A woman, holding a dagger, praised Qin Feng's incredible strength while preparing to steal his divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. Bleeding and near death, Qin Feng looked at his sister, Qin Xiao, and coldly asked why she was betraying him. Qin Xiao made it brutally clear that he was nothing more than an orphan her parents had taken in. Since they did not share the same blood, she never saw him as her brother. Suddenly, a blond man named Song Fei stepped forward, laughing at how useful Qin Feng had actually turned out to be. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he smiled and thanked Qin Feng, holding the stolen god-tier artifact in his grasp. Without Qin Feng's sacrifice, they could never have acquired it, and now they planned to completely drain his remaining lifespan. Song Fei had gone to great lengths to acquire the soul-stealing blade that was now plunged deep into Qin Feng's chest. He mocked Qin Feng, asking if he liked the parting gift. Qin Feng had raised Qin Xiao alone after their parents died, putting her through school. And when the apocalyptic game descended upon the world, he risked his life over and over just to keep her safe. But seeing her cold betrayal now, he realized with bitter regret that he had been completely blind to her true nature. Qin Xiao sneered, claiming that ever since their parents passed, Qin Feng had done nothing but control her life and dictate her choices. Now pay attention here, because this cold truth hurts. When she and Song Fei needed protection, he was useful. But with the artifact in hand, his final value was gone. Song Fei lunged forward to deliver the final strike, mocking him by promising to take real good care of Qin Xiao. Staring death in the face, Qin Feng swore he would make them pay. But before he could even finish the sentence, Song Fei ended his life. In 2025, the godforsaken game descended, making human lifespan the only currency. Dying stripped away your years, while slaying monsters granted you more precious lifespan. Players could sacrifice their lifespan to manifest godlike in-game abilities in reality. The strongest could crush tanks barehanded, slice jets from the sky, and even survive nuclear blasts with their bare bodies. From that day on, the world dissolved into pure chaos. Qin Feng fought alongside his sister through endless hell, clawing his way into the top 100 strongest players on Earth. Surviving endless nightmares and escaping certain death by the skin of his teeth, he conquered the ancient god's ruins, claiming the legendary divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment. He finally had the power to reach the very peak, but who could have guessed his reward would be a blade in the back from his own sister? His lifetime of sacrifice was mocked as annoying interference, his struggles merely paving the path for two parasites to thrive. If given another chance at life, he swore to fight strictly for himself. But get this, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes to find himself right back in his old room. He sat up in disbelief, realizing he was back in the real world. Confused, he clearly remembered drawing his very last breath. But grabbing his phone, the screen confirmed the date. It was the year 2025. Staring out the window at the peaceful city, he realized he had regressed 9 years into the past, the exact day the game first descended. The very next morning, his sister, Qin Xiao, slammed his bedroom door open. Seeing Qin Feng calmly sitting there and sipping coffee, she flew into a rage, screaming at him for ignoring her calls. As she kicked his trash can, Qin Feng remembered this exact day. He and Qin Xiao had a massive fight over Song Fei. Back then, her walls were completely covered in his posters. Before the apocalypse, Song Fei was a trashy underground idol, and Qin Xiao was a brainwashed, obsessed fan. He looked sparkling on camera, but in reality, he was a scumbag who milked his fans for cash while taking disgusting advantage of their bodies. To stop Qin Xiao from being ruined, Qin Feng always forbade her from seeing that absolute creep. Yet for all his protection, she blamed him for ruining her life. Pointing an angry finger right at his face, Qin Xiao shrieked, asking if he was deaf, and blaming him because Song Fei had lost his #1 ranking this month, demanding that Qin Feng hand over his cash to fund her idol's campaign, threatening to throw a massive tantrum if he refused. With an icy glare, Qin Feng suddenly delivered a thunderous slap across her face, sending her crashing onto the floor. Clutching her swelling, bleeding face, her eyes welled up with tears of disbelief that Qin Feng had actually struck her. With a piercing, lethal gaze, Qin Feng made it crystal clear that he had zero time or patience left to waste on her nonsense, warning that if she barked another word, he would shatter her teeth. Tossing a credit card at her head, he told her it held their parents' inheritance. No matter how broke they got, he never touched a single cent. For their parents' sake, he refused to sink to her level. But he made one thing clear, and trust me, you and I are going to love his final warning. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where blood ties mean absolutely nothing. As Zhu cried and raged, Qin Feng remembered his past life. To protect Zhu, Qin Feng had abandoned countless legendary dungeons, losing out on invaluable treasures just to keep her safe. He grabbed a few sleeping pills and swallowed them down with some water. Without that massive burden dragging him down, he was free to push limits. He decided to use his future knowledge of this game to outrun everyone. From this moment on, Qin Xiu was on her own. As for Songfei, our main character promised to claim his head personally. Drifting off to sleep, Qin Fang woke up inside the Grand Choice Hall, a nostalgic place he had not seen in ages. Back then, sheer panic had forced him to waste hours agonizing over his class selection before finally leaving. But this time, speed was everything. He had chosen the heavy warrior path before, just to shield Qin Zhu. It was strong, but definitely wrong for him now. Now, freed from the dead weight of Qin Zawi, he could run solo dungeons at lightning-fast speeds. Top-tier mobility and reactions were his key goals. Without wasting a single second, Qin Fang locked in the deadly assassin class. But watch closely, because this is where things break. As the system binds a divine artifact called the Eye of Judgment to him. The Eye of Judgment flared to life, unlocking a powerful passive authority. Upon entering this forsaken game, Qin Fang would automatically secure the absolute highest ranking class and talent available. Our main character stood frozen in shock, seeing that the Eye of Judgment had actually followed him back through time. Since the artifact had fully recognized its true master, even if someone managed to steal it, it would be utterly useless. Realizing this legendary item was likely the trigger for his rebirth, he watched as raw shadow energy flooded into his body. His physical form warped dramatically, turning his hair stark white as pure darkness wrapped around him, completely transforming his look. The shadow was the ultimate hidden class for high-tier assassins, a far cry from the mediocre warrior path of his past life. Simply acquiring this class instantly flooded his veins with massive, overwhelming power. Qin Fang gasped, remembering that hidden classes normally had a near-zero drop rate, yet this god-tier authority of judgment turned those impossible odds into a flat 100% certainty. A loud system ping announced that the authority of judgment was the most ancient, primordial force in the entire universe. Its power easily shattered basic rules and order. Qin Fang could not manually trigger this force without having divinity, but its passive bonuses were already working for him. I know what you're thinking. This is insane. During his previous life, it took 7 long years before any top-tier player managed to escape this abandoned realm and finally step into the realm of order. Only at that point did humanity even learn that the mighty power of order existed. Yet even years down the road, nobody ever wielded it, making Qin Fang's sudden achievement completely unprecedented. Now, right at the starting line, he possessed a primordial force that completely bypassed rules and order. Once he escaped this desolate zone and secured real divinity in the realm of order, he could fully unleash its active power. With a massive new goal driving him forward, the class selection wrapped up, prompting him to choose his official in-game name. Qin Fang paused briefly before entering Shadow, a fitting title for a class literally forged from the darkness itself. Instantly, Qin Fang warped straight into the god's abandoned realm, a decayed wasteland crawling with bloodthirsty beasts. Step out of the safe town, and monsters would eagerly tear you apart to harvest your lifespan, though killing them earned you tradable life. The catch? A single death in this game instantly wiped out half of your remaining lifespan, both tradable and non-tradable. Qin Fang currently stood in Shelltown, a safe zone. With no monsters or player combat, lifespan decay here was completely normal, though millions of confused players were being forcibly dragged into this realm. Some had simply napped after lunch, while others drifted off after an exhausting shift, only to wake up in this nightmare. Every single eye locked onto Qin Fang. Nobody could figure out his class, or why he looked so incredibly different from everyone else. Spotting his dagger, some quickly realized he was an assassin. Soon, top players from across the globe would arrive to completely reshape this world's order. If he wanted to outrun them, he could not afford to waste a single second. Right then, a group of 3 men and an archer suddenly teleported back into town. If a party failed their hunt and died, they were instantly forced to respawn back in the safe zone. These players were terrified and panicking. The wild monsters were absolutely brutal, chewing through their entire health bars with a single bite. They had teamed up against a mere level 1 crawler, yet they barely managed to scratch a third of its health before getting wiped. Now, they are turning to their archer, Lizzie, begging for answers. Stick around, because this game is about to get brutal. Stick with me, as Qin Fang watches her. He realizes her short bow means she is actually a hidden class. Lizzie realized Qin Fang also had a hidden class. Wearing a warm smile, she asked him to team up with them. Those beastly monsters outside were just too powerful to deal with alone. Her crew had already been wiped out once, so they had experience, but Qin Fang just refused and kept walking. Lizzie's party mocked him for playing the lone wolf hero. If the 5 of them together could not defeat that beast, there was absolutely no way this solo guy could survive on his own. To them, Qin Fang was simply begging to die. Checking her system interface, Lizzie saw his user alias was Shadow. As our boy headed for the town gates, Lizzie decided to tail him to see what kind of hidden skills he was packing. She smirked, hoping to gather intel on the monsters while watching Qinfeng get wrecked. After all, this godforsaken wasteland was far too brutal and unforgiving. Now watch closely. Lizzie and her squad start stalking Qinfeng, totally clueless about what he is truly capable of. But using her years of hardcore gaming experience, she had quickly put this party together. Yet the very first monster they met outside town completely slaughtered them. She knew a level 1 player stood zero chance against that thing. Lizzie's allies grew annoyed, seeing Qinfeng carry a weapon different from their own assassin's gear. Their guy had a basic dagger, but Qinfeng had a sleek short blade. The assassin felt incredibly jealous of his speed. As an assassin, his agility stats should be top tier. Yet Qinfeng's gear looked totally different and far superior. Qinfeng was definitely no ordinary player, so Lizzie kept trailing him, hoping he would lead them to some vital secrets. Qinfeng suddenly glanced back, forcing a panicked Lizzie to dive into cover, praying he had not spotted them. Our boy activated his shadow sneak skill and completely vanished from sight, melting right into the darkness. Lizzie and her group stood there utterly dazed, wondering how he could have just vanished into thin air. Their assassin recognized it immediately as a stealth skill, a starter ability that grants absolute invisibility. Qinfeng was completely gone. Realizing this, Lizzie decided to head back to town to find ways to level up. Straying outside was total suicide. They had already died once, cutting their precious lifespans directly in half. They planned to hunt down non-player characters to unlock hidden rewards like secret treasure chests. The shadow sneak skill lets the player trigger stealth for a short duration. Attacking breaks the cloak, but that first strike deals massive bonus damage. Meanwhile, stealth mastery doubles that duration and raises his stealth level by 1. As expected, the shadow class is insane. A normal assassin's low-level stealth would be incredibly easy to spot, but the shadow class possesses passive mastery, making it impossible for anyone even high-level monsters to detect Qinfeng in this early stage. Our boy couldn't help but laugh at how naive Lizzie and her crew were, since the beginner town had absolutely nothing to boost their power. It was merely a safe zone for players. You and I both know that in this brutal game, weak players are just monster food. Moments later, Qinfeng's stealth wears off. Right now, the duration is pretty brief, but thankfully, the cooldown began the instant he went invisible. Within a few seconds, he can vanish once more. Just then, Qinfeng's status window pops up. His username is Shadow, and his class is listed as Shadow 2. His stats show a non-tradable lifespan of 75 years, 0 tradable years, 13 points in strength, 13 in constitution, 18 in agility, and 15 in spirit. Everyone starts with base stats of 10, with classes adding specific bonuses. The warrior class he picked in his past life only granted him 3 extra points in strength and constitution, but this time around, his shadow class boosted every single stat, pumping agility up by 8. Plus, he still has 5 free attribute points left to distribute. Most gamers dump points into strength or spirit for raw damage, but that is a massive rookie mistake. Without wasting a single breath, Qinfeng pumps all 5 points into agility, bringing it to 23. This stat is absolutely crucial, because early on, no matter where you put your points, low-level monsters will always deal devastating damage, meaning the only way to kill them safely is to max out agility and pure speed. Suddenly, something catches Qinfeng's eye. Hidden behind a tree is a level 1 crawler, a normal grade beast, but it is currently evolving. Qinfeng tenses up. Seeing its siphon lifespan, he instantly knows this is the exact monster that wiped out Lizzie's squad of 4. Right then, the crawler senses Qinfeng. It is already wounded, missing some health. As the beast lunges, trust me, you and I are going to love seeing Qinfeng easily dodge it. Alright, let's jump into a brutal game where monsters steal your lifespan to evolve when they kill you. Qinfeng quietly activated Shadow Sneak and unsheathed his short blade. Before the crawler could even get close, he vanished into thin air. While the beast looked around, Qinfeng materialized above it, using a stealth break strike to plunge his blade deep into its head, dealing 174 damage to instantly kill it and gain 10 experience points. He honestly did not expect to take down the crawler in a single hit, but then he remembered that hitting the nape of its neck triggers a critical hit. Right then, a system notification popped up, explaining that his backstab skill doubles the damage when attacking from outside an enemy's line of sight. So that was why the beast dropped dead from one hit. Backstab had stacked with his other abilities, creating a terrifying damage multiplier. Qinfeng stared at the corpse in absolute silence. He remembered his past life as a warrior. Back then, critical hits barely dealt 40 damage, and he had to fight forever just to survive a single crawler. With the monster dead, it dropped a glowing orb containing its stolen lifespan. Qinfeng clenched his fist to absorb it, gaining 3 days of tradable lifespan alongside 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 players had died, each losing 20 to 30 years of their lives, adding up to over a century of stolen time. But because the crawler ate it first, Qinfeng only recovered 54 years. which was currently useless since it was non-tradable. Now, watch closely, because this is where his legendary Eye of Judgment activates, granting him infinite evolution. By soloing monsters, he can earn evolution points to upgrade his skills. He gets 5 points every 24 hours, and defeating a boss alone guarantees an upgrade point. Right now, he had 5. He could actually level up his skills with infinite evolution. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Normally, whatever gear or skill books monsters dropped had a fixed grade with 0 ways to ever improve them. This was a broken power beyond the game's rules, so he decided to upgrade Shadow Sneak and Backstab first. He quickly spent 4 evolution points, and both skills were successfully upgraded. His basic Shadow Sneak skill jumped from normal to bronze grade, boosting its duration from 12 to 16 seconds. The Stealth Break attack bonus leaped from 60 to 90, while the cooldown dropped by 2 seconds. Backstab also improved, increasing its damage by 5%. Shadow Sneak now lasted 16 seconds, which doubled to 32 seconds thanks to his stealth mastery. With a crazy duration like that, he could basically remain invisible permanently. Let's pause here. If he had these upgrades earlier, he could have one-shot a full health crawler in a single strike. Right then, a boy walking with a woman scoffed that this game was easy if a scrawny guy like Qinfang could solo a monster. The woman hyped him up, claiming that with a build like his, he could easily handle 10 men. The boy grinned and promised to keep her safe, completely unaware of the monster Qinfang spotted hiding up in the tree. Smiling confidently, the arrogant boy offered to let Qinfang join their team, but Qinfang sensed extreme danger and instantly vanished using Shadow Sneak. Seeing him vanish, the fool bragged that his muscles scared Qinfang off, right before a massive spider descended and sent them into a panic. This was the level 1, bronze-grade boss monster, the Nurturer. It attacked, brutally ending their lives. Qinfang recalled that the Nurturer was a beginner boss boasting 16 combat power points, way too strong for normal rookies to handle. To make things worse, it commanded a whole horde of smaller spiders. As the Nurturer began feeding, Qinfang seized the perfect moment to test the limits of his newly upgraded abilities. Unleashing a stealth break strike, Qinfang plunged his blade right into the spider's eye, dodging just in time when the monster lunged to counterattack. He slipped back into the shadows using Shadow Sneak, dealing 338 damage while taking only 9 damage himself. He barely escaped thanks to his quick reflexes. Qinfang only had 130 health points, meaning a direct hit would have killed him instantly. Still, he was thrilled to deal over 300 damage to a boss. The furious Nurturer went completely berserk, slicing the surrounding trees in half with its rage. Qinfang knew these beasts possessed high intelligence, meaning this spider would not just stand there and take a beating. The spider started striking blindly, trying to force Qinfang out of hiding. With even the tiny spiders on high alert, he could not afford to make a reckless move. Distracted, Qinfang threw a rock hitting its abdomen for 299 damage, grabbing another as his theory proved correct. Trust me, you and I need to see if his plan works next. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character realize where his insane damage really comes from. By simply throwing rocks, he could still dish out some serious pain. He just had to wait out his Shadow Sneak cooldown and chuck a stone, triggering massive bonuses from Ambush Strike, Backstab, and Weak Point Attack all at once. The second the cooldown ticked down, Qinfang hurled another rock, hitting the spider for 279 damage before slipping right back into Shadow Sneak. Simple plan. Hide, wait, strike, repeat. Meanwhile, back in town, the regional level leaderboard suddenly flashed with a brand new update, showing that a player named Shadow had slain the bronze-grade Nurturer boss and reached level 2 first, claiming the #1 spot. Now, you and I have to remember that everyone else was getting absolutely wrecked by basic mobs, completely breaking their minds. Lizzie and her squad stood frozen, staring at the screen as Qinfang conquered a boss and hit level 2. They could barely handle low-level mobs even as a team. They convinced themselves it had to be a system glitch. Meanwhile, the man and woman who got slaughtered by the giant spider respawned in town, completely losing their minds when they saw that the massive beast was already dead, instantly realizing that this Shadow was the very same kid they met in the forest. Deep in the woods, a system alert confirmed Qinfang had slain the Nurturer boss, awarding him 300 experience and 2 precious evolution points, while earning him 1 reputation point on Shelltown's newly unlocked leaderboard. As Qinfang began absorbing the beast's lifespan, the tiny swarming spiders scattered, which was honestly a massive waste. He cursed his luck, wishing he had farmed those smaller ones first for easy extra experience. Even so, he still bagged 46 tradable lifespan, a bronze-grade skill book called Greedy Hand, and a corrosive dagger boasting 35 damage and 4 agility points. Learning this new skill allowed Qinfang to scavenge fallen monsters, giving him a 20% chance to pull a double loot drop. Qinfang was genuinely stunned. He never expected a lowly bronze-grade boss to drop such a legendary assassin skill. And you and I both know how broken a guaranteed 20% chance for extra boss drops is in the late game. In his past life, Qinfang remembered a completely mediocre player from the Godslayer Guild who had this very skill. Yet, solely because of this single ability, he became the most sought-after player in the game. Elite guilds literally paid personal bodyguards to protect him everywhere he went. Qinfang's eyes gleamed with greed. A 20% trigger rate was neat, but what if he combined it with his unlimited evolution talent? He could infinitely scale both the drop rate and the bonus loot amount. Cut to the next morning, as students head to school. Zhou's friend nudged her, asking if she was finally going to call Qinfang and apologize. She reminded Theo that skipping their exams to secretly go support Songyi had definitely left Qinfang incredibly angry with them both. But Zhou stubbornly refused, claiming she did nothing wrong and that he almost made them miss their entry deadline anyway. In her mind, Qinfang owed her the apology. Her friend urged her to reconsider, pointing out how well Qinfang treated her, then asked about her bruised face. Zhou stayed stubborn, complaining that Qinfang only ever meddled in her business, quickly making up a cheap lie that she had just tripped and scraped her face. Walking inside the school, they noticed a huge crowd of students gathered outside a classroom. Curiosity taking over, her friend pushed through the crowd and gasped as she saw Jiang Wei's body turning completely semi-transparent. One of his classmates panicked, explaining that Jiang Wei had simply laid down for a quick nap before suddenly fading away. By the time they looked back, he was already a ghost. Shockingly, this weird phenomenon was blowing up all over the internet. People across the globe were suddenly experiencing the exact same bizarre fading effect. Online reports suggested that anyone who fell asleep would immediately turn transparent like a ghost, with absolutely nobody knowing the cause. Panicked, her friend immediately called her parents, urging Zhou to warn her brother Qinfang to stay awake as well, just in case. But she stubbornly refused, snapping that she would rather see him dead than call. Meanwhile, Qinfang used his talent to evolve Greedy Hand, straight from bronze to gold grade. This massive upgrade boosted his chance of securing a bonus loot drop from a measly 20% to a whopping 70%. Thanks to this insane skill evolution, Qinfang unlocked 2 precious points. Clenching his fist, he triggered the skill, gaining 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He was thrilled with his 2 evolution points, knowing that upgrading Greedy Hand to level 3 was his next major goal. With just 3 more points, you and I will watch him achieve a flawless 100% drop rate. You and I are about to see this genius outrun the system. Qinfang knew world governments were catching on, and a massive wave of new players would soon flood the game, so he had to speed up his progress and equip any gear he could use. Qinfang equipped his bronze corrosive dagger, gaining 35 attack and 4 agility points. Then, he activated Shadow Stealth to slip past any nearby monsters unnoticed. He knew it was only a matter of time before people realized their in-game skills and gear could actually be brought into the real world. And when that final boundary broke, total world chaos. Extracting gear required 2 things, reaching level 10 first, and holding enough tradable lifespan. Farming weak mobs was a total waste of time, so he hunted for stronger bosses while exploring the area. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed, drawing him over to a nearby cliff. Peering over, he spotted a group struggling against a level 2 bronze-grade sprint predator. Finding a boss like this right now was absolutely perfect timing. The beast lunged, but a heavy warrior carrying a shield and mace blocked the strike with ease. It was Wang Meng. Qinfang never expected to run into him here, proving the rumors were completely true. Word on the street was that when Wang Meng first entered the game, he recruited an entire party of hidden classes. All 6 members held elite jobs. Wang Meng summoned his holy barrier, projecting a massive golden shield that repelled the beast. As an elite holy shield warrior, his base attributes were double those of a standard vanguard. And check this out, he also possessed an innate skill that made him completely invincible. While the beast was completely distracted, their party's mage launched a massive fireball directly into the creature's arm. She possessed an elite prophet class, granting her twice the magical damage of an ordinary caster, alongside her signature, built-in prophetic fireball spell. Their archer also held an elite hidden class, playing as a lethal sharp-eyed shooter, which doubled his base attributes and unlocked the devastating rapid shot skill right out of the gate. Even their healer was an oracle priest, boasting double the standard healing output and a powerful group heal spell. The ranger and caster opened fire together, but the agile predator dodged effortlessly, lunging back at Wang Meng and forcing him to retreat. Panic set in for the archer as their ranged barrages completely missed. Realizing the boss was way too fast, the priest quickly patched up Wang Meng, who decided their only hope was grinding down its health while the healers kept them alive. Watching them plan to slowly chip away at the monster's health, Qinfang couldn't help but think they were being way too optimistic. But you and I know they forgot the absolute most important rule here. This was the untamed wildlands. Prolonging a fight would inevitably attract other hungry predators. Right then, 2 muddy monsters emerged behind Wang Meng. Qinfang instantly recognized them as corruptors, muddy, level 2 beasts, specialized in ranged attacks. Seeing the sudden threat, their party's swordsman immediately rushed forward to engage them. He possessed an advanced hidden class our protagonist had never witnessed before. His strike dealt only 33 points of damage, making him quickly realize these creatures had incredibly high defense stats. The corruptor spat thick mud directly at him, triggering groundbind and instantly slowing his movement speed. The second beast targeted their mage, sending her running in absolute terror. But in the blink of an eye, Qinfang suddenly lunged from the shadows, decapitating the beast for 441 damage, saving her and leaving the entire team completely frozen in shock. The young assassin's strike was so overpowered that he finished the monster with one hit. The mage stood dazed, trying to figure out who saved her and if they had an ally. The swordsman was equally stunned, unable to believe someone could one-shot a level 2 mob. Meanwhile, it took their entire squad 10 full seconds of concentrated teamwork just to kill a level 1 version. The remaining beast tried to strike back, but Qinfang moved like lightning and swiftly decapitated it. Trembling with pure terror, the swordsman asked Lizzie if she saw their mysterious savior. Panicking, she admitted she missed it entirely, while Wang Mang struggled to his feet, telling them to stay focused. Deep down, he prayed this mysterious powerhouse was on their side. With only the sprint predator left, our hero watched from the trees. For slaying both level 2 corruptors, the system rewarded him with 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a common grade venom dart skill book, and 8 precious days of tradable lifespan. Qinfang did not waste a single moment, immediately evolving the skill into a deadly mid-range poison attack. Once evolved, the skill reached level 2, jumping all the way from common to silver grade. And trust me, throwing deadly poison darts up to 14 meters away is going to change his entire game. Stick with me, we're dropping into a fight where a beast deals 120 damage and applies a 5-second venom. That venom drains 50% damage every second for 5 full seconds, no stacking allowed. And now, the monster strikes again. Wang Mang barely blocks the incoming blow with his heavy shield, but the creature still drives a razor-sharp limb straight into his gut. Both shield and mace slip from his grasp, and the beast seizes the opening to plunge its second leg deep into his flesh. The archer starts shaking in absolute terror while the priest panics, realizing his heals simply can't keep up with this insane damage. Sensing the end, Wang Mang desperately screams for them to run. Out of nowhere, Qinfang fires a single dart right into the predator's skull, dealing 845 damage points. The mage and archer freeze in utter disbelief that single shot just deleted half of the boss's health pool. As both targets writhe in agony, corrosive poison bubbles out of the beast's head wound until its massive body collapses, ticking for 324 damage over and over. Since Qinfang dealt over 90% of the total damage, all the loot belongs to him. Securing the kill on this elite sprint predator nets him 600 experience points, pushing him to level 3. He snags 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan, completely shocked that the venom's tick damage actually triggered his rare passive class ability. Under active stealth, he can stay totally unseen while spamming darts endlessly. Now, pay attention here, absolutely nothing can stop him now as glowing loot rises from the dead beast. Wang Mang is still staring in complete shock at that unreal damage output, and seconds later, the dropped loot vanishes. Struggling to his feet, Wang Mang thanks Qinfang for saving their lives, but our main character coldly warns him that trusting strangers out here gets you killed. Heeding the harsh warning, Wang Mang politely backs off, letting our protagonist inspect his freshly dropped loot in peace. He even offers an open invitation, telling Qinfang to look him up whenever he needs a solid favor. Scooping up the items, Qinfang notes that Wang Mang seems genuinely reliable, plus he boasts strong ties to the resource-rich Daxia government. This connection could be the perfect, secure channel to offload all his extra, unused gear. Activating Greedy Hand, he siphons 3 evolution points, 55 days of lifespan, and a rare pair of bronze-tier leather greaves. Equipping the greaves immediately boosts his physical defense by 9 whole points. He also gains 5 points of elemental resistance and 15% cooldown reduction, an amazing haul on top of his other skill books and class-specific gear. With his inventory completely packed to the brim, he heads back to town to cash it all in for precious lifespan. You and I can see the fire in his eyes. This rebirth is letting him grow 100 times faster than before. Meanwhile, not too far away, another party of players is struggling hard against a vicious mob. With the enemy numbers rapidly multiplying, they realize they have to retreat, but before they can run, a massive beast blocks their path. Before anyone can even react, the giant creature lashes out with razor-sharp vines, wiping the entire team instantly. Respawning back in the safe zone, the players groan in pure frustration because these monsters hunt in organized packs and flee when weak. Rumor has it that hitting level 3 is the only way to log out, but that milestone feels totally unreachable. Many believe a standard 3-man party is useless, suggesting they need to band together in massive raids of 6 or 10 players instead. But others argue that numbers won't save them, having witnessed a 10-man squad get completely cornered and slaughtered. Besides, bringing a giant crowd only aggroes the elite zone bosses. Just recently, a 40-man group triggered a hidden Cursemaster boss, and it obliterated 30 of them in a single, devastating blast. Lizzie's defeated party also materializes at the spawn point, facing the grim reality that failing to reach level 3 means eternal imprisonment. They all ended up here, after falling asleep in reality, which means only their consciousness is trapped inside, and if they can't break free soon, their physical bodies back home will starve to death. Lizzie grows incredibly frustrated, unable to comprehend why this death game is so brutally unforgiving. Her companion panics, pointing out they've already died 3 times, dragging their personal, non-tradable lifespan down to under 10 years, meaning real-world death is creeping closer and closer. Whether this life-or-death scenario is real or not, Lizzie knows they absolutely cannot afford another fatal mistake. But then, she notices that a player named Shadow is already level 3. Convinced he must have cracked some secret exploit, she realizes he is their only ticket to leveling up and escaping this nightmare. Clenching her fists, she commands her crew to put out the word they must recruit Shadow to carry them at any cost. She plans to offer him $10 million in cold hard cash once they wake up, knowing that no sane player could ever walk away from that kind of fortune. And we leave things with our boy slaying a level 2 polluter, earning 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, Qinfeng realized he had enough points, so he did something you and I will love, spending 5 points to evolve Greedy Hand. Its quality instantly jumped from Platinum to Emerald, boosting the extra loot drop chance to an incredible 160%. Even better, that extra loot now had a 20% chance of dropping at a higher tier. Qinfeng was stunned by how broken this was. If he kept upgrading it, that rate could hit 100 or even 200%. Suddenly, through the heavy rain, something caught Fang's attention. It was a terrifying monster called the Cursemaster, currently wandering through the forest. This bronze tier boss was actively feeding on vital energy, desperate to evolve into an even deadlier silver tier boss. No wonder this beast easily wiped out a 40-man raid team, but right now, our boy had a completely full inventory. Even if he took the creature down, he couldn't carry any of the drops. So, he decided to just mark its location on his map. Since the boss's evolution would take some time, he figured he'd clear out his bags in town and return later. Meanwhile, back in town, wild rumors were spreading fast. Someone was offering 10 million for Shadow, the top-ranked player, to help them level up quickly. With people dying and losing precious lifespan, the wealthy were already buying their way out, leaving regular folk to face certain doom. Just as everyone was gossiping, Qinfeng suddenly materialized in town, leaving everyone stunned. Accessing the system, he set up a market stall, triggering a global announcement that he was selling equipment and skills for only 10 minutes. Now, watch closely here. The players gasped when they saw he was wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier gear, and was actually selling 2 more. It was hard for them to believe he had actually slain a bronze tier boss. One curious player piped up, asking why they couldn't see Fang's face. Someone else explained that he'd activated face concealment, ensuring no one could connect his avatar to his real-world identity. He clearly wanted to stay mysterious. Suddenly, a curious mage walked up, asking for the price of the icicle spell. Qinfeng calmly replied that it would cost 100 days of tradable lifespan. She was Grey Rose, the 11th ranked player in Shelltown, who also had her face concealed. 100 days was a massive price, so she begged him for a discount. But Qinfeng countered, explaining that the icicle spell dramatically boosts a mage's early-game leveling speed. 100 days was already a major steal. Desperate, Rose asked if she could pay with real-world cash, but Qinfeng instantly refused. He told her to use her cash to buy tradable lifespan from other players, then trade that to him instead. I know what you're thinking, but Qinfeng was dead set on holding that skill until she got the actual lifespan. She hesitated, quickly opening her party chat to ask her teammates if they should take this deal. Since her stellar leadership had gotten them to level 2 so quickly, they didn't object at all. In fact, with this skill, they'd hit level 3 even faster. Survival and escape were all that mattered now. She asked them to pool their tradable lifespan, promising to wire them cash once they returned to reality. She handed over the 100 days of lifespan. Seeing her entire party at level 2, Qinfeng realized they must have slain at least 30 or 40 crawlers. So, their actual pool was definitely way over 100 days. Qinfeng finalized the sale, pocketing 100 days of lifespan and boosting his total from 268 to 368. Just then, Lizzie strutted over, thrilled to have tracked down Shadow. Wearing a smug smile, she offered him an opportunity. In exchange for boosting her to level 3, she promised to hand over 10 million in cash once they returned to reality. The surrounding players gasped. This was Jiang Lizzie, and in Qinfeng's past life, she had been the ruthless leader of a massive criminal syndicate. Her syndicate was eventually wiped out by the military. Smiling confidently, She bragged that her father was the powerful president of Dayong Industries, and noticing that Qinfeng didn't seem impressed, she arrogantly told him to search her name. In reality, reports showed she used bags of cash to lure desperate people into selling their lifespan, only to kidnap them for forced labor, brutally murdering anyone who dared to resist her. Knowing she was absolute scum, Qinfeng coldly rejected her offer. Lizzie sneered, admitting Shadow was strong, but claimed nobody truly understood how this game worked yet. She urged him to partner up with her, promising that in return, she would drown him in luxury, fast cars, mansions, beautiful women, and whatever he desired. But Qinfeng didn't budge, coldly telling her to get out of his way. He knew better than anyone that paper money was completely worthless now, because as you and I know, tradable lifespan was soon going to be the only currency. Infuriated, Lizzie snapped that she would have taught him a brutal lesson in the real world, staring with murderous rage. All right, you and I are about to watch Qinfeng make it clear that if she says another word, he will kill her until her lifespan hits 0. Terrified, Lizzie and her squad immediately run for their lives. Moments later, our main character sells the absolute last item from his shop, the gleaming robe of tier bronze. Now, he has a grand total of 546 days of tradable lifespan. With everything sold, he triggers his invisibility to hunt down the Curse Master. Nobody realized it yet, but this tradable lifespan allows players to bring virtual skills straight into the real world, and very soon, this brutal game is going to throw the entire real world into total chaos. The prestigious status symbols people used to brag about won't mean a thing, only raw power will matter. Far from danger, Lizzie and her squad stop to catch their breath. Gasping, she tells them that Shadow did not just reject her offer, he threatened to end her. Furious, she swears to track him down and eliminate him in the real world. Right then, a player named Molly June, going by Lao Mao, walks up to them, claiming he is level 2. He boasts about knowing secret tricks to quickly level up in the game. He offers to help Lizzie and her crew hit level 3 in exchange for that $10 million deal Shadow just rejected. Lizzie gets suspicious, asking him to explain exactly what these tricks are. Lao Mao tells her these secrets are usually private, but he is willing to make a special exception just for her. He explains that the key to leveling up right now is dumping every single attribute point straight into agility. This lets you outrun any monster, securing an easy win. Now watch closely, because Lizzie suddenly panics she had dumped all her points into strength. She accepts the deal, but negotiates the price down to 5 million, since he is clearly not as strong as Shadow. Lao Mao agrees, noting that while Shadow is undeniably powerful, rejecting that massive pile of cash was incredibly stupid. Meanwhile, Qinfeng finally reaches the exact coordinates he marked earlier on his map. Remaining completely invisible, he notices the target has upgraded to silver rank, and the thick gray fog proves it is still evolving. He readies his venom dart, knowing that letting the boss reach gold rank would take another 7 or 8 hours. Unwilling to waste time, he fires the venom dart, landing a stealth strike that deals a massive 659 damage. The heavy poison continues draining the beast's health by 219 points every second. He instantly closes the gap using Shadow Sneak, fully aware that a silver boss has 2 or 3 times the health of a level 1 bronze. Out of nowhere, the beast channels an insane amount of mana into its claws, swelling to a massive size. Qinfeng calculates that he only needs to land his venom dart skill 2 or 3 more times to finish it. But wait, I know what you are thinking. Easy fight? Think again, because the boss unleashes a devastating magical explosion that completely vaporizes the surrounding terrain with heavy area damage. Having just fired off his venom dart, he leaps backward, barely escaping the devastating blast zone. Slipping back into stealth, he realizes that with his low health and defense, taking a direct hit means instant death. As the battle rages, the beast begins charging another devastating spell. Its giant body spins toward him, but he keeps his cool, moving across the battlefield while keeping his eyes on his cooldown timer. With his hidden shadow skill still recharging, he has to bide his time and wait for the boss to leave an opening. The strategy is simple: wait for the opening, strike with precision, and vanish before the beast can even swing back. Suddenly, the monster stumbles, losing its focus for a split second. This is his shot. He lunges forward with another venom dart. It hits perfectly, dealing 659 damage. Instantly, the venom ticks for another 219 damage per second. Sensing its fast approaching death, the boss tries to run, but Qinfeng has zero intention of letting it escape. He pursues it relentlessly, completely focused. This monster is on its last legs. Trying to flee was completely pointless. In a flash, Qinfeng teleports onto the beast's head and brutally slams it down into the dirt. The system screen flashes to confirm his victory. The silver-ranked boss is dead. A flood of notifications pops up. He gains 1,800 experience points, instantly launching his level from 3 straight to 5. He also receives 4 evolution points, alongside an incredible 124 days of tradable lifespan. He laughs, amazed at how one boss fight easily boosted him 2 levels and gave him so many extra points. With the boss dissolving into glowing loot, he activates his newly evolved greedy hand skill, collecting every drop as the screen flashes. The drop is even crazier than expected, rewarding him with another 4 evolution points and doubling his lifespan gains with another 124 days. This insane haul leaves him smirking. Snagging double bonuses is huge. In total, this single silver boss yielded 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. But you and I know another surprise is coming. Alright, you and I are diving right back in as a surprise system prompt appears. The secondary effect of Greedy Hand just triggered, upgrading his silver loot straight to gold tier. He stared at the notification with deep interest, a gold tier item. No wonder Greedy Hand is considered a Jade level skill. It literally upgrades loot beyond its original quality. Next, he looked over the scattered drops. 7 or 8 pieces of gear lay there, but his inventory only had 10 slots left. He sighed, knowing that running back to town after every boss fight would waste way too much time. What he really needed right now was a storage ring or something similar to solve this inventory crisis. But just as Qinfeng was about to examine a specific item, the scene suddenly cuts back to Shell Town. There, the mage from Wang Mang's team spawns in a flash of light, looking incredibly relieved to be back, thanks to Wang Ming. The rest of the team spawns in right after, thanking him and admitting that without his leadership, they never would have hit level 3 or made it back alive. But Wang Mang remains humble, crediting their success to teamwork. Still, the female mage couldn't shake off one lingering regret. She sighed, wishing she had added Qinfeng as a friend back in the woods, wondering if he ignored her because she was covered in mud. Her teammate grins playfully, reassuring her that she looks great in her new gear, and there's no way that mysterious player would reject her now. But as they chat, a massive server announcement echoes through the town. Now pay close attention. The leaderboard just refreshed. Shadow has reached level 5, absolutely shocking every single player in town. People can't believe how Shadow jumped from level 3 to 5 so fast. The only explanation is that he took down a legendary boss. Another player chimes in, saying that just 10 minutes ago, he saw Shadow casually selling off gear in the town square. And now, this happens. One guy even jokes that his sister just turned 18, and if Shadow likes her, it would be a jackpot for their family since having his help to level up is a total cheat code. His friends quickly shut him down, reminding him that Shadow didn't even care about 10 million in cash, so he definitely wouldn't care about a matchmaking offer. Meanwhile, back at Wang Mang's camp, panic is starting to set in. They were just celebrating hitting level 3, only to realize Shadow is already light years ahead. Yet, Wang Mang remains totally calm. He tells them to clear their heads. They need to log out immediately, return to reality, and warn their loved ones about this death game. As their physical avatars begin to fade, the system confirms their successful logout. Wang Mang's parting words are dead serious. If the real world is heading toward absolute chaos, they must prepare their families. Let's pause here as we shift back to reality, where Wang Mang's eyes snap open to a voice frantically calling for their captain. See, he isn't just some random gamer. Wang Mang is a high-ranking police officer, and his squad rushes over, looking terrified. One officer admits they panicked because his real body actually started turning transparent while he was knocked out. The horrific truth is now plain as day. If you die in this game, you don't just log out, you vanish from reality completely. But there is zero time to panic. Wang Mang immediately stands up, calling an emergency meeting because things just got real. An officer asks Wang Mang to present his report. Wang Mang explains that his elite party members all unlocked hidden classes, giving them a massive, unfair advantage inside the game. And yet, a single monster almost wiped them off the map. They were only saved at the final second by a mystery player named Shadow. Wang Mang confirms every detail is real, before highlighting Shadow's insane progression. When Shadow saved them, he was only level 3. But by the time their squad finally caught up to that level, Shadow had already skyrocketed to level 5, a massive 2-level gap. This shocking update deeply troubles the higher-ranking officials. One boss asks the obvious question, is Shadow actually the strongest player alive right now, and how did he grow that fast? As the room starts speculating, Wang Mang suggests that Shadow likely hunted down a high-level boss or did something even crazier. Another officer, digging into the details, spots a major inconsistency. According to Wang Mang, Shadow was level 3 when he saved them. If that's true, why didn't he log out like everyone else? Does Shadow simply have no family or friends waiting for him in reality? Suddenly, a female officer speaks up with a wild theory. She wonders if Shadow is actually a transmigrator, a chosen one who suddenly spawned in and is destined to rule. Plus, she adds, transmigrators are usually orphans, which perfectly explains why Shadow has zero interest in returning to reality. Her sudden outburst completely silences the room. Realizing how ridiculous she sounds in a police meeting, she blushes bright red. The unimpressed senior officer calls her out, telling her to stop joking around. Honestly, you and I might actually agree with her theory. Alright. You and I are watching the chief laugh off her theory, saying she reads too many fantasy novels. Instead, the officer drops a major bombshell. Classified intel from the top brass reveals researchers are tracking a disturbing new trend. A massive number of elderly citizens are mysteriously dying in their sleep. And when scientists matched this data with survivors returning from the forgotten game of the gods, the results were chilling. It turns out every single person who passed away in their beds had actually died repeatedly inside the game, revealing a horrifying reality. If your in-game lifespan hits 0, you don't just lose your character, you die in the real world, too. One of the officers expresses his dread, calling this mysterious game an anomaly that completely defies all human understanding. The chief nods in grim agreement, warning that they could be looking at a full-scale invasion from higher-dimensional entities. An oppressive silence fills the room as the horror sinks in. But without wasting a second, the chief moves to action. He announces that the highest levels of government have just handed down an absolute emergency directive. Every officer must immediately assemble local vanguard squads, dive straight into the game, and extract every piece of intelligence possible. Now, pay attention here. This is no longer a police issue, and the government is assembling an elite unit. This is a global race. Every superpower is scrambling to conquer this new reality, and falling behind means absolute ruin on the world stage. For national security, they must extract information, no matter the cost. The chief then makes his call, and Yu is appointed captain of Team 1, accepting the massive responsibility without a single doubt. Wang Mang is named her second in command, and the two are granted full authority to handpick their elite squad. Wang Mang nods, fully aware of the stakes. The chief then shifts focus to Shadow, the enigmatic player Wang Mang recently encountered. Going by Wang Mang's report, this Shadow guy doesn't seem to have hostile motives. So, the chief orders An Yu and Wang Mang to make contact and befriend him, aiming to uncover his identity and secure an alliance. He reveals why An Yu is leading this. Her vast knowledge of games and lore makes her the perfect candidate to investigate Shadow, whose insane, myth-like feats border on the impossible. The chief hopes An Yu and Wang Mang can recruit Shadow as an ally, transforming him into their ultimate vanguard inside the game. If they pull this off, they will secure priceless intel to give their country a massive strategic advantage. Meanwhile, the remaining officers are tasked with maintaining public order to prevent mass panic, and with that, the briefing adjourns. As twilight paints the city in a golden haze, these officers brace themselves for the absolute chaos looming on the horizon. Now, I know what you're thinking, but the next day we shift over to a high school where the sister sits daydreaming. All around her, classmates are buzzing with excitement, whispering about a massive, shocking discovery that just went public. Jiang Wei, that student whose body literally began to fade away, successfully reached level 3 and logged out safely. One girl gossips that Jiang Wei dropped a crucial secret. If multiple people from the same area fall asleep together, they will actually spawn in the exact same starting village. This revelation sparks a mix of wild hype and deep anxiety, but another student panics, claiming that's too risky. She feels absolute pressure to drag her parents into the game with her. They have zero gaming experience, and she is terrified they will get slaughtered if they enter totally unprepared. But a classmate objects, telling her they shouldn't rush to involve their parents just yet. Instead, they need to level up first, ensuring they have the raw power to protect their loved ones. Meanwhile, the main character's spoiled little sister stares blankly at her phone, a deep, bitter resentment building inside her. Why has her brother not messaged her yet? With the world literally changing due to the game of the gods, she expected a text. Yet, total silence. He hasn't checked up on her, let alone apologized for slapping her earlier. This was completely out of character. Usually, whenever they fought or she threw a tantrum, he would immediately beg for her forgiveness. But right now, just cold silence. No excuses, and zero effort to make things right. Not even their parents had ever dared to strike her. Yet her own brother actually slapped her face, leaving her fuming as she rationalizes everything. I mean, all she did was skip high school to attend Songfei's concert. Was that really such a massive crime? She pouts, declaring that unless her brother calls and begs for mercy 1,000 times, she will never forgive him. But her anger instantly melts into pure fangirl excitement as she thinks about Songfei. Incredibly glad she sneaked out yesterday. Once this crazy game of the gods completely takes over the world, concert tickets are going to be impossible to get. And that's where we leave her, lost in a dream about how close she got to her idol during last night's show. Alright, let us dive right back in as she gushes over how amazing he looked on stage. But then, it hits her if sleeping enters the game. Songfei will be there too. Her face flushes bright red just picturing their in-game meeting. Could this finally be her big chance? Is fate finally pulling them together? Her heart races at the thought. But as she gets ready for bed, she suddenly remembers something crucial. Xiangwei reached level 3 incredibly fast, meaning he was likely already a top-tier expert. If she wanted to survive and dominate this world, she needed some expert advice. Without hesitation, she messages Xiangwei asking for tips before she dives in. Meanwhile, Xiangwei is hanging out with his classmates when his phone buzzes. He glances at his screen and grins, completely amused by how things are playing out. Who would have thought the main character's little sister would beg him for help? To him, this is the perfect golden opportunity. This was his big break. Xiangwei quickly texts back, telling her she absolutely messaged the right guy. He drops a massive game secret, telling her to dump every single starter attribute point straight into agility. Without it, she won't outrun monsters and will just keep dying. Skeptical, she asks if that even applies to mages. Xiangwei insists it does. He explains that early agility is huge for mages because it boosts their vital casting speed. Still doubtful, she asks what happens if she still keeps losing even with high speed. Xiangwei confidently tells her not to worry. Now, watch closely. Once someone hits level 5, the village teleportation array activates, connecting everyone. When that triggers, she can easily find a party to boost her, and he will teleport over to carry her himself. This makes her ecstatic. Rolling around on her bed, she smiles, thinking how useful guys like Xiangwei can be. Just like that, she secured a personal carry. As her eyes grow heavy, a wicked thought crosses her mind. She will log in before her brother, level up fast, and become insanely powerful. When he finally starts playing, she will make his life absolute hell. Zero help. He will have to suffer alone. Thrilled with her little scheme, she drifts off to sleep. Meanwhile, back in the game, our main character stands over massive boss loot. Right in the middle of the treasures, a glowing orb catches his eye. As he picks it up, the system alerts him that he has obtained the gold-tier curse ring, immediately breaking down its insane attributes. Anyone can equip this bad boy, and it grants a flat 8-point boost to all stats. It also increases his dark elemental resistance by 26 points, and makes weak point attacks 1.5 times stronger, but requires level 4. Now, you and I can see that this adds up to a massive 32 total points, basically like leveling up 3 whole times. That dark resistance and weak point multiplier are going to be absolutely massive. Without a doubt, this ring is going to carry him through the early game. Before he can even celebrate, another alert pops up. He just unlocked Instant Shadow Slash, a silver-tier assassin skill. The system details the skill. On activation, it unleashes It grants 5 seconds of invincibility while striking all targets in a 2.1 meter path 3 times, dealing 100 backstab damage per hit without triggering weak points. It has a 12-second cooldown. Recognizing it as a powerhouse area of effect attack with built-in invincibility, our main character learns it immediately. Eager to spend his remaining evolution points, he decides to upgrade his key skill, Greedy Hand. The system consumes 8 evolution points, skyrocketing Greedy Hand from Jade to Diamond rank for a massive boost. His bonus loot rate jumps from 160% to an insane 220%. Plus, the item upgrade rate doubles to 40%, meaning he will now pull 2 drops from every single kill, making every single kill 3 times more rewarding. Determined to spend his remaining points, he pumps 3 upgrades into Instant Shadow Slash. Burning 3 points and leaving him with 1, the skill evolves from silver to gold, and finally hits platinum rank. The range expands massively, stretching from 15 meters to a whopping 21 meters for insane reach. His temporary invincibility now lasts 7 seconds, giving him plenty of breathing room. The slash count jumps from 3 to 5, slicing every enemy in a wider 3.1 meter path. The cooldown drops to 10.43 seconds, and strikes deal 200 damage. Trust me, you and I are about to see him destroy everything. Trust me, every strike is a backstab. This triggers his lethal backstab skill, even without striking any weak points. Looking at these upgrades, Qin Feng knows that while the cooldown barely changed, staying invisible longer will give him a massive advantage in any upcoming fights. Scanning the remaining loot, most of it is total trash, but one shiny item catches his eye, a silver-tier warrior skill book called Battle Roar. Selling this will easily secure him more tradable lifespan, but just as he finishes sorting his inventory, he catches a sudden movement nearby. Spinning around, he spots 3 massive beasts heading straight for him. He instantly recognizes them as ugly, dangerous level 4 limb crawlers. Instead of panic, Qin Feng sees this as the perfect chance to test drive his newly upgraded abilities. He instantly triggers his Shadow Slash. In a flash, he becomes an absolute blur, unleashing lightning-fast strikes that carve right through them. The crawlers are shredded before they can even register what hit them. As the dust finally clears, a system prompt pops up to confirm the kills. The system logs his victory, rewarding him 80 experience points and an extra 5 days of precious tradable lifespan. Standing amidst the carnage, a terrifyingly dark aura envelops him. Watch closely as he realizes just how insanely powerful his combat abilities have truly become. He cooks up a genius strategy. If he combines his poison dart with that Shadow Slash, fights will be over before they start. Checking his balance, he currently has 618 days. But transferring his game skills and gear back to reality requires at least 900 days, basically 2.5 years. With that massive goal locked in, his immediate plan is simple: dump every valuable item in his inventory for cash. Hitting level 10 will let him bridge the gap between the virtual and physical realms. Cut to Qin Feng, making his way back to the starter town, Shell Town. Completely invisible thanks to his latent image skill, he slips past the crowd, only to overhear an interesting conversation about a certain level 3 promise. He watches from the shadows, spotting Lizzie and Lao Mao discussing a shady deal they struck earlier. Lao Mao carried Lizzie to level 3 so she could safely log out, all in exchange for 5 million in cold, hard cash. Now that she's hit her goal, Lao Mao expects his massive payday. Lizzie scoffs, asking if he seriously doubts that her father's massive conglomerate, Duyang Industries, can easily afford such pocket change. She promises to log out right now and wire the money in reality, handing over her phone number so he can contact her once he gets offline. On top of that, she makes an insane proposal. She wants to buy his entire stock of tradable lifespan at $10,000 per day. Lao Mao instantly accepts, practically drooling over the massive mountain of cash. Smirking, he mocks Qin Feng for being an idiot and turning down her offer, telling her they can finalize their deal in the real world. But get this, Qin Feng is slipping right past them. Still completely oblivious to Qin Feng, Lao Mao laughs off the idea that in-game lifespan even matters. He boasts that farming years is a total breeze, treating his valuable life force like generic gold coins. Cashing out in-game achievements for real-world money feels like the ultimate masterclass strategy to him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng arrives back at Shelltown, standing right before the ancient teleportation gate. He reaches his hand out, and the structure flares with brilliant blue magic. As the blinding light intensifies, a system notification pops up. It congratulates him for activating the Shelltown teleportation array, granting him 1 reputation point. It also notes he gets 1 free teleportation use every single day. Any extra trips will cost valuable, tradable lifespan. But since no other gates are currently active in the world, this is completely useless. Qin Feng knows the teleportation system is strictly a two-way setup. Powering up one side is useless. Another player in a different town must hit level 5 and turn on their gate for a connection to form. From his past life, he knows Songfei is currently over in Firefly Town. To maintain his massive lead, he builds a tracking altar that will instantly alert him when the Firefly Town gate goes active. He is not just passing time, he is planning a trap. Once that gate turns on, he will be ready to crush Songfei. Walking deeper into the town, his laser focus remains locked onto his ultimate objective. While basic teleportation seems like a big deal to normal players, his true mission is hitting level 10. He needs to breach the god-abandoned realm and unlock his god-tier authority. That is when the real nightmare of this god-forsaken world truly begins. Shortly after, he sets up a street stall. A loud system announcement tells everyone that high-tier gear and skills are on sale, but only for 10 seconds. First come, first served, and trust me, things are about to explode. Alright, you and I are diving right into the hype as players swarm him, calling him a god-tier expert who they have been saving up their tradable lifespan to trade with. One guy brags about saving up 150 days, while another recalls the legendary loot from the last time King Fang opened up his shop. He sold an icicle spell that launched a buyer named Gray straight to second place on the leaderboards. Suddenly, a thrilled player spots a silver-tier skill book called Battle Roar, a powerful warrior-only ability, and decides to purchase it without a single second thought. The system flashes an alert, confirming the Battle Roar book sold for a massive 300 days of lifespan. Everyone watching is completely speechless. Some rookie immediately wonders if a single skill book could ever be worth that much. An experienced player scoffs, explaining that Battle Roar drastically boosts a warrior's power to farm mobs. With this skill, those 300 days of lifespan can be made back in under 2 days, making it an incredibly smart investment. Now watch how fast things get crazy. Realizing the insane value of his gear, the crowd rushes in, and his entire shop sells out in seconds. Pulling up his interface, King Fang checks his profits. In just one single minute, he pulled in 650 days of lifespan, bringing his grand total to 2,174 days, but it is still not enough to bring his powers to reality. He needs way more lifespan. Meanwhile, left empty-handed, some players complain about missing out. They desperately ask if he will return to set up shop again, and he promises he will. Out of nowhere, a female player shouts to him, claiming she has a rare treasure and wants to know if he is down to make a deal. Turning to look, he immediately recognizes her. She is one of Wang Mang's teammates. The system immediately scans the item as a 12-slot space ring, noting that this unique artifact does not take up his backpack or gear slots. King Fang is totally stunned. He knows exactly how game-changing a storage ring like this really is. Since players are strictly limited to carrying only 3 backpacks, a rare storage item that does not block a ring slot is absolutely priceless. He knows these rings can technically drop from any random monster, but the drop rate is practically non-existent. The fact that this girl, with her prophet profession, scored one this early in the game is seriously unbelievable. Her luck is completely insane. Without wasting any time, he asks her price, already calculating the massive value in his head. In his past life, a 12-slot storage ring like this easily fetched an astounding 3,600 days of lifespan. But here is the twist you and I did not see coming. She does not want his lifespan at all. Instead, she wants him to add her to his friends list and help her take down a savage boss monster. King Fang agrees immediately, and a system pop-up confirms that player Big Plum has officially accepted his friend request. Leaving the safety of Shelltown, King Fang turns to Plum and asks about the specific boss they are targeting. Plum explains it is a gold-tier boss, though she missed the name because she was too far. She spotted it on a wrecked ship out in the swamp. King Fang is stunned. Could this be the legendary Golden Ghost ship? He knows this rare, special boss can spawn at literally any level. The spawn rate is extremely low, but whenever it appeared in his previous life, top-tier guilds would wage brutal wars just for its overpowered loot. Merely spotting it could trigger a bloodbath. But based on her description, he guesses this particular Golden Ghost ship is only around level 5, meaning it is currently at its absolute weakest. Still, he cannot help but wonder how she managed to find such a rare beast so close to town. His mind races, putting the pieces together. The space ring, her ties to Wang Mang's squad, a gold-tier boss practically falling into her lap. Then, a wild realization hits him. Could she be the rumored koi fish from his past life? He recalls the old whispers. Legend had it that a member of Wang Mang's crew possessed god-tier luck, stumbling onto rare bosses, secret chests, and hidden temples by just walking around. He used to think those stories were just cover-ups to hide their strategies. But looking at Plum now, the myths are real, and she is standing right before him. Lost in his thoughts, he stares directly at her, trying to process what this means. Catching his gaze, Plum blushes deeply and asks why he is staring. Snapping out of it, King Fang mutters that it is nothing and focuses back on the trail. Just as they cross the main gates of the starting town, they fail to notice a shadow stalking them. A bald player crouches behind a thick tree, tracking their every move. The scene shifts to a crew of tough thugs, where a long-haired leader stands before a crowd of bald lackeys, speaking with total authority. He boasts about his legendary achievements, like splitting off from his guild to solo the supreme boss of Sand City. With smug confidence, he tells his bald followers that loyalty to him is their ultimate ticket to dominating this virtual world. But before we hear more, the spy runs back with major news. Their target just left town with a girl, and trust me, things are about to get wild. Let's dive into a wild ride where this smug boss laughs, thinking Qin Feng is easily distracted by a pretty face. Without wasting a single second, he gathers his gang and orders them to move out. It is time. Meanwhile, outside of town, Qin Feng lays down his strict conditions for helping out Plum and her party. He states that if the boss drops any mage gear or skill books, they go to Plum, but everything else belongs to him. Plum hesitates for a moment, then asks what the other party members like Wang Mang actually get from this deal. Qin Feng explains that since they all have different classes, there is no guarantee assassin gear will even drop. If nothing drops, he would have fought for zero reward, which is completely unfair. Understanding his logic, Plum agrees to the terms but makes a small request. If any gear drops for her captain or other teammates, she asks if he would sell it to her at a discount. Qin Feng agrees. With the deal finalized, Plum says they can head out once Wang Mang and the rest of her crew log back into the game. But after walking for a while, she realizes she has no clue where they are going. Only when Qin Feng finally tells her where they are going does she truly understand. Pay attention here, because they are going to fight a gold-tier boss. Plum is shocked. This is pure insanity. She is a mage and he is an assassin. Sure, he can turn invisible to escape, but she cannot take a single hit from such a monstrous enemy. Facing a gold-tier boss this early with only 2 players is a total death wish, but Qin Feng remains dead calm. In fact, he does not even want her to fight. He plans to solo the boss while she watches safely from afar. Even with his confidence, Plum cannot believe it. He is strong, but soloing a gold-tier boss is completely unheard of. Just as she is about to grill him with more questions, Qin Feng suddenly freezes, sensing danger nearby. Without uttering a single word, he activates his latent image skill and vanishes into thin air, leaving Plum completely stunned. She looks around frantically, trying to process what just happened. 1 second he was right there, and now, nothing. Confused, she calls out for him, but only heavy silence answers. Meanwhile, lurking behind the trees, a gang of bald players continues to watch them from a distance. Their leader smirks, certain they now hold the upper hand. But then, one of the goons notices something weird. Qin Feng has vanished. Confused, they turn to their boss for orders. Without a second thought, the boss scoffs, assuming Qin Feng simply ditched Plum and left her all alone. Grinning wickedly, He orders his men to advance, planning to capture Plum first and have some fun with her. Rushing forward, the boss boasts that following him guarantees a rich life, bragging that beautiful women are now literally falling right into their laps. But just as they close in, a dark, shadowy figure materializes right in front of them. The leader freezes, his grin instantly vanishing as he stares at the swirling black aura. Confusion flashes in his eyes. What is this? Before anyone can even react, Qin Feng triggers his instant shadow skill, and in a flash, it is over. You and I both saw that coming, right? A cold gleam slices the air, and their bodies drop, torn completely apart. Qin Feng melts back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace as system notifications pop up, confirming his clean kills. 5 players dead, earning him 12 days of tradable lifespan. He glances at the corpses, completely unbothered. Their dropped loot is completely worthless, barely worth grabbing. To him, this was like swatting away a couple of weak mobs. Acting as if absolutely nothing happened, Qin Feng reappears right next to Plum, looking totally indifferent. Plum, completely clueless about the bloodbath that just occurred, immediately questions his sudden disappearance. Qin Feng simply shrugs, claiming a few creeps were stalking them, so he sent them packing back to town. Plum nods, but her curiosity quickly takes over. She jokes that she thought he went to relieve himself, teasing him about how handy his stealth must be for that. She laughs that he can do his business completely unseen. Qin Feng cuts her off, totally unamused by her weird jokes. He tells her to focus and move faster, since they have a gold-tier boss to hunt. Meanwhile, back in Shelltown, the spawn point begins to glow. Right then, Qin Feng's ungrateful sister spawns in as a healer. Her eyes widen in shock the moment she spots a magic staff. Picking up the staff, she realizes this fantasy world is incredibly real, down to every physical sensation. Nearby players can't take their eyes off her. Ignoring them, she celebrates her luck. She just unlocked an incredibly rare hidden class called Sacrifice. Convinced this class is insanely overpowered, she firmly believes she will finally capture the attention of her beloved idol, Songfei. She wonders where Songfei is right now, and if he already knows the hidden secrets about these starting locations. Her eyes burn with rage, wondering where Qin Feng went. He used to baby her all day. Trust me, you and I are gonna love seeing her fail. Stick with me here because when things got real, he was completely useless. She shook it off. She had a hidden class now, and Jiang Wei promised to help her level up fast. King Fang was on his own now, she was done worrying about him. But when she checked the leaderboard, her jaw dropped. The number 1 player, Shadow, was already at level 6. She was absolutely furious. Jiang Wei was only level 3, yet he had the nerve to brag about his power. Shadow was clearly the real deal, and teaming up with him would make her level up way faster than playing with Jiang Wei. But there was just one major problem. How on earth was she supposed to find this mysterious top player? Just a short distance away, a group of players was chatting. They were sweating because they lost contact with Sui, their party healer. This was Wang Men's squad. Knowing they had 0 time to waste, he asked if anyone had a backup plan. A worried teammate pointed out that they could not fight monsters without a healer. Another argued they were not elite players like Shadow, who could easily solo farm. They needed to recruit another healer right away. But as they discussed it, a voice called out. They spun around and saw King Fang's sister standing there. Watch closely, her perfect chance had arrived. Smiling, she asked if they needed a healer, revealing that she possessed the rare hidden class, Life Sacrifice. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, King Fang and Plum stood atop a cliff, looking down at a murky swamp where the legendary golden ghost ship was lurking. Activating Shadow Sneak, King Fang vanished into thin air, telling Plum to stay hidden and watch out for ambushes while he handled the boss. Still a bit confused, Plum nodded and told him to stay safe. Our boy dropped down into the swamp as a system alert flashed. Due to the ghost ship, this area was a violent domain, draining his lifespan 100 times faster than normal. Doing quick math, King Fang realized that with time moving 100 times faster, spending just 15 minutes here would drain a full day of his lifespan. But to him, this time zone penalty was no big deal. The system quickly scanned the golden tier ghost ship, identifying it as a level 5 boss. Suddenly, a countdown timer of 45 minutes and 25 seconds popped up. King Fang was surprised that special bosses had strict time limits, but he felt lucky since he still had 45 minutes left on the clock. That was plenty of time to take it down. Unleashing instant Shadow Slash, King Fang moved like lightning, striking the boss for 150 damage before it even realized what was hitting it. Breaking stealth, King Fang fired a venom dart. You see that bell? He hit it directly, triggering a huge critical strike before slipping back to let the poison do its work. Taking down this golden ghost ship was no walk in the park. Most players had no idea where to strike, assuming they had to target the skeletal frame or the ship itself. But the true weak point was the glowing ghost fire bell hanging right at the bow. Enraged by the strike on its weakness, the boss manipulated the surrounding water, unleashing a massive area of effect attack that sent explosive water pillars shooting upward. Dodging the geysers, King Fang started closing in on his target. Those water pillars dealt insane damage, enough to instantly crush low-level warriors in silver armor. Luckily, his high-agility shadow class made dodging them a breeze. Without it, he would have been history. Suddenly, decayed hands began clawing their way out of the swamp. Water ghosts began rising to the surface. King Fang knew that as soon as the area of effect spell ended, 12 silver-tier water ghosts would swarm him. But thanks to Shadow Sneak, they had no idea he was standing right next to them. While ordinary parties would be panicking as 12 monsters prepped a savage attack, King Fang remained perfectly calm. To make matters worse, the ghost ship would spawn another water ghost every 3 minutes. If players failed to clear them quickly enough, they would easily be overwhelmed and wiped out. But since he was completely invisible from the very beginning, they could not even target him. All he needed was the perfect angle. Unleashing instant shadow slash, he tore through the swamp, vaporizing every ghost in a single sweep. While our boy shredded the monsters, Plum watched the entire fight from the safety of the cliff. Shaking and blushing, she realized she was witnessing the true power of the #1 expert, Shadow. He was incredibly strong, moving like a phantom who appeared and vanished without leaving a trace. And honestly, you and I can see why he took down half the boss's health without letting it strike back once. But then, her jaw dropped when King Fang messaged her directly, using her private nickname, Little Black. Alright, stick with me because he confidently announces he's about to die, leaving her completely shocked. Qin Feng smiles and tells her not to worry. She just needs to wait for him to revive. But Plump panics, thinking he actually had the upper hand, and asks who this Little Black even is. With a straight face, Qin Feng asks if she isn't Little Black. She snaps that her nickname is Big Plum, not Little Black that sounds like a dog's name. Suddenly, a heavy foot slams onto the ground. It is the exact same guy Qin Feng killed earlier. Now, he's back with his entire crew, absolutely fuming over his previous mistake. Back in his prime, he used to hunt down legendary players. Now, he's getting pushed around by a teenage girl. Suddenly, one of his goons runs over with some great news. He spotted the girl on the cliff, and reveals that Shadow is down below, foolishly taking on the boss completely solo. The boss feels confident they can easily crush him now that he has his full squad. Meanwhile, down in the swamp, the enraged boss roars as its ship bell starts to glow. This is stage 4, making it the most brutal phase for Qin Feng to survive. The boss raises the dark ore, unleashing massive waves. As its health drops to half, it triggers a devastating area of effect soul surge. Now pay attention, these terrifying waves surge through the swamp, freezing Plump in pure horror. The brutal soul surge instantly breaks Qin Feng's invisibility, and something wicked begins rising right beneath him. A massive pillar of water erupts, trapping his body and dealing 1,059 damage. Just like that, the system confirms his death. Qin Feng loses 326 years of personal life and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Up on the cliff, the rival leader laughs, thinking Shadow got way too cocky. In his eyes, our boy was a complete idiot for trying to solo a gold-tier boss. Spying Qin Feng's dropped lifespan glittering on the ground, the greedy squad charges down like ravenous beasts. They had no idea Shadow was this loaded. Realizing that giant glowing orb holds at least 100 days of life, they plan to finish off the weakened boss and snatch up our boy's dropped lifespan all in one clean sweep. But taking one more step instantly warps them high into the sky. The boss is totally bewildered, having no clue what just happened, as his entire squad gets sent back to Shell Town. They are furious, unable to comprehend how this boss is so overpowered, or how Shadow managed to get it to half health alone. Several guys are seething because the moment they set foot in the swamp, the boss one-shot them with that water pillar. To make things worse, the swamp is crawling with minion mobs. For these guys, the fight is absolutely impossible. Gritting his teeth, the leader refuses to accept defeat despite taking heavy losses. He commands his men to follow him back in for round 2. But wait, look at this, Qin Feng has already leaped right back into the swamp. He is actually pretty confused to see so many glowing lifespans scattered all over the ground. Opening the chat, he pings Little Black to say he is back, asking about the sudden graveyard of lifespan orbs. Little Black is genuinely shocked by how incredibly fast he made his return, explaining that those years belonged to some noisy idiots who charged the boss, only to get instantly obliterated by its water pillar. Qin Feng can't help but smile, amused by how badly those fools overestimated themselves, though he remembers that in his past life, this ghost ship gave him serious trouble too. The deadly boss is still patrolling the area. Qin Feng studies its movements, knowing the golden ghost ship only uses its tracking stun attack once, making the rest of its health bar a breeze to clear. But once its health drops below 50%, there is a high chance it will teleport away, making it a massive headache for average players to hunt down. Wasting no time, Qin Feng fires a poison dart, striking the ship's bell dead center. The furious boss roars and begins channeling its next spell. Reacting quickly, Qin Feng activates his shadow sneak to vanish from sight. Tracking its movements perfectly, he unleashes an instant shadow slash, cutting it down swiftly since he already knows its patterns by heart. The stubborn leader and his goons arrive at the cliff edge again. One scout reports that Shadow is already fighting the boss again. Hearing this, the leader decides to wait and stab them both in the back. Seeing these absolute clowns returning to cause trouble yet again, Little Black loses her temper. With Shadow so close to securing the kill, she refuses to let these vultures ruin it. Gripping her staff tightly, she begins to focus her mana. Summoning the storm, a massive lightning bolt erupts from her staff, striking the players down and leaving them completely scorched and shocked. Furious, the leader demands to know who dares attack them. So what do you and I think? That's right. He points directly at Little Black. Let's jump right into this madness as he grabs his axe, ordering his men to kill her, while Little Black watches in absolute horror. Desperate for help, she bolts as the bloodthirsty leader and his squad chase her down, screaming death threats. But nearby, a mysterious figure watches from the shadows of a tree. He is not alone either. Someone else lurks right behind him. Seeing Little Black and her pursuers heading their way, they quickly duck back behind the trunk. Meanwhile, back at the swamp, King Fang backs away from the massive boss, knowing its life bar is practically empty. Just as he expected, even though this golden ghost ship is only a level 5 boss, soloing it is a nightmare. His raw damage is way too low, and this endless battle has already drawn a crowd of greedy spectators. Looking up at the cliff, he spots the familiar faces of players who literally just got wiped out. Even worse, another group is lurking right by the swamp, waiting for him to finish the boss so they can steal everything. Suddenly, the toxic poison kicks in. The monster's eyes glow brightly, and its massive body begins to disintegrate into pixels. The system alerts that the gold-grade golden ghost ship is dead, rewarding King Fang 480 experience points. He instantly hits level 8, unlocking 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Now pay attention, because this is where our boy triggers Shadow Sneak and completely ruins their greedy little plans. A server-wide system notification echoes everywhere, announcing that player Shadow from Shelltown is the first to solo a gold-grade boss, earning 3 reputation points. This massive news instantly shocks every single player in the region. Nobody knows who this mysterious Shadow is or why he is so incredibly overpowered. Rival factions are absolutely furious, believing that the first gold-grade boss kill should have belonged to Han City. Over in Shelltown, Wang Men stares at the alert in utter disbelief, knowing it was just a short while ago that Shadow was fighting a bronze boss solo. Yet here he is, taking down a legendary gold beast already. He cannot comprehend how the power gap between Shadow and normal players is this massive. King Fang's sister's eyes spark with sudden determination. Seeing that Shadow is the undisputed peak powerhouse, she realizes that if he carries her, she will finally be reunited with brother Song Fei. As the boss's corpse completely vanishes, piles of lifespan and rare loot drop onto the ground. The leader of the group hiding behind the tree lets out a greedy smirk seeing such a massive haul just sitting there. Smiling wickedly, he assumes that Shadow got scared and ran off into stealth without even picking up his hard-earned items. Knowing they need to be cautious, he orders Guang to cast his tracking skill to locate Shadow. They plan to slaughter King Feng and claim all that legendary loot for themselves. Guang nods silently, pulling back his glowing bowstring, unleashing his phantom horned eagle skill. The arrow streaks across the swamp, morphing into a massive spectral bird. The eagle explodes mid-air, raining glowing feathers all over the area while King Feng watches their moves with cold eyes. He is actually surprised this basic hunter unlocked an anti-stealth ability so early in the game. You and I both know why these trash mobs are so confident in stealing his hard-earned loot. But it is a pity his god-tier assassin class gets an extra point in stealth level. Since Guang's skill is only level 1, it cannot pierce his god-tier stealth. Overconfident, Guang tells his leader that Shadow definitely fled after seeing their numbers. Laughing, the gang starts marching confidently toward the glittering drops. Focusing on securing the loot, the boss tells his men to stay sharp and prepare to strike at a moment's notice. The default loot protection lasts 5 minutes, meaning once that timer hits 0, all of it belongs to them. Arrogant smiles plaster their faces, but right then, Shadow slowly materializes out of thin air, freezing them in pure terror. Before they can even scream, King Fang moves like lightning, instantly wiping them out. With the swamp cleared, he finally turns to the loot. But then a sudden question crosses his mind. Where on earth did Little Black run off to? Shrugging it off to search for her later, he realizes he finally has enough evolution points to upgrade his signature skill, Greedy Hand. Without hesitation, he triggers the upgrade first. His diamond tier Greedy Hand skill immediately evolves into a glorious epic quality. When harvesting monster corpses, it now grants a 220 to 300% chance of extra loot drops. Plus, that extra loot has a guaranteed 100% chance to be a tier higher. Smirking, our boy reaches down, ready to squeeze every single drop of value from this boss. As greedy hand begins absorbing the pile, a highly satisfied grin spreads across King Fang's face. A brilliant, blinding light erupts from the muddy ground as the divine skill finishes its work, rewarding him 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable life, and 2 special Ghostfire bells. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he breaks the game with these 2 legendary Ghostfire bells. Alright, you and I are diving back in. Once equipped, King Fang loses 0 lifespan when dying, with a 1560-second cooldown. Its passive, Soul Absorption, boosts all dropped lifespan by 20% whenever he slays monsters. Equipping 2 of these bells doubles that insane effect. Meanwhile, Soul Shock is the active skill. 1 ring of the bell freezes every enemy within 100 meters for 3 seconds on a 512 cooldown. The best part? This Ghost Fire Bell counts as an item, not equipment. That means 0 wasted gear slots, and 2 bells stack in a single inventory space. Talk about ultimate convenience. Suddenly, a frantic message from Little Black interrupts him, begging for help. King Fang instantly tenses up, demanding to know her location. Panic sets in as he desperately tries to pinpoint her coordinates. But the only response on the voice channel is her terrifying scream, begging her attackers to stay away. Watch closely here, because the boss and his thugs have Little Black cornered. They mock her struggles, laughing because she has absolutely nowhere left to run, telling her to just submit quietly. They drop some disgusting threats, promising a fate worse than death. Clenching her fists, she glances back, only to realize she is standing right at the edge of a massive cliff. She refuses to give these bastards the satisfaction. Without a second thought, she leaps backward into the abyss, leaving her pursuers completely frozen in utter disbelief. She plummets through the air, crashing violently onto the jagged rocks below, pooling blood in a brutal and painful impact. Her body dissolves, transforming into glowing lifespan. Peering over the edge, the boss is genuinely stunned, realizing just how insanely stubborn she actually was. Back in town, a respawned Little Black pings our boy, telling him not to worry since she is already safe. Honestly, it was a massive relief that all their group's tradable lifespan was securely held by Captain Wang Meng. Sighing in relief, King Fang tells her to stay put while he heads over to deliver her gear. She smiles, thanking him for going through all that trouble. Now, he sweeps up all the dropped lifespan in the area. He hit the absolute jackpot, racking up 315 days and 21 evolution points. He immediately dumps his points to evolve Greedy Hand, but a system notification pops up, warning him that the skill is already epic tier. Upgrading it further now requires a staggering 10 times more points. When the system asks if he wants to spend 210 points, King Fang isn't even surprised. This was always bound to happen. The higher the tier, the crazier the upgrade cost. It was never going to be a walk in the park. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why not just focus on raw damage instead? Deadlier damage means taking down tougher bosses for even crazier loot. With a single thought, he upgrades his instant shadow slash, pushing it straight from platinum to diamond tier. The skill's attack range stretches from 21 meters to 27. His stealth duration gets boosted to 9 seconds, meaning he can now unleash 7 devastating slashes on all enemies along his path, wrapping up in a 10-second window. The slash range expands to 4.1 meters, and each strike now deals an extra 300 damage instead of 200. That upgrade burns 10 points, leaving him with just 3. But his basic backstab skill completely bypasses bronze and silver, jumping straight to gold tier. Backstab's damage multiplier doubles to 30%. King Fang smirks with his main slash evolved twice. His damage output has literally doubled. Even without relying on stealth or breaking his active cover, he can dish out 3,000 flat damage. And if he breaks stealth to land a backstab, that 7-slash combo can peak at 7,000 damage. Opening his character window, our boy begins analyzing his masteries. Normally, a gold tier boss drops only a few silver gears, with a tiny, rare chance for gold loot. But thanks to his broken Greedy Hand passive, he walked away with 11 gold pieces and skill books, plus 2 platinum gears and a platinum skill book. Not bad, especially since 3 items are perfect for his assassin class. Among the horde are the legendary platinum ghost chip dual blades. It's a pure assassin weapon boasting 136 raw damage, 22 agility, 24% attack speed, and 17 armor penetration. Best of all, the level 5 requirement is tiny, and its unique passive makes every basic attack strike the enemy twice. King Fang equips both blades. Honestly, the double strike isn't mind-blowing, since he mostly spams his broken active skills anyway. But that base raw attack is massive, and 22 bonus agility points are nothing to scoff at. Plus, faster attacks mean quicker skill casting and less recovery time. Honestly, we can both agree that's a massive win. You and I are starting off with some seriously insane armor-piercing stats. Next, our boy equips his gold-tier Ghostfire leather armor, boosting physical defense by 25 points and fire resistance by 50. It blocks 14 points of damage and grants 419 health points, requiring him to be at level 5. He is stunned since leveling up did not raise his constitution, but this gear just slapped 419 extra health onto his base of 350. Once he wears this, standard players will not even be able to scratch his defense. He uses the system settings to hide his defense gear, opting for the basic look of the assassin class. This keeps his high-end gear hidden from plain sight, forcing others to dig into the game menus just to inspect him. But the haul is not over yet because there is still one final item left. Checking his inventory, he finds a rare skill book called Ghost Shadow Blur, a gold-tier ability designed specifically for the assassin class. This passive grants a 15% dodge rate, and triggering it makes him totally immune to all damage. King Fang is ecstatic to finally secure a solid survival skill for his build. Then again, he recalls how weak this skill usually is since boosting the dodge rate in this game is incredibly hard. Dumping stats into dodge usually leaves your other attributes painfully low, and if that dodge fails to trigger in a fight, you are dead meat. But watch closely, our boy starts glowing because unlike regular players, he can evolve skills infinitely. He can max out his dodge rate without sacrificing other stats, gaining pure, overpowered benefits. Deciding it is time to head back, King Fang leaves the area with leftover loot consisting of high-value warrior, priest, and archer items. He plans to offload these to Wang Mang with a 10% discount. Even though they cannot afford them outright, he knows Wang Mang will happily take them on credit. Honestly, this whole upgrade is thanks to Little Black. Without his lucky koi, finding a level 5 ghost ship to raid would have been impossible. As he goes to thank her, King Fang passes by a tree, right as the furious leader and his thugs suddenly show up. King Fang spots them immediately, and the moment they make eye contact, their faces turn completely pale. Terrified out of their minds, they scramble to run from Shadow. But he has no intention of letting them escape, instantly activating Shadow Stealth. As the stealth ability triggers, he lets out a quiet, cold sigh. Before they can take another step, King Fang strikes like lightning, wiping out the entire squad. Watching his men drop, the leader panics and bolts with everything he has. You and I both know he is not getting away as our boy blinks right in front of him, dropping his stealth. The leader practically bumps into King Fang, his eyes instantly flooding with tears of absolute terror. He frantically begs for his life, pleading that he only has less than 1 year of lifespan left and promising never to cross him again. Staring down with icy eyes, King Fang asks if he ever considered his own survival when he was busy ambushing others. Showing zero mercy, King Fang drives a poison dart into him, walking away as the leader begins writhing in agonizing pain. But rack up enough player kills, and the system hits you with a nasty status called Killer. Being at level 1 of this status means he will lose 75% of his lifespan if he dies. But King Fang is totally chill because of his Ghostfire Bell. Even if he messes up and dies once, the bell completely protects his lifespan. Returning to Shelltown, every single eye locks onto King Fang as players whisper about him taking down a gold-tier boss. They are stunned, but seeing him with no visible gear, some assume he must have used a glitch to cheat the boss. As our boy walks through the crowd, a random player steps up and asks him to wait. King Fang looks on curiously as the man holds out a skill book with a nervous smile, claiming his squad bought it by mistake. He practically begs him to take it, hoping they can just wipe the slate clean. The system identifies the common tier skill book as Impale, which is a single target offensive skill. Hitting a target adds 20 extra attack points and inflicts a 2-second stun, with a 22-second cooldown. Taking the book, his eyes widen in surprise when he realizes it is actually a crowd control ability. Accepting the offering, King Fang goes on his way, leaving the group behind. Soon after, one of the furious thugs reports back to Xian Sha about their defeat. To him, handing over a skill book was incredibly cowardly, and his buddy agrees that no one has ever disrespected them like this. He plans to call in every single favor and connection to gather a massive army. With those kind of numbers, they could literally drown King Fang in spit, meaning there is absolutely no reason to fear him. And that's where we leave it because as Zanxia warns, Shadow is leveling insanely fast and hiding a massive secret. Alright, you and I are about to watch these villains plot a kidnap scheme to steal our main character's secrets. They even want to enslave him to harvest his lifespan. His partner is absolutely thrilled with Xiosha's wicked plan. So Zanxia decides to send a gorgeous female agent to seduce King Fang. Honestly, that Shadow guy's voice sounded totally foreign to him. He knows this player is an outsider, which usually means he is totally broke. They go looking for a high-class beauty. Confident King Fang will walk straight into their honey trap. Meanwhile, King Fang meets up with Little Black, offering her a trade to hand over some gear. Her eyes light up with pure joy, though she quickly corrects him her real name is Big Plum. He hands her an overpowered necklace skill, and when she casts it, wild flames erupt from her staff. She is ecstatic since her damage output just multiplied like crazy. On top of that, her mana regeneration instantly doubles. She thanks him with tears in her eyes, but our main character just shrugs it off, sticking to their deal and asking for the space ring. Smiling, she pulls the ring from her bag and tells him he can have it for keeps. Blushing deeply, she admits that while fleeing for her life in the deep woods, she stumbled upon a hidden cave that looked exactly like a secret dungeon entrance. Now pay attention, she asks if he is interested. Shocking King Fang, who just got a ghost ship, and now he gets a hidden ruin. He realizes keeping this lucky girl around is incredibly profitable for him. Good thing he treated her right with those gold items, or she would have kept quiet. Plus, his inventory space expands to 27 slots. He asks where Wang Mang is, promising that once he sells him the gear, he will go straight to the ruins she mentioned to look around. She explains that the captain is currently busy training their new priest, so they will not be back anytime soon. She marks the dungeon location on his map, mentioning a hidden stone slab covered by thick bushes. She had moved the slab to hide inside, but after taking just a few steps, terrifying screams echoed from the darkness. Frightened out of her mind, she bolted back outside, which is how those PKers caught her. King Fang vanishes, deciding to explore the ruins immediately and trade with Wang Mang later, leaving her completely baffled. Sprinting out of Shell Town, our hero enters the woods, originally aiming to grind mobs until level 10. But with a hidden dungeon nearby, grinding is pointless. Usually, beginner towns only have 3 types of ruins: tombs, cursed ruins, or temples of faith. Regardless of the type, even the basic mobs are bronze tier. There might even be silver tier monsters, which to him means a jackpot of lifespan and evolution points. Let's pause here. Following her map coordinates, our main character finally reaches this mysterious dungeon entrance. Wasting zero time, our boy steps inside, recalling the 3 classic dungeon variations found in starter zones: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Honestly, tombs are pretty straightforward. They are packed with endless hordes of monsters that are brutal to clear, and they always house a golden boss at the deep end. Meanwhile, monsters in cursed ruins are completely corrupted by ancient, wicked deities. They might have been human once, but they either went mad or became restless ghosts. Temple monsters are fanatic worshippers of evil gods, and the layout of these structures is incredibly maze-like. The halls are lined with cryptic murals, and passing the final challenges rewards you with rare items or legendary skill books. Examining the carvings on the stone walls, our boy realizes he is standing inside a temple of faith. The murals look incredibly familiar, so he inspects them closely right as deep. Echoing roars shake the cavern. He heads down the corridor, realizing this temple worships the ancient god of judgment, sharing a direct link to his own eye of judgment. Deep in the woods, Wang Mang and his party are locked in a brutal fight against a beast. Wang Mang raises his heavy shield to absorb the impact, but the beast suddenly lunges before he can recover his footing. A vicious claw swipe strikes him, sending Wang Mang flying backward through the air. The blow deals massive damage, causing their archer to panic and scream at the healer to cast a recovery spell immediately. But King Fang's sister is completely frozen in terror, totally lost. Clutching her staff with teary eyes, she panics, having no idea how to heal. Meanwhile, the monster leaps for another deadly strike. And that is where we leave things. Stay tuned to see if she can cast her spell in time. Alright, let's jump straight in. Instead of fighting, she fell to her knees, dropped her staff, and cried in fear. The boss strikes again, wiping out Wang Mang's entire squad. Teleported back to Shell Town, the team is absolutely furious. Little Black, who happened to be nearby, grinned and asked why they returned so quickly. She explained that Shadow, their resident expert, was still gone, meaning no gear purchases yet. Losing his temper, the archer pointed right at King Fang's sister, yelling that he had never seen anyone so incredibly stupid. She had no idea how to dodge attacks or activate her skills. Completely lost, Xiao just burst into tears. Little Black stepped in to shield her, asking the archer with a confused look why he had to be so hostile. She reminded him that the girl was a total beginner, playing for the first time, so a few deaths were normal. Fuming with pure rage, the archer ordered Little Black to step aside, determined to tear the girl to pieces verbally. The swordsman chimed in, clarifying they hadn't just died once. They got wiped 3 times in under an hour, leaving Little Black completely stunned. Smiling, she proudly showed off the powerful necklace that King Fang had gifted to her. Now pay attention here. She decides to tag along, showing off 2 crazy items she got from the expert. Feeling super powerful now, she promised nobody would die with her around. Wang Mang finally stepped in, ordering everyone to cut out the bickering. To him, Little Black joining the party wasn't a bad idea at all for this run. Things would definitely go smoother, and hopefully, they could finally meet Shadow once they returned. Though secretly seething, Zhou played along, offering a fake apology and promising to do better. She couldn't believe these losers failed the mission themselves, yet still blamed her. If they didn't have that direct connection to the expert, Shadow, she wouldn't waste a single second on them. Meanwhile, our boy enters a hidden chamber, instantly spotting something unusual. Two massive beasts kneel before him, and his system identifies them as fanatical followers of an ancient god, the Judged. They are level 10 silver-tier elite monsters. King Fang's eyes narrow, instantly growing highly suspicious of the scene. Wasting no time, he charges forward with cold determination, unleashing his signature dragon instant shadow/technique. Fading into absolute stealth, he loops around, only to realize his strike barely chipped away their health bars. Even with his stealth break bonus and a clean backstab, their health barely budged. But he expected this. After all, they are level 10 silver bosses, meaning their combined health pool easily surpasses that of the legendary gold-tier Golden Ghost Ship raid boss. And here's where it gets interesting, as something else catches our boy's attention. The beasts drop to their knees once more. He stands there utterly baffled as they bow directly in his direction. It makes zero sense, since he is still completely invisible. He wonders if they somehow sensed his divine eye of judgment, preventing them from attacking him outright. Hoping for a shortcut, King Fang wonders out loud if they can lead him through the ruins. Suddenly, the monsters throw their heads back and roar. King Fang realizes they are entirely corrupted, decaying, and utterly brain-dead. They have degraded into mindless beasts, driven only by the primal urge to drain human lifespan. Right then, the monster's eyes flare with a sinister light. Without warning, they turn away from him and sprint out. A fresh group of players is standing right outside the door. Sensing their fresh presence, the beasts charge at them full force. Recognizing these are terrifying silver-tier elites, the players know they stand zero chance and scramble to escape the area. But before they can run, the beasts strike, spraying a deadly toxic mist that literally melts their flesh away. Their bodies dissolve, leaving behind valuable lifespan orbs. Turns out, this was Grey Rose's team, the girl who bought Ice Spike from him. He never expected her squad to track down these hidden ruins so quickly. Looking at their average gear, King Fang realizes that average players are still way too weak to explore the deeper areas. Canceling his invisibility, our boy steps out to claim the free lifespan. Instantly, the monsters drop to their knees again. These victims just dropped over 100 days of tradable life. Talk about a jackpot. Pocketing the loot, he heads back inside to search. Minutes fly by, but his thorough search yields absolutely nothing. No hidden traps, no secret treasure chests. Clearly, these two silver mini-bosses were the only valuable things in this entire room. A flash of frustration crosses his face, so he decides to just end them. Without a second thought, he launches a volley of poisoned darts, burying them deep into the beast's skulls. For completely taking down two high-value, silver-tier mini-bosses, he bags 4,000 experience, hitting level 9, and gains 4 evolution points alongside 188 days of tradable life. So what do you and I make of this? King Fang uses greedy hand to vaporize their corpses. Epic tier loot? Absolutely insane. Check this out. Our guy just scored 32 evolution points, 1,500 days of life, and gold items, and 10 silver tier items. He summons a pendant with a smile, thrilled to get a gold assassin accessory. It is the Pendant of the Faithful, a prime assassin accessory. It grants 15 agility and 20% cooldown reduction, plus a crazy unique skill that summons a silver tier devout follower every 6,000 seconds. King Fang clenches his fist. These stats are absolutely insane. That 20% reduction drops his stealth cooldown to 19 seconds, while his toxic poison darts go down to under 4 seconds. Even better, his instant shadow slash drops to 8 seconds. No one else is level 8 yet, making this gear useless to them. He decides to keep it for now and sell it later. Right as King Fang is about to walk away, the floor starts trembling. You and I would be curious too. He turns around as a mysterious pillar rises. His eyes light up. Clearing those monsters triggered a secret switch. He inspects the stone pillar and realizes it is a hidden device. A second later, the mechanism fully activates, and a hidden platform slides right under his feet. A trapdoor opens in the floor, and the platform slowly begins to carry him downward like a lift. The doors seal shut above him as he descends. After a few tense minutes, the elevator finally stops. King Fang feels like he is hundreds of meters deep now. The atmosphere here is pitch black, dark, and gloomy. With his expert memories, he knows this is the legendary maze beneath the temple. He remembers there was always a slim chance of a hidden labyrinth appearing. He ran tons of these in his past life, so he knows traps are everywhere. But hey, as long as you have cannon fodder to trigger them, exploring is a breeze. With a smirk on his face, he pulls out his new pendant. With his current stats, triggering a single trap would instantly kill him. Luckily, he can summon that silver tier devout follower to do the dirty work. He channels the magic of the necklace, and a rotting zombie rises from the floor to serve him. Pointing down the dark labyrinth corridor, our boy orders the undead summon to scout ahead. The zombie stands up and starts shuffling straight into the hallway. And honestly, you cannot blame him for smiling. Having a meat shield scout ahead is pure genius. But danger still lurks, so he decides to evolve his passive dodge skill first. He spends 11 points, upgrading Ghost Shadow Blur from Gold tier to Epic. This boosts his passive dodge rate up to 75%. Now, dodging grants complete damage immunity. A 75% dodge rate is absolute cheat code level. He still has enough leftover points to boost Instant Shadow Slash to Epic tier. By spending 13 evolution points, he upgrades it from Diamond tier. The attack range hits 30 meters, and it lasts 12 seconds. Now he can unleash 9 total slashes instead of 7, with an 8-second cooldown. The slash width expands to 5 meters, and the damage leaps from 300 points to 400. His eyes gleam. Upgrading from Epic to Legendary costs 10 times the points. Starting with higher tier skills is way cheaper to evolve. For example, if a skill starts at the Epic tier, boosting it to Legendary is only the first evolution, costing just 1 point. But since the target is Legendary, it multiplies by 10, costing him 10 points. This means that if he gets an Epic skill, he can quickly evolve it to Legendary, then Mythical, Ancient, and finally Immortal tier. But if a skill starts out as normal tier, he has to upgrade it 7 times to reach Epic. By the time he hits Legendary, it would cost hundreds of precious evolution points. But the best part? No matter where a skill starts, getting it to Epic tier is always cheap. Basically, all his skills will be Epic level now. With 11 points left, he targets his basic Shadow Sneak. He spends 8 points to boost it from Silver tier to Platinum. The total duration increases to 24 seconds, while the damage from breaking stealth goes up by 90 points. Plus, his passive attributes shave 35% off his cooldowns. Because of that, Shadow Sneak drops to 16 seconds. Still, that cooldown is too long and the damage is too low. And trust me, it gets crazier. You and I are diving right in as a devout follower steps on a slab, triggering a trap that drops a giant boulder on it, instantly crushing its body into light. With his summon dead, Qinfeng decided to chill and wait out the cooldown before summoning another one. This complex maze was incredibly dangerous, so his only option was to slowly scout ahead, hoping to find some epic loot along the way. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper floor, a shield-bearing warrior and a mysterious hooded woman carefully peeked their heads through a doorway. The man informed his captain, Grey Rose, that the area's monsters had vanished. Hearing this, Grey Rose was stunned. Stepping into the room, she realized to her shock that the monsters' lifespans had vanished too. This meant someone had already slain them and claimed all their lifespan points. But who? Her teammate suggested only the top-tier assassin Shadow could pull off killing 2 silver-tier bosses. Grey Rose agreed, feeling relieved they wouldn't be wiped out again. Resting her chin on her hand, she recalled seeing a strange player earlier who actually seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She had no idea if that was Shadow, or if he possessed some broken skill to control bosses. But if he did, his strength was truly terrifying and beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, down on the second floor, Qinfeng's devout follower got obliterated by yet another deadly trap. Now, watch closely in front of him lies a long pathway leading to a door Qinfeng has been seeking for 3 hours. This had to be the maze's end. In his past life, clearing this path with real players would have cost hundreds of lives. Activating his pendant, Qinfeng summoned another devout follower to do his bidding. As the creature marched ahead, Qinfeng trailed close behind, eventually giving it the command to open the massive door. Obeying the order, the beast pushed with everything it had, but the heavy doors refused to budge even an inch. Its entire frame began to shake from the sheer strain. Seeing his summon fail, Qinfeng squinted his eyes in deep suspicion. Stepping forward, he gently touched the surface with his own hand. To his absolute shock, the massive doors slowly began to slide open. Instantly, a heavy curtain of dark mist and smoke came pouring out from the newly opened chamber. Cold sweat rolled down his face as his instincts screamed danger. Inside was a pillared hall, and right in the center sat a chest completely wrapped in sharp, thorny vines. Stepping inside, Qinfeng examined the mysterious room carefully, and check this out, beside the locked, thorn-covered chest, there's actually a mysterious NPC sitting in the dark. The figure was a woman with bandages wrapping the lower half of her face. When he tried inspecting her, the system failed to retrieve any stats. His eyes widened in shock. In all his experience, he had never encountered an NPC this mysterious, with absolutely zero info available. The woman muttered a few words in an unknown tongue, dropped to her knees, and dissolved into glowing particles before completely vanishing. Qinfeng watched in silence, utterly baffled by her sudden disappearance. Suddenly, the sharp thorns wrapping the golden chest started to recede as well. Even so, Qinfeng kept his guard up. He couldn't read her stats, but his gut told him she was closely linked to the legendary Eye of Judgment. As the chest radiated a brilliant gold light, he spotted epic tier loot resting inside, but he couldn't rush in. In a place like this, a mimic or a hidden trap was highly likely. Pointing at the chest, Qinfeng ordered his summon to open it instead. The loyal creature lifted the lid, and an intense, blinding radiance instantly burst out. His eyes shot wide open as he realized the prize was a rare skill book, Specifically, a godly assassin skill featuring both passive and active effects. It was an epic tier technique named the Stole of Mercy. Its passive effect guaranteed 100% weak point hit accuracy, while doubling all critical weak point damage. As for the active skill, it was called Slit Throat, making his next strike apply a devastating bleeding effect, dealing 100% of that attack's damage every second for 3 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. But thanks to his special traits, that cooldown dropped to just 44.4 seconds. Qinfeng realized the passive literally doubled the hitbox size of any enemy's weak spot, but the active skill Slit Throat was even more absurd. If his next attack landed 300 damage, the bleed debuff would inflict 300 damage per second for 3 seconds. That meant a total of 1,200 points of damage, tripling his initial hit. Qinfeng carefully read through the remaining details. Multi-hit skills like Instant Shadow Slash wouldn't abuse this, since Slit Throat only scaled off the very first strike. Best of all, since it was only epic tier, he needed just 10 evolution points to upgrade it to legendary status. His burst damage was about to skyrocket to a whole new level. Qinfeng turned and headed toward the exit, knowing Little Black made this run possible. Now, you and I are about to watch him head back to sell the leftovers to her squad. Alright, let's jump right into the action as our main character messages Little Black, telling Wang Mang to meet him back in town. Hearing that Shadow was done with the ruins, they headed straight back. But the moment Qinfeng arrived at the starter town, he couldn't believe his eyes. A massive crowd of players was waiting just for him, all desperate to send him a friend request. Some even begged to be his loyal followers just to cheer him on, while a big corporation's chairman from Zhanhai City showed up to formally invite Shadow to join them. Qinfeng even noticed fans who had traveled all the way from Firefly Town just to greet him. Top players from other towns had gathered, eager to form a party with him. Seeing this crowd, he realized the teleportation gates between towns were finally active, meaning he could finally visit Songfei and Firefly Town. Without wasting a single second, Qinfeng slipped away, completely vanishing into the shadows. Slipping away with his invisibility skill, Qinfeng left the crowd behind as players began fighting among themselves, assuming their pestering had driven him off. Qinfeng caught up with Little Black, grabbing her attention. Waving her hand, she signaled her captain that their shadow expert had finally arrived, but then something else caught Qinfeng's eye. Now pay attention, because it was none other than his sister, Qin Shu, smiling warmly as a million questions raced through Qinfeng's mind. He had no idea how she joined Wang Mang's team, but knowing she could bring them all down, he had to play his cards carefully now that the whole world knew Shadow existed. He absolutely couldn't expose his identity, since he couldn't use his in-game powers in the real world yet, and with so many enemies watching, a simple kitchen knife could end him. Qin Shu couldn't help but blush, instantly sensing his overwhelming power just by looking at his avatar. Realizing Wang Mang's party was total trash compared to this expert, she figured if he boosted her level, she could reunite with Songfei in just a few days. Using the system interface, Qinfeng pointed out to the captain that this gear was perfect for their specific classes. Plus, the skill books would boost their combat power, so he set the price at 22 days of lifespan. For Wang Mang, this was incredibly steep, even with their high tiers. They simply couldn't afford it right now. But Qinfeng calmly told them they could pay on credit. A deeply grateful Wang Mang thanked him, wondering how he could ever repay such generosity. He promised that if Qinfeng ever needed anything in the future, they would put their lives on the line to help. Equipping a shiny new gold helmet, the party's swordsman declared that Shadow was an absolute legend. He could not believe he was getting gold-tier equipment this early in the game. Wang Mang also geared up, unlocking a gold-tier skill that literally tripled his damage output, leaving him in tears of gratitude because Shadow allowed them to buy on credit. I know what you're thinking. Is there any gear for his sister? Well, Wang Mang checked his bags but found absolutely nothing for priests, leaving Qin Shu confused. The party's archer was quietly fuming, knowing they were lucky to even get XP with them. Qin Shu approached Qinfeng, introducing herself as the party's dedicated priest, before asking if he had any special gear for her. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, informing our boy that a player named Little Graceful wanted to add him. Qin Shu's eyes widened when Qinfeng simply stared at her with an icy, silent glare before vanishing, leaving her completely stunned. Totally bewildered, she looked around and asked where Shadow had vanished to. Wang Mang quickly reassured her, explaining that Shadow probably didn't get any priest drops this run, but might bring some next time. But the archer knew the brutal truth. Qinfeng had intentionally ignored her, though Little Black just thought Shadow looked incredibly cool, vanishing like a ghost. Walking away, Qinfeng smiled, knowing full well he had a gold-tier priest staff and a gold-tier skill book sitting in his inventory. But there was absolutely no way he was giving such legendary items to his toxic sister, Qin Shu. As he climbed higher, he would inevitably stack up tons of leftover gear and books. Selling them one by one was a massive waste of time, but Wang Mang's connections made him the perfect bulk buyer. He couldn't let Qin Shu ruin his deal with the authorities, meaning he needed to find a replacement priest for Wang Mang's squad. Fast. His eyes flashed with determination as he realized he had to track down Little Zhu immediately. She was Gu Yixu, the legendary manager of the Godslayer Guild from his past life. Her hidden class was the White Raven Priestess, summoning a mystical bird that heals and buffs allies, making her the only healer capable of soloing epic-tier bosses. Gu Yixu was the ultimate ally, and compared to her, his sister Qin Shu was absolute garbage. Activating the gate, Qin Fang remembered that Little Zhu was also born in Firefly Town. Just like his plans for Song Fei, if Qin Fang could recruit Little Zhu, he would put her on Wang Mang's squad before teleporting over. Step into Firefly Town with me, because this place is completely different from the starter zone. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes hunt. As Qin Fang explores, he overhears two panicking players. The silver-tier boss is under half health, and they are terrified someone will steal their kill. One player curses Song Fei, furious that the scumbag brought a literal army of fangirls just to steal the boss from everyone else. He has no idea how a D-list celebrity managed to trick so many brainless fans. Qin Fang just got here, but he already has a lead on Song Fei. Tracking those players, he slips into a quiet valley. This is Wailing Valley, a level 5 zone crawling with dangerous monsters like Ember Burfians and the Shackles. Moving deeper, the echoing sounds of intense combat reach his ears. Peeking over the rocks, he spots a group battling a massive, two-headed beast engulfed in roaring flames. Qin Fang recognizes the flaming beast as a silver-tier boss, but the battlefield is pure chaos with players greedily backstabbing each other. Looking closer through the dust, Qin Fang spots a specific squad, and right in the center is the bastard Song Fei. Two players confront Song Fei's group with weapons drawn. One of them had been ambushed by Song Fei before, having his precious lifespan stolen away. He wants absolute payback now. Now, pay attention to this shield player's smug face as he asks if Song Fei feels safe hiding behind women, bragging about his godly anti-mage skill. But before he can even take a step, one of Song Fei's mages brutally crushes his head with her staff. Qin Fang remembers that Song Fei, known as the heaven-defying mage god, chose the mage class. In his past life, this scum tricked his fans into playing mages just to steal their gear and skills to power level himself. But since a team of only standard mages is useless, his crazy fangirls found a bizarre way around it. Some dumped points into intelligence to become glass cannons, while others built agility to act as speed-based disruptors. A few pumped vitality to serve as tanky meat shields, and some used strength to become melee battle mages. In the early game, Song Fei's setup was insanely dominant, harvesting player lifespan everywhere with absolutely zero competition. But as the game got tougher, these hopelessly devoted girls started dropping like flies. Pointing a dramatic finger at the boss, Song Fei fakes a heartbroken sigh, whining that seeing his fans work so hard breaks his heart. He prays the monster dies quickly so they can all rest, preaching about a world filled with love and completely free of violence. You see this? The twin-headed beast charges straight for Song Fei's crowd. One brainwashed fan quickly defends him, claiming this fight is nothing because their beloved idol is the one suffering the most. She truly believes he works way too hard to be put through any of this stress. Glares locked on the monster, she commands the girls to slaughter it for hurting their precious leader, and they unleash a barrage of magic. They are ready to die just to make Song Fei the king, screaming vows to follow him to the ends of the earth. Suddenly, the beast roars and spits a lethal stream of fire directly at Song Fei, catching him off guard. But right before the flames incinerate him, a fan leaps into the blast, taking the full, devastating hit to protect him. Song Fei grabs her hand with a fake, theatrical look of sorrow as her digital body starts dissolving, while she tearfully promises him her eternal devotion. Another fan clutches her staff and rallies the others to channel their rage and take down this ugly beast. If they win, their beloved leader will claim the #1 rank and finally surpass the legendary Shadow. This fires up the entire squad, and raising their weapons, they scream vows to conquer the game and rule alongside Song Fei. They unleash massive magic, calling down thunderbolts to crush the boss. Seeing the beast on its last legs, Song Fei is thrilled, but he can't help but wonder how anyone could possibly defeat a gold-tier boss all on their own. He is absolutely convinced Shadow used a cheat code. Even with a massive fan club boosting him, Song Fei is only level 7, making Shadow's absurd level look completely impossible. A smug grin spreads across his face, knowing this silver-tier kill will finally push him to level 8. With Shadow apparently stuck at level 9 for ages, Song Fei plans to seize this golden opportunity to steal the throne and rule this entire godforsaken game. Right then, a hand wrapped in dark shadows clamps tightly over his mouth. In a flash, Qin Fang cleanly takes Song Fei's head, shredding his body with an instant shadow slash. As the scumbag's blood sprays, his fans freeze in absolute horror, but before they can even catch their breath, Qin Fang moves to strike again. Blurring forward like a thunderbolt, he slices both the screaming fans and the colossal boss to ribbons. A system alert flashes, confirming the boss is down, and rewarding him with 150 experience points. The massive beast collapses, and trust me, watching that body dissolve into sweet lifespan is incredibly satisfying. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power gap unfold in this crazy game. The players are in pure shock because Shadow just one-shot the boss, pulling off thousands of damage while their best hits barely deal 100. He was literally 10 times stronger than them. The boss's corpse dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan as Qin Feng stepped out of stealth. The smartest players instantly realized that Massive Strike had been an area of effect attack. They couldn't believe a single attack just wiped out Song Fei and his entire cult of fangirls. Looking closely at the mysterious figure, they recognized Shadow as the legendary player who secured the world's very first gold-tier boss kill. Wisely, they backed off to let Shadow take all the loot, cheering for him because he'd finally delivered sweet revenge by wiping out Song Fei's toxic group. Qin Feng knew they were just terrified. The only reason they would ever team up was out of sheer fear of being attacked themselves. In his past life, he wouldn't have hesitated to slaughter them all. Meanwhile, Song Fei respawned in panic back in Firefly Town. The system alert confirmed he was killed by Shadow, losing 1,106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Watch closely here, Song Fei panics, realizing Shadow is now in Firefly Town. He couldn't believe that out of hundreds of starter towns across Jianghai City, the assassin had chosen his town just to steal his kill. His fans respawned too, and the chubby girl was utterly confused to see Song Fei dead. Another fangirl was absolutely furious, demanding to know why Shadow would target them like that. They assumed Shadow just wanted to steal their silver tier boss. In their twisted minds, Shadow was pure evil for sneak attacking Song Fei while he was distracted. Right then, a nervous female archer approached Song Fei, asking to join his team. She revealed she had the legendary Eagle Eye skill, which could easily detect any invisible enemies around them. But Song Fei's fans immediately yelled at her to scram, reminding her he only wanted mages in his party. The chubby girl sneered that the archer's clear speed was way too slow, and she would only drag down Song Fei's leaderboard rank. But Song Fei opened his arms, explaining that even though she was an archer, she was still part of his family because love conquers all. He gently took her hand, telling her with a warm smile that he could feel her deep, passionate devotion. Her class didn't matter anymore. He welcomed her into the guild, promising they would fight side by side to reach the top. Being this close to her beloved idol made her blush furiously, and happy tears began streaming down her face. Another female assassin stepped up, bragging that she could sneak around too, and vowed to make Shadow pay for murdering their precious leader. A mage stepped up, revealing a new area of effect spell that could freeze Shadow in his tracks. Song Fei welcomed them all with open arms, declaring his family was built on love, and any girl was welcome to join his crusade. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girls sobbed with joy and swore to protect their beloved idol forever. To them, Shadow was a spineless coward who only won by launching a cheap surprise attack. They swore he would pay. The second they found him, they were going to hand him over so Song Fei could teach this rogue a painful lesson about messing with their idol. A couple of regular players nearby watched this bizarre scene unfold, wondering what kind of clown show Song Fei was running now. But they knew someone had just assassinated him out in the wild, which was incredibly satisfying to hear. They knew he was always surrounded by a meat shield of fangirls, so they wondered who could bypass them, until they realized it had to be Shadow. To them, Shadow was an absolute god. Meanwhile, looking at those weeping fangirls, they realized these girls were completely out of their minds. But get this, Song Fei is actually smiling, absolutely sure that beating Shadow in front of his massive audience will make him legendary. He wants everyone to see that raw solo strength is useless in this game, especially for a fragile assassin. In his mind, Shadow was just a squishy rogue who made the fatal mistake of challenging a great and noble mage. Back on the battlefield, Qin Feng used his greedy hand skill to gather the loot, securing 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 pieces of silver tier gear, and 1 massive golden tier reward. Qin Feng immediately evolved his graceful liberation skill, spending 10 of his 19 points to upgrade it from epic directly to legendary. The weak point passive attack correction surged from 100% to 200%, completely doubling his critical hit damage multiplier. Its active effect also got a massive buff. His next strike will trigger a throat slit effect, dealing 150% damage per second instead of just 100. Lasting for 3 full seconds, the skill's cooldown dropped from 30 seconds down to just 18.5. This massive boost to his weak point hit correction effectively doubled the physical size of his target's critical zones. If he upgrades it further, half of any enemy's body will count as a weak point, meaning even his basic Shadow Slash would trigger critical damage. An epic skill with 0 base evolution points could easily reach legendary tier. But to reach mythical requires 100 times more points. Stick around, because we are just getting started. Alright, let's jump right back into King Feng's insane grind. where upgrading his epic skill, Greedy Hand, is going to require 210 evolution points. And once it reached Legendary, a further upgrade cost 340 points. With only 9 evolution points left, he decided to upgrade his Backstab Enhancement skill. King Fang spent 8 points, boosting Backstab Enhancement from Gold to Platinum, which raised his passive damage bonus from 30 to 40%. Defeating a Silver Tier boss, and that group of players secured him over 140 days of tradable lifespan. His mission was complete, so he prepared to head back. But while King Fang was distracted, a mysterious girl launched a sudden surprise attack. She was playing for keeps. Shadow calmly watched her movements and dodged the lethal strike without breaking a sweat. She lunged again, but he casually slipped away. The girl gasped in sheer shock, unable to believe he was evading everything. Realizing she was outmatched, she activated stealth and completely vanished. Right then, Song Fei's rabid fans surrounded the cliff, cornering the assassin and screaming for absolute revenge. The mages raised their glowing staffs, while a newly joined archer drew her bow, aiming directly at King Fang's head. Fueled by rage, they demanded payback. But King Fang simply activated his own stealth, melting away into the shadows. Now, watch closely, because the archer instantly activates her Eagle Eye skill, proving King Fang's stealth is totally useless. Her glowing arrow morphs into a spectral eagle, exploding high above and raining down sharp feathers like a deadly storm. But the falling feathers actually hit the female assassin from Song Fei's own squad, forcing her out of stealth. The chubby squad leader pumped her fist in triumph, completely convinced they had finally cornered King Fang. She immediately ordered the entire group to unleash their absolute strongest ultimate skills without holding anything back. On command, Song Fei's crazy followers opened fire, raining a massive barrage of high-level spells down on the poor girl. Terrified, the targeted assassin panicked, desperately screaming at her own teammates that she wasn't their target. But it was too late. The heavy magical bombardment slammed directly into her, triggering a massive explosion. Instead of feeling guilty, the chubby leader grew furious, claiming the dead assassin didn't sincerely love Song Fei since she wasn't even a mage. To her, this friendly fire was just divine punishment for the girl's fake loyalty. Let's pause for a second, because just as she orders the archer to summon another eagle to find Shadow, King Fang pulls out his ghost fire bell and begins to shake it, instantly triggering its devastating soul attack effect, which freezes all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 521 seconds. Before the archer can even recast Eagle Eye, a mystical aura locks her and her entire squad in place, leaving them completely paralyzed. They stood there, completely baffled. Before they can even draw breath, King Fang blinks in with instant slash, striking like thunder and slicing them to pieces before they can even blink. Peeking from behind a corner, Song Fei stared in utter confusion, clueless about what had just happened to his loyal followers. He suspected Shadow at first, but dismissed it, assuming an attack would have forced the killer to reveal themselves. But King Fang was already standing right next to him, invisible, staring down with cold eyes that promised a very painful end. Hearing Shadow's chilling voice, Song Fei's eyes widened in terror, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Wasting no time, he desperately activated his magical barrier, summoning a glowing shield to protect his pathetic life. But to his horror, King Fang fires a poison dart that pierces straight through the magic barrier, shattering it into tiny shards. The projectile strikes him dead in the forehead, sending the miserable coward crashing to the dirt, screaming in absolute agony. Within moments, Song Fei's body dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. Deactivating his stealth, King Fang looked at the massive pile of lifespan and realized this guy originally had over 2,000 days of tradable life. With his body gone, only raw life force remained. Looking closely, King Fang was initially confused as to why the fans dropped 0 tradable life, until he realized they had willingly given all of it to Song Fei. Even after all this time, there were still idiots who treated this godforsaken world like some harmless video game. These brainwashed fans were truly terrifying. It was such a waste, considering their combined lifespans totaled several hundreds of years. And now, all that wasted life force would just be claimed by nearby monsters. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his squad respawned. He was furious that his massive 2,000 days of life had dwindled to just 500. Glaring in confusion, he demanded to know why the archer's premium detection skill couldn't track down King Fang. And that's where we leave it, with the archer explaining she did use her skill, but only detected their own assassin sister. Alright, let's jump right back in with a chubby girl noticing a stealth level on her stat screen. She wondered if Shadow's actual stealth tier was way higher than they realized. The archer admitted her Eagle Eye skill only has counter stealth level 1, meaning she can only spot basic level 1 hidden targets. Higher tiers are totally invisible to her, leaving Song Fei furious that Shadow can just strike and vanish without a single trace. He had absolutely no clue how to counter it. Rubbing his cheek, Song Fei reassured himself that he never insulted Shadow, and since Shadow already stole the boss, he has no reason to return. But then he worried that Shadow might just be jealous of his gorgeous looks and come back to kill him. His loyal fans raised their weapons, suggesting they relocate somewhere safer to grind levels, swearing to follow Song Fei wherever he chose to go. Shortly after, King Fang also returned to Firefly Town. After looking around, he found it weird that Song Fei and his crew were gone, wondering if they switched towns or just logged off completely. Dropping his stealth, our main character asked a nearby player if he had any idea where Song Fei and his followers went. Spotted by the infamous assassin, the guy panicked and pointed to one side, stammering that Song Fei and his group headed that way. He literally begged Shadow to take down Song Fei, but he had one major favor to ask afterward. He begged King Fang to spare the life of his girlfriend, a hunter named One Flying Treasure Cat. Our boy advised the guy to find a new girlfriend, realizing she was the hunter who could detect his stealth, before vanishing right before our eyes. The desperate man cried out, pleading that he had worked way too hard to win her over. Even though King Fang knew their general direction, he still had no clue about their final destination. Checking every single spot would waste way too much precious time. While the guy cupped his hands and shouted for Shadow, our boy knew tracking them would be a total breeze if he could just find Guishu, when suddenly, a mysterious woman walked right past him and completely caught his eye. Talk about perfect timing, it was Guishu. Our boy dropped his stealth with a huge grin, calling her beautiful before asking if she could do him a quick favor. Seeing Shadow completely caught her off guard, but King Fang immediately pulled out a legendary golden tear staff, mentioning he heard her class was incredible at wide area tracking. He promised that if she helped him locate Song Fei, he would sell her this powerful weapon for an absolute steal. Her eyes lit up with excitement at the offer. Opening her system interface, she asked how he even knew about her wide area search skill, since she never told anyone. Now you and I know she wants it, but she honestly doubted she had enough lifespan to actually buy it. Looking totally puzzled here, King Fang asked if she really lacked 500 days of tradable lifespan, pointing out its market price is easily 700 or 800. Checking her status screen, she realized she actually had 700 days to spend, so our boy gladly closed the deal and handed it over. A transaction success notification popped up, and she instantly grabbed the staff, practically drooling all over it. Our boy tapped her cheek to snap her out of it, urging her to hurry up, which made her blush and nod with a smile. Clutching the new weapon, she activated her abilities and deeply concentrated. Even though she just met Shadow, he gave off a vibe that felt incredibly familiar. As her owl familiar circled overhead, she teased him, asking if he was worried she might just run off with the staff. Coolly, our boy asked if she still hated Song Fei, proving he already knew her grudge, which made Guishu lock eyes with him in shock. She wondered if this mysterious assassin was an actual real-life friend, but his voice didn't sound like anyone she knew. King Fang smirked, telling her to just guess, but too lazy for games. She simply raised her arm and sent her owl airborne. Her vision suddenly expanded as the owl soared past the town borders, eventually spotting Song Fei and his massive fan club hiding deep within the rocky canyons. With their hiding spot pinpointed in the rugged canyon, she quickly relayed the exact coordinates to King Fang. She warned him to move fast, since Song Fei and his group might move before he even arrives. Her owl was incredibly quick, but tracking them for an extended period would leave it totally exhausted. Telling her not to worry, Shadow promised a lightning-fast arrival before launching himself forward like a bullet, leaping over jagged rocks and rough terrain without breaking his insane pace. But suddenly, the owl stopped mid-air. This forced King Fang to halt, sensing that their tracking was being interfered with, before spotting a nearby tree carved with a bizarre symbol. Determined to find answers, he contacted Guishu to scan the area, and together, we're about to see 2 more trees marked with those exact same creepy symbols. One was 100 meters ahead, another 100 meters left. Stick with me as Qinfeng touches each symbol, unlocking something crazy. Channeling a sliver of energy into all 3, a blinding stream of light instantly surged to connect them. Suddenly, the ground in between burst with light, revealing a radiant treasure chest glowing with deep emerald and gold. Qinfeng was stunned. A divine treasure like this, hidden right here in a starting zone like Firefly Town? These chests left by ancient gods were incredibly rare, spawning randomly across this massive, unforgiving world. Some triggered deadly monster swarms, while others, like this lucky find, held absolute top-tier loot. Xiao Yu, watching through her scout owl, froze in shock. An emerald chest could fetch thousands of days of lifespan, or over 10 million in cash. Qinfeng couldn't help but admire Xiao Yu's insanely fast reactions. In his past life, 1 year of lifespan sold for $10,000 early on, before skyrocketing to 50,000 by day 2. Xiao Yu, sharp as ever, quickly memorized the pattern of the symbols. Her eyes gleamed with calculative intelligence. Who knows what secrets her tracking abilities might unlock? Now pay attention, because Qinfeng is about to open this chest. Inside rested a skill book radiating a dark aura. It was Curse of the Blossoms, a legendary emerald tier spell. This terrifying skill sprouts cursed flowers from fallen foes, instantly draining their entire tradable lifespan down to absolutely zero. With no cooldown, it only required casting within 15 seconds of a kill. Qin Feng remembered just how broken this spell was in his past life. Now, every enemy he crushed would become his massive advantage. By hunting Songfei down and guarding his corpse, he could literally drain him dry. A dark, menacing smile crept onto his face. This time, Songfei wouldn't just die, he would be ruined forever. As Qin Feng rushed out, the scene shifts. Deep within a rugged canyon, Songfei's brainwashed fangirls were desperately battling a powerful boss, doing all the heavy lifting while Songfei hid, waiting to steal the final hit. He was smug, believing Shadow wouldn't chase him here, especially since Qin Feng had already claimed a silver-tier boss and humiliated him twice today. That should have been enough payback, right? But the arrogant idol was dead wrong. Just as their boss neared death, a chubby fangirl spotted another team nearby. And you and I know how easily Songfei spun another lie to use them. He claimed that group supported a rival star, deliberately trying to ruin his reputation. His fangirls' faces immediately twisted with pure rage. Nobody was allowed to disrespect their precious prince. Shouting war cries, they recklessly charged straight at the unsuspecting players. Thinking they were getting friendly backup, the other team gladly welcomed them. But before they could speak, the heavy girl slammed her heavy staff down, instantly deleting their leader in a single blow. The survivors stood frozen as Songfei's feral cultists attacked, screaming crazed nonsense about their glorious idol. When one victim tried to protest, a magic spell slammed into them, silencing them instantly. Bizarrely, the girls began chanting weird worship poetry, praising Songfei like some absolute deity. Once the rival team lay dead, they cleared a path for their precious prince to finish off the boss. Songfei maintained his fake persona, faking deep gratitude while showering them with completely hollow praise. He lied about barely escaping a deadly trap, calling them his personal heroes. His sweet talk had them blushing and giggling, utterly trapped in his delusional fantasy. But this fake paradise was about to crash down. Meanwhile, a dark shadow silently materialized at the very edge of the canyon. Songfei sensed something was wrong, a freezing shiver running straight down his spine. But before he could even spin around, his time was up. Qin Feng's blade flashed like absolute divine judgment, striking with blinding speed. In one clean slice, Songfei was decapitated, his lifeless body hitting the dirt. This time around, the legendary assassin didn't just vanish after securing the kill. Instead, he knelt beside Songfei's corpse, unleashing the dread curse of the blossoms. A massive, unsettling red flower burst from the chest, its petals squirming like living flesh as it drained every single second of the idol's lifespan. His obsessive fangirls watched in horror, completely unable to process the bizarre nightmare unfolding right before their eyes. Respawning at the Firefly Town portal, Songfei stood there dazed and furious, utterly clueless as to why Shadow kept targeting him. In his delusional head, he convinced himself it was petty jealousy. He figured Shadow was just mad about his massive female fanbase. Or maybe, just maybe, the assassin secretly had a crush on one of his girls. Songfei fully believed Shadow's constant ambushes were some elaborate, desperate bid for attention. But while he was lost in these wild theories, a sudden system notification flashed, terrifying him with the news that his tradable lifespan was draining at an insanely rapid rate. He figured it was just a penalty for dying too much. But you and I know better. Stick with me, you and I are jumping right in as Songfei's fan club starts swarming the portal, including a rather chubby mage girl. Gasping for breath, she warns Songfei about the creepy red flower growing from his corpse, clearly draining away something highly valuable. Songfei quickly connects the dots. This cursed flower and his stolen lifespan are all Shadow's doing, using some terrifying new assassin skill. The horrifying truth hits him hard, and he instantly orders his followers to log off immediately. He knows that if they keep feeding kills to Shadow, their lifespan will hit zero, meaning real-world death. Still playing the noble leader, he calls them his family, promising to step into the real world to secure life-extending items and return with top-tier gear bought with their saved-up lifespans. The fangirls, completely blinded by Songfei's charm, gladly agree, already dreaming of getting revenge on Shadow. But as Songfei's avatar fades, pure rage and humiliation completely warp his face. He absolutely refuses to accept this humiliating defeat. After grinding for 2.5 years to reach the top, he cannot stand being humiliated by some nameless assassin. Pay attention here in his mind. Wealth solves everything. But back at the battleground, you can see sinister red flowers blooming everywhere. Each flower sprouts from a corpse, silently draining the precious tradable lifespan away from Songfei's foolish fans. Thanks to Shadow's relentless slaughter, his active killer rank spikes all the way to level 4. This spikes his penalty on death to a staggering 96.8%, but Shadow is not worried at all. Instead, Shadow realizes this ambush just netted him nearly 1,000 days of lifespan, all courtesy of Songfei and his brainwashed followers. They did all the exhausting work of farming monsters only to hand their hard-earned rewards straight to him. But the easy harvest does not last. Soon, the flowers begin to wither and the life energy stops flowing. Shadow realizes the remaining players logged off to protect their remaining lifespan, while high above, the white owl circles in absolute silence. Yui had observed the entire battle, and even she is completely stunned by this overwhelming display of power from the top-ranked player. As Shadow asks Yui if Songfei actually logged off, she nods quietly. She confirms the entire squad vanished to save their lifespans. Shadow calmly tells her to keep watch and alert him the moment Songfei returns. When she asks if her job is finally done, Shadow tells her to stick around a little longer. He reveals he just acquired a gold-tier priest skill called Sword of Divine Judgment, instantly catching her attention since she desperately wants it. Noticing her excitement, Shadow offers a trade. 500 days of lifespan for the skill, or half off if she agrees to one simple condition. Here's the funny part, Yui's eyes narrow instantly, snapping that she won't sell her dignity, catching Shadow completely off guard. He quickly stammers that she has the wrong idea, explaining he only wants her to join his guild as their primary healer. Relieved, she laughs and agrees right away, though she warns him she will hold him personally responsible if the team fails. Shadow assures her they are top tier and immediately pings his party. Meanwhile, in another part of the game world, Wang Meng is feeling incredibly proud of himself after defeating a poisonous monster. Thrilled with the experience points, he calls out to Jiao for a quick heal and a detoxification spell, but Jiao just stands there completely frozen. Wang Meng desperately tries to remind her how her priest skills can cleanse poison. Before she even processes the command, she accidentally casts her cleansing magic on a nearby tree instead of saving her dying teammate. With his health bar fully depleted, Wang Meng collapses, dying from the poison. Their hard-won victory completely wasted. The rest of the party stands in shocked silence, pure frustration boiling over as they stare at Jiao, utterly useless near the portal. Later, the team leader faces a tough reality, knowing every decent hidden class priest in the game is already recruited. But they cannot go on like this. Jiao, however, remains blissfully clueless about her failure, dreaming of being a gaming goddess. She genuinely thinks her fast leveling is a sign of ultimate destiny and cannot wait to join her famous brother, Songfei, in glory. But right then, a direct message from Shadow reaches Wang Meng, sparking pure excitement. A rare hidden class healer, a white bird priest, is ready to join them. She even excels in other playstyles, making this their dream opportunity. The leader instantly pings Shadow demanding her current location. Shadow informs them that the new healer is in Firefly Town. It is far from an ideal leveling zone, but uniting the squad and operating as a team is their top priority. Wang Meng agrees and preps the team to move, knowing he must handle Jiao first. He gently explains they are transferring to a higher level zone simply because Shelltown is getting way too crowded. And that's where we leave it for now. But you and I both know she's in for a massive reality check soon. Before she could speak, you and I watched the team take off. They were thrilled to ditch a healer who couldn't heal. Jiao did not care though, seeing their abandonment as a total blessing. Believing they were too weak for her anyway, she decided to seek out Shadow and force him to carry her. Meanwhile, Wang Meng reached Firefly Town and met up with Shadow and Yi Anu. He immediately handed over the lifespan from their previous battle, eager to settle the debt and organize their new party. As they traveled, Wang realized how brutal it was to keep pace in this game. While planning their next move, he mentioned a powerful captain named Yi Anu. That name made Shadow freeze right on the spot, his mind racing. It was anything but a random moniker. Just then, she materialized with a lively wave. Yi Anu immediately held the gaze of both men standing there. Shadow was completely stunned. This woman was indeed the legendary Yi Anu, widely feared as Justice Execution. She possessed the game's sole hidden class, Dragon Swordsman. In his past life, she was a top 20 global player and a vital asset for the national military forces. She was an elite national hero, feared and respected. Yet, here she was, meeting them early, glowing, and looking at Shadow with obvious respect. Yi Anu introduced herself with a warm smile, admitting her absolute admiration. She even half-joked that he was a time traveler because of his insane progression speed. Shadow remained silent, his mind drifting back to the future where they crossed paths under much darker, tragic circumstances. Now pay attention, because her absence from Wang's team back then made this meeting highly suspect. She already held massive amounts of lifespan, likely pooled together by government elites. As a dragon swordsman, recognized for their unparalleled tankiness, she was perfect to safeguard that life force. Shadow understood the government's logical move and respected it. Yi Anu was direct, stating that she and her faction wanted first dibs if he ever had top-tier equipment to sell. With a gentle but firm tone, she noted her heavy duties to the city. Shadow knew playing enemy here was useless, and she knew it too. He accepted, realizing it would be extremely foolish to decline such a highly profitable partnership. Although Yi Anu seemed bubbly and harmless, Qin Feng knew a dangerous power lurked beneath that cute smile. Meanwhile, we watch as Songfei's fans log out. They read the horrifying official announcement that confirmed the absolute truth. This godforsaken game was completely real, and hitting 0 days of lifespan meant instant death in reality. The party's archer was livid, realizing her life was on the line after she had gifted all her tradable lifespan to Songfei. In fact, some players only had a few days left to live. As an active PKer, the assassin had accumulated massive sin stats, meaning her next death would double her lost years. The entire team was paralyzed with dread. They could not fathom how losing 3 lives could drain so much time. Scanning her inbox, the chubby girl broke out in a cold sweat. Cursing her luck, she remembered that as a tank mage, she was always the one charging first into the vanguard. She had slaughtered countless targets and suffered numerous deaths, leaving her with a measly 1 day of life remaining, a single countdown away from actual death. But then, a post caught her eye. Songfei was buying up extra lifespan. It was a miracle. She resolved to meet Songfei, confident that her beloved idol would gladly bail her out. Quickly changing, she decided to throw on her official Songfei fan merchandise from head to toe. She was ecstatic, fully believing that her favorite idol would protect her from this nightmare. She even put on his branded, ultra-thin sanitary pads, fully kitted out in her idol's bizarre official merchandise. Without wasting a single second, she rushed out of her apartment toward the concert. Meanwhile, in a nearby complex, Qin Feng's sister, Qin Xiaoyu, also logged out of the game, utterly disoriented and struggling to distinguish the real world from that virtual nightmare. Checking her phone, she couldn't help but grin at the market rates. 1 day of lifespan was trading for $15,000. With her 200 days, she was practically a millionaire. But her jaw dropped when she read that Shadow had brutally killed Songfei multiple times. She wept in absolute grief and anger, remembering the terrifying warning that hitting 0 lifespan meant certain death in the real world. Despite starting with 100 non-tradable years, dying just 3 times had slashed her life expectancy to barely 12 remaining years. Remembering her beloved Songfei, she wondered why Shadow had targeted him. Group chats revealed that Shadow had bypassed dozens of bodyguards to personally assassinate Songfei 3 consecutive times. To her, and honestly to us, he had become an unstoppable monster. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate simp train derail. A chubby fangirl starts spamming the chat, claiming her beloved idol Songfei needs immediate help, begging other fans in Zhanghai City to sell him their tradable lifespan. She reveals that Songfei is currently at Dajiang Plaza, buying up lifespan at a crazy rate of 1 to 10,000. To these brainwashed fans, this is the ultimate chance to get rich while helping their idol. Qin Feng's ungrateful sister immediately gets dressed, completely shocked that her precious Songfei is actually nearby at Dajiang Plaza. She refuses to sit back and watch his life force drain away. She absolutely has to save her beloved Songfei. Ironically, thanks to Shadow and the others, she had saved up over 200 days of tradable lifespan, just enough to rescue Songfei. Without wasting another second, she rushes straight out toward Dajiang Plaza. Meanwhile, back inside the game world, our main character is casually slaughtering monsters with 0 effort. Suddenly, a system alert pops up announcing he has hit level 10, boosting his base stats and granting 5 free attribute points. He unlocks his class promotion, and as the very first player in Zhanghai City to reach level 10, he bags 7 reputation points. Being the first across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he scores 14 more, and as the global pioneer to hit level 10, he claims another 21 reputation points. The system prompt also reveals that the teleportation function to the continent of Forgotten Gods will finally unlock once Zhanghai City has 7 level 10 players. A server-wide announcement flashes through every town. Shadow has reached level 10. Players everywhere are absolutely stunned, immediately whispering that, of course, it is Shadow dominating once again. Watch closely here. Guys, first he gets the world first gold tier monster kill, and now he is the first globally to hit level 10. To them, Shadow is a godlike beast. Rumors are also spreading that this top-tier expert recently spawn-killed some famous idol multiple times. Most agree that Songfei totally deserved it, while other jealous players are just crying about it. They curse in disbelief that Shadow is from the Great Xia Kingdom while comparing their own progress, pointing out that their own rare blacksmith class is still stuck at level 8. As they wonder how Shadow got so insanely broken, they realize that out of Daxia's 1.5 billion people, absolutely nobody can touch him. Standing near the shoreline, our main character decides to spend his rewards. He channels 13 evolution points, completely emptying his stash. His starter skill, Enhanced Backstab, evolves from Platinum to Emerald tier, boosting its passive effect to 50%. Although his own tradable lifespan sits at over 7,000 days, he knows this is far from enough. To finally leave the starter area, they need 7 level 10 players to activate the gateway to the continent of Forsaken Gods. But check this out, the second highest level is currently only 7, meaning they will have to wait a while. So, he decides to log out and handle some business in reality. His avatar dissolves into the wind, and seconds later, he opens his eyes in the real world as the system prompts him. Do you want to sacrifice tradable lifespan to bring your abilities into reality? Without hesitation, Qin Feng hits accept. When prompted to select a skill for extraction, he stands up and chooses to pull his main class first. The system burns 1,000 days of his tradable lifespan to complete the process, granting him the Shadow class. The passive kicks in, instantly boosting his strength by 3, constitution by 3, agility by 8, and spirit by 5. Next, he decides to extract level 2. The system confirms he successfully extracted level 2, burning 2,000 days of his tradable lifespan to shoot his real-world level straight up to level 3. His stats get another massive boost. +4 strength, +4 constitution, and +4 agility, and +4 spirit. Next, he sacrifices 900 days of lifespan to extract his platinum tier skill, Shadow Step. He then expends 2,262 days of tradable lifespan to pull out the silver tier venomous dagger. He is satisfied with 1,292 days left, realizing he cannot extract any more skills for now. He paid the low cost of extracting a basic skill, but walked away with the platinum tier Shadow Step. It is an incredibly lucrative deal, but thinking about Song Fei makes him clench his fists in pure rage. His base stats are now twice that of an ordinary human, with his agility hitting 32 points, shattering human limits. Equipped with permanent invisibility and a venomous dagger accurate up to 14 meters, he can easily find a way to end Song Fei. Qin Feng pulls up his phone, only to find that Song Fei is frantically buying up lifespan like a madman. He wonders if this pathetic idol seriously plans to gear up and come looking for him. Seeing that the bastard is at Dajiang Plaza, only about 7 or 8 kilometers away, trust me, his end is coming fast. You and I are diving into a wild ride where Qin Feng can reach his goal in 10 minutes, but a sudden text from Hu Qibin stops him cold. She was the arrogant, powerful supervisor, now absolutely furious that Qin Feng dared to ignore her calls after literally growing wings in the game. She knew their wealthy young heiress was highly interested in him, meaning this was his ultimate shot at the big leagues. She could not believe his refusal, but Qin Feng did not care and instantly blocked her. He tossed his phone aside mid-stride and activated his skills, vanishing into thin air. Knowing they would soon learn the terrifying truth of the Forsaken Gods game, he left. Hours later, at Daxia Square, a massive concert for the idol Song Fei was packed with screaming girls. Among the screaming fans was Qin Feng's brainwashed sister. Up on stage, Song Fei sat beside a beautiful blonde woman who smilingly teased him about getting killed 3 times by the player named Shadow. But she told him not to sweat it, since her agents were already hunting down Shadow's real-world identity. Song Fei looked intrigued and asked about their progress, prompting her to reveal she had already sent a team to Firefly Town to make contact. They would make him an offer he could not refuse. Pay attention here, guys. The second Shadow logs out to grab the cash, they will kidnap him so Song Fei can unleash his rage. Hearing this plan, Song Fei smirked, telling her to absolutely make sure he was there when they finally cornered the guy. He then asked if she had heard about her father's company, using similar ruthless tactics to force other players to work for them completely for free. Hu Qibin just laughed at the question, claiming those other players were just weak idiots who could barely gather any lifespan anyway. To her, backing Song Fei was way smarter, since hundreds of mindless fangirls willingly sacrificed their own lifespans and lives just to please him. Song Fei laughed villainously, but suddenly, a brave man in the crowd stood up and shouted for everyone to stop throwing away their precious lifespans. He pointed at Song Fei, yelling that the idol knew exactly how losing lifespan directly meant actual, physical death. Yet here he was, brainwashing his naive fanbase and greedily sucking away their remaining years. He accused the superstar of actively putting lives in danger and announced that they were going to report him. We all know there is always one brave soul who speaks up, and Song Fei just smiled at the guy's foolishness. The idol stood up to address the crowd, calmly stating that he was well aware of the recent online controversies. He claimed that buying up lifespans had used up public resources and caused a lot of distress, smoothly offering his deepest, most sincere apologies to the public. Immediately, his brainwashed fans screamed that he had nothing to apologize for, because he did absolutely nothing wrong. Flashing a warm, fake smile, Song Fei declared how incredibly grateful he was for their undying love and loyalty. At the same time, he urged his fans to make sure their love for him remained a positive and uplifting force. He told them to support him rationally during this critical time in the game, always putting their own safety first. They needed to stay united, contribute to society, and bring positive energy together in a better way. Putting on a tearful face, he explained that with the entire country currently suffering from this sudden game integration, he had been working tirelessly alongside the government to secure their future inside the virtual world. He claimed that was the sole reason he spent his massive personal wealth to buy lifespans, hoping to become a highly respected idol, someone truly worthy of their immense love. He claimed he only wanted to give back to his supporters, ensuring they could live safe, happy, and peaceful lives in reality, while building a better tomorrow together. Yet he never expected this pure intention would cause so much trouble. A tearful speech that left the entire crowd weeping. He bowed, apologizing again for the trouble, which only broke his fans' hearts even more. They screamed in unison, declaring that their idol had done absolutely nothing wrong. They turned on the protester like rabid dogs, calling his group savages and telling them to get out, screaming that they were happily giving away their years and their pure intentions shouldn't be insulted. A heavyset girl ran right up onto the stage, pleading with the crowd to ignore those ridiculous rumors from the outside. She barked that only absolute brain-dead idiots would believe such lies, questioning how losing a game's lifespan could ever possibly hurt them in the real world. Pressing her hand tightly against her chest, she proudly declared that she was more than willing to die for her beloved idol. She revealed that when she logged out earlier, let's dive into a world where she had less than 1 day of life left but felt totally fine. Even if those rumors were true, if they lacked the absolute resolve to die for their idol, they had no right saying they loved him. Hearing this got the other fans totally hyped, and they decided to transfer all their remaining lifespan directly to Song Fei. He loved seeing that crazy devotion. Alright, you and I are starting this wild ride with a superstar, who tells his chubby fans she makes him feel truly honored. Overwhelmed, the girl sobbed hysterically, completely willing to die for her beloved idol. Suddenly, a lethal projectile flashes through the air, piercing Song Fei's skull and freezing the crowd. Blood spurts from his mouth as his hair sheds like autumn leaves, his lifeless body collapsing onto her shoulder as pure horror fills her eyes. She collapses backward onto the cold ground, screaming at the top of her lungs, utterly clueless about this nightmare. The moment they realize Song Fei is dead, absolute chaos erupts. Guards drag a hysterical Hu Chabin away as she screams in sheer terror. Sobbing, she yells that when Song Fei died in the game, an orb of lifespan floated around his real body, warning them to flee now. She was absolutely certain that whoever assassinated Song Fei used a deadly high-tier skill imported directly from the game. The horrifying realization hits her. Can in-game abilities actually manifest in the physical world? And how on earth is this happening? To pull off an instant kill on a major superstar, while staying completely invisible to harvest lifespan, and only one player is capable of doing that, Shadow. But wait, watch closely. A flying dart pierces her head next, ending her life while Qin Feng watches from the shocked crowd. By nightfall, emergency broadcasts are buzzing with the shocking news of superstar Song Fei's brutal murder at Dajiang Plaza. Reports even claim his most loyal fans literally sacrificed their entire lifespans on the spot, collapsing dead right beside him. The police attribute this tragedy to unexplainable supernatural forces, leaving Qin Feng's crying sister and her close friend completely paralyzed with fear. Drowning in sorrow, she simply cannot wrap her mind around how the beloved star they happily watched live yesterday is already cold and dead today. But her friend is sharp. She instantly connects the dots, realizing those throwing daggers and stealth skills belong to that godforsaken game. She deeply suspects Shadow is the culprit, especially after rumors that the top assassin had already slaughtered Song Fei 3 times in-game. Xiao Yu is totally baffled, wondering how game skills could ever manifest in the real world. She simply cannot believe that Shadow ruthlessly murdered Song Fei. Recalling their bitter digital rivalry where Shadow executed him multiple times, she realizes that in reality, only Shadow possessed both the power and motive to end him. Stealth and flying throwing daggers, those are classic assassin techniques, right? I know what you are thinking. With her brother dead, her world is completely dark, and she blames Shadow for everything. If this mysterious killer figured out how to manifest virtual powers, she would find a way to hunt him down and get close. No matter the brutal cost, she would obtain absolute power, dedicating her entire life to a single, relentless goal. Stepping out of their taxi, her friend looks at her with deep worry, asking if she is really all right. Xiao Yu's eyes burn with absolute fury. She wants Shadow dead to avenge her beloved brother. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is totally chilling, quietly slurping hot noodles in a local diner. In this crazy game, even if players can become practically invincible, they still burn tons of energy and have to eat when hunger strikes. Right then, his phone starts buzzing. He unlocks the screen to find an urgent text warning him that Fatty Hu is absolutely furious and has already blocked his WeChat. If Qin Feng doesn't show his face immediately, he will be fired on the spot and lose his entire monthly salary. The warning comes from Yang Xia, a sweet but overly fragile girl who constantly gets picked on by others. She was a loyal member of his Jianchen guild in his past life, so Qin Feng tells her not to stress about the job and just focus on grinding levels. Confused by his casual advice, she asks if Qin Feng has actually played this game. She heard the difficulty is absolutely brutal, and countless players are already running dangerously low on remaining lifespan. Qin Feng explains that no matter her class or profession, she must prioritize pumping points into agility right from the start. She trusts his word, but notes that the actual market price for lifespan farmed in-game is insanely sky-high right now. Curious, she asks about his personal level progress and total earnings, but he just laughs it off, claiming he spent nearly everything. Qin Feng knows Fatty Hu is just a pathetic puppet, and the real threat is his rich, spoiled boss, Qian Shishi. As the heiress of the powerful Qian group, she basically owns the entire company Qin Feng used to slave away for. This woman does absolutely nothing but play around with guys, once even checking into a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreigners. She once cruised around in a sports car with 3 African guys for cheap thrills, and now she is targeting him. Qian Shishi was completely obsessed with anything foreign. Once the game launched, she fled Great Xia for North America, rising up to lead Alice's Wonderland, one of their top 3 powerhouse guilds. And that is where we leave things. An old enemy is ready to bring absolute chaos to Great Xia and his Zhanshan guild. Alright, you and I are about to watch Qin Feng plan a move before she escapes abroad. Once she reached North America, dealing with her would be impossible. And if Kai and Qian Shishi died now, the infamous Alice Guild would never even be founded. Rumor had it that every single founder of that powerful guild was connected to Kai and Qian Shishi, but once that woman disappeared, their entire network would collapse instantly. Suddenly, his phone began ringing again. It was a call from Qin Xiaoyu. She was completely shocked he even answered, fully believing he had already died inside the game. Seeing that he was still breathing, she coldly announced she'd made enough cash to buy her own apartment and didn't need him anymore. Qin Feng just played along, asking if she had anything else to say. She demanded he never contact her again, promising she would do the exact same. She warned him not to search for her new home because they were officially done. Hanging up, Qin Feng couldn't help but grin in pure satisfaction. It was time to get back to grinding. Soon, players would hit level 10 and discover that in-game skills actually transfer into the real world. Once that happens, now watch closely here, Qin Xiaoyu and her friend are logging back into the game. Her friend was hesitant, asking if cutting off her own brother was too extreme, and begged her to make amends. But Qin Xiaoyu refused. She proudly revealed she'd sold her own lifespan to the massive Qian group for $2 million. Her friend gasped in horror. But Xiaoyu just brushed it off, bragging that she'd already bought a luxury house for them. She boasted that she'd soon meet the legendary Shadow, making Qin Feng completely irrelevant to her life. Right then, a passing player caught her eye. Smiling, the man handed over a rare skill book, confirming it was the assassin skill she'd been begging for. But he quickly warned her not to forget the promise she made in exchange. Nodding happily, she promised she'd grant his little desires once everything was settled. But deep down inside, she despised him as a pathetic simp, knowing that once she had Shadow, this trash wouldn't mean a thing. She immediately messaged Wang Meng, boasting about her new crowd control assassin skill book. She smugly told him to ask Shadow if he wanted it as a free gift, a confident smirk spreading across her face. To her, that simp Zhang Wei was actually useful for once since he procured this amazing skill. She believed it would be the perfect bait to hook Shadow. Her plan was to slide in next to Shadow, acting as his dedicated healer. She would help him destroy his enemies, grinding levels together while making sure he felt her support every step of the way, forcing him to view her as his perfect partner. And I know what you're thinking. Once she gets strong enough to discard him, she plans to slaughter him herself and gouge his eyes out to avenge her brother, Song Fei. But to her utter horror, Wang Meng replied that Shadow called the skill absolute trash, told her to keep it, and sell it for spare change. A bit later, Shadow logged back into the game and instantly caught the intense sounds of a highly unusual boss fight nearby. Following the noise, Qin Feng spotted a heavily armored shield bearer desperately fighting a massive, multi-armed monstrosity. The warrior tried to flee, but the beast instantly shredded him to pieces. Qin Feng realized this was the legendary Golden Arachnid, a level 8 gold-tier boss. Worst of all, this monster had level 2 anti-stealth. This meant his signature stealth was totally useless. With a deafening roar, the massive beast prepared to strike. Qin Feng charged forward, leaping from the shadows with a lightning-fast shadow slash that shaved off thousands of the boss's health points. Normally, his special passive would double all damage when striking from a blind spot. But since this boss could see right through his stealth, that crucial damage boost was completely deactivated, tanking his total damage output. Luckily, his legendary Graceful Liberation skill amplified any strikes to the Arachnid's head and heart weak points by an insane 200%. Out of his 9-hit Shadow Slash combo, 3 strikes landed directly on its weak spots, triggering triple damage and completely making up for his lost stealth bonus. This legendary attack was unmatched, and he owed it all to Xiao Hai for helping him discover that mysterious faith temple. Meanwhile, a hidden mage watched in awe. In her eyes, Shadow's burst power was utterly terrifying, as a single skill deleted 1/6 of the gold-tier boss's health pool. Qin Feng followed up with a venomous throwing knife straight into the beast's skull, dealing 1,783 damage. But his poisonous throwing dagger was only silver tier, meaning its scaling was starting to fall off. To survive, he desperately needed a class promotion to unlock superior stealth abilities. The beast suddenly lunges. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Qin Feng face an elite boss. While the mage panics, his eyes shine with confidence, effortlessly dodging every single attack. The mage and her ally stood frozen in shock, completely stunned by his insane speed. But soon, they realized it was much more than that. His reflexes were mind-blowing, predicting the boss's attack patterns with perfect precision. Honestly, his sheer speed was practically equal to the golden beast itself. He slipped past every single strike, looking like he had fought this boss 1,000 times before. Back in his past life, he had to carry Qin Xiaoyu, who could barely protect herself, let alone heal him. Because of that, he had to master these movements. Realizing a warrior needed more than just taking hits. Evasion and agility were vital. Rage filled his eyes as he remembered how these exact skills pushed his basic warrior class into the global top 100 in his previous life. Unleashing a rapid flurry of savage slashes, he sliced the boss's health bar down to under half. Slipping back into stealth, he realized that compared to nightmare bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship with their unavoidable map wipes, dealing with this golden arachnid was a total breeze. Now watch the mage freezes in shock as the boss actually starts running away. But Qin Feng wasn't about to let his prey escape, drawing his blade to slit the monster's throat. The system chime rang out, confirming he defeated the level 8 gold boss, gaining 640 experience, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng immediately activated Greedy Hand, snatching 21 extra evolution points and another 497 days of lifespan. He grinned, thrilled that a single gold boss netted him 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But then, another notification popped up, rewarding him with a rare assassin skill called the Black Light Shield. This active ability converted his entire dodge rate into a powerful damage-reducing shield for 8 seconds, boasting a 60-second cooldown and requiring level 8. Every 20% of his dodge rate would convert into 1 layer of defense. The shield would vanish and restore his dodge rate once the timer ran out or the barrier broke. He could barely believe his luck that such an insane skillbook actually dropped. Combined with the 75% dodge rate from his epic Phantom Blur skill, this would instantly grant him 3 defensive layers. You and I both know that with a broken skill combo like this, he's basically unkillable. So, he dropped 6 evolution points into it. Just like that, the Blacklight Shield evolved all the way from Platinum to Epic tier. Its duration climbed from 8 to 10, then 12, and finally 14 seconds, while the conversion rate got a massive buff. Now, every 10% of his dodge chance was converted into a layer of ultimate defense, surpassing the previous 20, 15, and 12% marks. This easily gave him 7 total layers of damage reduction. With this safety net, he could safely raid high-level zones early. Plus, he still had 22 evolution points remaining. So, he decided to pump those points into upgrading his venomous throwing knife for more lethal damage. Investing 16 points, his silver tier knife evolved into emerald tier, stretching its maximum throwing range from 14 to 17 meters. The poison damage would now burn enemies for 5 seconds straight, though it still wouldn't stack. Its on-hit damage spiked from 120 to 240, while the poison damage jumped from 50% to 80% per second. He knew that evolving this throwing knife 3 times had easily doubled its lethality, all with a tiny 5-second cooldown. It could constantly pump out insane damage, rivaling his Shadow Slash, and since he scored 2 pieces of assassin gear, he equipped them immediately. First up was the Platinum Tier Agile Ring, an assassin accessory offering plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement and attack speed, and plus 20% cooldown reduction, requiring level 8 to wear. Next, he equipped the Gold Tier Heavy Red Leather Gloves, an assassin armor piece giving plus 18 physical defense and plus 15 to all elemental resistances, along with plus 12 constitution and 588 health. These boosted his total cooldown speed to 55%. That cut his Shadow Slash cooldown from 12 seconds down to just 7.7 seconds. Plus, he gained 51 constitution, 106 defense, and 1,517 health. Not bad at all. With these stats, he could easily survive 3 direct hits from the Golden Arachnid without dying. With the Black Light Shield active, his survivability skyrocketed. The party stepped out to shower him with praise, completely awestruck. Honestly, you and I wouldn't believe he soloed it either. Then, the mage eagerly asked if he had any spare gear or skills she could buy off him. Smiling, Qin Feng revealed a gold-tier mage skill book, Frostball Bounce, an area of effect spell releasing icy spheres that bounce up to 10 times. Welcome back. Today, you and I are watching a genius sell a skill book for 800 days of lifespan. Gu Yashui thinks it is a total ripoff since a level 5 book went for half that. Looking at her dead seriously, he explains that this frostball bounce is level 7. It deals 40% more damage than any level 5 book, making 800 days of lifespan a massive steal. With no hesitation, the mage closes the deal with Qin Feng, shelling out those 800 days of lifespan. A system flash confirms the trade is complete. Instantly, our stealthy protagonist begins fading into thin air. Right now, in these early stages, absolutely no boss can stand a chance against him. So, he heads back to town to put out a bounty for silver and gold tier boss coordinates. This keeps a steady stream of targets on his radar, maximizing his power leveling speed to the extreme. Wang Meng drops a message saying Gu Yishu, their team priestess, wants to gift him a skill book. Intriguing. What kind of skill could it possibly be? Shadow actually finds himself pretty surprised that Gu Yishu is reaching out with a skill book, and it is only a bronze tier item. Still, curiosity gets the better of him, and he decides to check it out. Our guy is not dumb. He knows the whole server suspects him of assassinating the infamous Song Fei, so why is she suddenly sending him gear? Suspecting she might be trying to cozy up to him, set a trap for Song Fei's revenge, or maybe both, he flatly rejects the trade. Wang Meng passes on the message, telling her Shadow called the skill trash, and that she should just sell it for cash. Qin Feng tells Wang Meng to meet him in town, warning him to bring a ton of extra lifespan for trading. Pay attention here, Wang Meng suddenly looks serious and asks a heavy question. Our protagonist spots the tension immediately. Is Wang Meng asking if he was the one who pulled the trigger? Without breaking a sweat, he confesses. After all, he considers Wang Meng a true ally. Wang Meng had already put the puzzle pieces together. When Song Fei was brutally murdered, Shadow was logged off. The timing, the motive, it all lined up flawlessly. The fact that Wang Meng is asking means the government has already figured out almost everything. Qin Feng asks if he is here to arrest him. He knows that in 2 hours, players will hit level 10, and bringing game powers to reality won't be a secret anymore. This is the ultimate chance to test the waters and see how the Doxia government handles this crazy new reality. Heading back to Firefly Town, Qin Feng finally reunites with Wang Meng and the crew. And Yu asks point blank if he is really admitting to ending Song Fei. Qin Feng just smiles and nods. You and I know he is the prime suspect anyway. But they knew Song Fei and Jiang Li were scum, and that Dazhang Industries was kidnapping and enslaving helpless players anyway. Strictly speaking, putting those two in the ground was just pure self-defense. Qin Feng realizes they can't uncover his real-world identity, so they are opting for a temporary truce. He remembers his past life working with the authorities kept his record entirely clean. But this time, offing Song Fei and Jiang Li might stir up some serious variables. He is hyped to see how much his rebirth can derail this doomed future. But first, time to unload his unused platinum gear. Since these guys are backed by the government, they will buy any class gear and books. More importantly, they have the deep pockets to make it worth his while. Qin Feng opens his inventory screen. Looking at the loot, the team gasps in absolute shock at his mountain of platinum tier items. They scream in disbelief, wondering if Shadow just snagged the world-first kill on a platinum boss. But they instantly shake it off, remembering there was no global announcement on their screens. Qin Feng just laughs it off, claiming he got lucky with some treasure chests, which Gu Yishui can easily confirm. He even pulled an emerald-tier skill book. The mage nods excitedly, confirming she watched him crack open that legendary emerald chest. Xiao Hei instantly gets super jealous, noticing he calls the mage by her nickname, while addressing her as just you. Qin Feng playfully teases her by calling her Little Blackie. Fuming, she snaps back and demands he stick to Xiao Hei. Wang Meng lets out a deep, defeated sigh. Comparing regular players to this guy is just depressing. They barely scraped by defeating a single silver-grade boss. While Shadow casually robs high-tier chests, Qin Feng lays out the hefty price tags for his wares. The Platinum Archer book is set at 2,500 days of lifespan, the Berserker weapon for 1,500 days, and the Mage book for 3,000. Mind-blowing, right? Alright, you and I are jumping into a deal of 25 gold and platinum items, including skill books, priced at 8,000 days. Offering a discount, he set the total price at 16,000 days, leaving Wang Meng shocked and begging Anyu to pay it. Then he asked why she wasn't trying to bargain, but with a smile, she replied that the price was actually quite fair. She also wanted to include what Xiao and Wang Mang owed her from before in this exact trade. With the trade complete, Qin Feng praised her, calling her a true heroine who was incredibly direct and decisive. Deep down, Qin Feng knew that once tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the system unit would convert to years. Converting 60 years to days got you around 22,000, which currently equaled 400 million in real-world cash. Even for the officials of Jianghai City, it was a massive expense, but the crazy benefits easily outweighed the money. After all, this massive batch of gear and skill books would let the government-backed teams level up way ahead of schedule. He knew that the stronger the authorities became, the more trouble they could avoid later, while gaining a massive upper hand in future international confrontations. Anyu then informed Qin Feng that several players were locked up at Dajiang Industries, asking if he wanted to join their rescue mission. Watch closely here, Qin Feng is totally confused, wondering if the authorities are trying to recruit him or just cover up the fact that he ended Song Fei. He flatly refused to go, but left them with a shocking warning. Yes, their suspicions were spot on, he really used in-game skills to eliminate those two. Qin Feng made it clear that once players reach level 10 in the game, they can trade their lifespan to bring those powers into reality, making Anyu realize why Dajiang Industries was desperately buying up lifespans. Once their enemies hit level 10 and manifested their skills in the real world, their rescue mission would face brutal resistance. Happy that she understood, Qin Feng decided it was time to take his leave. In an instant, he turned into shadow and vanished, leaving Anyu to give Wang Meng a dead serious order. From this moment on, they needed to level up separately. She explained that their high-level 6-man squad was wasting a ridiculous amount of overkill damage on weak mobs when staying grouped up, but if they split up and led separate teams, their overall grinding efficiency would skyrocket. Wang Meng nodded, and Anyu added that everyone must prioritize hitting level 10 first, before she logged off to report this critical intelligence. Meanwhile, 2 players in town noticed that Shadow was setting up a merchant stall once again. Only this time, he was buying instead of selling. A system alert popped up, showing he was trading 30 days for silver bosses and 100 days for gold. Seeing this luxury buyer, one of the nearby players couldn't help but grin. He approached our boy, explaining that his young mistress would pay $300 million plus corporate shares in Dajiang Industries if he agreed to boost her level. I know what you're thinking, but this guy seriously claims opportunities like this are rare, urging Qin Feng to take the deal. Nearby players looked on, realizing this fool hadn't logged off yet. He clearly had no idea that Shadow had already executed Song Fei and Dajiang Industries' young lady in real life. Others simply couldn't believe that the powerful young lady from Dajiang Industries had actually been eliminated. They thought she was a catch and felt it was a waste, but anger flared inside him, knowing she brought it on herself. She had tried to kidnap Shadow in the real world to force his cooperation, but she was instantly slaughtered instead. The realization hit him like a truck, Zhongli was actually dead. He remembered when Zhongli first offered 10 million for a power level. Since Shadow refused, he greedily chased the cash and volunteered to help instead. Expecting a massive $5 million payout, he was met with cold betrayal when they knocked him completely unconscious in the real world. Waking up, he found himself trapped in a dark, mysterious basement. They whipped and brutally abused him every day, forcing him to farm lifespan and lure more innocent people into their trap. He never expected that Zhongli was already dead, killed by Shadow. Laughing bitterly, he felt that hateful woman got exactly what she deserved. He used to laugh at Shadow for being an idiot, but the real clown was him all along. Noticing his shifting expression, Qin Feng realized this guy probably kidnapped people for her, making the man sweat and deny everything. Claiming he was forced into doing those dirty deeds, the guy quickly tried to escape. Knowing he was trash, Qin Feng left him for the authorities. Suddenly, 2 players approached Qin Feng, revealing they had the coordinates for a silver boss and offering them for 30 days of lifespan. And trust me, you're going to want to see who just entered the city. Let's meet a deadly player known as the Ace of Spades, also called Kayan. She's Shi Xiangzi, the absolute ace of the Kayan group. Other players constantly warn everyone to stay far away from her since she loves killing people just to steal their precious lifespan. Shi Xiangzi logs straight into the game accompanied by her loyal lackeys. She smirks immediately, honestly unimpressed by this supposedly terrifying godforsaken survival game. To her, you just need to throw money at gears and skills. As long as her battle power dominates, she can simply hunt down anyone with high lifespan and murder them for it. Right now, she's absolutely furious because this stupid game delayed her scheduled flight. She was supposed to be in North America right now, partying hard with Big Dick and Max Fackel. But now, she's trapped in Daxia's magic city, glaring at 2 low-level players who are trembling before her. She sneers at these local men from Daxia, viewing them as nothing but pathetic insects. To her, Tony's elite squad is way hotter. With a smug smile, Tony tells her she has excellent taste. They're clearly superior and way stronger than any weakling from Daxia. He promises that once they return to reality, she can experience their power firsthand. Hearing his suggestive words, she actually blushes bright red like a tomato. She then recalls hearing that the useless Song Fei died. They sparred once, and he got wiped out in under a minute. Now watch this, she gets hyped, hearing that a mysterious powerhouse named Shadow was the one who killed him. Even though he's a man from Daxia, he's still ranked #1 globally. She wants to get to know him. Since Shadow could easily take down someone like Song Fei, she knows he can assassinate ordinary targets without breaking a sweat. She realizes this is the perfect excuse to finally meet him. She orders her men to log off so they can make a call and hire Shadow directly. Sure, Shadow might not care about cash, but he won't reject 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. All he has to do to earn it is take out a normal guy with a single flick of his finger. She laughs internally, remembering the look on Qin Feng's face when he rejected her. She promises herself that the arrogant Qin Feng will die very soon. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a fighter slays a monster that dissolves into raw lifespan, while his healer patches up his wounds. Completely exhausted, the warrior begs Qin Xiaoyu that next time she heals him, not to do it so late because he literally almost met his ancestors. She just cold shoulders him, asking why he's acting so dramatic when he's not even dead yet. Looking totally bewildered, the poor guy stammers that he wasn't trying to be mean, just giving a friendly warning. She ignores him, noting that her system hunger level just spiked to 90%. She decides to log off with her friend Chu Yan to grab food, leaving the warrior standing there entirely speechless. The man fumes, cursing her out because she used to respect him, but now she only glares after meeting Shadow once. He angrily vows that sooner or later, he is going to rip her clothes off. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu logs out of the game, waking up inside her luxury house with a growling, empty stomach. Now, here's a hilarious reality check you and I can relate to. She checks her phone, but every delivery app is dead because everyone is playing the game. She remembers how Qin Feng always cooked delicious, warm meals for her at home. She never had to work or think. Her eyes flare with sudden rage, deciding to stop reminiscing and focus on her grand ambitions. She tells herself that finding food is a minor issue compared to her ultimate freedom. Clenching her fist, she hypes herself up, believing she is absolutely the best and can easily achieve success on her own. Without Qin Feng holding her back, she will thrive. Back in the game, near the shore, a monster flees from a dark cave. It's a giant crab, but the moment it scuttles outside, a blade slices it cleanly in half. It is Shadow. He sighs in relief, having taken down 4 silver bosses in just 1 hour with amazing efficiency. Each boss grants 16 evolution points as the crab's corpse dissolves into lifespan. Each silver boss yields 3,500 days of tradable lifespan, upgrading his gear to gold tier and beyond. He smiles as his skill cooldown speed is boosted from 55 to 75%. His signature Shadow Slash goes from a 12-second cooldown down to 6.8 seconds, massively skyrocketing his damage. Since no platinum bosses spawn around the starter town, gold tier gear is the absolute limit for now. To get any stronger, his only option is to advance his profession, especially since future platinum bosses possess at least level 2 anti-stealth detection. Will he grind those 20,000 experience points to unlock level 3 stealth? Let's find out. Trust me, he needs level 3 stealth if he wants to survive a fight with a platinum boss. Because in his past life, it took a 20-man raid group just to bring one down. Keeping that in mind, he heads back to town to sell his loot. Slipping into shadows, he aims to outrun everyone and grab that platinum boss first kill completely solo. King Feng returns loaded with over 105 years of tradable lifespan. As he strolls through, another player begs him to reserve his next batch of gear for them. With nearly 40,000 days of lifespan banked, he knows he can extract some incredibly powerful skills. Suddenly, a shady man peeks out from behind a pillar, smiling as he recognizes the famous Shadow. He approaches with a wicked grin and offers him a direct assassination contract. He wants someone killed in the real world, promising massive money for the hit. But our boy just walks away. The broker panics, blocking his path and begging King Feng to wait and hear him out. Watch closely, here he explains the target is just an ordinary guy named King Feng, and he has the address ready. Since Shadow already killed the powerful Songfei, this should be a cakewalk. Why reject easy money, right? Staring coldly, King Feng asks why anyone would want this guy dead. The messenger just tells him not to worry about it. Smiling smugly, the broker promises a fat reward. Land the kill, and he gets 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. King Feng is secretly pleased. 3,000 days of lifespan, worth $50 million right now, is an insane offer. He wonders who wants him dead, since he has never met this broker in real life or his past. This guy is obviously just a messenger. The real mastermind is hiding somewhere. In his past life, real-world grudges only started catching up to him much later in the game. The messenger smirks, thinking this massive offer is way too sweet to pass up. King Feng realizes this hit must stem from some old feud before the game even launched. Only a deep grudge warrants this kind of cash. He immediately suspects a woman named Sen Shishi. He knows she has the perfect motive, and more than enough resources to make a hit happen. But with the KN Group's massive financial power, they could have easily ended him before the game even started. You and I both know she has another motive. She likely wants to get close to his alter ego, Shadow. Eliminating King Feng was likely just a side effect, especially since he had once turned down her invitation to play. He chuckles inside, finding this whole situation hilarious. Before he could track her down, she came to him. Grinning, he agrees to take the hit. But he demands half the deposit up front, and he will decide exactly when the target dies. The guy panics. telling him to hold on while he runs it by his bosses first. After getting approval, he agrees to pay half of the deposit. He transfers 1,500 days of tradable lifespan right then and there. King Fang is loving this, happily pocketing the deposit as some early interest on the deal. With a silent sneer, he warns Cayenne Shishi to get ready, because he is coming for her next. The broker hands over the target's full files and home address. He claims Shadow will find him easily. King Fang is stunned to see every single detail is highly accurate. Shadow walks off, leaving the furious messenger thinking, who does this guy think he is? We both work for Miss Cayenne. Suddenly, a female voice calls out, asking him to wait. It is a woman who heard he is looking for boss coordinates, and she offers to sell him a golden boss location. Smiling, she asks for 100 days of life, and he only has to pay after seeing the beast. This sounds like a solid deal, so he agrees. She leads the way, heading far north of the city. He asks for the target's name, and she reveals it is called the Plague Enveloper. Surprised that she even knows its name, he asks if she has actually seen the monster herself. She warns him that the boss deals massive toxic area damage, asking if he wants to bring a healer along. He declines the healer. He already knows the Plague Enveloper is a dangerous gold boss. But inside that poison aura, his health is going to drop every single second. Stick with me to find out. Alright, you and I both know the only way to deal with this boss is to kill it fast. For him, right now, it was just a matter of popping a few skills. Soon, the woman led Qin Feng to a cave and pointed out that the boss lurked inside. She explained her squad cleared out every single mob, but they just couldn't bring down the actual boss itself. She offered to guide Shadow inside. Stepping deep into the cave, she gestured toward a massive tree rising from a toxic, poison-filled swamp, revealing the boss. Seeing that she had not lied to him at all, Qin Feng agreed to trade her the lifespan, and a system prompt flashed on screen, confirming the transaction went through successfully. He traded 100 days of his tradable lifespan, remembering that this type of poison damage could actually be evaded. With 75% evasion, his ghost blur was perfect here. Now pay attention here, drenching in sweat. She nervously warned him that this whole thing was a deadly trap. The second he engaged the boss, players would jump him. She knew they brought level 2 anti-stealth gear. For a powerhouse like Qin Feng, though, that barely mattered, but she admitted they ordered her to act like she was blocking them, using that fake defense to get closer to him. Ultimately, their master plan was to use her to dig up his real-life personal information. Our main character stared her down, utterly unimpressed by such a cheap and predictable strategy. Blushing deeply, she nervously confessed that her hands were tied. She came completely clean so he could hunt down the real puppet master behind all of this. With them blackmailing her in the real world, she wanted them dead just as much as he did. When Qin Feng asked who was threatening her, she dropped a name Dongfang Xian. She explained his in-game handle was Xanon, and he claimed that Qin Feng had already killed him once before. Hearing this, our hero realized it was the same guy who tried to steal his golden ghost ship boss earlier. The same dude who later mailed him a skill book begging for forgiveness. Knowing he easily killed Song Fei, she fully believed he could crush Dongfang Xian too. She was laying all her cards on the table, desperately begging him not to sell her out. Her only option, she insisted, was for him to eliminate Dongfang Xian, or she was completely finished. As far as Qin Feng was concerned, their plan was incredibly childish. He had never even heard of the guy in his past life, meaning he probably got wiped out early on. You and I both know he is ready. Qin Feng went invisible, leaped off the cliff, and told her to play along with the enemy's plan while he dealt with the boss. He instructed her to let them approach, promising that he would easily handle the rest. She panicked, thinking they were totally doomed and that Shadow was jumping straight to his death. She recalled that Dongfang Xian once led 3 teams, 18 players total, to challenge this boss, only to get completely wiped out within 30 seconds. As Qin Feng descended, she warned that the ongoing poison damage was just too high. They could not even shave off 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong Shadow was, facing a massive wave of area of effect poison meant instant death, so she believed they needed an escape plan immediately. Qin Feng immediately unleashed his Bless Release skill, right as the monster prepared to strike, triggering his weakness amplification before executing a lethal throat slash. His eyes locked onto the target with absolute determination. Qin Feng slashed with blazing speed, shredding through thousands of hit points and dropping the boss's health bar below half instantly. The girl froze in sheer disbelief, realizing that one single skill blasted over 80,000 damage, instantly erasing more than 2/3 of a gold-tier boss's health bar. She genuinely wondered if Qin Feng was even human. Suddenly, our hero vanished, reappearing right behind her. Luckily, his active Bless effect only had a 25-second cooldown. With his 75% cooldown boost, that dropped to just 14.3 seconds. He decided to hold off on finishing the boss. He chose to wait for Dongfang Xian's lackeys to arrive and perish, letting his abilities cool down in the meantime. Right on cue, Dongfang Xian and his goons marched into the cave, fully intending to murder Shadow. Glaring with pure rage, the leader warned that anyone standing in their way would be mercilessly slaughtered. In response, the woman drew her sword. Qin Feng was highly annoyed. Of all the trash players to run into, it had to be this clown again, and now he was working with Dongfang Xian. He wondered if their plan of having Snowy block the group would actually work. He had no real way of knowing if Snowy's combat power was actually that high. With over 10 enemies rushing in, he doubted she could hold the line, but Snowy unleashed her power, summoning a massive golden shield. Witnessing this, Shadow finally got why she was chosen, and trust me, you and I are about to see just how unbreakable her defense really is. Let's dive into this game's early stages, where a hostile mob starts hammering a protective shield. Qin Feng realizes Snowy must have stumbled onto an ancient god's blessing to secure that gold-tier treasure chest. His eyes flash with icy focus as he unleashes instant shadow, tearing the attackers into bloody shreds instantly. Filled with cold rage, Qin Feng triggers his blooming curse skill, instantly turning their corpses into beautiful flowers. Snowy watches in absolute horror as a single skill wipes out the entire crowd, leaving behind mysterious crimson blossoms. Fortunately, she ignored Dongfang Xian's orders, or she'd be lying dead right alongside Songfei and the rest. She begs Shadow to add her, promising to reveal Dongfang Xian's real-life location when possible. Intrigued, Qin Feng decides to accept her request. Blushing furiously, Snowy whispers that if he ever needs any special services, he should just find her, promising they will always be completely free for him. Qin Feng nods, understanding why things felt so unbelievably intense. Leaping straight off the cliff, he drops down and strikes the dungeon boss with devastating, rapid slashes. To Qin Feng, the total lifespan harvested from those dozen players couldn't even match what this boss offers. He notes that after everything, here's the thing we need to remember. They chose to cause trouble instead of farming safely, so they deserve to die. Turning to Snowy, he asks if she has a problem, but she declines and quickly leaves. Qin Feng then uses Greedy Hand, ecstatic to finally secure an assassin skillbook after all this time. At long last, a premium platinum-grade skillbook called Darkest Hour has finally dropped. This devastating assassin technique unleashes a sudden burst of pitch-black light directly from his blade, instantly blinding all surrounding targets. It features a 60-second cooldown, requires level 10, reaches 20 meters, and lasts for 10 full seconds. Though a target's high spirit reduces its duration, Qin Feng confidently clenches his fist and learns it instantly. Drawing his dagger, he knows that as long as his target is blinded, he triggers double damage even outside of stealth. With this trick, the boss's high anti-stealth detection won't be able to hinder his overall damage output. He equips the Plague Blade, a top-tier assassin weapon granting 216 attack power and 42 agility. Even better, it boosts his weak point damage multiplier by 0.3. Requiring level 10, the dagger inflicts a deadly poison that explodes after 3 seconds of contact, dealing 50% of the original strike. Now, let's watch as he exits the cave after an incredibly profitable run. He has already gathered 98 evolution points, putting him close to upgrading his epic Greedy Hand to legendary tier. The moment he steps outside, nearby monsters scatter in pure terror. Needing just over 10,000 experience points for his class advancement, he decides to go hunt some local mobs directly. Qin Feng begins ruthlessly slaughtering every single beast in sight, causing the survivors to flee in terror. But he won't let them escape. In the blink of an eye, he completely wipes them out, smiling as his class advancement finally becomes available. Glorious golden energy erupts around him as the system announces his shadow class has successfully advanced. His rank officially rises from Tier 0 to Tier 1, vastly boosting his class attribute bonuses. Strength and Constitution jump from 3 to 9, Agility leaps to 24, and Spirit reaches 15. His first passive now doubles his stealth duration, and uniquely lets him cast stealth-based skills while remaining hidden. Meanwhile, his second passive upgrades his overall stealth level from +1 to +2. Lastly, his third passive boosts his damage when attacking outside the enemy's vision, scaling it from double to triple. Staring at his hands, Qin Feng realizes that his Tier 1 advancement has officially tripled all his attribute bonuses. Since he can now chain stealth activations, he realizes that as long as his cooldowns remain low, he can easily remain permanently invisible, while his attacks launched from outside the enemy's vision now deal a whopping triple damage. He marvels that this is merely Tier 1, proving why this is the absolute strongest stealth class around. Just then, a world announcement reveals that 7 elite players have already hit level 10 in Jianghai City. It warns that the portal to the abandoned divine continent opens in 10 minutes, urging eligible players to prepare for immediate departure. The regional leaderboard displays Shadow sitting comfortably in first, with Grey Rose following closely in second. Third place belongs to Snowy Day, along with Black Elf Doll, Li Zai, and Wang Ming. Huayu and Yuhan place fourth. Qin Feng realizes it is 8:30 p.m. Trust me, The real hype starts now. Alright, you and I are jumping into a world where level 10 players are suddenly taking over Shanghai City. In his past life, at this exact hour, that very leaderboard was dominated entirely by players from other countries. His eyes sharpened with intense focus, realizing that flooding the market with his gear and skill books was finally paying off. Maybe, just maybe, the global balance of power would shift this time, and he seriously hoped it would. Meanwhile, back in the real world, night had fallen, and police were busy arresting multiple suspects. One thug confessed that almost all the core members of the Dayong Industrial Syndicate were already locked up, but 3 major bosses were still deep inside the game. Since they had no physical bodies to capture, they were safely hiding, waiting for orders from their leader. The police commander praised his officers for their hard work and immediately assigned them a new mission: force those virtual suspects to log off. He explained to his partner that even if criminals hide in safe zones inside the game, their physical bodies still need real food to survive. His partner nodded, agreeing that once their stomachs started growling, they would have to disconnect to eat. Now pay attention, because once they log off, they are done for. The cops were thrilled with how smoothly everything went, and it was all thanks to Shadow. He did not just hand them intel on Dayong Industrial, he literally warned them that game skills could be pulled into the real world. If he had delayed even slightly, those leaders under Zhang Lai would have hit level 10. They would have brought overpowered magic into reality, and taking them down would have caused a massive bloodbath. In fact, other nations were already dealing with small-scale riots that left thousands dead. Luckily, the government special forces sent into the game were slowly hitting level 10, all because of the premium gear and skills Shadow provided them. They knew Shadow was a priceless asset to Great Zia, and needed him on their side. Meanwhile, our boy made it back to Firefly Town, where Snowy teased that she never expected him to play the ultimate hero, saving the town from absolute evil. Her eyes practically sparkled. King Fang just sighed, telling her to spit out whatever she was actually trying to say. She playfully stuck her tongue out, telling him there was no point being humble since the government already put it on the news. She explained that Dajong Industrial and Songfei were exposed for organizing kidnappings, holding and even killing players, and that he actually eliminated Songfei and Zhang Lai under direct official orders. King Feng remained silent. You and I both know the government does not clear a killer's name for free. They definitely want a piece of him. When King Feng asked if she located Dongfang Xian in the real world yet, she said the target had not logged off yet. She promised to send over the exact address the second she got her hands on it. King Fang started walking through the streets, deciding that everything else could wait for now. His main goal was reaching the divine abandoned continent. He noticed lots of players crowding around the town teleport gates, but absolutely no one knew how to use the town matrix to reach that high-level continent yet. He stepped up to the gate, because these starter towns were just for beginners. The real game only started once you crossed over to that abandoned continent. The nearby players gasped in absolute shock. Nobody saw anyone cross, making them wonder who just warped. Someone yelled that it had to be Shadow. Another player was totally baffled, claiming he had level 2 anti-stealth and still could not spot him. Another guy barked back, calling him a fool since it obviously meant Shadow's stealth skill was way past level 2. Moments later, our boy materialized on the divine abandoned continent. Just as expected, the place was empty, without a single soul around. As he walked through the silent ruins, a pair of glowing eyes locked onto him from the shadows. These were the ruins of Shanghai City. Whenever players first landed here, they always spawned in the destroyed remains of their own real-world hometowns. And trust me, you and I are about to find out just how deep this crazy mystery really goes. Sensing danger, King Fang spun around just as a massive worm beast burst out, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Trust me, this beast's attack absolutely shatters the ground. Using Shadow Blur, our main character slips away, then triggers instant Shadow Slash to slice the beast in half. Suddenly, a system window pops up. He just took down a level 11 Earthshaker. Right then, more Earthshakers spawn and lunge at King Fang, but he leaps high to dodge every single strike. His eyes flash as he triggers Bless Release, unleashing instant Shadow Slash to shred these monsters to pieces. Their bodies dissolve directly into lifespan. He quickly realizes this continent has no safe zones like back in town. Monsters hide in every shadow, ready to strike at any given second, but he knows finding a hidden ruin refuge means building a fortress to completely dominate this territory. He recalls the ultimate refuge in the ruined Shanghai City lies straight to the northwest. It was actually his former guild's base, the God Slayer. Meanwhile, on this abandoned continent, another party of players finally makes their entrance. It is Wang Meng's team, and Little Black looks completely stunned. While Wang Meng wonders why these ruins resemble a modern city, the area feels incredibly familiar to them. Little Black points up at a tower, asking if these are the ruins of Zhongun City. Gu Yishu nods, confirming her guess and noting that the towers of Zhongun City are indeed still standing. Little Black frantically scans the area. Word is that Shadow teleported here, and watch closely, because she is dying to find out where he is. Gu tells her to quit looking, reminding her that the guy can literally turn invisible. Suddenly, two earthshakers burst from the dirt. Wang Mong raises his shield, shouting a warning to the team. Gu Yixu instantly casts her Elven Blessing skill. The beasts strike fast, but Wang Mong holds his ground. Thanks to her buff, he absorbs the impact. Gu warns Wang Mong to watch out, noting these normal mobs hit way harder than the silver tier bosses back at the starting town. Their archer quickly fires a binding shot, sending a glowing arrow flying straight at them. In an instant, the arrow erupts into energy ropes, tightly wrapping around the massive beasts. Grinning, he boasts that these guys are weak to crowd control, meaning he can lock them down and blast them to pieces. Little Black raises her staff high, summoning a massive, prophetic fireball. Dual flames slam directly into the monsters. The Earthshakers disintegrate into raw lifespan. Wang Mong orders Shu to launch her owl high to scout out the area. She nods as her owl takes flight. She quickly warns him that monsters are absolutely everywhere, countless hordes, and their noisy battle has already drawn a pack of them marching straight in their direction. Worse, she spots 0 safe zones nearby and frantically asks the captain for their next move. Wang Mang freezes in absolute shock at the total lack of safety. The archer panics, cursing this trash continent. And yeah, you and I know this just became a brutal survival game. Little Black begs Xiaozu to scan for Shadow. He arrived 10 minutes before them and cannot be far, promising they will be safe if they locate him. At first, she sees no players around, but then, glowing trails of lifespan catch her eye. A massive cluster of shining lights gleams to the northwest, clearly the loot from fallen monsters. She immediately figures this massive pile of loot must be Shadow's handiwork. His inventory is probably full, leaving all that treasure behind. Suddenly, more monsters break ground, charging straight at them. She screams for everyone to run and keep up. Since Shadow cleared that zone, it should be safe. If they follow the glowing loot, they will find him. The captain orders them to stay alert, keep formation, and stay close, fighting their way out on the run. Nearby, another pack of Earthshakers rises to strike, but a fast Shadow blurs past, slicing them to bits. It is Shadow. He knows that even without his graceful release buff, his Shadow Slash still pumps out 20 to 30,000 damage an instant. Brutal kill for these basic mobs. This wasteland is his ultimate farming paradise. Minutes later, he reaches the hidden base. He examines the area, knowing a colossal underground palace lies buried here, a place that took players ages to discover in his past life. That secret underground fortress boasts over 1,000 resting quarters and dozens of massive halls. And that is where we leave it, the legendary base of his Godslayer guild. Alright, you and I are diving into a dungeon that was once a death trap packed with traps, monsters, and a deadly guardian. And the bigger the hideout, the more terrifying the guardian. Stepping inside, he remembers his past life when he founded the Godslayer Guild and had to bring 3 full squads, 18 elite players. Every single one of them was level 15 and geared to the teeth, yet they still barely scraped through this massive palace. He heads down the dark stairs toward the bottom of the ruins as a system alert pops up confirming his arrival. This monster-infested zone is famously known as the Land of Soul Purification, but his eyes burn with absolute confidence because he knows he can conquer this entire dungeon completely solo. A system notification appears, explaining that defeating the area guardian grants him full ownership of the entire territory. The beast locks its eyes on King Feng and lunges, but our boy calmly draws his dagger against this level 12 gold tier elemental spirit. But watch closely right before they strike. King Feng triggers his darkest hour skill, unleashing a shadow flash slash that tears through the monsters in a heartbeat. He moves like a blur, slicing and dicing every single monster that dares to cross his path, converting their bodies straight into lifespan. Feeling pure joy knowing his blinded targets will now take massively amplified damage with every strike. In fact, simple basic attacks are enough to one-shot these level 12 creatures. But even with 15 monsters in the hall completely wiped out, the soul-cleansing grounds still hold dozens of halls and thousands of hidden rooms, bringing a dark smirk to his face. It is a massive grind, but as he tracks the incoming lifespan and counts the remaining mobs inside, he realizes clearing this whole place will give him exactly what he needs to upgrade his greedy hand skill. King Fang gazes down at the stone floor, his expression turning incredibly serious. He knows the Guardian will spawn once the areas are clean, while elsewhere, 2 bookstore patrons suddenly teleport straight to the divine abandoned continent. The guy looks totally bewildered, struggling to process if this new world is actually real. He honestly cannot believe they are standing on the mythical divine abandoned continent. For the girl, a strange sense of familiarity washes over her until they look closer and realize these ruins are actually Qiaoyu. Venturing deeper into the wreckage, they soon stumble upon the ruins of Mountain City. A few hours later, they reach the ruins of London. Now, you and I are probably wondering the same crazy thing are survivors from different regions being sent back to the ruins of their own hometowns. According to her thoughts, this layout is too strange. wondering if the game geography mirrors the real-world map with perfect accuracy. Before they can process this, a dark presence approaches, snapping them to high alert. Turning around, they freeze as multiple earth-shakers glare at them with glowing eyes, sending them running in absolute panic. As the beasts strike, they scramble to escape, while back in the Jianghai ruins, the ground is completely blanketed in lifespan. Right nearby, Wang Mang and his team are hiding silently beneath a pile of heavy rubble. Wang Mang peeks out, seeing the coast is finally clear, and suggests they take this chance to catch their breath. She can't help but blush, absolutely starstruck by Shadow's insane power. They thought they were strong, but ended up shivering like cowards while the boss handled everything, prompting Wang Ming to cough and tell her to watch it. She shrugs, asking if that wasn't accurate, while Little Black peeks out to chime in. Honestly, thank goodness Shadow cleared this zone, because with this many crazy monsters around, they would have been wiped out instantly, though she wonders where they would actually respawn if they died here. As Guishu controls her scouting owl to explore the area, Wang Mang turns to Anu, suggesting their team of 6 should pause their exploration for now, advising they wait until every single member reaches level 10 before they push any further. Tracking with her owl, Yiku watches in absolute shock as the monsters fall like flies. Yet she wonders why Shadow suddenly vanished right in that spot, especially since he left behind a massive pile of valuable, gold-tier loot. She is dying to go grab those items. Looking grave, Wang Mang tries to contact Shadow about the loot, while elsewhere, our boy slices another monster to pieces. And that's where we leave it. He cleared the field. But this crazy journey is just heating up. Alright, you and I are back with our absolute beast of an MC, as he clears over 40 halls, slaying 400 monsters and crushing 4 bronze and 2 silver bosses. This massive run nets him 80,000 experience points, pushing his crucial evolution total to an impressive 205. He keeps moving forward, knowing he is only 5 points away from finally upgrading his greedy hand skill. Suddenly, Wang Mang contacts Shadow, mentioning that his team noticed all the leftover monster loot. He offers to collect it all and pay our boy back in valuable lifespan points. Hearing this, Shadow realizes that Wang Mang and his official squad have finally made their move into the ruins. He doesn't hesitate, and agrees to the deal, letting them grab the drops while promising to touch base later to sell off a huge batch of gear. Wang Mang thanks him, setting up their meeting at coordinates 89, 546, 666. Suddenly, wild sparks of electricity crackle into existence, immediately catching King Feng's full attention. But don't blink, because right here is where the ruin's true guardian finally makes its move. An absolute nightmare of raw lightning materializes before him, the platinum tier boss, Soul Purifier. According to the glowing system window, this beast is the official guardian of this zone, and taking it down will crown our boy as the true master of the entire domain. Shadow locks in, knowing that the strongest monsters lurking in these city ruins usually cap out at level 15. This Soul Purifier is literally the absolute highest level entity and most dangerous boss hiding in the entire map. If he remembers correctly, this raid boss has 750,000 health points and 3 deadly stages. Unleashing a rapid instant shadow slash, King Feng strikes first, but the opening blow barely even scratches the beast. He pivots into a vicious throat slash, finally chipping away some health, but the boss just raises its hand and summons a lightning spear. Suddenly, a relentless storm of electric spears rains down on Shadow, but he taps into his supreme speed to dodge every single shot. Dodging the chaotic storm, he knows that taking a direct hit from this lethal lightning would be fatal. With his basic defense and low lightning resistance, he would instantly die, especially since platinum tier bosses benefit from a deadly automatic hit correction. Even with his insane 75% evasion rate, standard mobs only have a 25% hit rate, but this boss cuts right through that, landing strikes 50% of the time. Luckily, his agility sits at a massive 182, pushing his top running speed past 40 meters per second. Because of this, as long as he stays hyper-focused, he can easily react and slip away before the bolts fully land. Rage burns in his eyes as he remembers how his old guild barely survived this fight in his previous life. They had relied on desperate healing shields and sheer luck. But this time, he is going all out to end things instantly. The boss instantly loses a quarter of its massive health bar as his graceful release, throat cut, shadow slash, and plague blade burst combine to deal 250,000 damage. And yeah, we both know what comes next. Phase 2. As the boss summons glowing spheres of energy, King Feng braces himself, knowing the enemy is entering a temporary invincibility phase filled with lightning attacks. He knows that in this phase, his top priority is destroying those 3 lightning orbs before the boss goes completely berserk, triggering memories of his brutal past life. Back then, his entire raiding party was wiped out in seconds by this exact frantic lightning damage. Following that total defeat, Kinsho threw a massive fit and stubbornly refused to ever join the fight again. So, for their next run, he left her behind and cleared it easily. Now, Throwing toxic darts, he targets the orbs, knowing that popping them hurts the boss. Popping an orb inflicts heavy damage, and breaking all three triggers the final stage. King Fang hurls another toxic dart, shattering the third orb and instantly dropping the boss's health bar below the 50% mark. Blinded by pure fury, the boss reaches out its hand, flooding the entire arena with crackling, high-voltage energy. Yet King Fang stays icy calm, fully aware that this final phase means dodging constant, wide-area lightning bombardments. He remembers how his old raid party needed full sets of top-tier lightning resistance gear, along with 4 dedicated priests casting healing shields. And even then, they barely survived. But today, he doesn't need any of that backup. Leaping high, he deploys his graceful release and activates a dark black light shield. Since the ground is covered in lethal electricity, he decides to launch his assault from midair. Realizing the floor is a non-stop lightning trap, he chooses to strike from above. Activating his graceful release and black light shield, a fierce look of absolute determination flashes in his eyes. With one clean shadow slash, he takes the head, and trust me, we're just getting started on this journey. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Qin Feng slays a platinum tier soul purger, hitting level 11. This boost grants him +4 to all stats and 10 free attribute points. Even better, he secures 20 evolution points and over 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. He just scored the world's first platinum level boss solo kill, gaining 10 reputation points and claiming absolute mastery over this sanctified ground. This territory is overflowing with lifespan, and according to Qin Feng's past knowledge, this newly acquired hideout holds immense value that goes far beyond just a game. He knows a hideout does not just provide basic shelter and storage, more crucially, it can be extracted into the real world. This is vital because when the game merges with reality, modern military weapons will immediately corrode, rendering even nuclear bombs completely useless from day one. Fighter jets and tanks will barely run for a month or two before turning to useless scrap metal. Essentially, humanity's survival and all future battles will depend entirely on skills brought over from the game. By extracting this base, it will deploy a massive magical barrier, creating an absolutely safe sanctuary in reality. Qin Feng ponders this silently as he begins making his way out of the area. He remembers how his former guild's top players used this exact location as their ultimate power leveling base. And while he holds some fond memories of that era, he also witnessed endless backstabbing and dirty power struggles among his allies. His eyes burn with pure resolve and stick with me, because he is absolutely not walking that same path again. He will rise to the peak entirely on his own. Meanwhile, outside in the pouring rain, a massive beast swings its heavy axe. Xiaoyu's teammate gets knocked flat, narrowly dodging the blow while screaming at her to back off as she panics. Too slow, and the monstrous axe slices her body completely in half. She immediately respawns in town, shocked to find her death cost her 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable life. Staring at the screen in utter shock over dying yet again, her teammate is absolutely furious. He screams at her, asking how on earth she failed to dodge such a slow, telegraphed boss attack. Enraged, she snaps back, demanding to know who he thinks he is insulting. She blames him, arguing that as the tank, if he cannot even hold aggro properly, she cannot possibly dodge any of the boss's skills. Even more pissed off, he lashes out at her again, asking how a tank is supposed to hold single-target aggro with wide area of effect skills. After a bitter argument, he leaves. Now watch closely, because her companion is left alone against the boss, instantly screaming out in panic as it turns on her. The beast strikes with its axe, and in no time at all, the teammate also respawns back in town. Terrified, she suggests to Xiaoyu that they stick to grinding weaker mobs first to level up safely. They simply do not have enough lifespan left to take risks. Xiaoyu falls into a quiet, deep thought. Just then, a global system alert flashes. The mysterious player, Shadow from Jianghai City, has achieved the world-first platinum boss kill, earning 10 reputation. Every single player stares at the announcement in disbelief. They cannot process what they are reading. The community is losing their minds over someone actually soloing a platinum-level monster. Most players are still struggling just to reach the main continent, while Shadow is already solo farming top-tier bosses. As the name Shadow echoes everywhere, players speculate on his identity, especially since most of them have not even laid eyes on a gold-tier beast yet. This guy is clearly operating on an entirely different level. Xiaoyu is left a bit baffled, wondering why standard players are struggling so much. They are risking their lives just to take down silver-level beasts, making her question how on earth this Shadow managed to easily slaughter a platinum boss solo. Meanwhile, back in his hideout, our boy gathers the floating lifespan orbs after his level 11 breakthrough. He knows that past level 10, every single upgrade grants +4 to all stats along with 10 free attribute points. So, he naturally dumps every single point straight into agility. His strategy is clear. Max agility paired with infinite stealth means he can dismantle raid bosses without ever getting hit. Even he is stunned that the boss instantly dropped 20 evolution points, meaning he can now upgrade his incredibly broken greedy hand skill once again. He is grinning ear to ear as his potential bonus loot rewards skyrocket from 3 to 5 drops. On top of that, he unlocks 100 extra storage slots after spending 210 evolution points, leaving 15 remaining. This officially evolves his greedy hand skill from epic to legendary. And trust me, you and I are about to see this god-tier assassin skill grant a 500% extra loot chance with a guaranteed tier upgrade. You and I are starting today with a massive upgrade, 100 new slots of greedy space. King Fang used his legendary level greedy hand skill to gather the drops, snagging 5 bonus items in the process. On top of that, he scored 100 evolution points, pushing his bank to 115. Checking the system screen, King Fang saw 2 pieces of assassin gear and a rare skill book drop. Since his level was still too low to equip them, he tossed them straight into his safe house storage for now. King Fang summoned a devout believer, ordering the loyal helper to sweep the palace and pile up all the loot. As his helper got to work, King Fang grinned with pure excitement. Those 115 remaining evolution points were perfect for boosting his lower tier skills to epic rank. He quickly dumped 42 evolution points into Shadow Stealth, ranking it up 3 times to epic level. This jacked up his stealth duration from 36 to 60 full seconds. His stealth-breaking attack now hits for 300 to 500 damage, with the cooldown slashed to 15 seconds. Next, he dropped 34 evolution points to double evolve backstab enhancement to epic level, boosting the damage bonus from 50 to 75%. He then spent 6 evolution points, blasting Darkest Moment through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond straight to epic. Now pay attention, this skill unleashes a flash of darkness that blinds everyone within 50 meters. It lasts 16 seconds, though high-spirit enemies will shake off the blindness a lot faster. Finally, he burned 33 evolution points to evolve Bloom Curse 3 times to legendary rank. This lets him target player corpses within 60 seconds of death to trigger some insane new effects. It absorbs half of their remaining non-tradable lifespan while sucking up scattered light spheres of dead players. Any corpse completely drained by Bloom Curse instantly vanishes. King Fang was stunned to realize he could harvest those non-tradable lifespan spheres. He recalled that in high-tier zones and boss rage arenas, players have their lifespan drained thousands of times faster, and that brutal drain always eats through your non-tradable lifespan first. Right then, Snowy called to congratulate him on securing the server's first platinum boss kill. She also dropped some amazing news: the infamous Eastern Sage had just logged offline. Apparently, his entire clan was currently gathering over at the Yongin Hotel, buying up massive amounts of real lifespan to convert directly into raw, in-game combat power. As his summon stacks the loot, we have to respect him praising her hard work. She humbly replied that there was no need for thanks, as she was just doing her duty. But she warned him that he absolutely had to crush the Eastern Sage, or she was doomed. Telling her not to sweat it, he began packing away the loot, shocked to find everything fit with half his inventory still empty. That 100-slot inventory upgrade was seriously a lifesaver. Next, he went to find Wang Mang's crew to dump the loot. Spotting Shadow back, Little Black beamed with joy while Yu got super excited and ran right toward him. But right before she could wrap him in a hug, King Fang planted a hand right on her face, cutting straight to business. He made it clear that he sets the prices, take it or leave it. He explained that over 30 of these items were just common-grade bronze trash. So, with a smirk and his hand still printed on her face, he offered a bulk discount price of 950 days of lifespan. Smiling through it, Yu agreed. They had already calculated the value of their earlier loot at around 1,000 days. To keep things simple, she offered 2,000 days for the whole lot. King Fang looked totally confused, pointing out that this new batch had silver, gold, and even platinum items, worth over 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Pulling up the trade screen, her jaw dropped. She literally could not believe she was looking at platinum-level gear. She only owned a single piece of gold gear, thinking only an absolute monster of a player would sell off god-tier loot like this. Realizing this would skyrocket Zhonghai City's development, she thanked Shadow over and over. He shrugged it off, saying it was cool since they were both helping each other out. Looking super nervous, Little Black asked Shadow how his inventory was so massive, wondering if he was secretly carrying Doraemon's magic pocket. King Fang just chuckled, noting their own inventory bags were completely stuffed, and casually pointed out that under the ruined city's central statue, a hidden staircase would lead them directly to a portal back to the starter town. And as he walks away, you and I are left knowing that first trip back costs 500 days of life. Let's dive back in as Qin Feng warns them that while returning is free, they need to think for themselves. With that, he vanishes. With a smile, Qi points toward where Qin Feng stood, bragging that she had warned them all along. She suspects Shadow is a regressed player, as there is no other way he could know such secret information. Sensing her intense vibe, Wang Mang gets nervous, begging Captain Qi to stop because she is starting to creep him out. Blushing furiously, she suddenly asks how they would feel if she tried to hit on Shadow herself. Meanwhile, after leaving the area, the system asks Qin Feng if he wants to spend tradable lifespan to bring game skills into reality. Without hesitation, he triggers both his level and class advancement synchronization. The system alerts him that 27,000 days of his tradable lifespan have been consumed, completing the full class and level synchronization. Qin Feng gets incredibly pumped, because his next major move is skill extraction. Pay close attention here. He previously extracted Shadow Meld at level 1, but now he is not only going to max it out in reality, but bring back an entire arsenal of broken skills. He burns 1946 days to max Shadow Meld to level 10. Next up are his skills. Backstab Enhancement costs 900 days, and Greedy Hand takes another 1,000. Shadow Flash Slash costs 3,200. Ghostly Blur, 5,300. Blooming Curse, 17,000. And Black Light Shield, 11,000. With the skill extraction finished, he is left with exactly 7,480 days of tradable lifespan. Lastly, he drops 3,600 days for the gold grade Boots of Concealment, and another 3,394 for his gold tier Devout Pendant. At last, the moment to materialize his god tier gear has arrived. Checking his stats, he realizes the Devout Pendant does not just slash his skill cooldown timers, but even better, the silver tier companion it summons will be completely unstoppable in the real world. After this massive shopping spree, he has a mere 486 days of tradable life left. But now, his real-world strength almost matches his in-game power, and he instantly fades away into thin air. You and I both know he needs more lifespan, so his next big goal is reaching full synchronization before logging out again. A few minutes later, surrounded by dark shadow energy, Qin Feng wakes up in reality, lost in deep thought. Since Kane Shishi knows exactly where he lives, he decides it is much safer to pack up and leave immediately. Besides, materializing the massive soul purification sanctuary is going to cost over 1,300 years of life. So for the time being, a temporary hiding spot will have to do. With a serious look in his eyes, Qin Feng activates Greedy Hand and instantly vacuums up his entire room into his inventory. He is thrilled at how incredibly useful the storage is, holding all his belongings effortlessly. Leaping up, he perches on the windowsill. Checking his phone, he locates Dongfang Xian staying at the Zhonggan Hotel, about 15 kilometers away from his current location. Glancing down, he turns completely invisible and leaps from his high-rise apartment, landing silently on the pavement below. With his upgraded speed, he estimates he can cover that distance in under 10 minutes. Our dark assassin dashes through the night, arriving at the hotel in minutes. Inside, a group of powerful men are currently having dinner, as one of them notes how critical the current situation is becoming, with in-game lifespan and overpowered skills now bleeding into the real world. Seeing this as the ultimate golden opportunity for the Dongfang clan, the old man praises Zixian for wisely building up their in-game guild so early. Smiling humbly, Zixian replies that he was only doing his duty, while the grandfather expresses how incredibly proud he is of his progress. He explains that the family has just purchased a massive stockpile of tradable lifespan, specifically to buy high-tier equipment and skill books. The grand goal is to get their core family members to level 10 as fast as humanly possible, securing an early game advantage that they can leverage to dominate the real world under their name. Through this massive advantage, the Grand Dongfang clan will easily rise as supreme rulers, turning their dream of building an immortal, 1,000-year dynasty into an absolute reality. Zixian stares silently at his grandfather, his eyes gleaming with dark malice as he looks at the old relic with complete and utter contempt. The old man already has one foot in the grave, yet he still desperately clings to power, dreaming of living forever. But trust me, Zixian is cooking up a dark scheme to capture Shadow, steal his secrets, and force him to farm lifespan. Once Zixian takes the #1 rank, he plans to slaughter them all. Unaware, the grandfather asks how their plot to handle Shadow is going. Stick with me, smug. Dongfang Xiong tells his grandfather not to worry. He promises he hired a reliable woman to unmask Shadow, so they will have answers very soon. The patriarch wants Shadow captured alive to force him into serving their clan, which would bring them massive power and wealth. Meanwhile, outside the building, Qin Feng has already taken care of the guards securing the main hotel entrance. They clink glasses, celebrating the rising power of their family, chanting in unison that their clan will live forever. Qin Feng's expression turns deadly serious, since he didn't expect these wealthy, elite families to be heavily armed. He knows his ghostly blur and black light shield skills cannot guarantee a 100% evasion rate. Worse yet, he has not brought any protective game armor into the real world. He knows a single bullet to the head or heart would end his life instantly. Deciding to play it safe, he raises his hand and, using his loyal spatial pendant, summons one of his deadly followers, a devout believer armed with razor-sharp melee claws and long-range green fire. Our protagonist commands it to slip inside and leave absolutely zero survivors. Since it is a silver-tier boss, This beast possesses incredible defense, allowing it to shrug off bullet damage for a very long time. Watch closely now as distraction reigns. The devout follower opens the door. The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, sending the entire room into a wild panic as nobody knows what is happening. With glowing eyes, the monster charges straight at the terrified crowd. Shocked, Dongfang Xiong leaps up and points at the beast, frantically ordering his heavily armed guards to lock their targets. He cannot believe a game monster has manifested in reality and screams for them to fire. Bullets pelt its skull but do virtually zero damage. With a massive swipe, it crushes one guard instantly, before sinking its jagged talons deep into the other's chest. As the beast tears through guests, Dongfang Xiong breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed with terror. The creature turns on his grandfather, who screams out for rescue. But instead of saving his elder, Dongfang Xiong immediately bolts for the exit. He does not look back, knowing his only shot at survival is escaping this chaos and logging back into the safe confines of the game. His eyes are wide with pure panic, desperately believing that if he can just reach level 10, extract his high-level skills, and return, but I know what you are thinking too late. He spots Qin Feng waiting at the exit. Before he can even inhale, our boy strikes, sending his head flying cleanly through the air. As blood gushes from the severed neck, Qin Feng casually turns his back and walks away. Dongfang Xiong's dying eyes glaze over with confusion, utterly clueless about what just happened. Seconds later, strange crimson flowers begin to bloom from his dead flesh. Qin Feng watches closely as the system alerts him that he has absorbed 27,000 days of tradable and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. His eyes gleam with excitement at this massive haul of loot as the corpse disintegrates into a beautiful pile of petals. This time, his newly acquired Blooming Curse skill has truly proven its insane worth. It does not just disintegrate all trace of the bodies and blood, it squeezes out every last drop of Xiong's lifespan. Now, his non-tradable lifespan has reached an unbelievable 2,327 years. With a bank that massive, he will not feel nearly as pressured when venturing into high-tier rage zones. A panic-stricken voice echoes nearby, screaming for the authorities as gunshots and brutal shrieks erupt from the VIP suite. Qin Feng slips away, keeping his composure, as several police officers rush toward the scene at full speed. They know this is the exact room where the prominent Dongfang family had gathered. They are absolutely positive a violent shootout took place, but when they burst through the door, they find 0 bodies. How could there be no victims? The whole scene is baffling. A lead officer stares around in complete confusion, noting the room is entirely trashed. It is painfully obvious that a savage battle went down here, but what makes no sense is the complete lack of victims. He immediately barks orders to his team, asking if anyone witnessed suspects fleeing the hotel. None of them see a thing. Now, the million-dollar question is where the entire Dongfang family has vanished to. They have seemingly vanished into thin air, forcing the team to call in the elite investigation unit immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is already long gone, disappearing into the dark city streets outside. His next target is Qian's group, though their global corporate headquarters relocated to North America prior to the game's arrival. And that is where we leave it, with Qian Shishi trapped alone in the ruins of Modu. Believe me, he had to eliminate her before she left the country, but the distance from Zhanghai to Demon City was nearly 300 kilometers. If he traveled on foot, it would take him 2 or 3 hours, which was just a massive waste of time. Qin Feng prepared to sleep, knowing he needed to find a way to pull this off. Returning to the god-abandoned game, our guy realized there were still silver and gold tier bosses left in the ruins, so he decided to go farm them. Now check this out, Captain. Anyu eagerly contacted Shadow, telling him she had some incredible news. She explained that Xiaohai had stumbled onto a tomb entrance, but a gold-tier vengeful spirit was guarding it and they could not defeat it. Qin Feng was pretty surprised by this and asked her how they managed to find a tomb entrance. Captain Anyu revealed that while heading back to the starting city, they took a slight detour to avoid some annoying low-level monsters. As they walked, they suddenly realized that someone was missing. After searching around, they finally discovered that Xiaohai had fallen into a pit, a special tomb area where team chat did not work. Jumping in after her, they spotted a level 12 gold boss that immediately chased them. Luckily, they were fast enough to escape. She told him they were back in Shelltown now, and if he wanted to raid the tomb, she could send him the coordinates. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Some people are just walking cheat codes. I mean, finding a hidden tomb just by taking a wrong step in the ruins? That is some seriously ridiculous luck. He knew that special areas like temples and cursed ruins were extremely rare, random spawn events. He asked the captain for the coordinates, and Anyu immediately sent them over, showing the tomb was right near Shelltown. Qin Feng thanked her and promised that if he got any gear he couldn't use, he'd sell it to them first. He smiled at how smart Anyu was. Soon, Qin Feng arrived and locked his eyes onto a massive well. Looking down, he felt a bit skeptical, wondering if this rundown well was actually the entrance. Honestly, this well was so huge that falling into it by accident seemed impossible. Xiaohai really was a special kind of clumsy. Without a second thought, Qin Feng leaped straight into the darkness as a system window flashed before his eyes, welcoming him to the Tomb of Resentment while warning him that all long-range communication was now blocked. Qin Feng landed smoothly and began making his way down the dark corridor. Suddenly, a massive monster materialized right in front of him, the level 12 gold rank Wailing Spirit. Qin Feng stayed completely silent, analyzing his target. He'd never encountered this particular Wailing Spirit in his previous life, but judging by its terrifying form, he figured it possessed extremely high attack power and a wide reach, dealing heavy physical damage. This explained why An Yu and her team ran for their lives. The gear he sold them barely gave them any defense. He calculated that Wang Ming, a shield warrior with 5,000 health, would lose at least half his life bar from just one strike from this beast. Qin Feng knew that if that massive axe connected with him even once, he would be dead instantly. Combining the skills Bless and Instant Shadow Slash, Qin Feng struck with blinding speed, severing the monster's limbs. He knew this boss had incredibly high defense, making his Instant Shadow Slash deal only 80% of its usual damage. But that didn't matter because the monster couldn't survive the follow-up throat slit from his Blessed Release skill. Suddenly, the monster's severed arm started twitching toward Qin Feng, catching him off guard. A split second later, it detonated, but Qin Feng reacted instantly and leaped clear of the blast zone. That was a corpse explosion. He admitted he had been careless by staying too close, but luckily, his Ghost Blur skill saved his life. Otherwise, he would be dead. Then, the boss turned into pure lifespan. Qin Feng recalled a similar incident from his past life during an encounter with an unknown boss. An excited teammate had rushed over to grab the loot, only for the body to explode and vaporize him. Entire squads had been wiped out by these post-death detonations, though it usually only happened with platinum bosses and above. He never expected a gold-tier boss to self-destruct like this. Activating his Hand of Greed, he swept up the loot. A series of loud system alerts chimed, confirming that for successfully defeating this gold-tier boss, he gained 10 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points, along with a platinum-tier Night Ring Blade skillbook. Thanks to his Hand of Greed, he pocketed an extra 63 days of tradable lifespan and a platinum-tier Resentful Leather armor. He was shocked to get usable gear, and trust me, we're going to see him break the game with this. Let's dive in as the system shows off a sick platinum-tier assassin skill, the Dark Night Ring Blade. This attack infuses his weapon with shadows, unleashing dark elemental damage across a 5-meter radius, and adding 500 points of pure dark damage. The 10-second cooldown drops to just 5.7, and he only needs level 11 to equip it. Hu Jingfang is ecstatic because this is the exact elemental damage boost his assassin build desperately needs. Since his shadow class favors spirit over strength, his magic attack power completely eclipses his physical strikes. That explains why elemental attacks like this shadow skill fit his playstyle so well. He instantly realizes he needs to pump his spirit stats even higher to fully maximize his shadow damage. Currently sitting on 9 strength, 9 constitution, 24 agility, and 15 spirit, Hu Jingfang decides to evolve this skill to epic rank immediately. He burns 6 evolution points, leaving him with 36 remaining. The Dark Night Ring Blade rapidly evolves from platinum to emerald, then diamond, and finally hits epic rank. Thanks to this, his dark damage radius expands from 5 to 12 meters, and the shadow attack goes from 500 to 130. Now, pay attention here. Our boy realizes that while the range expanded to 12 meters, the bonus attack power somehow dropped to 130. His expression turns serious because he knows that as an area of effect skill, it operates a bit differently. The flat attack boost is slightly weaker on multiple targets, meaning its single target burst damage cannot even compare to his Shadow Slash. But against massive waves of weaker enemies, this is a godly tool. Shadow Slash only cuts in a 5-meter line, but the Dark Night Ring Blade strikes in a full circle, making it far superior when surrounded. Next, the system reveals his Platinum-tier Resentment Leather armor grants him plus 55 physical defense. It also adds 45 to all elemental resistances, 42 damage block, and 777 health. It requires level 11, and its special resentment effect gives him an extra 30 base attack power whenever he takes a hit. Jingfang starts heading toward a massive chamber door, knowing the resentment buff is not a total game changer. Still, the raw defense and block values are incredibly high, easily letting him replace his old level 5 Golden Ghostfire gear. The rest of his loot amounts to 20 items, and selling everything will easily net him over 10,000 days of precious lifespan. Entering the tomb next, he hopes to salvage rare materials, and if he can secure a reliable mount, that would be perfect. But wait, we have to look elsewhere as a goblin brutally slices Jin Zhuyu and her friend right in half. Respawning back in town, her male teammate is absolutely furious, screaming his head off like a complete psycho. He grabs Jin Zhuyu by the collar, yelling that she is a useless waste of space who has 0 brains to match her height. He rages at her for getting the entire team wiped, screaming that because of her mistakes, he now only has 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left to live. Shoving her hard onto the ground, he warns her never to approach him at school, threatening that he will absolutely make her pay if she dares. Her friend Yan rushes over to help her as the teammate logs out. Yan begs Jin Shoyu to go back to her parents' quiet hometown. She mentions hearing about a local support community there that helps elderly players and total newbies who have no idea how to survive in this game. Jin Shoyu tightly clenches her fists, boiling with sheer embarrassment and anger. Logging off the game, she flatly rejects the offer and bluntly tells Yan to go by herself. Waking up furious in her real-world bed, she grabs her phone and texts Han, asking if he can carry her to a higher level. Smirking, Han agrees to boost her level, but his help comes with a very sleazy condition. She must spend a night with him, because he wants to see how the school's popular goddess behaves behind closed doors. Furious, she calls him an ugly monster, telling him he has no right to take advantage of her, and orders him to leave. But then, a sly smile creeps onto her face. She texts Han back, claiming she always liked him, but only rejected his confession because her controlling brother, Hu Jingfang, kept her on a tight leash. Now that she has disowned her brother, she says they can finally date openly, but Han is way too smart to fall for her trap. Calling her a complete idiot, he asks if she is trying to kill him with laughter. He points out that if she can betray her own flesh and blood, there is no telling what she would do to him, before telling her to get lost. Desperate, she messages everyone, inviting Sharp Young Master over to her place to hang out and boost her level. Instead, he laughs in her face, bragging about his new platinum talent and telling her to scram, and that's where we leave this wild ride. You and I are about to watch this girl try her luck with brother Zoma, teasing him about waiting in Shelltown. His reply? Just as brutally cold. He called her out for betraying Jiang Wei, even threatening her with his new skill. She was left completely devastated and desperate. Cursing those men, she realized none of them could be trusted when things got tough. In her sheer panic, she cried over only having 2.5 years of locked lifespan left, completely lost on what to do next. Tears streaming down her face, she felt totally isolated. Suddenly, she remembered Qin Fang. He would never turn his back on her. He definitely had a way to fix this, and she needed to find him right away to make sure. Hours passed, and by nightfall, she finally made it to Qin Fang's apartment. She figured she could just go inside, say a few sweet words to apologize, and he would easily forgive her. But she immediately hated that plan. She did nothing wrong, so why should she be the one apologizing? Now pay attention here. As she prepared to knock, she forced herself to swallow her pride, believing that bowing her head was only temporary. She would fake being obedient so he would help her level up. Surely he would agree, since he had constantly looked after her ever since they were kids. A smug smile crossed her face. Once she leveled up and escaped this lifespan crisis, she planned to completely cut him out of her life. It was a flawless plan, and Seo felt like an absolute genius. Grinning, she knocked on the door, calling for Qin Fang. She kept knocking loudly, shouting for Qin Fang to open up. She wondered if he was asleep and called out that she was finally back. Her voice grew desperate, literally begging him to just open the door. Furious, she kicked the door wide open, only to freeze in utter shock. Nobody was inside. Confused about where Qin Fang went, she was horrified to see that the bed, table, and clothes were all gone. She quickly grabbed her phone and tried calling Qin Fang, but there was absolutely no answer. She had no clue where our guy had disappeared to. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark grudge tomb, Qin Fang was busy slaughtering monsters left and right. Soon, he realized he had finally reached the very end of the dungeon. Qin Fang summoned a loyal follower, tallying up his kills. He had wiped out over 200 minor mobs and several bronze and silver tier bosses. Thanks to all those kills, he was just about to hit level 12. Here is where things get tense. Right in front of him sat the final coffin, holding a boss he hoped would be platinum level. As his summon pushed the heavy lid open, Qin Fang's eyes locked on it, and suddenly, something bizarre began to happen. Dark energy surged straight into the summon's eyes and mouth. Instantly, the system alerted our guy that his follower was completely destroyed. Qin Fang realized this was Death Miasma, a gold-tier boss. He cursed his terrible luck for running into this disgusting thing. Since it had no physical form, it was completely immune to basic physical attacks. He recalled that in his past life, someone unleashed this monster, and it ended up spreading straight to a nearby human base. Countless innocent civilians were slaughtered or wounded. Getting possessed by this thing was practically a death sentence, unless a teammate helped dispel the effect, or you had a rare class with special invincibility skills to survive. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed with intense focus, and he decided to unleash his Dark Night Ring blade. Shadows began swirling violently around his body. Because of this, he could finally pinpoint the real body hiding deep inside the toxic mist. Lashing out with his dagger, Qin Fang struck the true body, and a system notification flashed instantly, alerting him that he had successfully slain the gold-tier boss, Death Miasma. He knew this boss was actually stronger than a platinum level threat, even if it was technically gold tier and only dropped gold grade loot. Luckily, the skill he had just learned, the Dark Knight Ringblade, was capable of dealing heavy magical damage. The monster's corpse dissolved into a lifespan orb. Activating Greedy Hand, Qinfang gathered the dropped loot. He sighed, hoping that after all the insane effort to clear this dungeon, he would get some high-quality gold-tier rewards. Qinfang obtained a rare item called the Mount Bell, leaving him completely stunned as he looked at it. Our guy was ecstatic since a mount actually dropped. It proved that Lin Lu's legendary koi luck was definitely not just some hyped-up rumor. It was completely real. The system description showed that the Ghost Nightwolf Mount Bell could summon a level 11 Ghost Nightwolf. This beast could fight alongside him and be ridden as a mount, though it required a minimum level of 11 to use. Qinfang recalled that the Ghost Nightwolf was easily one of the fastest rides you could possibly find in the early game. And trust me, this gold tier level 11 beast is absolute perfection. Let's check these stats. Strength at 1, 4, 8, Constitution at 1, 5, 5, Spirit at 1, 3, 5, and Agility at 1, 9, 1. This mount gains experience right alongside Qinfang, constantly growing stronger over time. But if its bell is traded, its level resets to 1. It also has some incredible skills, starting with Dash. Mounting up boosts movement speed by 245%. Nightwalk lets it permanently stay in level 1 stealth after dark. Attacking breaks it, but adds 120 bonus damage, requiring 60 seconds to slip back into stealth. This allows his beast to pounce on a single target 3 consecutive times, dealing an extra 267 physical damage per hit with a 12-second cooldown. Next, Wolf Howl. It grants allies plus 35 attack, plus 35 defense, and plus 35 elemental resistance for 180 seconds, on a 600-second cooldown. Qinfang knew this was no ordinary mount, it was a battle pet. Getting a stealth skill on top of that was an absolute jackpot. Riding the Ghost Nightwolf under the cover of night, Qinfang leaves the ruins behind and heads toward his next destination. His plan is simple. Reach level 15, and hoard enough lifespan to extract this beast into the real world. Once he logs out, he'll head straight to Magic City to eliminate Kang Shishi, crushing any future threat at its roots. Passing the Jianghai Coliseum, Qinfang remembers its massive layout and the 2 underground floors that form a complex, deadly labyrinth. Now, this place is absolutely crawling with monsters, making it the perfect playground for a rapid leveling spree. Watch closely. With agile leaps, the Ghost Nightwolf scales the Jianghai Coliseum wall, where crowds of high-level monsters immediately lock their eyes onto our guy. With a massive leap, Qinfang and his shadow beast plummet from the sky, diving straight into the horde below. With fire in his eyes, Qinfang triggers Shadow Instant Slash and begins absolutely demolishing the helpless beasts. Meanwhile, in another part of these ruins, we see a swordswoman named An Yu, wielding her blade to execute one of the local monsters. As the monster dissolves into precious lifespan, she sighs in relief. Her teammate, Meng Liang, the son of a powerful local director, starts clapping, hyping her up, and saying her damage output is absolutely insane. He gushes over her broken dragon swordsman class, muttering to himself that An Yu is definitely the woman he's going to claim. But An Yu points out that this golden boss was only level 8, yet they'd been struggling for over 10 minutes. Because of that, she honestly can't comprehend how the player named Shadow soloed a platinum boss. Meng Liang quickly downplays Shadow's incredible achievement, claiming he's just a cowardly assassin who cheesed the fight by staying hidden. To him, anyone playing like that will never be a true top-tier powerhouse. You see his real motive now, right? Since An Yu lacks any powerful backing, he believes his high-status family making her submit a total piece of cake. An Yu coldly fires back, asking if a mediocre archer like him is better suited for slowly chipping away at bosses. Meng Liang trips over himself and stammers that he's a highly righteous player who would never stoop to such cheap, dirty tactics. He then whispers that rumors say Shadow is a ruthless, cold-blooded killer in the real world with zero morals. He adds that he knows a top-tier hunter from the police force who already has level 3 anti-stealth abilities. He suggests setting a clever trap to expose Shadow's true identity in the real world and then force him into submission. He argues a dangerous rogue like Shadow must be controlled under his own organization. Otherwise, tragic incidents like those involving Song Fei and Jiang Li will just keep happening. He claims he's tired of cleaning up Shadow's messes, but An Yu and Wang Mang just look at each other and laugh, asking if he's really that dense. They point out that Shadow never asked anyone to cover for him, it was actually the complete opposite. Their organization is the one desperately scrambling to clean up his wake. That's the only way to keep their interests aligned with his for future cooperation. They remind him of Shadow's insane records. The first global kill of a gold boss and a platinum boss both pulled off completely solo. Furious, Meng Liang snaps back, insisting that Shadow is nothing more than a fragile glass cannon assassin. He demands to know how they can't control him once their anti-stealth levels catch up, calling them absolute nobodies who have no right to lecture him. He turns to Anyu, telling her to watch him drag Shadow's reputation through the mud and capture him. And when he finally succeeds, you and I both know she'll never kneel. But for now, Wang Mang just asks Anyu what loot their gold boss dropped. You and I are kicking off with some crazy drops, 1 gold priest item, a silver gear piece, and a silver skill book. Thinking it over, she remembered Shadow usually sold them tons of gold, and even high-tier platinum equipment like it was nothing. She had to wonder how many bosses he had slaughtered, or if his talent was literally treasure hunting for hidden chests. Looking completely serious, Wang Mang admitted that he was actually pretty worried, which left Anyu feeling totally confused about his anxiety. Wang explained his fear, bringing up the infamous restaurant slaughter where the entire Dongfang family got wiped out during their gathering. Then came his terrifying question, if Shadow actually did it. Were they really supposed to keep cleaning up his bloody messes? Wang confessed he could not read Shadow at all, fearing the guy might be a cold-blooded, ruthless serial killer in the real world. Of course, she knew about it. The higher-ups were taking it super seriously, with everyone wondering if Shadow was the killer. Smiling confidently, she made it clear that even if Shadow was behind the bloodbath, she would still cooperate with him. Now, here is the part to watch. Even if the brass refused to cover his back, she would support him personally. Wang Mang was totally baffled, but when he asked why, she just asked who in their right mind would not support Shadow. Suddenly, their scout rushed in to report a shocking find. They discovered a massive battle arena, but all the monsters inside were already dead. With a pale face, he warned that corpses were piled everywhere. The scout had no idea what squad was strong enough to wipe out the whole place, but Anyu was thrilled and rushed over. Wang Mang was more confused than ever, but when they reached the Jianghai Coliseum, they saw glowing lifespans scattered all over the floor. Both of them froze in shock, staring at the absolute mountain of loot. Hundreds of beasts had been slaughtered, leaving them desperately wondering what kind of squad could possibly pull off such a crazy feat. But Captain Anyu was certain Shadow was the culprit, telling her team to start searching nearby so they could find him. Mengling scoffed, demanding to know how she could be so certain. And Yu simply pointed out that Shadow held the #1 spot on the leaderboard, with their own team trailing right behind. Since they could never clear this arena, only Shadow could have done it. Let's pause here. Mengling was absolutely furious, bragging that his own invisibility skill could do the exact same thing given more time, and Yu messaged Shadow directly. Since he had cleared out this entire coliseum by himself, she knew he must have tons of leftover gear and skill books, so she offered to buy all of them. Right then, Mengling gasped as Qin Feng suddenly appeared right behind him, riding a massive wolf mount. He fell flat on his butt in pure terror, while Anyu could barely contain her excitement, immediately asking where he got such an epic mount. Qin Feng explained that he managed to track down the beast thanks to the coordinates Xiao He had shared. Hearing her name, Xiao He blushed red and shyly mumbled that there was really no need to bring that up. Qin Feng decided it was time to make a deal with Anyu. He offered her all the dropped items on the ground as a package deal, keeping the exact same conditions as their past trades. She agreed, knowing she was under no pressure to buy, but Shadow's prices were always incredibly fair for high-tier loot. As the two negotiated, Mengling stood to the side, his eyes practically burning with pure humiliation. Feeling utterly crushed by Shadow, he swore he would get his revenge as Qin Feng rode his wolf further into the ruined arena. According to the system leaderboard, he had hit level 13, with Justice Enforcement and Wang Mang sitting way below at level 10. The Black Goblin, Da Li, was also level 10, while our boy had 245 years of lifespan and 255 evolution points. Qin Feng was thrilled because clearing the arena had rewarded him with an incredibly valuable gold-tier skill book. The gold-tier book was called Silent Concealment, which allowed the user to slip into stealth without moving an inch. As long as you do not move or attack, you stay completely invisible forever. Striking from this stealth state added 300 points of armor-penetrating damage, with a 120-second cooldown requiring level 13 to activate. Qin Feng realized this skill did more than buff his stealth. The real kicker was that using it in the real world alongside his in-game invincibility meant something truly insane. He could literally vanish from reality itself, so he spent 11 evolution points to upgrade this skill book to epic tier. And that is where we leave it, watching his skill evolve from gold all the way to epic tier. Let's dive back in as his stealth attack damage instantly shoots up from 300 to 800 points. That cut the cooldown from 120 seconds to just 60. Next up, he spent 34 evolution points to upgrade his venomous dart skill all the way to epic level. The skill evolved from emerald to diamond and finally hit epic, massively boosting its power. The range extended to 20 meters, while on-hit damage spiked to 400, applying a nasty venom effect. This status deals 100% damage per second for 5 seconds with 0 weakness bonuses, and it doesn't stack. Then, he dropped a massive 200 evolution points to push Graceful Release right into the mythic tier, taking it from legendary straight to mythic. This spiked his weakness attack bonus to plus 300%, doubling the multiplier while keeping the skill at level 5. Activating it now triggers a throat/effect, inflicting 200% damage per second for 3 seconds, while crushing his cooldown to just 15 seconds or 9.7 with his bonuses. Qin Feng was thrilled because mythic level skills are an absolute cheat code. Now, except for a few unique monsters, every single strike he lands automatically hits a weak point. Inspecting his necklace closely, he decided that it was finally time to upgrade this accessory as well. It was his platinum-grade Deceiver's Pendant, a high-tier assassin accessory that granted 45 physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution points. It required the wearer to be level 13, but it also boasted a unique effect that added 1 point to his stealth level, meaning his combined skills and gear pushed him to stealth level 4. You and I both know that at this stage, absolutely nobody can detect him. Plus, with his legendary Shadow Veil equipped, his total evasion rate instantly reached a staggering 83%. This gold-tier Shadow Veil was custom-built for assassins, granting 5 points of Constitution, 5 Spirit, and a baseline 32% evasion rate. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted nearby, forcing Qin Feng to halt his plans and investigate the sudden chaos. Turning around, he saw a monstrous figure emerging, a colossal raid boss wielding heavy chains for arms and deadly blades for hands. Qin Feng recognized her instantly as the Steel Saintess, wondering what idiot was crazy enough to wake this nightmare up. In his past life, he remembered her clearly. When she spawned in the Jianghai city ruins, over 1,000 players tried hunting her, resulting in more than 4,000 brutal casualties. She was actually the guardian of the church sanctuary, which served as the second-largest safe zone in the entire Jianghai ruins. He originally planned to eliminate Kai Yangshi before challenging this boss. But since she was already here, he decided to take her out now. Leaping high, his wolf mount scaled a ruined building while the boss began spinning her blade arms, slaughtering every player in sight. With a single player apart, sending shockwaves of panic through the crowd as they realized how powerful she was. Before they could even turn and run, she swung her massive blade arms once more, completely decimating the remaining players. Now, watch closely here. These players trying to fight the Steel Saintess are completely overestimating themselves. Suddenly, a high-level player riding a tiger charged forward to engage the boss. Qin Feng recognized him immediately as Dong Wuqing, also known as Chen Wuming, owner of the Hidden Paladin class. He was Qin Feng's rival from his past life, whom he had clashed with for 9 years without ever settling the score. The guy was notoriously devious. Every single time he was close to losing, he would pull a dirty trick to escape. In his previous life, the Steel Saintess was eventually defeated by Chen Wuming's guild, the Night Sanctuary, spawning a famous legend, West Slaying God, East Sanctuary, since they both ruled over the western and eastern regions of the Jianghai ruins. When the Night Sanctuary Guild first began recruiting, they forced rookies to sign brutal contracts that promised protection, but took a massive 50% tax on their actual lifespan. Most members ended up as overworked slaves, forced to farm resources tirelessly for the higher-ranking elite players. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with sheer thrill. To him, this was absolutely perfect, and he swore that Chen Wuming wouldn't escape him this time. As the boss spun her deadly arms in violent circles, Qin Feng seized the distraction, slipping closer. Masked by absolute invisibility, he slipped right next to her. His eyes gleamed with malice, and using his Dark Knight ring blade, he instantly butchered the unsuspecting players nearby in the blink of an eye. Shrouded in a crimson aura, he spun like a hurricane, taking down every single player in the area, leaving Chen Wuming frozen in absolute shock. Recognizing him as Shadow, he demanded to know why he was killing his guild members when they had no grudge between them. Qin Feng materialized right behind him, whispering with a cold glare, "Because I don't eat beef." Hearing this legendary excuse, Chen Wuming's eyes widened in pure terror. And that's where we leave it as his cold, instant shadow/utterly deletes Chen Wuming. Alright, stick with me here as he unleashes the devastating Flower Bloom curse, instantly sending those players back to town. Chen Wuming is absolutely furious, having no clue what this player, Shadow, has against their guild. His subordinate panics as his lifespan drops straight to 0, making Chen Wuming realize this is Shadow's terrifying doing. Determined to counterattack, they first need to regroup and farm monsters elsewhere to level up and recover their stolen years. Zhio is also in the group, sobbing and terrified, wondering why Shadow targeted her of all people. With her lifespan nearly gone, the game system alerts King Fang that his Flower Bloom curse worked. He just drained 4 days of tradable life and 1 whole year of locked lifespan from Xiao Yaoya. King Fang smirks, thrilled to realize she was rolling with Chen Wuming's squad this entire time. His eyes light up, draining such a tiny chunk of life proves she is already running on pure desperation. Driven to the edge, she had no choice but to join the Night Sanctuary Guild as a virtual slave. To him, she got exactly what she deserved, but watch closely as the boss suddenly lunges, kicking up a thick smoke screen. As the dust clears, we see him effortlessly dodging the strike by activating his ghostly blur skill. He knows this first phase is actually a breeze, leaving the confused boss to tense up the heavy chains that form her massive arms. Suddenly, those chain arms start spinning wildly. King Fong locks his eyes on her, his expression turning completely serious. He knows her current attacks are limited to swinging those chain swords over and over. She only throws simple targeted swipes or area attacks, so King Fang teleports above her, ready to unleash a lethal skill combo. His Bless Release skill inflicts a throat/slash effect, triggering a secondary burst of absolutely massive damage. Meanwhile, his Plague Blade will trigger a devastating toxic explosion exactly 3 seconds after impact. Striking with lightning speed, King Fang shreds through thousands of the boss's health points before delivering a deep, bloody throat cut. In the blink of an eye, her health bar plummets below half, making her eyes glow with pure fury. King Fang stays completely calm, knowing the real reason she is the Guardian is her terrifying second phase. Once she hits half health, the demon inside awakens and yeah, I know what you're thinking, all damage gets reflected straight back. Rumor has it there is actually a hidden dimensional portal located deep inside the demon's belly. Anyone unfortunate enough to be swallowed gets teleported to a mystery zone rumored to be a volcano's core. But in his past life, absolutely nobody pulled this off, making him suspect gamers just confused it with another title's mechanics. Watching from afar, a group of spectating players can't help but call Shadow completely ruthless. The Knights Sanctum Guild summoned this platinum tier boss, only for Shadow to crash the party and wipe them out. Right after that, he unleashed a single devastating skill that instantly erased half of the boss's health bar, pushing it straight into Phase 2, and as they gossip, a stealthy King Fang shifts his focus onto them. His eyes narrow. He knows the Steel Saint actually has one fatal weakness during her second phase. Whenever she strikes, her reflection shield temporarily drops for a split second. This means if he times his strikes with hers, he can completely bypass that deadly reflected damage, but his core skills like Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, and Poison Dagger deal damage over time, meaning if he uses them, he will still take reflected damage, which would easily instant kill him at his current level. As he weighs his options, his eyes drift up to the players spying on him from the clifftop. He quickly decides to use them as bait, just as one spectator shoves past the others to get a better view. This new arrival is known as Anuan, and his presence immediately puts the rest of the players at ease. Anuan's subordinate explains they have been scouting forever, and have already memorized the boss's limited moveset, confidently smiling as she speaks. The girl gestures outward, noting that the boss suddenly froze the moment her health bar dropped past the halfway mark. With her physical form shifting to unlock new abilities for Phase 2, Shadow vanished from sight right as the transformation began. Anuan can't believe that Shadow was actually fighting this massive boss entirely solo. Furious, he barks an order to his subordinate Xiao to activate her Red Eye skill and see if Shadow is still lurking nearby. She nods quickly and begins channeling her tracking abilities. A small rabbit summon appears, darting near the boss without drawing aggro, but she admits she can't find Shadow's location, assuming he slipped away. And that's where we leave it. Even her level 3 anti-stealth can't trace him. Trust me, you are going to love this. Anquan knew the enemy had fled since level 4 invisibility was simply impossible. Anquan leaped down from the rooftop, leaving Xiaotu standing there completely puzzled. He ordered her to keep watch and ping him the second Shadow returned, and she quickly nodded. Dropping to the street, Anquan drew his twin blades, a cocky smirk spreading as his eyes lit up with excitement. To the crowd, soloing a platinum tier boss was pure suicide, but then one of the onlookers recognized his face. He had witnessed this guy flawless, a gold tier boss back in the starter zone without taking a single hit. Turns out his Soul Warrior class gave him 100% dodge while rolling, making him the legendary player safety first. Rumor had it he was once a top global streamer for Souls games with godlike reflex times. The boss locked onto him, slashing wildly with her razor-sharp, blade-like arms. But Anquan slid right under the sweep, barely escaping as the monster manifested massive arms of pure energy. Now pay attention here, as she slammed down to crush him, he rolled flawlessly, slipping away every single time she tried to grab him. His crew started cheering, completely blown away by his crazy reflexes and how chill he was while dodging. They kept hyping up his self-control, never getting greedy for that risky extra attack. They smiled, calling his entire performance nothing short of brilliant. One ally pointed out how insane it was that he was flawlessly evading every single strike. Seeing multiple phantom slashes constantly cutting up the boss's body, he really had to wonder if this Soul Warrior class was actually this broken. With a highly curious look, the dark-haired girl explained that Anquan's rolls actually triggered his class's special counterattack passive mechanic. Every single roll automatically retaliated, chipping away at the boss's health. Because of this, every time he pulled off a perfect dodge, he was simultaneously landing a hit and draining her life bar. That was why her health bar dropped every single time he rolled. Xiaotu smiled, explaining that perfect evasion was just the foundation, and his real specialty was his devastating offensive power. He struck with deadly precision, instantly turning a simple defensive move into an aggressive assault. His crazy combos and timing made him untouchable and lethal, using defense to survive and raw offense to end things fast. You and I both know this looks crazy, but Xiao Tu revealed that a successful roll dodge lets him ignore 50% of the boss's defense. His next strike would completely bypass half of her armor. Anquan spun around to face the beast as surging blue energy erupted from his body. His crew instantly knew this glowing effect meant the next hit would easily deal 4-digit damage. With excitement burning in his eyes, Anquan unleashed his fully charged, devastating strike before the boss could even react. Moving like a graceful dancer, his single strike split into 3 lethal shadow slashes like falling stars. With absolute mastery, he carved through her defenses, leaving massive, deep wounds all over her body. Within a literal blink of an eye, her health bar plummeted below half. The subordinates cheered in shock as they realized the boss was already down to just a third of her health. Anquan turned his back on the boss with a confident smirk. But right then, someone ambushed him with devastating slashes, dealing over 34,000 points of damage and killing him instantly. His entire crew immediately fell into a panic. They couldn't comprehend how he died when he had seemingly dodged every single incoming blow. Even weirder, although their own skills successfully landed on the boss, her health bar did not budge at all. Despite seeing it drop moments ago, King Fang stood nearby, quietly watching Anquan's floating lifespan orbs and thanking him for the help. Anquan's showing off had forced the boss to reveal almost all her attack patterns. King Fang's eyes gleamed with excitement since he had been secretly attacking this entire time, finally grinding her down to a third. The Soul Warrior's showy skills did decent damage, but ultimately, his own arrogance is what got him killed. Because of his specific class traits, defeating the Steel Maiden was impossible since he could never attack while rolling. And the moment he did strike, he took severe reflected damage, a total curse. As she turned, King Fang locked his eyes on her. This was bad news. With her health critically low, the boss was attempting to retreat back into the church sanctuary. If she made it inside, she would fully heal, completely wasting all their hard work. So, what do you and I do now? King Fang watched Anquan's remaining crew, his eyes turning dead serious. All right. Stick with me. Our main character realizes that the Soul Warrior's death terrified everyone, making them too scared to fight. But if the boss just stood there, her damage reflection wouldn't wear off. It was time to finally get serious. He dropped down right in front of her, knowing he couldn't let her escape back to the sanctuary. Seeing him, the other players gasped in absolute shock. To them, Anwan was just a joke, but Shadow? He was the true threat. It was terrifying to realize that every single wound on the boss had been his doing. Xiao just stood there in complete disbelief. Her level 3 anti-invisibility didn't even register Shadow, meaning his stealth skill had to be level 4 or even higher. Suddenly, one greedy player locked his eyes right on Anquan's floating lifespan orbs, practically drooling when he realized the Soul Warrior's valuable loot was still sitting on the battlefield. He immediately plotted a way to steal it. Eyes locked on the enemy, our main character activated his blacklight shield, summoning a brilliant golden barrier right around his body. This skill created a 10-layer defense, with each individual layer completely blocking a single hit of incoming damage. The boss locked her sights on King Fang, her massive arms instantly shifting back into deadly, razor-sharp blades. She lunged, and King Fang knew this was his golden opportunity. Activating his instant shadow slash, he unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast cuts. Now watch closely here as he stares down the boss. His blacklight shield drops to just 7 layers. He remembered that out of the 9 strikes of his shadow slash, the last 3 hit the boss during her counterattack phase, right after her own strike ended. If his trusty blacklight shield hadn't absorbed those 3 brutal counterblows, he would be dead right now. Suddenly, the boss gathered energy in her core, leapt high, and unleashed a massive wave of purple fire. Our guy jumped back. He was completely out of shield layers now. The boss stared him down, her eyes burning with pure, malicious evil. King Fang realized that the damage ticking from that flamethrower attack was just coming way too fast. Even with his evasion rate sitting over 80%, that attack had shredded all 7 shield layers in an instant. If his reaction time had been even half a second slower, he would have been wiped out immediately. While he was busy, a greedy player crept up to steal Anawan's loot, but our guy spotted him, launching a deadly poison dart straight into his forehead, instantly eliminating him. King Fang made it loud and clear to everyone watching that absolutely nobody was touching his hard-earned loot. The system chimed in, rewarding him with 612 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan from Safety First. Plus, his Blossom Curse absorbed 355 tradable days and 20 non-tradable years from Clean Hands and Feet. Now think about this with me. Safety First had a massive pile of lifespan, meaning the guy had probably never died even once. Finding this highly unusual and interesting, he decided to hold off on casting Blossom Curse on him. The boss roared in fury, but King Fang stayed cool. He knew he had to rely on his blacklight shield and basic shadow slashes to slowly chip away at her health. She slammed down hard, but King Fang easily sidestepped, making her massive blade hand crash into the dirt. It was a slow, exhausting process, but it was incredibly safe. While King Fang clashed with the boss, Xiao watched the fight from afar, completely stunned by Shadow's savage, relentless combat style. She couldn't help but wonder what insane skills he had. Previously, she didn't get how he kept scoring those first kill achievements, but seeing him fight with her own eyes, she was entirely sold on his monstrous power. His eyes flashed with icy resolve. It was time for the finishing blow. Charging forward, King Fang sliced her metal body into pieces like hot knife through butter. The system interface flashed, confirming the death of the Steel Maiden, awarding 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and a sanctuary key. Nearby players watched in absolute shock. They couldn't believe Shadow had just soloed a major boss. To them, this was exactly why the guy sat comfortably at number 1 on the leaderboard. Gathering up the loot using greedy hand, he scored a powerful piece of assassin leather armor at emerald grade, the Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor. It provided 95 points of physical defense, 120 elemental resistance, 77 damage reduction, and 77 constitution. Its unique special passive, Black Flame's Gift, inflicts a stack of black flames whenever he attacks or gets hit, stacking up to 5 times. Each stack shreds the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Though a system note warned that this debuff is weaker against emerald grade bosses and above. Our boy was thrilled since this single emerald tier gear offered way more defense than what others got from a full set of basic armor. Plus, that extra Black Flame's Gift passive debuffs enemy defenses, making them absolute paper. Trust me, this completely blows his old soul purifier drop out of the water, especially with that new emerald tier skill, Assassin's Instinct. This granted him the power to partially spot the outlines of invisible enemies and added 2 points to his anti-invisibility rating. King Fang wasted no time upgrading the skill. Evolving it burned through 33 evolution points, leaving him with 97. But his Assassin Instinct skill shot past Emerald, Diamond, and Epic, straight to Legendary tier. Because of this, his anti-invisibility level bonus jumped from 2 points all the way to 5. Plus, the Legendary effect allowed him to easily detect critical weak points, granting a massive 50% boost to his critical hit damage. An anti-invisibility skill pushed to Legendary tier, giving him level 5 detection and a 50% critical boost combined with his Graceful Deliverance passive. This stacked up to a massive 350%. Now, he could slice through an enemy's weak spot even with his eyes shut tight. With 97 evolution points left, King Fang decided to upgrade his Ghostly Blur skill to Legendary tier next, burning 80 points and leaving him with just 17. With that, Ghostly Blur evolved from Epic all the way to Legendary, pumping his passive evasion from 75 to 85%, while granting absolute damage immunity whenever he successfully dodged. Watch closely right here, because Captain Anu and the crew suddenly showed up to ask if any god-tier loot had dropped. King Fang just stood there, completely confused by her sudden, overly friendly attitude. Smiling, Captain Anu admitted she hadn't checked the leaderboard yet and couldn't believe he hit level 13 in just one night, calling the whole thing totally insane. Wang Mang chimed in, complaining that they ground all night and barely reached half of level 11, making his leveling speed seem completely unreal. Captain Yu smacked him on the head, telling him to shut up because in her eyes, men obviously leveled up way faster. King Fang felt a bit lost, but shrugged it off and admitted he did manage to score some sweet loot. He had the whole bundle appraised at a whopping 45,000 days of total lifespan. She immediately agreed to pay, and the system quickly popped up to confirm the massive transaction was complete. With a dead serious look, King Fang revealed he had an even better item for sale and asked if she knew about player hideouts. Smiling, Captain Anyu confirmed they knew about them, explaining that while there were no safe zones left in the ruins of Jianghai City, player groups could actually claim hideouts as secure bases. Inside those bases, they could safely stockpile supplies and activate magical defense barriers to completely block out catastrophic water invasions. Knowing she was likely thinking of a small hideout dropped by a gold boss, King Fang listened as she admitted Jianghai City officials still had not found one. She added that over in Modu, the government already secured a medium hideout, which is how they knew they existed. That is when King Fang quietly pulled out a gleaming golden key. Since she already knew their value, he calmly revealed that this was the legendary sanctuary hideout key, freshly looted from the powerful boss he just wiped out. He let them know this massive hideout spanned over 800 meters, suggesting they go back to discuss an official offer first. Only then would he decide to sell. Honestly, you and I can understand why Captain Anu and Wang Mang were in complete shock. A larger hideout meant far superior defenses and incredible internal infrastructure. An 800-meter sanctuary was big enough for every single member of the Zhanghai City official force to have their own private room. Reaching out, she looked at him with intense curiosity, asking what kind of price tag he wanted for such a massive territory. King Fang stuck to his plan, wanting to head back first and see what they were willing to bid. He remembered that in his past life, this exact hideout sold for an insane 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could sell this to the government, his massive lifespan pool would finally let him extract all his gear, skills, and levels straight into the real world. Shaking with nervousness, Captain Anu eagerly accepted his proposal, promising that she would report this directly to her superiors right away. Then, she hesitated, mentioning there was one more thing she needed his help with. News just came in that 7 gold-tier bosses suddenly spawned together in Dark Moon Town, leaving a trail of absolute devastation and bodies. Because of the threat, they were offering a massive 10 years of lifespan if Shadow stepped in to wipe them out. Hearing this, our guy just smirked, and trust me, 7 gold-tier bosses were never going to stand a chance. Let's be real, even if those enemies grouped up, the official army could easily wipe them out over time. Which means, pay attention here if they're begging him for help. Something is seriously wrong. She gave him a thumbs up. And trust me, she confirmed he was absolutely right. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild twist where she explains they actually killed one of the 7 bosses, only for it to self-resurrect. Worse, all 7 bosses got a massive stat boost and wiped out her team. King Fang's eyes widened in shock. He recalled that resurrecting group bosses actually existed, leading him to suspect they were merely puppets controlled by the cursed slate, one of the legendary ancient god slates. And if an ancient god slate was really up for grabs, he absolutely could not let it slip away. He decided to head out immediately, asking her for the coordinates while she wished him the best of luck. According to our main character, Anu seemed totally legit. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could sell for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, and she even promised him 10 extra years as a bonus. Honestly, that was incredibly generous. Riding high on his ghost knight wolf, King Fang rushed through the dark ruins, but as he passed a massive statue, he froze in shock. Just ahead, a group of toxic players was brutally beating a girl, and it was Xiao Yu, King Fang's old acquaintance. With a cruel smirk, a woman slapped her hard across the face, screaming that she was a homewrecker who tried to seduce the guild leader right after joining. Bruised and battered, Xiao Yu began to sob, while her attacker glared down at her, making it clear this was just a friendly warning. She had to stay far away from the guild leader, or they would permanently ruin her pretty face. As the beating continued, King Fang watched from a nearby rooftop, realizing she had gotten tangled up in petty guild drama after joining the Night Sanctuary. To him, these pathetic power plays were nothing new. But in his past life, he always fixed her messes. Pay attention here instead of helping. He drops down and coldly tells her to enjoy being alone. Xiao wept miserably, begging them to stop hurting her because the pain was just too much. She honestly felt like she was going to die. But the vicious women did not stop, swearing to kill her and calling her worthless. They sneered, wondering just how many guys she had already seduced. Ignoring them, King Fang entered the giant statue in central Zhanghai City ruins, knowing a secret chamber inside could teleport him back to the starter town. It was a secret very few players knew. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle appeared. But he knew this ride was not free. The first trip cost 500 days of lifespan, the second cost 1,000, doubling with every single use. Eventually, the starter town would evolve into a high-level zone, turning basic monsters into deadly bosses and spawning legendary hidden treasures. And right now, the legendary ancient god slate was the perfect example. An item he simply could not lose. Now, let's see if he accepts when the system asks to teleport him to Dark Moon Town. King Fang recalled that Dark Moon Town only popped up in later game updates, a place completely unknown in his past life. Without any hesitation, he clicked teleport. The system immediately consumed 500 days of his lifespan, sending King Fang straight to Dark Moon Town, which was oddly crowded with elderly folks chatting. He was honestly taken aback by how lively the town was, while wondering why practically everyone here was an old senior. Just a few yards away, a group of players helped a sweet old lady to her feet, making her sigh with relief to be back in safety. The players proudly reminded her that, just as promised, they had successfully boosted her to level 3. Through their grinding, she had gained 72 days of lifespan, so now she just needed to hand over the tradable portion. But the old lady suddenly snapped, furiously asking why they wanted payment if they were supposed to be a charity helping seniors. Flashing a patient smile, one of the players calmly explained they were absolutely not asking for her money. Because they were in a party, a portion of the lifespan dropped by the monsters they killed automatically went to her. The other player chimed in, pointing out she only had to return that specific share, exactly as they agreed from the start. This made the old lady even angrier, screeching that she had absolutely no idea what kind of garbage agreement they were talking about. To her, it was completely shameless for young people to extort an old woman, The players tried to soothe her, explaining that she had it all wrong. They boosted her level for free, only asking back for the exact amount of monster-dropped lifespan that she didn't earn. They clarified that if they had not partied up with her, she never would have gained that experience or extra life. Ignoring this, the old lady shrieked, telling them to back off while accusing the Manga River Guild of harassment. But suddenly, someone grabbed her from behind and slammed her onto the dirt, shocking both her and the players. It was King Fang. Grabbing her throat with a cold, murderous glare, he drew his dagger, and without a single second of hesitation, ended her life. Watching this unfold, the two players froze in absolute horror as glowing lifespan orbs scattered all over the dusty ground. Our boy pointed to the floor, telling them to grab her lifespan and trust me, you and I know that's real justice. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy scene where saved players desperately want to know their savior, but King Fang just brushes it off. Turning his back, he quietly walked away as the relieved players quickly scooped up the dropped lifespan. They celebrated scoring 72 days of life, thanking our boy. But King Fang was just annoyed by the city's strict safety zones. He started contemplating the Manga River Guild, knowing their roots were firmly planted in Dark Moon Town. He recalled how they started as a charity, focusing entirely on helping others. They helped vulnerable elders survive this brutal land of the gods for absolutely free, eventually earning massive official support. By headcount alone, Manga River was the absolute biggest guild in Hakya. King Fang's eyes gleamed with interest. In this brutal, chaotic apocalypse, he knew these were exactly the kind of people the world needed. Deep in the dark forest, a battle rages against a towering mud monster. Two mages scramble, and one desperately shouts for her friend, Mother, to cast Lightning Strike. She immediately nods, channeling raw magic into her staff. Suddenly, a roaring bolt of lightning crashes down, paralyzing the beast. Seizing this perfect opening, the party's swordsman leaps forward and slices the monster clean in half. The creature dissolves into glowing orbs of lifespan. He exhales a deep sigh of relief, glad it's over. The young girl cheers, telling them they are absolutely amazing. Now, pay attention to this part. She points out that following basic guides makes taking down these weaker monsters a breeze. As they trek through the woods, the boy asks Yan if her close friend Xiao actually joined Night Sanctuary, since rumors say their entry fees are ridiculously high. She nods, admitting she actually invited Xiao to join them in the Manga River Guild instead. Looking deeply sincere, she explains how she pitched Manga River as a welcoming charity guild where casual players could support one another, with veteran players even offering free guidance, but Xiao just wasn't interested in joining. The other player points out that Xiao is already level 10, mainly because the high-level players from Night Sanctuary carried her. She reveals a darker rumor that the guild's contract binds members for 3 long years, turning them into virtual slaves the entire time. The boy scoffs, knowing they only carried her to level 10 to use her as a brainless tool. Without elite skills, he argues, the smartest move is grinding weak monsters in secret to slowly harvest lifespan and experience. Exactly like they do, sticking strictly to low-level targets. They just run and call for backup if a boss appears. Yan sighs heavily. She knew Xiao felt superior with her rare hidden class. But before you and I can even process that, a sudden rain of deadly, invisible arrows storms down on them. With zero time to react, the arrows impale the boy, instantly stripping 1,200 health points. His body instantly dissolves into lifespan. Yan panics upon seeing her father die, while her mother bursts into tears. The attacking archer smirks, highly satisfied with one-shotting a player so effortlessly with a single active skill. His masked allies tell him to stop bragging, laughing that the charity-focused Manga River Guild consists of nothing but weak trash. They mock the idea of skilled players carrying old people, calling them absolute scum as they slowly corner Yan and her mother. Wearing a cruel grin, the archer demands they hand over all their lifespan immediately. Yan can't help but tremble with deep fear. She warns them that player killing is strictly forbidden by authorities, meaning they are risking becoming heavily hunted wanted criminals. The archer just points a mocking finger at her with a smug smile, proving he does not care about the law. Cutting the chatter, he gives them exactly 3 seconds to hand it over. Her mother instantly prepares to comply, but Yan stands firm, yelling at her mother to stop. She begs her to spam the guild channel for help, while she bravely stalls for time. Losing patience, the archer orders his squad to strike, telling them to execute the mother and keep the young girl alive for their own amusement. As the masked men lunged, a giant wolf suddenly leaps out, viciously biting them. Yan is completely bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. The archer freezes in total shock. Before he can even blink, a blindingly fast strike decapitates him instantly. The savior is none other than King Fang. As his beast tears the remaining thugs apart, our boy silently examines the archer's head, realizing this player was actually a shadow. Respawning safely back in town, the archer and his goons are absolutely seething with pure rage. Could it be a killer penalty? Either way, You and I are left wondering how their entire lifespan got completely wiped out. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a total nightmare as these players realize their lifespans just vanished. Desperate and terrified, they bolt toward the forest, knowing they will die if they do not find a way out. They have to hunt monsters fast, just to get some life back. Suddenly, a bizarre aura locks them in place, and an epic sword of pure energy crashes down from above, paralyzing them completely. As a figure approaches, the truth hits them. Their days of hunting down other players have finally caught up with them. Standing before them are two priests. The one holding a skill book reveals they are actually official bounty hunters. He demands their real-world details right now, stating they are under arrest according to the law. The second hunter glares with a cold, killer look, making it dead clear what happens if they resist. They will wipe out their remaining lifespan instantly. Meanwhile, in the forest, flowers bloom from the dead archer. Yan Yan is flooded with relief, thanking our main character because she knows they would be dead without him. Looking down, King Fang is genuinely surprised by how amazing Chu Yan is. Brave and kind, she is nothing like Qin Xiaoyu. We have to wonder how they ever became friends, but luckily, they took totally different paths. Just like that, King Fang vanishes into thin air, leaving Yan Yan and her mother staring in absolute confusion. Yan Yan picks up the glowing lifespan orb, her mind racing, wondering if this energy once belonged to her father. Her mother looks around, totally lost. She asks her daughter how on earth Shadow managed to slip away so fast. Yan Yan shook her head. All she knows is that he is the #1 Shadow player in the world. Deep in another part of the woods, a group of players is waiting. The captain promised Shadow would show up in minutes, but 30 minutes have ticked by, leaving everyone wondering what is taking him so long. One player looks over, asking his teammate if Shadow even has a chance against the bosses inside. His buddy highly doubts it. After all, these monsters can literally revive themselves. He cannot believe someone actually took a quest to fight infinite respawning monsters. Meanwhile, our invisible hero walks right past them. Slipping away, King Fang recalls how the ancient god slate works. It adds one positive and one negative stat to gear, and with enough luck, these stats can even change class traits. Legend says the 7th-ranked player in the world used 7 slates to summon an ancient god's ghost and crush a legendary boss. Some of these bosses have crazy stealth skills, making them completely invisible. Pay attention here, because players passing by get wiped out without even knowing what hit them. These mob bosses spawned by the ancient god slates have unique mechanics and entirely different skill set patterns. King Fang spots several monsters with glowing, evil eyes ahead. Some are highly stealthy and completely invisible, slaughtering players before they even realize what is happening. Other times, the actual boss is a summoner mage hiding in the shadows nearby. If so, the minions players are fighting will just keep spawning forever. Reports show that whenever these bosses die, they self-revive and gain a stackable rage buff that boosts their power. The official guide confirms that killing even a single boss triggers their resurrection and rage state. But what if they all die at the exact same second? Do they still self-revive? Time to test that theory. First, King Fang equips his follower pendant to test his plan. He quickly summons a loyal follower to draw first blood. The summon charges straight at the bosses and attacks, dealing over 1,400 points of damage. Instantly, the eyes of one boss begin to burn with absolute fury. It whips around, and a second later, the poor follower's body completely explodes. The bosses do not even care about the dead summon. King Fang narrows his eyes, realizing they are all only level 10. They do not have damage reflection, and their base stats are only twice as strong as normal golden tier bosses. He unleashes Shadow Ring Blade, sending a sinister crimson aura sweeping across the entire battlefield. Next, King Fang fires poison darts directly into their throats. Within seconds, the bodies of the slain bosses dissolve away. But our main character is left baffled when he notices they dropped 0 loot. Right then, the fallen bosses begin fusing into one massive, terrifying giant. This colossal beast immediately charges straight for King Fang. This is where it gets crazy, because clearing them all at once just triggered the boss's second phase. He spots glowing runes covering the massive titan's body. The monster swings a heavy blow, but our hero easily dodges. He immediately recognizes the markings on its flesh as ancient god script. Alright, you and I are diving right into the madness as he deciphers the words disaster, sky, ancient, tuo, wu, god, and sea, unlocking the boss's true name Uthos, the ancient god of calamity. Step by step, the massive boss was closing in. King Fang hesitated, unsure of his next move, before wondering if he should strike the boss's different body parts in the exact order of those translated characters. After all, he did not spend massive resources and manpower studying ancient god script just to fail at the entrance of these ruins. King Fang darted forward, striking the symbol on the monster's leg first, before hitting the one on its arm, and finally the chest. Suddenly, thick, toxic poison started seeping out from the boss. It unleashed an agonizing roar as its massive body crumbled and crashed right into the water. Our main character stood on high alert, bracing for whatever came next. Gigantic coffins rose from the deep as the floating boss mutated, its flesh twisting until a horde of roaring, hideous monsters began tearing their way out of its body. King Feng quickly realized that the carved runes on the coffins perfectly matched each monster. To beat this phase, he had to slay them right next to their matching coffins to reveal the ancient god's slate. This was clearly the final phase. The beasts immediately charged straight at our boy. Now watch this. Standing his ground, his eyes blazed with focus as dark crows circled overhead, signaling the final clash for the ancient slate. Naturally, the sheer commotion drew the attention of nearby players. They felt a mix of confusion and dread, wondering if this valley-shaking tremor meant the boss was finally going completely berserk. Eager to see what was happening, they rushed over, while the team's mage looked around and asked where Shadow had gone. Her companions scoffed, insisting there was zero chance he could actually defeat this boss. But just as they assumed he ran away, the swordsman of the party froze, his eyes wide as he yelled for them to look. The battlefield was completely empty. No King Fang, no boss, nothing. The shocked players slowly walked forward, only to find the very ground beneath them cracked and ruined. They stood there totally baffled, wondering if the massive earthquake had somehow wiped the boss out. That's when Captain Anu messaged them, telling everyone to fall back because Shadow had already soloed the boss. The players stood frozen, their faces filled with absolute shock. They stared at the broken chains and empty coffins, unable to believe he took down this monster alone. Just a few minutes ago, they were literally laughing at the idea of him defeating those 7 raid bosses. Yet barely 10 minutes later, all of them were wiped out, with zero sign of how King Fang pulled it off before they could even respawn. Only now did they finally understand why their leader made those decisions. Let's check in on our boy. He's casually strolling under the moonlight, ancient slate in hand, feeling pretty good about this run. A bright smile crossed his face as he hit level 14. Clearing the 7 bosses with greedy hand netted him 294 evolution points, but the real prize was that legendary ancient god slate. With its complex mechanics, the top guilds wouldn't crack this thing for at least a month. Saving them from massive losses, he quickly spent 210 points, evolving Shadow Flash Slash from epic to legendary. The stat upgrades were massive. His blink range jumped to 40 meters, stealth to 15 seconds, and cooldown dropped to 8.8 seconds. He can now execute 9 slashes in a 6-meter area, with each hit adding 700 attack power, but the real game changer is a brand new passive effect. Every single slash grants a shield equal to his total health, stacking up to 9 times and lasting for 60 seconds. Our main character was absolutely thrilled, realizing that if all 9 of his legendary slashes landed, his total health bar would effectively multiply by 10. His survival rate had just broken the charts. Slipping back into stealth, he continued through the zone, fully aware of his insane leveling speed. He'd hit level 15 in just 5 hours, meaning it was almost time to set off for Magic City. Hours later, our boy returned to the ruins to find those women still ruthlessly thrashing Xiao Yu, practically ready to beat her to death. King Fang watched in mild shock as they kept going. These girls were absolutely relentless. The white-haired woman finally paused to stretch, complaining that her back and shoulders were completely killing her. Her friend was just as annoyed, shaking her swollen, throbbing hands and grumbling that they were literally smoking from all the punching. They spat on Xiao Yu, deciding that was enough of a lesson for one day. And as we leave a bruised, weeping Xiao Yu picking herself up, you've got to wonder what will King Feng do next. Let's dive right back in. She blamed King Feng for everything, completely furious that he actually listened when she told him to leave, ignoring how girls always mean the opposite. Leaning on her magic staff, she stood up. Luckily, she had signed a contract with the Night Sanctuary, guaranteeing her survival for the next 3 years without any worries. Even after trading away 50% of her lifespan, she still had enough left over, ensuring she would level up faster than Chu Yan and everyone else, before casting her holy healing spell to fully restore her target's life. Once she got stronger, she was absolutely going to make sure everyone who ever doubted her paid a heavy, painful price. Neither King Fang nor those insane women were getting away. Suddenly, the spell started healing King Fang, who was hiding in stealth. Poor Xiao collapsed to her knees, completely bewildered, wondering why her magic had failed and where all that healing energy actually went. Meanwhile, over in the Magic City ruins, a party confronted a massive rock boss, their defensive tank barely blocking its heavy strike with his shield. Just a short distance away, 3 players were hiding and watching, including Jiang Shishi. To her, the men of Daxia were incredibly pathetic, needing 18 whole players just to fight one boss out of sheer fear. Her ally winked, telling her to play nice since these fools were doing all the hard work for their benefit. She blew him a playful kiss, giggling at how incredibly polite he was being, but those Daxia trash had such garbage damage that defeating a simple gold-tier boss took them forever. The players kept slashing away, driving the boss's health bar below half. Their grinning mage urges them to finish the boss. Watch closely. because what happens to him next is absolutely brutal. Just as they prepare to deliver that final strike, a spear suddenly pierces straight through his chest, killing him instantly and dissolving his body into raw lifespan. The killer was actually Jiang Shishi's lackey. Smiling wickedly, he thanked the dead mage for delivering such easy prey. The surviving players panicked as they recognized the Spade Gang, a notorious band of thieves consisting of shadowy Daxia women and foreign mercenaries. They couldn't believe such traitors would lead foreigners to slaughter their own countrymen, and charged forward in absolute rage, with their leader yelling at everyone to stay calm and swarm them since they outnumbered the enemy. Seeing their pathetic attempt to fight back, Jiang Shishi promised to slaughter them like livestock, telling them to prepare for death. Her muscle-bound ally unsheathed giant dual hammers, unleashing his thunderous tremor skill, triggering a localized shockwave that trapped the helpless players in the earth before she lunged with her twin daggers, ending them in a flash. You and I both saw that coming, right? She mocked them, sneering that Daxia's men are useless trash. Her eyes gleamed maliciously, knowing Daxia's authorities had already put a target on them. But she didn't care to her. This whole region was just one giant, filthy trash heap. Her companion laughed, noting those normal players stood zero chance against elite fighters backed by massive corporate funding. As the corpses melted into glowing lifespan orbs, she advised that while their identities remained hidden, they should flee the region immediately and seek refuge over in North America. Staring down, she declared they would establish a brand new guild entirely dedicated to hunting Daxia trash. Her ally loved the plan, while the other wondered what they should name this new guild. Brandishing her blade, she decided on the name Alice, daydreaming of her own personal harem as she collapsed backward. Declaring their work done, she logged off to throw a massive party celebrating the official launch of Guild Alice. Smiling warmly, Captain Anu waved to our main character, announcing she had finally arrived and was ready to negotiate the price. King Fang asked for the numbers, and she offered 1,500, which he immediately rejected as trash. Captain Anu admitted 1,500 was weak, explaining she fought hard with the higher-ups to bump the offer up to 2,000. King Fang agreed to finalize the trade by the central statue, well aware that despite her lowball offer, Anu was a highly capable partner. Soon, our boy reached the designated spot, spotting Captain Anu flanked by heavily armored guards. Blushing slightly, she smiled and explained that because she was carrying so much lifespan, her nervous commanders insisted on providing a full-armed military escort. King Fang's gaze turned incredibly sharp. They had no clue about his hidden godlike power. Trust me, you and I are going to love what comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action as Qinfeng completes this insane trade. He surrendered the church sanctuary key, but walked away with an incredible 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Deal finalized, Qinfeng took his leave while Captain Anu saw him off with a respectful farewell. The knights were completely baffled, wondering why their captain would sacrifice 2,000 years of life for a mere key. But she quickly made it clear they had no clue. This sanctuary could shelter thousands of players, and nobody besides Shadow would ever be generous enough to sell it. This massive injection of lifespan from Anu was perfect timing, allowing him to fully power up before entering Magic City. Qinfeng immediately burned through his new wealth, sacrificing over 71 years of life to instantly hit level 15. Next, he unlocked massive skill upgrades, spending over 161 years on the mythic grade skill, Blessed Liberation. He then grabbed the legendary skill Assassin's Instinct for 71 years, plus 3 epic skills, Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour, costing around 95 years total. Finally, he spent over 113 years upgrading his Mount Bell. With that, his levels and skills were completely synchronized. His real-world strength now perfectly mirrored his in-game power. But the system suddenly warned him that his hunger was at 90%. Starving after so much time online, he chose to log off and find something to eat in reality. Back in reality, Qinfeng wakes up caged in the Hoi Lun Hotel. Pay close attention to how these thugs react. Brandishing their weapons, they demand he hand over his lifespan, threatening that he will end up dead like their other victims. One thug sneers, boasting about how much he loves the apocalypse since it lets him slaughter anyone he wants without consequence. Qinfeng just glares at them with cold, piercing eyes, making one angry captor shout at him to hurry up and surrender. His partner begs their boss for permission to rip Qinfeng to shreds right now. The bat-wielding boss assumes Qinfeng is paralyzed by pure terror and decides to just put an end to him on the spot. But before they can swing, a heavy, ominous energy suddenly floods the entire room. Qinfeng unleashes his devastating Shadow Ring Blade skill, instantly reducing the entire hotel to crumbling ruins. Grabbing a pack of dry noodles, he realizes that bringing his massive in-game powers into reality drains his physical energy fast. At this extreme level of power, cheap junk food simply will not cut it anymore. As he eats, he plans his next move. First, crush Qian Shishi and her Alice Guild. Then find a way to claim the legendary Divine Gifted Book. Mounting his massive wolf, Qin Feng rides out, fully aware that Qian Shishi is a cunning snake who is much trickier than Song Fei. But guess what? He can actually use that bounty mission to assassinate himself as the perfect bait to lure her out. Still starving, he heads toward Magic City to grab some food. While over in the city itself, Qian Shishi is throwing a massive celebration. She boasts that her guards are elite. Clinging to her bodyguards, she gushes about how amazing it feels to log back into the game right after an intense real-world brawl. They flatter her, hyping up her skills as totally unmatched, while jokingly calling her a wild, dangerous woman. Suddenly, a subordinate reports that Shadow just messaged them, claiming that Qin Feng has finally been eliminated. He wants to meet in real-world Magic City to deliver Qin Feng's severed head and collect his final bounty payment. However, meeting the mysterious assassin Shadow in reality is way too risky. She insists that meeting face-to-face is unnecessary and demands a photo proof, but her man explains that Shadow avoids using any phones to prevent authorities from tracking his signal. A devious smile creeps across her face when she realizes Shadow also despises the government. Recently, the authorities have been breathing down her neck, and if she can recruit Shadow into her Alice Guild, those local pests will never stand a chance against them. So, she decides to put on a little show to test his loyalty and see where he truly stands. She decides to set up an in-game meeting first, sending Shadow the exact coordinates before stepping into the ruins to call upon Skywalker. She coos with sweet, fake affection, asking if he is online and telling him how much she missed him. She then begs for a favor, needing his muscle to deal with a target, while Qin Feng sits nearby, quietly meditating. He is using silent concealment, an incredible skill that keeps him permanently invisible as long as he stays absolutely still. Seeing her invite him to the game, you and I can tell that Qian Shishi thinks she is incredibly clever. These meeting coordinates, Spectre Academy, are right nearby. He logs into the game, eager to dismantle whatever petty trap she is cooking up. And hours later, Qin Feng steps into the eerie Spectre Academy ruins of Magic City. Let's jump back into the action, where an invisible Qin Feng watches government agents corner Jiang Shishi. They declared that official forces had tracked down her Spade gang. They identified her as Spade Ace, ordering her immediate surrender, or they would be forced to take full military action. Smirking, she told Tian Xingjian to go back and warn his Doxia soldiers to remember one thing. They were no longer the Spade gang. Now, they were the Alice Guild. Flaunting her assets, she made it clear they specialize in killing Xiao's men. Tian Xingjian and his squad could not help but blush. Enraged, they cursed her, swearing Doxia officers would bring her to justice for her shameless audacity. With an excited, wild grin, she dared those Doxia pigs to fight her. She teased that if they put on a good show, she might play dirtier. All the while, Qin Feng watched in silence. Tian Xingjian clenched his fists at her stubborn attitude, swearing he would lock her up. Qin Feng remembered this man was actually Chu Hongdan, codenamed Tian Xingjian. He was a famous double agent who leaked info to the Alice Guild, only falling in the 7th year of the game. Seeing Jiang Shishi and Chu Hongdan conspire so early was fascinating. He knew they had orchestrated this entire scene just to test him. If he jumped in to save Jiang Shishi, he would become public enemy number 1. Now watch carefully, because if he stays back, Jiang Shishi might never meet Shadow. So our boy dives straight from the sky. Activating his Shadow Ring blade skill, he decided it was time to show them some real sincerity. An eerie crimson aura consumed Tian Xingjian and his squad, rapidly draining their health pool until the system confirmed their total annihilation. Jiang Shishi and her crew stood there completely dazed. As the bodies dissolved into pure lifespan, Qin Feng stepped forward. He walked right up to her, introducing himself as Shadow. Jiang Shishi's eyes sparkled with pure adoration, her cheeks flushing bright red from the excitement. To her, he was insanely cool. She absolutely worshipped overwhelmingly strong men. She even began to cry. In her mind, it was a tragedy that Shadow was a Daxia pig. She could not accept why such an elite powerhouse belonged to Daxia, cursing his homeland for not deserving him. Her men gasped when they noticed Qin Feng had just dealt over 40,000 damage. Bowing instantly, they realized this was the true power of the world's #1 player. Moving like lightning, our boy slaughtered the two men instantly, turning their bodies into glowing orbs of lifespan. With a deadpan face, he offered a quick excuse. Claiming he could not understand their foreign tongue, he assumed they were insulting him. Jiang Shishi stood frozen. She panicked, explaining they were only greeting him. But you and I see him play dumb, advising them to speak Daxia from now on. Our boy decided it was finally time to make the deal. But first, he ordered her to cover up. Smirking, she shielded herself and asked if he had Qin Feng's head. Deep down, she thought Shadow was a total weirdo, but she absolutely adored him. Shadow claimed he possessed Qin Feng's head. He explained it was impossible to bring inside the game, but offered to show her in reality if she dared. Jiang Shishi pulled up her system interface, choosing to trust his words with absolute confidence. Having witnessed his overwhelming power, she knew he wouldn't lie. Just like that, Shadow pocketed 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy prepared to take his leave, but she begged him to wait. Smiling, she proposed a long-term partnership, pointing out that he had the lethal skills and she had the cash. She revealed a brand new assassination target, inviting him over to her place tonight if he wanted the job. Playfully sticking out her tongue and blushing bright red, she promised to fulfill his every single desire. Getting a bit curious, our boy asked who the target was and what the bounty would be. Logging off, she suggested they meet in person to negotiate. She promised the payout would be way more massive than today, adding she would wait for him tonight at the Magic City Harbor. Qin Feng turned serious, wondering if her meeting spot at the harbor was actually her private yacht. Meanwhile, not far from the statue, Tian Xingjian and his squad respawned. He was absolutely furious, cursing Shadow since he knew the assassin would ultimately betray the officials. Still, he saw this as a win since Jiang Shishi successfully allied with Shadow. He figured those fools in Zhanghai City were to blame for provoking him. He ordered Lin Qingyu to gather lifespan fast, and trust me, you and I do not want to miss what is coming next. Let's dive in as Lin Qingyu, the white-haired beauty, nods. Known in-game as Late Night Drizzle, she worried that the legendary Shadow had actually allied with Spei. If so, they had to eliminate Shadow at all costs, even if they died. Staring at her hand, she lost herself in thought. She knew all too well that the gap between their powers was massive. She could not even catch his silhouette before getting wiped out. Hours later, at midnight, a hooded figure boards Qian Shishi's yacht. He introduces himself as the mysterious Shadow, claiming he is here to find Spei. Seeing his iconic cloak, the guards instantly recognize him. They tell him they are ready to set sail, inviting him aboard. But Shadow just stands there, completely silent. Now sailing deep into the dark, silent sea, far from land, Qian Shishi sneaks up on the distracted Shadow with 2 glasses of wine. Dressed in red, she offers a glass, teasing that they finally meet. Watch closely. The game has begun. She never expected him to be this mysterious in reality. But Shadow cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know his target. She slides closer, flashing a playful smile, telling him there is absolutely no fun in rushing things. Suggesting that they enjoy the gorgeous night and great company, she says they should leave business for later. Instead, she invites him to raise a glass and toast their beautiful night together. Without a moment of hesitation, Shadow takes the wine glass and drinks it down. Qian Shishi beams with joy as Shadow slumps onto the sofa. Sliding right next to him, she grabs his arm with a smirk, asking if he is already feeling a bit dizzy, revealing that his drink was spiked with her special drug. Getting excited, she boasts that anyone who drinks this will blindly obey her every command. She happily gloats to herself that just as she thought, even the legendary Shadow is just a weak man. But her arrogance turns to pure shock when the drug triggers a wild, powerful reaction. Drooling with lust, she tells him to just relax and enjoy. She explains her plan. Once they reach the absolute climax, she will lift the hood to clearly see his face, sure that he is incredibly handsome. But for now, she enjoys the mystery, playing her games, utterly amazed that Daxia holds such a magnificent specimen. Now she gets why they call him Shadow, overwhelmed by an intense heat as she loses herself in the ecstasy. As the burning heat completely consumes her, she screams for him to go all out, riding the waves until they finally hit the peak. At that moment, things go horribly wrong. Green flames erupt from Shadow, burning Qian Shishi as she screams in agony, wondering what kind of fire this is. Suddenly, a shadow looms over her, snatching the protective crystal pendant hanging right off her neck. The intruder muses that she actually possessed a top-tier item that just saved her life. This gold-tier protective crystal pendant is a broken universal accessory, granting its wearer a shield of complete damage immunity every 300 seconds. Standing there is none other than Qin Feng, radiating a suffocating aura and a cold, piercing glare. As he glares down, Qian Shishi freezes in utter shock, wondering why he is alive since she knows Shadow already executed him. You and I both saw this coming. He reveals the ultimate truth. He is Shadow. Crawling away from the fake Shadow still resting on the couch, her eyes widen with sheer, unadulterated terror. The hooded imposter was actually just a loyal summoned Qin Feng called upon to act as his body double, and the creature was thrilled to have had so much fun with her. The once arrogant Qian Shishi now grovels on her knees before Qin Feng. Smashing her forehead against the floor, she begs for her life, weeping and admitting her massive mistake. She offers him her entire lifespan, swearing to be his obedient slave and do whatever he commands. But Qin Feng only asks about her 5 foreign associates. With tears streaming down her face, she literally starts barking like a desperate little dog, begging her daddy for mercy in exchange for the intel. But before she can even finish, Qin Feng snaps her neck. As she twitches on the floor, he snatches her phone, confirming that the 5 targets are not on this boat. Qin Feng absorbs 659 years of tradable lifespan, though he is annoyed he could not wipe them all out together. First things first, he uses Qian Shishi's cell phone to tip off the police. Nearby, police boats race toward the crime scene after a massive homicide is reported. And trust me, you and I are about to see some crazy fallout since a corporate president's daughter was killed. According to the informant, alright, you and I can see that this killer's skills perfectly match Shadow's, making his identity almost certain. The investigation team immediately raced to the crime scene. Among them was Chu Haonan, who knew that Shadow was a lawless monster. To him, this brutal, senseless murder was a direct slap in the face to his nation's laws. Once on board, he planned to use his investigation skills on the corpses, and once Shadow's location was locked, they would unleash full firepower to eliminate him. He was absolutely going to avenge Jiang Shishi. In mere seconds, police boats surrounded the yacht, and investigators began inspecting Jiang Shishi's body. A quick autopsy revealed the chilling cause of death, a snapped neck. Unidentified DNA and burn marks were found in her mouth, making Chu Haonan curse Shadow for insulting the dead on top of murder. He placed his hand on her cold skin, activating his skill, Last Words of the Deceased. This powerful skill allowed him to track the killer's exact location for 5 whole minutes. Chu Haonan swore he would make sure the culprit paid for his crimes. Now watch closely here. His eyes suddenly widened in shock as he warned his men that Shadow was right there. He immediately ordered an all-out strike towards 6 o'clock, but before he could even turn, a deadly poison dart pierced his skull, shocking everyone as his body collapsed right next to Jiang Shishi. Captain Lin Qingyue kept her cool. With pure determination, she summoned a squad shield and opened fire on the target, accusing Shadow of murdering their lead investigator and demanding to know if he was declaring war on the government itself. Jingfeng calmly told them all to relax. He revealed that he only executed Chu Haonan because the man was a traitor, leaking classified info to Jiang Shishi for personal gain. And as for the proof, it was right on the dead man's phone for them to inspect. An officer unlocked Chu Haonan's phone and instantly confirmed the shocking truth, showing Captain Lin the direct messages between him and Jiang Shishi. It was officially revealed that Jiang Shishi was the notorious in-game player known as Black Ace. Captain Lin Qingyue refused to believe it, grabbing the device to see for herself. She snatched the phone, but the officer panicked, begging her to wait. Confused, she wondered what on earth they were trying to hide from her. Her jaw literally dropped when she saw a private photo of Chu Haonan and Jiang Shishi passionately kissing. She blushed bright red as she scrolled through the rest of the gallery, filled with highly intimate pictures of the two lovers. The officer sweated nervously, muttering that he had tried to warn her first. You and I both see her putting the pieces together now. She realized Shadow was telling the absolute truth about everything. The in-game kill was just a show to earn Jiang Shishi's trust, setting her up so he could easily track and eliminate her in reality. Then, he tipped off the police, easily trapping and executing Chu Haonan. In one move, he helped them solve 2 massive cases. An officer then asked why she was staring so intensely at the screen. She realized just how terrifying Shadow really was. If he ever turned against the law, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. Then it hit her just moments ago. She had actually fired her gun at him. Even if he didn't care or hold a grudge, she worried it might ruin any chance of cooperation with him. Looking deeply grateful, she thanked him for his help and apologized for shooting at him earlier. Without hesitating, she shot herself right in the leg, causing the officers to panic as she calmly told them to stand down. Tearfully, she told the invisible Shadow that they were even now, begging him to keep working alongside the police in the future. One of the officers helped her stand up, insisting there was no need to go to such extreme lengths. But she argued they had no idea what Shadow was capable of, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Jingfeng watched the whole dramatic scene unfold while completely invisible. He recognized late-night drizzle real name Lin Qingyue, shooting herself just to avoid getting on his bad side. She truly was the ruthless genius, destined to lead the city's future official forces. Meanwhile, back in the game world, several dangerous monsters spawned near the ancient ruins. A shield-carrying player jumped into battle, desperately yelling for Xiao Yu to heal him. She raised her staff and casted a high-level healing spell, but she was so incredibly clumsy that she healed the monster instead of her own ally. The monster bit down hard, and the shocked player, realizing she had failed again, screamed that she was as useless as always. Her active spell kept healing the beast as it literally devoured her poor teammate. Soon, they were wiped out. As they respawned, a tearful Xiao Yu wondered how it happened. And that's where we leave it today, trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive in. She is convinced Shadow is behind this. She wonders if he keeps targeting her because he knows she wants revenge for her brother, Song Fi. He smacks her head hard, calling her a complete idiot, and asking why a powerhouse like Shadow would waste time on her. He explains they were wiped out by that platinum boss, the headless assassin, Shero. Did she even read the system alerts? Now, Xiao Yu is standing there with a massive bump on her head, absolutely furious. He reveals that her terrible healing skill is the reason the boss got triggered. Then he swears that if the guild leader ever puts her in his team again, he will literally end his own life. Just then, the boss lands right next to them, sending him into a total panic. As a creepy aura starts radiating from its body, the guy completely abandons Xiao Yu and sprints for his life. Seeing the boss lock onto them, Xiao Yu's eyes widen in pure terror. This is bad. Meanwhile, deep in the city night, we find a massive luxury mansion. A plate of fruit gets smashed onto the floor. It is a red-haired woman on the phone, and she is absolutely furious. She screams that the government officers on the line are totally useless, passing up a golden opportunity to take down Shadow. Now pay attention here. Shadow wiped out her entire Dongfang clan, and she wants blood for blood, no matter what. After spending years infiltrating the government, they proved to be absolutely worthless when it actually mattered. She demands that no matter the cost, they must make Shadow pay for his crimes. Behind her, a boy stands clutching a whip. She reminds him that Shadow killed his father-in-law, demanding to know why he is hesitating. Just behind him, a wounded woman watches with eyes full of pure malice and confidence. The boy looks at his mother, revealing his plan to destroy Shadow. Intrigued, she asks her son Nantian about his scheme, reminding him that the god-forsaken game is locked to adults over 18, meaning he cannot even log in yet. Nantian's eyes gleam with absolute confidence as he explains that even if he cannot enter the game, he can still use his brain. Since Shadow loves hunting players, the plan is to bait him, provoking him into chasing targets right into his father's fireworks factory. They will rig the entire place beforehand, and the moment Shadow shows up to strike, they will blow the entire factory sky high. That way, tens of thousands of exploding fireworks will become his funeral pyre, letting the whole world watch his final moments. And yes, I know what you are thinking. This kid is pure evil. Even if it fails, Shadow cannot trace it, making his mother smile at her twisted creation. Turning to Chu, she snaps that even her young boy is more useful than he is. Chu stays silent but warns her that this entire operation must remain a complete secret. The higher-ups still want to recruit Shadow, and besides, his older brothers would never approve of this rogue operation. Hearing this, the furious mother slams down the phone, deciding she will handle everything herself. She walks over to her son, eyeing the bound woman on the floor, and asks why she refuses to yield her lifespan. Nantian blushes, rubbing his cheek as he admits he lost control for a second and accidentally killed her. Meanwhile, back in the game, deep in the ruins of Magic City, the dangerous boss chasing Xiao Yu and her partner launches a lightning-fast strike. Before they can even turn to run, the boss moves like a flash of thunder. It slices them into pieces, ending them instantly. Xiao Yu's ghost is in complete shock over its terrifying speed. Their shattered bodies dissolve into glowing orbs of lifespan, leaving nearby players horrified by how fast they were wiped out. Whispers spread that an invisible killer is at work, and everyone immediately assumes it must be Shadow. Before they can even gasp, the boss strikes again, cutting them down instantly and claiming their valuable lifespan. Terrified, the remaining players scatter, convinced that Shadow has completely lost his mind and is slaughtering innocent people. Meanwhile, King Fang stands high above the sea, whistling while enjoying the view, completely isolated from town. This is the perfect spot to spawn his hideout. The system asks if he wants to sacrifice 1,315.2 years of lifespan to manifest his hideout. Since it is an underground base, King Fang needs to mark the coordinates on his map first. The prompt warns him that any matter overlapping with the zone will be vaporized, requiring his final confirmation. King Fang looks down at the deep ocean and hits confirm. Suddenly, a giant magic circle glows, splitting the sea. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get truly insane. Alright, you and I are about to watch King Fang set out on his quest to find the divine book. Our boy logs in, only for Wang Mang to reveal that someone reported him for a massive player-killing spree. But Wang Mang knows he is innocent since he was offline the entire time. Turns out, a platinum tier boss named the Headless Assassin has been slaughtering players. Her stealth is insanely high, making her completely invisible to everyone, so Wang Mang asks him to handle it. Meanwhile, in the Magic City ruins, the boss is absolutely wiping out players, leaving nothing but glowing lifespan orbs behind. Anquin, who is hiding behind the rubble, shivers in pure terror, wondering what kind of god-tier boss this is, since even his level 3 anti-stealth skill is completely useless. Last time, the Iron Saint got totally outshined by Shadow, and he is still incredibly salty. With a confident smirk, he claims his only issue is not seeing the boss otherwise. He could easily solo her. He even boasts that even if Shadow showed up, he would be completely helpless against this headless assassin. Xialo Yan panics, telling Anquin to shut up before he attracts the boss. She suggests heading up to higher ground to get a much better vantage point. Anquin starts creeping forward, but in a ridiculous twist of fate, he steps directly on a discarded banana peel. The poor guy slips and crashes hard to the dirt, wondering what idiot left a banana peel there. Now watch this part before anyone can react. The boss strikes like lightning, slicing Yan and her crew clean in half. Their bodies immediately turn into glowing lifespan orbs. Hilariously, Anquin is the sole survivor, all thanks to slipping on that random banana peel. He is left utterly traumatized as he watches the invisible monster slaughter his entire squad. Instantly, he snatches up a lifespan orb. But when he spins around, the boss is standing right there, raising her weapon to finish him off. Instead of cowering, he gets bold and screams right in her face that he is not afraid. As the boss charges her strike, Anquin dives into a roll only to panic when he realizes he went too early. Desperate, Anquin just keeps rolling like a madman, his eyes wide with utter confusion. He is literally wondering what the hell she is waiting for and why she has not struck. He keeps spinning in circles around the boss, getting so dizzy that his brain is practically turning to mush. Finally stopping, he looks around in a daze, confused as he sees the boss starting to fade away through his blurry vision. Unleashing her fully charged anti-stealth strike, she lunges at the dizzy Anquin, who has zero time to react and takes the blow head-on. In a flash, his body explodes into glowing lifespan. But watch closely, this is where our boy makes his move, dropping down on her out of nowhere. Using true anti-stealth strike, he plunges his dagger into her back, dealing over 28,000 damage for an instant kill. His attack is so incredibly fast that she cannot even turn around or register his presence. He is actually surprised to see this boss is named Shu. But just a few minutes before King Fang showed up, every single member of the guild in the ruins was pointing fingers at poor Xiao Yu, screaming that her failed spell triggered the headless boss. They claimed the monster locked onto her and chased her all the way to respawn. With her eyes pooling with tears, Xiao Yu desperately tries to explain that she never meant for this to happen. Two furious guild members tell the leader they refuse to group up with a liability like her, complaining she will just get them killed instantly. The guild leader warns his men to keep it down, asking if they actually want to draw the boss right to them. Staring at her seriously, the leader realizes Xiao Yu simply is not built for combat. So, he reassigns her to focus entirely on scout duty, searching for hidden player hideouts. He promises her a bounty of 3 years of lifespan for a gold tier hideout and 10 years for a platinum tier. He sighs, remembering how back then, when they first saw her hidden class, they genuinely believed they had hit the jackpot. Pointing at Xiao Yu, the leader decides to dole out 1 year of lifespan daily, since her endless deaths are costing them way too much. A notification pops up, showing Xiao Yu just received 2 days of tradable lifespan, putting her current total at 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes. Looking incredibly relieved, she bows and thanks the guild leader from the bottom of her heart. Watching this, you and I know the other girls in the guild are absolutely furious. They are convinced Xiao Yu got lucky, plotting this whole thing from the start just to see the guild leader every single day. You and I are diving back in as they curse Xiao Yu, claiming they will do the same, just as glowing lifespan overflows and they spot the boss named Shu. Hearing that name, the guild leader and his crew cannot help but feel extremely curious and deeply confused. Moments later, the lifeless body of the massive boss drops heavily onto the dirt, and then King Fang suddenly appears, staring silently at them. The leader's eyes instantly bulge in absolute terror as his jaw drops in pure shock. Without wasting a single second, wearing an expression of pure rage, he smacks one of his own lackeys right on the head. Suddenly, a bizarre energy swirls around Xiao Yu, distorting the space itself and leaving her completely dazed. Her eyes widen with terrifying dread. No one has any idea what is happening. Swift as lightning, the leader kicks Xiao Yu hard from behind, launching her straight into the air. Xiao Yu's body floats helplessly above the ground as she screams at the top of her lungs for help. Right then, 3 terrifying headless bosses surround her, immediately locking King Fang's intense gaze directly onto her. Watching from the shadows, Anan and the rest lose their minds when they spot 3 bosses. But watch closely, we see 4, then 5 of them, right as Shadow instantly obliterates one of the monsters. It all makes sense now why they are everywhere. These things are using massive clone techniques. With tears streaming down her face, Xiao Yu desperately begs for mercy. Seeing Shadow nearby, she thinks she is finally saved. She reaches her trembling hand toward King Fang, crying out to him as Brother Shadow. Hearing that word from the very person who betrayed him makes King Fang's eyes flare with absolute, blinding fury. Before the bosses can even strike, King Fang activates his new Shadow Dash, moving like a flash of lightning. He slices the bosses and poor Xiao Yu into ribbons. In her final moments of shock, she cannot comprehend why he did it. The system alerts our boy that he killed the headless assassins Xilu and Zai, earning 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. As glowing lifespan orbs rain from the sky, King Fang turns his back on Xiao Yu, coldly stating she is just unlucky before activating Greedy Hand to collect his loot. He notices that on top of the 1,520 days of lifespan, the boss also dropped a cluster of mysterious light orbs. These are actually non-tradable lifespans that the boss freshly absorbed from other players and had not fully digested yet. Just then, Captain Anu and Wang Mang show up. With a smile, she greets him and offers to buy his unwanted loot, and honestly, You and I are probably wondering how she keeps showing up everywhere. Staring calmly, our boy mentions they arrived at the perfect time, since he knows another secret spot with incredible loot. If the price is right, he will guide them. He invites Wang Mang's crew to tag along, but strictly bans Anu from coming. Anu instantly flares up in anger and confusion, demanding to know why she is being excluded. Pointing a finger toward Wang Mang, Shadow coldly clarifies that, to be precise, no women are allowed on this run. Blushing deeply, she flaunts her curves and accuses him of blatant discrimination, demanding an explanation. Faking absolute heartbreak, she pouts that she wanted to seduce him, but never expected him to prefer men instead. King Fang knocks her lightly on the head before revealing that right outside the ruins of the city's north gate lies the legendary Tower of Divine Authority, where completing the tough challenges yields incredible, high-value rewards. But here is the catch: the NPCs inside despise women, so having any female teammates increases the difficulty tenfold. With a warm smile, Little Black bids farewell to King Fang and wishes him the best of luck, while her close friend looks on with a gaze full of deep admiration. Fuming with rage, Captain Anu turns her back on them, calling the NPCs sexist trash and swearing she will slaughter them all once she levels up. She then tells Shia they should explore the nearby mountains, slaying some random monsters just to vent her immense frustration. King Fang signals Wang Mang's crew to follow, while the system alerts them that Shadow has sent a party invitation. Wang Mang's subordinate is incredibly nervous, since it is his absolute first time teaming up with such a legendary player. But Wang Mang immediately scolds him, snapping that this is a priceless opportunity to study the legendary boss's incredible movements. In the blink of an eye, King Fang vanishes far ahead, leaving them panicking as they try to comprehend his insane speed. Shadow looks like he is walking casually, yet he easily outpaces them even while they are running at full speed. How can they learn anything when his agility is literally off the charts? Stick around to see what happens next. Checking his system inventory, King Fang realizes that more than 20 items dropped from that fight, with 2 of them being perfect for assassins. The first is a lethal, emerald-tier weapon, called the Forest Bone Blade. Look at this with me. Over 388,000 attack power. Plus, it boosted strength by 39 and agility by 48, requiring level 15 to equip. Its unique effect doubled movement speed for 5 seconds after landing a hit, granting a 30% evasion rate while active. King Fang unsheathed his new Forest Bone Blade, his eyes widening with joy as its attack power was 80% higher than his old 216-point blade. Not to mention those sweet bonuses to strength and agility. This weapon was incredibly solid and worth equipping. Next up, a platinum tier skill called Shadow Blade. This skill launched a dark blade made of pure shadow energy. It dealt heavy shadow damage to a single target within 20 meters, adding 600 extra dark elemental points and stripping away a random platinum tier buff upon impact. With a 12-second cooldown reduced to 6.49, it required level 14. Naturally, our boy decided to evolve it straight to legendary tier. Even though the single target dark damage started out a bit low, he knew that dispelling enemy buffs would be incredibly useful. The evolution cost 56 points, leaving him with 219. Shadow Blade leveled up through Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers, finally reaching legendary status. This boosted the extra dark elemental attack to 1500 points and let him dispel legendary level buffs instantly. A 7-second cooldown? Trust me, this next legendary effect gets absolutely insane in action. Hitting a weak point instantly refunded 3 seconds of cooldown. Holding his upgraded weapon, King Fang was absolutely thrilled. He realized that as long as his aim was true, he would get those 3 seconds back every single time. For an expert like him, the active cooldown would be only 0.78 seconds. But when our boy snapped out of his thoughts and turned around, Wang Mang and his crew had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, about 2 kilometers behind him, Wang Mang and his men were panting heavily, completely wiped out. They gasped that Shadow moved way too fast for anyone to keep up, with one guy complaining he could not take another step. Wang Mang literally grabbed him by the feet and started dragging him along, telling him to stop whining. Eventually, they reached the legendary Tower of Divine Authority, sitting deep in the middle of a dense forest. It was so massively tall that the peak disappeared into the clouds. Our main character told the exhausted crew they had arrived. Once they stepped inside, a special non-player character would challenge them. Now pay close attention to this trick. The better they perform, the higher his shop prices actually soar. With a perfectly calm face, he advised them to hold back and use only 1% of their true power. After all, they only needed to beat a gold-tier boss. When our boy looked back, he found Wang Mang and his squad collapsed on the ground, literally shaking from exhaustion. Absolutely nobody could match his insane speed. Covered in sweat and panting, Wang Mang gave a weak thumbs up and told our guy not to worry, promising the mission would succeed. As King Fang walked toward the tower entrance, he warned them to strictly use team chat, so the listening, non-player character would not hear a single word of their plan. He explained that once they cleared the trial, They could buy top-tier items from this merchant, promising that they would not be disappointed. Together, King Fang and the rest of the crew pushed open the tower doors. Wang Mang and his squad gasped in shock as a mysterious hooded figure floated down right in front of them. He welcomed them warmly as guests from Blue Star, guessing that the arrival of the Forsaken Gods had left them deeply shaken. He declared this was the Tower of Divine Authority, where passing his trial would unlock trading privileges. He calmly told them to let him know the exact moment they were ready to start. The crew was completely baffled to find a living inhabitant in this place. One teammate nervously asked Shadow what kind of boss they were about to fight. Our main character just told them to follow his lead, promising the whole encounter was incredibly simple. The party swordsman got even more anxious and demanded real details, wanting to know how long the battle would take, how many phases the boss had, what moves to avoid, and whether they needed mechanics or just raw stats. The guy just would not stop asking questions, demanding to know if the enemy had gap closers or instant death mechanics, where its weak points were located, and who it would target first, and how long they had. Finally, Wang Ming stepped in and told King Fang to ignore the overthinker. He explained that this guy's nickname was Steady as an Old Dog, ever since a past tragedy where 2 teammates died. So the guy is insanely paranoid. Stick around, because you and I are about to watch this crazy battle unfold. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Our swordsman is panicking, totally unprepared, but the creepy NPC just grins and says the fun is starting. Right on cue, a portal tears open, spitting out a massive, terrifying boss. A gold-tier level 20 obsidian skull-splitter golem emerges. Our swordsman freezes in absolute, paralyzing terror. I mean, the monster is level 20, while our party's highest level is only 11. Unfazed, King Fang tells everyone to chill and signals Wang Mang to take point. Trusting his leader, Wang Mang equips his shield and pulls his sword right out of his inventory. Activating his shield charge skill, Wang Mang flies headfirst at the giant boss, slamming the heavy shield straight into its face. Furious, the boss lashes out, striking back hard. Luckily, Wang Mang reacts fast enough to block most of it, but the sheer impact still sends him flying backward. Like lightning, King Fang dashes in and catches him, saving him from smashing into the stone wall. The other teammates are completely stunned by this save, instantly worrying about our boy's safety. Meanwhile, King Fang just locks eyes with the beast. Now pay attention here. King Fang tells the archer to stay calm and unleash her starshine shot. Next, he barks orders for the swordsman to execute a triple ground slash. They both nod, and the archer unleashes a brutal rain of arrows, making the beast howl. Using that opening, the swordsman moves like a gust of wind, landing a series of fast, punishing slashes. Blood coughs out of the monster's mouth. Completely enraged, it slams its massive fists into the ground. A dark aura erupts around the boss, while a sinister black energy starts wrapping around our swordsman. Seeing this, King Fang immediately realizes the boss has gone into a full berserk state. He yells for everyone to steer clear of the black oil, promising to handle it. Terrified, the swordsman starts scrambling away from the creeping dark energy. Over on the other side, the archer barely dodges a deadly incoming strike. King Fang leaps into the air, hurling his shadow blade with insane speed. The boss cannot even react before the weapon pierces its face, dealing over 4,500 points of pure damage. Instead of backing off, the giant beast roars. But King Fang activates a skill, instantly canceling the boss's fury. Wang Mang grins, pointing out that King Fang's damage is way too high for his current stats. Seriously. It is like the boss was stripped of all its armor. I know what you're thinking, but get this. The swordsman laughs, joking that King Fang was just acting weak by hiding in the corner. The shady NPC probably thought our boy was just a clueless rookie. Intrigued, the archer asks how he figured out that the merchant's items scale in price as the party gets stronger. She really wants to know how King Fang uncovered such a hidden mechanic. King Fang pauses, explaining that this game is packed with deep secrets, with most of the real lore buried deep within ancient ruins. He challenges them, asking if they have actually tried exploring the map or if they are just ignoring their own survival knowledge. Both the archer and swordsman go dead silent, completely speechless. While they are chatting, the boss opens its massive jaws, charging up a giant fireball. As the swirling flames grow massive and deadly, King Fang quickly shouts out a warning. The boss is about to rotate clockwise and unleash a massive fire breath. He instantly commands everyone to dodge the incoming blast, warning that if those flames hit the black oil on the ground, they will all burn to ash in 3 seconds. The party scatters, but Wang Mang yells at Old Dog for running the wrong way. Sensing the danger, King Fang instantly realizes there is no time left for them to run. Thinking fast, he orders Wang Mang to pop his invincibility skill and tank the blast. Wang Mang obeys, raising his massive shield to absorb the entire impact. King Fang praises his quick reaction and commands them to unleash their strongest burst skills the second the flames clear out. The archer lets loose another volley. The swordsman leaps high to strike, while Wang Mong charges right behind to cover him from retaliation. Their coordinated assault connects perfectly, and before the monster can even recover, the team unloads over 25,000 points of damage, killing it on the spot. System alerts pop up, celebrating their victory over the level 20 Obsidian Skull Splitter Golem. The team finally lets out a sigh of relief, but King Fang stays alert. He knows the real threat is when the boss drops below 70% health and triggers its final rage mode. Even after the state clears, its raw power remains close to a deadly silver tier opponent. The mysterious merchant reappears in midair, clapping for them, announcing that they are the very first players from Blue Star to pass his test. As the loot spawns, the NPC laughs, saying they can trade their actual lifespans for a divine tome. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get dangerous. Stick with me, we are starting as a mysterious shopkeeper named Vickley unleashes his power. Watching this, the swordsman's eyes widen when he notices the creepy guy actually has 6 fingers. Suddenly, Vickley's eyes flare with an eerie light, locking his deadly gaze right onto the swordsman. No hesitation. He summons a massive lightning bolt that blasts the swordsman for over 99,000 damage. Instant death. As the swordsman shatters into glowing lifespan orbs, Wang Mong panics, totally clueless why he was just targeted. Staying completely cool, King Fang explains that this guy's forbidden trigger is directly linked to his fingers. Basically, these system characters can't touch players unless someone stupidly breaks their specific forbidden rule first. So as long as they shut up about his hand, they are safe. But a burning question hits Wang Mong. Could King Fang actually take this monster down? Sadly, our main character admits he can't, not yet, anyway. See, these entities are godlike beings from alternate timelines. Chained by cosmic laws, they came to Blue Star disguised as shopkeepers to farm player lifespans. Sneering with pure arrogance, Vickley tells them to buy their godly skill books, pay with their precious life years, and beat it. Pay attention here, because the books they find absolutely break the game. Wang Mong discovers they can trade lifespan to summon real-world essentials, like infinite food, clean water, and supplies. He realizes these legacy items mean guaranteed survival, keeping them fully stocked even during a total global apocalypse. Once again, King Fang delivered the jackpot. Wang Mang and the archer are speechless, realizing their leader never, ever lets them down. Their minds are blown even further when the archer spots a legendary mechanical maid manual and instantly wants it. King Fang drops 9,000 days of tradable lifespan to scoop up all 9 of the city's legendary books. These items would easily cover all his survival basics. But there is a catch. The Tower of Divine Authority offers a massive reputation achievement, and he's going to claim it. Our hero casually tells the shopkeeper he wants to run the absolute hardest difficulty solo. Vickley just laughs, pointing out that based on King Fang's mediocre display so far, he wouldn't even survive floor 1. Yet he's got the nerve to demand the ultimate challenge. Let's pause right here because the details of this top-tier difficulty are actually insane. Vickley explains there are 5 scaling levels, with the 5th tier being a total nightmare. The boss is still the golden grade Obsidian Skullbreaker Golem, but its stats, health, and cooldowns are buffed by 500%. Wang Mang and the archer freeze in pure shock. 500%? Dodging its basic attacks was already brutal, so they seriously doubt even Shadow can handle this. With 5 times the health and defense, it would take forever to chip down. One tiny slip-up means instant death. Glaring straight at King Fang, the entity warns him that if he fails this run, all of his dropped lifespan belongs to the shopkeeper. Is he really ready to risk it all? King Fang ignores the warning, confidently locked in. Smiling, the seller channels a sphere of dark magic, welcoming the free lifespan. To him, these pathetic Blue Star humans got way too cocky, way too fast. Honestly, they're begging for death. Suddenly, the fallen giant resurrects. Behold, the golden obsidian skull-splitting golem, its destructive power amplified by 500%. Unsheathing his dagger, King Fang smiles. He knows this buff is not even the limit in his past life. This monster's summons reached 2,000%. This is the ultimate test drive for his brand new blade. He fires a toxic daggers, triggering the black flame passive to slash the golem's defense and elemental resist by 7%. Immediately, his emerald bone blade triggers, boosting our boy's movement speed by 100% for 5 full seconds. The Titan spews blazing fire, but right before it connects, King Fang vanishes into thin air. While the confused giant looks around, our main character teleports right behind its massive back. He leaps onto its head, burying his blade deep into the skull to trigger the Emerald Feather Blast. The giant screams in pure agony. Instantly, King Fang blinks away again, keeping his speed maxed out. Staring at this unreal display of speed, the teammates are left completely speechless. And honestly, you and I can't blame them, since that skill cooldown is absolutely broken. Stick with me, we're about to see how Shadow's speed is so extreme that he literally looks like he's vanishing into thin air. Qin Feng decides to activate Blessed Liberation, guaranteeing his next strike inflicts a devastating throat slash effect. Using Shadow Dash, our main character moves like lightning, dealing over 100,000 points of damage to the boss. This strike triggers Black Flame's gift, cutting down the enemy's defense and elemental resistances by 64%. Even after taking those high-level hits, the monster's health bar has barely even budged. Qin Feng is thrilled, knowing this insane power is all thanks to his Ancient God's Stone Tablet buff. Without this artifact boosting the stack limits on Black Flame's gift, each Shadow Dash hit would cap out at around 18,000 damage. Wang Meng stands frozen in absolute shock, seeing a single hit deplete a third of the boss's health, wondering what skill Qin Feng just unleashed. This is the very first time the archer clearly witnesses Qin Feng's attack, which looks like a near-instant shadow slash. But the version of this skill he knows only lands 3 hits. Meanwhile, Vicky watches the battle unfold in complete silence, wondering how anyone could be this powerful so early in Blue Star's launch, and just what kind of god-tier talent he has. Now watch, as our hero's eyes gleam with pure excitement. It is time to unleash Throat Slash, a skill dealing 200% of his last attack's damage every second, causing blood to spray everywhere. The boss roars in absolute agony as its health bar completely drains, collapsing and turning into glowing orbs of raw lifespan within seconds. System notifications immediately congratulate him for clearing the extreme 5th floor difficulty challenge of the Divine Authority Tower, rewarding him a total of 15 reputation points for conquering every single tier. On top of that, as the very first player in the entire world to solo this tower, he scores an extra 75 reputation points, followed by a massive, server-wide global announcement. Player Qin Feng has conquered the highest tier of the Divine Authority Tower, making absolute history. But instead of being hyped, the community is completely confused. No one has any clue what this tower even is, since nobody has ever spotted a single tower-like building in their city ruins. Once again, they realize that Shadow is miles ahead of everyone. Vicky is absolutely furious, feeling like he's been totally scammed. He curses the cunning players of Blue Star, wishing he had charged 10,000 or even 100,000 days of lifespan per book. Vicky conjures a blinding, massive ball of magic, screaming at them to get lost and never show their faces again. You and I would probably panic too, as Wang Mang and the archer shield their eyes, convinced this furious NPC is about to vaporize them. Vicky's magic blasts downward, but while his teammates cover their heads in terror, Qin Feng stands completely still, calm as always. Qin Feng and the others are instantly teleported back outside the tower. The two companions look around in total confusion, panicking for a second before realizing they are actually still alive. They had simply been booted out of the Tower of Divine Authority. Qin Feng calmly reminds them that NPCs physically cannot attack players, meaning there was never anything to worry about. With the loot secured, Qin Feng decides to call it a day, casually mentioning he's logging off to grab some food. Wang Mang deeply thanks Qin Feng for the carry, begging him to bring them along for any future runs. Qin Feng nods as the archer waves goodbye, before waking up back in his real-world hideout. The system extracts him. Qin Feng then spends 106 years of lifespan on high-end furniture, groceries, and daily essentials, along with a multi-purpose mechanical maid. Seconds later, a cute dog-eared maid materializes before him. She introduces herself, politely explaining that she'll manage the entire household and stand ready to serve him in absolutely anything he could ever need. Kicking back on his new luxury sofa, Qin Feng orders her to start deep cleaning the entire hideout right away. As the maid sweeps the floors, she plans to whip up a massive feast afterward. But meanwhile, back in Zhanghai City, the local police force is deeply investigating a series of highly disturbing murder cases. The lead detective informs his boss that this is already the 3rd female victim found just this week. Just like the last 2 bodies, her limbs are severed and her eyes have been gouged out, pointing directly to a serial killer. The chief asks if they've found any clues. So, what do you and I make of this? The officer reports that the killer knows their investigation skills too well, evading them entirely. Hearing this, all right, we're diving straight into a high-stakes investigation, with the chief ordering immediate action because his researcher's promotion clock is ticking down fast. They absolutely had to catch this killer. The officer standing right beside him nodded in silent agreement. The officer asked for a brief moment, prompting the chief to instantly ask if he found something. His expression turned deadly serious as he realized Shadow's login and logout times matched the exact moments of the victims' deaths. The chief paused to think, knowing a simple clash in schedules was not enough concrete proof. Still, the officer insisted they could at least use this angle as a starting point. He noted that rumors already branded Shadow a murderer, claiming the authorities covered it up out of sheer terror of his power. The boss simply waved it off. He reminded Xiaoma that even though Shadow had humiliated him right in front of Anyu, he absolutely could not let personal grudges interfere with their official duty. He promised that the tech department would back him 24/7 to close the case and secure justice. With that, the chief turned to brief another officer. Left alone, Xiaoma stared at the cold floor, his eyes burning with pure rage. Qin Feng logged into the game, silently gazing at a massive castle towering over the ruins of Magic City. He recalled that this structure was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hidden zone. Though it was out in the open, rumors claimed its protective barrier was the absolute toughest in all Huaxia. The system notified him that creating the Guild Shadow had cost him exactly 2.74 years of tradable lifespan. Now, watch closely. His plan was to seize this stronghold, register it under his guild, and secure a safe haven in the ruins. Then, Qin Feng leaped. These custom sanctuaries allowed instant teleportation, making travel between magic. Activating his stealth skill, Qin Feng slipped into the hideout and moved forward like a silent ghost. Minutes passed, and though he had already descended to the third basement level, the deepest zone, he had not seen one single monster. It was clear that a highly capable team had cleared the path ahead of him. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoed, shouting that she had absolutely nowhere left to run. Curious, Qin Feng peered around the corner, finding a group of men cornering a terrified woman. Shaking with fear, she begged them to stay back. They trapped her right on a narrow bridge, with a boiling river of lava rushing directly behind her. Grinning, one of the thugs told her not to panic because they were not going to kill her for now. He sneered that Madame Dongfang ordered them to capture her so her beloved son could have some fun with her. I know what you're thinking. This is sick. They demanded her real-world location, threatening to spawn kill her until her entire lifespan drained to zero. He sneered that even suicide wouldn't save her, because their Shura Guild allies were already camping at the respawn points. With a wicked grin, the orange-haired thug offered her a sick deal. He reminded her that she had personally killed Madame Dongfang twice in the game, estimating those deaths had cost the madam at least 30 years of her lifespan. While she remained completely silent and lost in her thoughts, he told her to hand over those 30 years of lifespan and sleep with them, promising to let her go. Tears of absolute terror welled up in her eyes as she trembled and asked what they wanted to do. They grinned wickedly, and one pulled down his pants, throwing the poor woman into a complete panic. With a disgusting smirk, the orange-haired leader confirmed that this was exactly how they liked to play. The woman hesitated in silence, looking away with a deep blush as she begged them to promise they'd let her go afterward. Smiling happily, the orange-haired creep gave his word and eagerly told her to start with him first. The bald thug chimed in that he was next. Shaking all over, she slowly stepped toward them, but suddenly, her eyes flashed with sharp resolve. Whipping out a poisonous dart, she suddenly lunged at the man. But instantly, the blindfolded thug unleashed his golden cauldron earthquake skill, slamming down and brutally pinning her directly against the hard ground. He mocked her for being a bad girl. Helplessly, she could only close her eyes in despair as the orange-haired creep leaned in closer. Sticking out his tongue, he warned her this was her final warning and demanded she open her mouth. But instead, a highly confident smile spread across her face. Unleashing an incredibly deadly skill, she sliced both the bald and orange-haired thugs completely in half, leaving the blindfolded man standing there in absolute shock. Before he could even process what was happening or draw his next breath, a razor-sharp paper strip wrapped tightly around his neck. Her lethal power was so immense that she made the man's head explode like a shattered watermelon. That's where we leave it today, as Qin Feng watches from the dark, instantly recognizing her deadly chainblade class. Let's dive in. After executing those trash mobs, she brutally crushes the orange-haired guy's groin. As their bodies dissolve into glowing lifespan orbs, she glares down at them with pure, mocking hatred. Right then, Qin Feng recognizes her weapon as the legendary Blade of the Underworld, while she fiercely vows to put an end to Dongfang Yue. She goes by the alias Ghost Spirit, possessing the ultra-rare Blade of the Underworld class. Stepping out from the shadows, Qin Feng approaches her, knowing this class is the ultimate hidden specialty in the entire assassin branch. He recalls that in his past life, she eventually ranked among the top 10 strongest players worldwide. But after crossing the powerful Chu family of Demon City, her identity leaked, leaving her hunted by countless rival factions. Yet, she still slaughtered thousands of players before finally collapsing from pure exhaustion. He remembers the sheer grief of her guildmates back then. He never expected to run into her this early. Still, one thing doesn't add up. Who exactly is this Dongfang Yue she's so desperate to kill? After all, he already wiped out the entire Dongfang clan. Deactivating his stealth, Qin Feng steps forward to greet her, but she immediately lashes out, drawing her weapon, assuming he is just another ally of the thugs she just slaughtered. Qin Feng quickly denies it, but she's out of patience and lunges forward, telling him to prepare for death. Now watch this. Qin Feng stays completely chill, while an enraged ghost spirit unleashes her deadly underworld chainblade. In a split second, the glowing paper bindings whip through the air, rapidly wrapping around Qin Feng's body. Yet he instantly melts into the shadows, vanishing completely and leaving her baffled, only to reappear right behind her to play along. Hearing his voice, her eyes widen in pure shock and panic, instantly leaping back to create some distance. Activating her shadow stealth, her body dissolves into darkness, leaving absolutely no trace behind. Slightly impressed by her flawless invisibility, Qin Feng triggers his own stealth skill, vanishing from the clearing as well. Minutes tick by in total silence, leaving Ghost Spirit completely baffled by his sudden disappearance. She can't find him anywhere, which is insane because her class has a level 4 passive detection skill built right in. This realization makes her wonder if this mysterious player is actually Shadow. Well, watch closely as Qin Feng drops his stealth, quietly reappearing right behind her to break the silence. Hearing his voice, she panics, realizing he can see right through her advanced level 4 invisibility. Realizing she's outmatched, she goes all out, activating her ultimate skill, Evil Ghost Soul Chase. Her paper weapon glows, as a pink flame ignites above Qin Feng's head, forcing him to slip back into stealth and retreat cautiously. But to his surprise, her homing blade tracks his exact movements, leaving him momentarily thrown off. Squinting through the dark, he realizes this weapon has a lock-on effect, while Ghost Spirit glares with icy determination. Even if she can't physically see him, her weapon acts as her radar. Nobody escapes the Evil Ghost Soul Chase. Qin Feng tries to shake it off, but the tracking blade relentlessly pursues his every move. He realizes her class completely bypasses standard stealth levels, proving she really is a top-tier monster. Using his wits, Qin Feng starts sprinting in rapid circles around Ghost Spirit, and by the time she catches on, it's already too late. Refusing to yield, she lunges forward, only for her own tangled paper chains to snap back and bind her completely. Grabbing the glowing bindings, Qin Feng lifts her off the ground, finally revealing his true identity as Shadow. He clarifies he has nothing to do with Dongfang Yue, pointing out she would already be dead if he wanted her gone. With zero leverage left, Ghost Spirit reluctantly accepts his word, grumbling for him to put her back down. Qin Feng gets straight to business, asking if the Dongfang Yue she mentioned belongs to the infamous Zhenghai city clan. Nodding while hanging upside down, she explains that Dongfang Yue actually married into the powerful Chu family, shifting her alliances away from her maiden clan. Qin Feng realizes a crucial target had somehow slipped through his fingers. It seems Dongfang Yue wasn't there when he wiped out the clan, and Ghost Spirit's jaw drops as she realizes he was the one behind the massacre. A rush of excitement hits her, knowing they both share a massive, burning hatred for the exact same target. She demands to be let down, arguing that the enemy of her enemy is her friend, making them natural allies. Qin Feng lets go of the binding, letting her drop unceremoniously to the floor while delaying any talk of teamwork. First, he wants to know exactly why she's hunting Dongfang Yue. Clenching her teeth, Ghost Spirit reveals her quest for vengeance, and you and I are about to hear her tragic backstory. Alright, you and I are starting with a brutal backstory before the system arrived. Dongfang Yu killed her mother while drunk driving, but she got away tangent-free because the powerful Chu family paid off someone else to take the fall. Her grieving father gathered evidence to lock up Dongfang Ming, but the very next day, his body was dragged from the river. The police ruled it a suicide. When she confronted Dongfang Yu for answers, Chu family thugs beat her half to death. Right as she was about to end her own life in despair, this twisted game finally descended upon the world. The very first thing she did inside the game? Hunt down and slaughter Dongfang Yu. But to make that death permanent, she had to completely drain every second of her lifespan. Instead, the killer revived, hiring a mob to hunt Ghost Spirit down until King Fang stepped in. He listened to her tragic story in complete silence, not interrupting a single time. Tears streamed down Ghost Spirit's face as she begged our boy to help her kill Dongfang Yu. But pay attention here, because without hesitation, King Fang coldly refuses. Ghost Spirit wouldn't back down. Desperate and weeping, she begged him once more to end Dongfang Yu's life. Our boy stared at her. She wasn't one to quit. Looking him dead in the eye, she promised she wouldn't ask for his help for nothing. She offered up everything: her future labor, all her hard-earned lifespan, her gear, and even her personal skills. She would trade it all just to see Dongfang Yu dead. She even offered to become his willing slave. King Fang watched her, a flash of genuine surprise crossing his eyes. Looking down at her, he declared he wouldn't do the dirty work. This was her revenge, and she had to take it with her own hands. Our boy wasn't a heartless monster. He promised to guide her until she was strong enough. But her ultimate success? That was entirely up to her own fate. Ghost Spirit froze, her eyes wide with total confusion. How could he possibly help her? With a calm expression, King Fang gave her a straight answer: join his guild, become one of his soldiers, and he'd back her play. A system notification popped up. Shadow was officially inviting her to join his exclusive guild, also named Shadow. Now, you and I both know what's coming. She realizes he's the only member, and her eyes suddenly light up with pure hope. Wasting no time, she quickly accepted the invite, and the system window locked in her fateful decision. King Fang approved her friend request, quietly pleased. He told her there was only one step left to start her journey class advancement. Turning his back, our boy gave her a final challenge. She had to figure out how to level up her class entirely on her own, and only return to him once it was done. Kneeling on the hard ground, Ghost Spirit's eyes burned with a newfound, unstoppable determination. King Fang made it brutally clear if she couldn't handle this simple task, she should forget about revenge. Activating his shadow stealth skill, King Fang vanished into thin air. He knew her blade of the underworld class had limitless potential. With just a little push, she would become an absolute monster. Soon, he reached the deep zones of the Evil Spirit Academy, face to face with a level 15 platinum grade boss, the terrifying, multi-headed witch, Stana. Looking closely, he instantly realized she was the true guardian protecting this academy. In a flash, King Fang leapt high into the air, unleashing his Dark Knight ring blade, striking her weak point for over 26,000 damage. Landing smoothly, he recalled her first phase, only one of her 4 heads would attack, and she was immune to physical strikes. This meant he had to rely solely on elemental magic. Though they dealt less damage, he confidently summoned his Shadow Blade, holding a pale white bone weapon. This bone blade boosted his movement speed, and his Shadow Blade skill instantly reset its cooldown on every successful hit. King Fang manifested hundreds of Shadow Blades, launching them straight into one of her heads for over 200,000 damage. He had basically transformed into a rapid-fire mobile Gatling gun. Seconds later, the boss's golden head shattered into pieces. But Shadow stayed cool, knowing Phase 2 was coming where 3 heads activate at once. The witch glared at him, eyes burning with pure fury. She began a creepy dance as her heads fired relentless beams of energy straight from their eyes, unleashing chaos everywhere. But trust me, our boy easily reads her pattern. With zero effort, he slipped through the crossfire and jammed his Shadow Blades home, blasting her for another 200,000 damage. As she writhed in pain, Qin Feng landed and turned his back, ending the show. Stick with me. With one final Shadow Blade, he detonated the boss in a massive explosion, as the system announced the death of Distana. He pocketed 50,000 experience and a platinum tier key to the Evil Spirit hideout. His eyes went wide when the system notified him that he could finally advance his class. Qin Feng immediately initiated the advancement, and dark energy swirled around him, upgrading his Shadow class to Tier 2. This massive upgrade skyrocketed his attributes. His strength and constitution went from 9 to 27, agility to 72, and spirit to 45. This class advancement literally tripled all of his attribute bonuses. This massive surge in his base attributes dramatically boosted all of his vital combat stats, noticeably enhancing his offensive power, physical defense, and magical resistance. His untradeable life exceeded 4,510 years, with tradable life over 566. He even unlocked a powerful 4th-class passive. He could now attack without breaking stealth, while still dealing massive stealth break bonus damage. Staring at the golden key, his eyes gleamed. His stats had officially tripled, and attacking from the shadows would no longer break his stealth. This Tier 2 shadow totally changed the game. Now, pay attention to what happens several minutes later. Back outside the academy, some old enemies returned, and Ghost Spirit panicked as she realized who it was. It was the same guys she dealt with earlier. But they weren't just 3 anymore. They brought their entire guild. Grinning, the bald leader claimed he only lost last time because he was caught off guard by her chain blade. Smirking with absolute confidence, the orange-haired fighter bragged that he had summoned his entire guild, Shura Palace, to block every possible escape. The bald leader lunged, making it clear he wouldn't be as gentle as last time. Ghost Spirit panicked, watching him activate his ultimate skill, Earth Slash. The bald warrior slammed down, swinging his massive battle axe at her, but she narrowly dodged the heavy blow. Recovering quickly, she instantly activated her shadow stealth. But in that exact split second, someone threw a flash grenade that detonated, releasing a blinding burst of light, shattering her stealth and forcing her to shield her eyes. Capitalizing on the opening, the bald leader kicked her down, grinding his boot into her head with an arrogant grin. He promised to teach her a lesson, but Ghost Spirit refused to submit. She pulled out a green vial, but before she could use it, he stepped on her hand. Watch this closely. Looking closely, he realized it was a vial of suicide poison. Using it would drain half her remaining lifespan to force a respawn. The thug was highly amused by her fiery personality. Licking his lips, he grew creepily excited, admitting he absolutely loved her defiance. Ghost Spirit stared up in absolute horror. And then, he actually licked her cheek. The creep's eyes widened in shock as a sudden system alert informed him that the Platinum Sanctuary, Evil Spirit Academy, was now claimed by the Shadow Guild. With the barrier activated, anyone not in the guild would now be treated as a hostile intruder. The system immediately targeted the intruders, bringing a massive thunderbolt crashing down on them. In a literal flash, their bodies dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. Her jaw dropped as she realized the academy was now a safe sanctuary owned by her guild. Qin Feng had actually slain the guardian and claimed the key in minutes. Qin Feng also looted a rare, jade tier witch ring. Equipable by any class at level 14, it boosted all attributes by 22 and cooldown reduction by 30%. Its unique effect expanded combat skills area of effect by 25% and area damage by 10%. He also secured a platinum virulent poison trap. This platinum skill, perfect for assassins, allowed him to deploy a trap with level 5 stealth. Unlucky victims would take an extra 500 poison damage, suffer a 50% slow for 5 seconds, and take damage equal to 100% of his attack power. He could place up to 3 traps with a 4.65 second cooldown, lasting 3600 seconds. He was thrilled with these assassin class drops. The ring was a massive win, especially since his Shadow, Slash, and Dark Knight blade skills were both area of effect attacks. This meant a colossal boost to his overall clear speed. His eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing his 363 evolution points, enough to upgrade his backstab to legendary status. Expending 340 points, his backstab upgraded to legendary, leaving 23. You and I just saw a beast awaken. You and I are starting with a passive boosting backstab damage to 100%. Even better, his legendary effect made every single attack from stealth count as a guaranteed backstab. King Fang was absolutely thrilled because pairing constant backstab damage with permanent stealth from his advanced class massively boosted both his offense and defense. Right then, Little Black pinged him with news about finding some mysterious new ruins, asking if he wanted to check them out. When King Fang asked for her coordinates, she revealed she was hanging out in the Zhanhai City ruins. She described ancient murals near the temple entrance that looked exactly like the beginner village ruins. Confused, Shadow asked why her crew had not just cleared the place themselves. Given their current high levels, they should easily be able to handle a platinum-grade boss. She admitted they tried, but after wiping out every single monster, a strange teleportation orb suddenly spawned. Touching it did absolutely nothing except trigger a system prompt saying only a fated person could enter. So she figured her powerhouse boss had to be the guy. King Fang decided to check it out. Now pay attention here, because he tells her to get her lifespan ready while he brings some epic new gear. Plus, fast traveling between the two shrines made going from the Magic City ruins to Zhanghai incredibly fast. Little Black added that since the Zhanghai officials were low on lifespan, he could sell his directly to the Magic City buyers. Meanwhile, she was waiting patiently just on the outskirts of those same Zhanghai ruins. She was chilling on a grass-munching white llama when suddenly King Fang materialized right behind her, asking for directions. Hearing his voice out of nowhere completely spooked her and the llama, making Little Black beg him to stop scaring her. He absolutely did that on purpose, but smoothly lied and promised to play nice next time. Peering over the edge of a massive cliff, she pointed out the temple entrance way down below. When he asked how she even found it, she said it was a crazy story, pointing to her llama and explaining she first caught a tiny sheep mount here. But while playing, a silver-grade boss ambushed them, triggering absolute panic. Panicking, she tumbled off the cliff, got saved by a tree branch near the bottom, and spotted the hidden cave entrance. Slowly scaling down the steep rock wall, she warned King Fang to watch his footing so he would not slip. She added that after respawning, she recruited Captain Ann and Uncle Wang Mang to map the place out. I know what you are thinking, but watching him effortlessly leap down while joking about her luck is awesome. Little Black cheered his landing, mentioning that poor Wang Mang tried that same jump, slipped, and plummeted straight to his death. Entering the cave, she explained that a labyrinth lay ahead, but her crew had already cleared every monster and mapped it out. Shadow advised her to be much more careful and avoid dying again if she could help it. He warned her that letting her locked, untradeable lifespan hit 0 would be extremely dangerous. Flashing a confident grin, she promised she understood the stakes. She knew skills existed that could drain player lifespans, but assured him they had a clever safety net to replenish their own. King Fang was genuinely surprised, asking if they really found a reliable way to farm lifespan. Holding up a finger, she revealed they would lure monsters carrying stolen, untradeable lifespan into isolated corners of the ruins. Once they killed the beasts, they would pool all the dropped lifespan together, creating an emergency stock they could easily access whenever anyone needed a quick lifespan recharge. Impressed by the clever strategy, King Fang asked if Anu was the one who dreamed up this brilliant idea, leaving Little Black completely shocked by his perfect guess. Shadow silently recalled that in his past life, Inu pioneered this exact strategy, and eventually, the entire player base adopted it. Moments later, they finally reached the ancient teleportation orb. Little Black reached out to touch the orb, only for the system to reject her, stating she was not the fated one. She urged Shadow to try, explaining her theory that this temple linked directly back to the starter town. Intrigued, King Fang studied the artifact before slowly reaching out to touch it, and the second his fingers made contact, the orb violently flared with a brilliant, blinding energy. Little Black shielded her eyes from the sudden glare, totally confused by what was happening. To her shock, her powerhouse boss vanished into thin air, and seeing both him and the orb gone confirmed her deepest suspicion. He really was the fated one, and that is where we leave him. Guys trapped inside a frozen cave with absolutely zero connection. Alright, you and I are jumping right back to King Fang, who just went invisible to tackle a brand new system mission protect the Ice-Tide crystal. He locked his eyes onto the crystal, instantly remembering that even a single stray attack would cause this thing to erupt with a massive icy tide. Peering ahead, he saw monsters crawling out of the dark caves, totally determined to destroy that crystal at all costs. He knew if he let them touch it, he was dead meat. King Fang pulled his virulent poison trap from his inventory. Dying did not scare him, but failing this crucial mission? Yeah, that was completely unacceptable. If he failed, he would lose his only chance to ever return here or claim his rewards. He knew his best bet was to evolve the virulent poison trap, spending his precious evolution points and leaving him with just 17 remaining. The skill instantly jumped from platinum to epic tier, boosting the trap's stealth from level 5 to level 8. Anyone triggering it would take 1200 extra poison damage and get hit with an 8-second slow. The slow stayed at 50%, and the damage per second equaled 100% of his attack power. Plus, his max trap count went from 3 to 9, though their duration stayed capped at 3600 seconds. King Fang quickly set 3 traps right at the cave entrances. Immediately, his aberrant witch's ring activated, expanding the skill's area of effect by 25%. Watch closely here, these upgraded traps completely covered the entire passage. Any monster trying to squeeze through was guaranteed to trigger them. Right on cue, they arrived. Dozens of glowing eyes locked onto him as a massive horde of beasts erupted from the caves and charged straight at King Fang. But the second they stepped out, they tripped his traps. Thorny vines burst from the ground, binding the monsters and dealing over 100,000 damage. As dust filled the air, King Fang just stood there, totally calm. Suddenly, a rogue arrow came flying his way, forcing him to lock in. Right before the arrow could pierce him, King Fang summoned a shield to block it in the nick of time. He locked eyes with a bow-wielding mob, realizing they had ranged attackers mixed in. Meanwhile, outside the Magic City ruins, a mage named Dongfang Ya met with an orange-haired guild leader, asking if they were giving up on hunting Ghost Spirit, especially now that Ghost Spirit joined the Shadow Guild. The man nodded, admitting they could not handle her, and telling Dongfang Ya to find someone else. She gripped her staff in anger, demanding to know why he feared Shadow more than her. She insulted him, calling him a mere peasant. I know what you are thinking. Threatening a top-tier killer in the real world? Terrible idea. And his eyes widened with pure rage. Before she could say another word, the man snapped, landing a brutal punch straight to her face that sent her flying. The moment Dongfang Ya hit the dirt, the man drew his dagger and began beating her mercilessly. Screaming that he was sick of her, he yelled that even if he could not defeat Shadow, he could easily end her. He furiously beat her, screaming "die" over and over. With one final strike, she died right then and there, her body dissolving into glowing orbs of lifespan. She gasped awake in the real world at the Chu family mansion, clutching her gold-plated phone. She was absolutely boiling with rage, clenching her fist that those peasants from the Asura Palace actually dared to murder her. She demanded her husband immediately send people to capture every last one of them. Her husband was confused, asking if she meant the Asura Palace, the same group she had hired to catch Ghost Spirit. With a furious face, she explained that Ghost Spirit had joined Shadow, and those cowards backed out because they feared his retaliation. Her husband reassured her that they would crush those peasants right after they eliminated Shadow first. He revealed that he had already hired experts from the Black Dragon Hall of Magic City to hunt him down, assuring her that the hit was in motion and her revenge was close. Her eyes burned with rage, a fury directed at both Shadow and those pathetic peasants. Her mind buzzed with excitement. With a wicked smirk, she swore she would avenge the Dongfang family and slaughter every single one of them. Back in the Ice-Tide cave, King Fang hurled his short blade, burying it deep inside the archer's eye and killing it instantly. Ranged mobs did not bother him in the slightest. His Shadow Blade skill instantly reset its cooldown on weak point hits, making each kill a simple matter of one single slash. The cracked ice crystal was right on the verge of shattering when the system announced his defense mission was complete and told him to claim his reward. This caught him off guard, wondering if it was really over. Suddenly, the crystal shattered, and a glowing golden chest materialized. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to see what is inside that epic chest next. You and I are about to watch our main character reach for another epic chest, hoping to pull something as broken as his last reward, graceful release. The lid pops open, releasing a blinding golden glow, and a beautiful woman slowly begins to materialize right before his eyes. She is an NPC, and King Fang is stunned to realize she is the exact same character who guarded the epic chest before. With her eyes closed, she begins chanting in a mysterious language that King Fang instantly recognizes as the tongue of the ancient gods. She delivers a message, declaring that he has passed both trials and is indeed the ultimate chosen one. It makes no sense to our guy, because even though he cannot speak this dead language, he understands every single word. He wonders if this weird power comes from his Eye of Judgment. As her body begins to transform, she reveals that the old gods are long gone, and he is the sole heir to their mantle of judgment. As her physical form starts shifting, Shadow can do nothing but stand there and watch in complete, silent awe. Slowly, her physical form undergoes a massive change, as a third eye splits open on her forehead, unleashing an intense aura, before she reveals her name to King Fang as Ice, promising to follow him and witness his ascension to become the ultimate god of judgment. She then presents him with a special gift she prepared, a legendary relic known as the Asathus Summoning Bell. A relic forged by the Herald of Judgment, Asathus, utilizing the pure power of order itself. This item lets him summon her at level 25, 35, and finally at level 50, with each summon unlocking a challenge in a unique dungeon ruin. If he conquers all 3 trials, Ais will move into his hideout permanently to provide an incredibly powerful skill upgrade service. Our main character snatches up the summoning bell, his eyes practically gleaming with pure excitement. He realizes that while his first temple run was only level 5, this dungeon was a massive level 15. He cannot believe that Delizy managed to stumble into both temples, proving that her luck is honestly on a whole different level. Now, pay attention here, because Ias offers King Fang 1 free upgrade to boost any skill to his current level, forcing him to think deeply about his choice. He knows that a skill's true strength is decided by 2 major factors, its base quality and its level requirement. While a skill's base quality is usually locked and cannot be raised, he can use his broken infinite evolution skill to bypass the system, turning even a basic Shadow Lurk skill into a mythic-grade masterpiece. Meanwhile, the level requirement does more than limit when a skill is unlocked. It dictates the absolute power of its scaling. Stat-wise, a level 5 Shadow Lurk and a level 51 version are completely different beasts. Honestly, you and I both know getting high-tier skills is a nightmare, but for our boy, it is never an issue again. He can simply burn through his lifespan to level up any skill, so with a confident grin, he upgrades his highest-ranked mythic ability, Graceful Release. Ais kisses King Fang's hand, granting his ultimate request. Instantly, his mythic tier Graceful Release jumps from level 10 to 16, boosting his weak point damage multiplier from 300 to 410%. Plus, the damage multiplier on those sweet spots is officially doubled. Even better, activating it now triggers a throat slit bleed, dealing 310% of the initial damage every second for 3 seconds on a 6.97 second cooldown. Ais slowly fades away, whispering that she cannot wait to meet him again. A glowing blue exit portal suddenly materializes right in front of our main character. Before heading out, King Fang looks back and digs around, finding one last hidden item, an epic tier item called Baffich's Equivalent Exchange Agreement. This turns out to be epic-grade leg armor designed for assassins, requiring level 15. It grants 198 physical defense, full elemental resistance, block, and 19.8% damage and whispering resistance. Its unique passive, the Art of Equivalent Exchange, lets him sacrifice any epic-grade gear or skill book to randomly swap it for another same-tier item, made specifically for his assassin class. With a mere 1-hour cooldown, he clutches the skill book, his eyes lighting up with massive excitement. He instantly realizes how easily he can abuse this mechanic to roll for insanely overpowered items. He has a massive pile of useless Jade-tier gear and books sitting in his inventory, and now, they can all be converted into prime assassin loot. Satisfied with this incredible haul, he decides it is time to head back and thank Little Black, who is currently waiting patiently outside the cave with her loyal llama. When King Fang finally emerges, he is surprised to see she did not spend the last hour leveling up, choosing instead to stand guard for him. Seeing him safe and sound, Little Black sighs in relief, explaining she stayed to prevent any potential ambushes. To show his genuine appreciation, King Fang surprises her by gifting a high-tier skill book from the ruins. Trust me, you and I would be just as shocked to get a level 13 Platinum Magic Shield skill. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a world where survival is everything. Riding off on a tiny llama, Little Black waves goodbye. Nearby, King Fang begins to fade away, logging off to grab a real-life bite to eat. Over in the ruined city of Zhonghai, the Silver-Grade Knights Templar Sanctuary stands proud. The guild leader beams with pride, announcing that this is a historic day because they finally have a place to call home. Excitement fills the room as he admits that, while it is small, it is an amazing first step. Because of this, no more worrying about random bosses wiping them out. Now, they have a secure base to rest when the grind gets too exhausting, and they owe it all to one incredible player, Xiao Yu. She was the trailblazer who discovered this safe zone first, and the leader proudly calls her up to the stage. The crowd showers her with praise, making her feel absolutely thrilled. Standing before everyone, she first thanks the master who tirelessly trained her, then her loyal friends who supported her through the darkest times. She even gives a shout-out to her haters, explaining how their toxic mockery pushed her to get stronger. Hearing her words, the other female members feel incredibly proud of Xiao Yu. Tearing up, she quietly thanks her late parents, wishing they were still alive to witness the strong, capable person she has grown into. She promises she will always make them proud. But pay attention here, because this is where the leader cuts her off to ask about the epic dangers she faced. Xiao Yu stays totally honest, revealing that she actually had a vivid dream where a legendary warrior guided her to conquer the base. It was hazy, but felt so incredibly real that she decided to check the area out on a whim, never expecting to actually locate it. Naturally, the others immediately start laughing. The idea of finding a safe house through a dream sounds like a massive joke to them. Struggling to keep a straight face, he thanks Xiao Yu for her wild story, jokingly asking if she dreamed of anything last night. Blushing slightly, she admits that she actually did. In that dream, she saw a massive, breathtaking fortress packed with survivors, believing it must be a rare platinum-grade sanctuary. You and I both know how annoying these toxic guild members are, literally laughing in her face over her massive ambitions. The leader suddenly turns serious, declaring that it is actually a wonderful dream, and hands over her well-deserved reward, 1 full year of tradable lifespan. Smiling, he wraps an arm around her shoulder, telling the crowd to follow Xiao Yu's selfless example and work for the good of the guild. He claims that if they unite as one, their guild will easily survive these apocalyptic times and rise to the absolute top. With that, he dismisses the meeting, telling the active fighters to go out and grind levels, and the scouts to start exploring. He specifically tasks Xiao Yu with finding more safe zones, pushing her to keep up the great work. Thrilled that the leader is relying on her, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkle with excitement as she eagerly nods. A few hours later, magic staff gripped tightly in her hand, Xiao Yu wanders deep into the Jianghai ruins. Anxiety fills her eyes as she tries to trace the exact layout from her dream, but nothing in this barren wasteland seems to match. Little does she know, some suspicious guild members are tailing her. They notice she came straight here after the gathering, whispering among themselves about whether she is actually searching for that mythical platinum base. Watching her slip inside a ruined building, they shadow her movements as she ventures deep into a dark, subterranean tunnel. The eerie atmosphere creeps her out. It matches her dream, yet feels far more dangerous. Plus, she cannot shake the terrifying sensation of being watched. Closing her eyes, she exhales slowly, forcing herself to summon every ounce of courage she has. She reminds herself that she is a legendary life priest, an incredibly rare class. Surely, she will be fine. But the moment she opens her eyes, a grotesque abomination with literal eyeballs crawling out of its mouth is staring her down. She screams in absolute horror. Strangely, the beast ignores her, throwing her aside as it charges straight toward the hiding spot of the toxic guild girls who followed her. Panic erupts as they scramble to identify the creature. Sickened by its hideous appearance, they shout to kill it immediately. Before they can even coordinate, slimy tentacles whip out, pinning one of the women down while pushing writhing, fleshy tendrils straight into her mouth. In seconds, her skin rapidly shrivels and weakens as the creature ruthlessly drains every last drop of her lifespan. Seeing their friend literally drained to a corpse, the remaining girls scream in absolute panic and sprint for their lives without looking back. And trust me, we are definitely not ready for the absolute horror coming next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a nightmare. Poor Xiao Yu wakes up to blood-curdling screams, only to watch a monster draining a woman's life. Reacting instantly, she moves in dead silence and starts running. Spotting a spiral staircase, she plunges down into the dark without looking back. But she trips, crashing headfirst onto the hard stone floor. Tears of agony fill her eyes as she tries to look around and make sense of this place. Still dazed, her eyes land on a mysterious door right in front of her. Shock washes over her face. It is the exact entrance from her dream. She has actually found it. This is the legendary platinum-grade hideout. Without wasting a single second, she messages the guild leader to share the incredible news. The guild leader is genuinely stunned. He orders her to stay put while he gathers a squad, telling her to join his party so they can track her exact coordinates. Xiao Yu accepts the invite and promises to wait, but just then, her blood runs cold as an eerie scratching sound echoes in the darkness. She slowly looks back and finds that hideous monster staring right at her with a sickening, creepy grin. Trembling but desperate, she grits her teeth and tries to summon her courage. She cannot run. She has to stand her ground and fight. As the beast slowly creeps closer, Xiao Yu forces herself up and grips her magic staff. She whispers to herself that she can win this. She is not that weak girl anymore. A brilliant, glowing aura erupts around her. With a fierce smile, she remembers her power. She is a rare, hidden class, the Life Priest. Thrusting her staff forward, Xiao Yu unleashes her ultimate crowd control spell, Venomous Vines. Massive thorny vines burst out, wrapping tightly around the beast and draining over 500 health points. Yes, she actually landed the hit. The toxic burn is working. Keeping up the pressure, she points her staff once more to cast her next devastating spell. She casts Corrupting Poison Mist, wrapping the boss in a toxic cloud that continuously eats away at its health. This is a vicious, high-tier toxin. Within seconds, the deadly purple fog starts spreading rapidly across the entire chamber. Don't blink here, her eyes fill with absolute panic and terror. This chamber is completely sealed, meaning she just trapped herself in her own toxic cloud. Desperate and suffocating, she frantically waves her hands to clear the air, unable to hold her breath any longer. Xiaoyu simply cannot hold her breath anymore. Suddenly, she remembers she is a life priest with a built-in cure spell. Raising her staff, she casts her antidote, slowly clearing the lethal purple fog from the air. Unfortunately, this also cures the boss's poison effect. The monster locks eyes with her, its creepy smile widening. With tears streaming down her face, Xiaoyu accidentally takes a shallow breath of the remaining mist. The toxic reaction is instant. She dies on the spot, her body dissolving into pure lifespan energy. Wait, can you believe this? The system announces she committed suicide, and she instantly respawns at the guild base. Immediately, the guild leader pings her, demanding to know why she died. She explains that a terrifying monster inside the room took her down, but the squad had already cleared the room. He asks if she meant that weak, silver-grade, soul-sucking hag they just easily obliterated. Honestly, this makes zero sense to him. That hag is painfully slow with garbage damage, though it instantly drains the entire lifespan of anyone it manages to grab, so he cannot fathom how she is still alive. Hearing his confusion, a smug grin spreads across her face. She proudly explains that she killed herself on purpose, knowing that dying by suicide was far better than letting that monster drain her life permanently. The leader is totally blown away, shouting that she is brilliant for finding the literal only loophole to survive. As he keeps calling her an absolute genius, she happily accepts the praise and tells him she is already heading back to join them. She gets incredibly hyped, realizing those 3 annoying stalkers who trailed her are now dead permanently. That is exactly what happens when you try to mess with the great Qin Xiaoyu. Soon, Xiaoyu arrives back at the secret entrance, pointing out to her leader that the legendary platinum hideout lies right past this door. The leader claps her on the back, praising her effort and promising a massive reward the moment they successfully claim this place. He turns to his squad, commanding Datu to secure the perimeter and make absolutely sure no rival players show up to crash the party. Datu nods confidently, telling the boss not to worry about a thing. He swears they will slaughter anyone who tries to interfere, even if it is Shadow himself. Pointing at the massive entrance, the leader orders the charge. All they need to do is slay the dungeon guardian, and this platinum hideout is theirs. A group of elite warriors step forward to break down the doors, raising their weapons and screaming fierce battle cries. And that is where we leave it with the Knights Templar charging forward, absolutely convinced that victory is already theirs. Alright, you and I are about to watch a gamer use some serious big brain logic. It starts when a guild leader notices a stone door that just won't budge. He realizes that in this game, every base has a guardian. And just like that, it all clicks. Smirking with confidence, the guild leader points at the entrance, announcing that this heavy stone door is the actual guardian. One of his men slashes the door with a massive axe, instantly triggering damage numbers, showing 320 hit points. It's a direct hit. The door really is the boss, leaving the entire crew hyping up their leader's genius. Smiling, the guild leader claims this platinum base is basically free loot, ordering everyone to smash it to pieces. Rallying together, the players charge forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Meanwhile, miles away, multiple emergency system alerts ping Qin Feng that his base, the Land of Purified Souls, is under siege. The stone door's durability is down to 99.3%, while the magic barrier holds strong at 100%. With standard teleportation completely blocked, the system offers him a war teleport option instead, warning him that this is his only charge for the day. Qin Feng's gaze darkens with sheer confusion. Someone actually managed to track down the Land of Purified Souls and is actively breaking in. Leaping onto his giant wolf, Qin Feng rides hard toward his base. Honestly, looking at the invaders' pitiful damage, it would take them an entire year to actually break that door. So instead of rushing, he decides to casually ride his wolf over to check things out. Reaching the borders of the Land of Purified Souls, he suddenly spots something that makes him freeze. 2 thugs are hunting down a defenseless girl, screaming at her to freeze or get slaughtered. A heavy brute carrying a spiked mace blocks her path, sneering and asking where she thinks she is going. Before she can even react, he hits her hard, sending her flying. Grinning, a purple-haired mage steps up and casts his Sacred Chains spell. 4 glowing energy swords suddenly rain down from the sky, impaling the poor girl's limbs right into the ground, making her scream in absolute agony. Now, watch closely because this thug reminds her that the Knights Templar Guild owns this zone, asking if she really thought she could trespass on their territory. Wincing in pain, she gasps that she was only traveling through, not trying to trespass. It is clearly a cheap excuse to rob her. But looking closer, Qin Feng recognizes her as Yang Xiaoya, his former co-worker. He remembers her as a sweet girl who had actually tried to look out for him in the past. Connecting the dots, he realizes that the trash attacking his base must belong to this exact same Knights Templar guild. The purple-haired leader sneers, declaring that if they say she's a trespasser, then she's a trespasser. Smirking, he reminds his buddies that by their usual rules, he gets to take her loot first. His ally chuckles, ready to take the rest. But in a flash, a streak of lightning cuts through the air, decapitating all three men instantly. Standing over them is Qin Feng himself. He gazes down at his old colleague, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Yang Xiaoya gasps in shock, wondering if this legendary figure is the famous Shadow. But then, she hesitates. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he activates his signature spell, the devastating blooming curse. Bright red spider lilies burst forth from the fresh corpses, greedily absorbing every single drop of their remaining lifespan. Enveloped in a crimson aura of stolen life, he stands completely calm and cold. Trembling nearby, Yang Xiaoya watches the scene unfold. Staring at his glowing eyes, she feels an intense familiarity and whispers his real name. The glowing orbs of stolen lifespan swirl into a blue vortex of raw energy before fading away completely. You and I both know she is close to the truth, realizing Shadow's terrifying eyes look exactly like Qin Feng's. But she quickly shakes her head, calling it a fluke. There is no way her weak co-worker is the legendary god Shadow. Otherwise, he would never let his little sister Xiao Yu join the Knights Templar, where low-level players are treated like literal slaves. We now cut back to the entrance of the land of purified souls. Spotting his approach, the Knights Templar guild leader and his crew throw a wild, worshipful welcome, cheering for the mighty Shadow. The leader quickly explains that his idiot recruits deserve to get slaughtered for trying to rob someone on his watch. Ever since Shadow saved their skins from that headless assassin, the whole guild has basically become his loyal fan club. The boss keeps showering him with praise, kissing up to him, and claiming they want to be good guys now. After all that praise, he asks what brings him here. Let's see what happens next. You and I are jumping right into the action, as Shadow ignores their fake praise to ask about the raid. The guild leader froze, his heart dropping as he nervously stammered, asking how Shadow could possibly know. He hesitantly asked if the legendary assassin wanted this target too, but with glowing eyes, Shadow calmly declared the hideout belonged to him. Hearing this, the guild leader completely turned to stone, in pure shock, completely unable to process the words. Behind him, his jaw-dropped crew watched in terror as their leader began to sweat buckets, stuttering that Shadow's base was supposed to be in Magic City, and players are only allowed to own one. Suddenly, one of his subordinates leaned in to whisper a crucial loophole. If a player founds a guild, that guild can own a second hideout, which Qin Feng confirmed, owning bases in both Magic and Jianghai City. A horrifying realization suddenly hit the entire group. Pay attention here, they had just tried to invade the private base of the world's absolute strongest player. Absolute terror gripped them as the sky itself seemed to collapse, while Qin Xiaoyu stared in pure shock, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't grasp how this place belonged to Qin Feng, especially since he never appeared in the dream that guided her here. Faced with the terrifying owner of the base, the Knights Templar leader immediately started to grovel. He bowed flat on the ground before Qin Feng, frantically crying out that they had no idea this territory was his, desperately begging for a way to make amends, while Qin Feng calmly checked his holographic screen to view the damage. He pointed out they had been hammering his gate for quite a while, and fixing it wouldn't be cheap. With an icy glare, Qin Feng demanded 500 years of lifespan, making the guild leader scream at the insane price. The sheer panic caused him to black out on the spot as his men screamed his name. Cradling his passed-out boss, one subordinate begged Qin Feng to lower the massive debt hanging over their heads. Qin Feng coldly asked if he knew how much that gate cost to fix, and when the man stammered, Qin Feng told him to shut up. Now check this out, the leader wakes up dazed, crying about the crazy cost and wondering what he did to deserve this. Suddenly, despair turns to pure fury. He lunges at Qin Xiaoyu, grabbing her robes. He furiously blames her for this disaster, screaming that she is trying to destroy both him and their entire guild. Overwhelmed with shame, Qin Xiaoyu accepts the blame, quietly admitting she dragged them all into this mess before turning to Qin Feng to bravely take full responsibility. She begs him to punish her instead, offering to do absolutely anything he commands. Pledging her life, she swears to become his servant, giving him every bit of lifespan she earns until the debt is paid off. Facing Qin Feng, she begs to take any punishment he wants, beatings, curses, or abuse, as long as he spares her guildmates. The Knights Templar crew looks on, completely moved by her ultimate act of self-sacrifice. Ignoring her, Qin Feng's glowing eyes lock onto the leader, uttering a single name, Chen Wuming. Hearing his real name, Chen Wuming is struck with absolute dread, stammering in shock over how Qin Feng knew his true identity. Qin Feng then tosses a freezing question at Chen Wuming, asking if he really thinks Qin Xiaoyu is worth 500 years of lifespan, prompting a twisted, manic grin to spread across Chen's face. Suddenly, he lunges at her with a furious punch, screaming at her to die as his fist sends her flying backward, furiously blaming her for making them raid Qin Feng's base, and then having the absolute audacity to play the hero. He screams in pure jealousy, accusing her of just trying to get close to Qin Feng to become his servant, something she doesn't deserve. With Qin Xiaoyu knocked out cold, Chen Wuming drops back to his knees to beg. He laments that his plot to get close to Qin Feng failed, desperately begging for mercy. He whines that his guild is too small to afford 500 years of lifespan, promising to do absolutely anything else instead. Qin Feng actually relents, offering a new deal: pay 100 years of lifespan up front. The remaining 400 can be cleared by delivering every single member of their guild with a killer status. Each target brought in cuts 1 year off the debt, and Chen Wuming is absolutely thrilled by this deal. He gloats that it's easy, since his guild has over 2,000 members, and this will even clear his own killer status. He sends the payment instantly, and a system notification confirms Qin Feng has received 100 years of lifespan. Begging Qin Feng to wait, Chen Wuming rallies his marked men, and trust me, things are about to get messy. Let's dive into this crazy moment. While the guild members gather, King Feng decides to spend 7 days of his lifespan to repair his badly damaged hideout. He calmly accepts the deal, and a quick notification confirms that his hideout has been completely repaired. As soon as Chen Wuming's killer status guild members gather, Shadow unleashes a devastating area of effect strike. A massive, swirling vortex of pitch-black energy slices through all 400 of them instantly. The system confirms the mountain of kills, leaving the floor completely covered in glowing lifespan orbs. Slaughtering this many red-named killers actually cleanses Shadow's own criminal status, dropping his killer level from 4 to 3. Chen Wuming, the Knights Templar leader, claps with excitement, praising Shadow's insane efficiency. He coldly shrugs off the deaths, saying those players were just rule-breaking troublemakers who fully deserved the brutal lesson Shadow just taught them. Shadow then turns to the leader with a new, dark proposition. His guild is now responsible for guarding this hideout. Shadow notes that it's a perfect way to keep the rest of his unruly members in line. He orders them to secure the area in continuous shifts and warns Chen Wuming that he will be held personally responsible for any future raids. The leader nods, but curses Shadow internally for forcing his elite men to act as rent-a-cops. Suddenly, another system alert flashes. Pay close attention here. His other hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, is taking heavy barrier damage, prompting him to use his single daily war teleport. Annoyed by the interruption, King Feng activates the skill. As a bright blue light wraps around him, he wonders aloud who is stupid enough to cross him like this, since everyone already knows the academy belongs to him. Seeing Shadow vanish, Chen Wuming orders his remaining forces to pack up and retreat. When a lackey brings up King Feng's strict orders, the leader points directly at Xiaoyu, who is just waking up. He cruelly declares that she will guard this place alone, mocking her that this useless duty is exactly what she wanted. He commands her to stay put, report any trouble, and threatens to drain her entire lifespan if she fails. The scene cuts to the Evil Spirit Academy, a colossal Gothic cathedral buried within the Magic City ruins. A gang from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall is relentlessly hammering the main doors, trying to shatter the magic barrier. King Feng teleports straight into the action, landing on the high walls. He looks down at the attackers, thoroughly puzzled. I know what you're thinking. Who are these guys? King Feng has zero memory of them, wondering why they'd make an enemy of him. Down below, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall rallies his men to prepare for one final, devastating strike. He orders everyone to feed him their mana, channeling a massive ball of dark energy to unleash a combined ultimate attack. The leader screams, "Black Flame Magic Dragon Break," sending a colossal blast slamming directly into the hideout's defensive barrier. The barrier cracks heavily, with its durability dropping to just 13%. The attackers celebrate, thinking the gate is about to shatter. They cheer, drooling over the hundreds of years of lifespan they expect to loot. Watching from above, King Feng realizes these guys are nothing but brainless, hired pawns. He runs through the list of enemies still breathing, quickly concluding that this has to be Dongfang Yu's doing. Suddenly, a bizarre sound startles the attackers. Looking up, they gasp as a massive, ethereal dragon descends from the clouds. A wave of mystical energy washes over them, paralyzing everyone with absolute terror as their eyes begin to swirl hypnotically. Completely locked in place, they can only watch as a stray guild member points frantically toward the heavens. A massive, fiery meteor is hurtling directly toward them. The celestial rock crashes down, engulfing the helpless crowd in a giant explosion. One of the raiders braces for impact, but is shocked to find himself completely unhurt once the fire clears. He laughs with relief, bragging that the meteor only did 3,000 damage, and his tanky high-health build saved him. His celebration cuts short as his head is instantly severed, his body consumed by dark tendrils before turning to dust. In the quiet aftermath, an entirely new group of players arrives. They are stunned to find the notorious Black Dragon Hall completely wiped out, wondering who could possess such insane power. A pink-haired girl wearing a witch hat immediately suspects the legendary player King Fang. Her party is skeptical since the area looks empty, but she insists Shadow's power defies logic, guessing he might even possess a permanent form of invisibility. From his stealthy vantage point, King Fang observes them, immediately recognizing them as members of the prestigious Sky Dome Guild. He identifies the pink-haired girl as Zhang Yaoying, a player holding the rare, ultra-unique hidden class of Soul Painter. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I now know she painted that giant dragon and meteor into existence with her brush. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where the Soul Painter class dominates wars but sucks at handling ambushes. Sensing his presence nearby, Zhang Yaoying called out, asking to speak with the mysterious senior Shadow. Suddenly, King Fang's voice echoed out of thin air, shocking the entire squad as he demanded to know her business. Blushing a bit, she admitted she needed to enter his hideout to secure an item for her class advancement. She promised huge rewards, but Shadow was already putting the puzzle together. In his past life, the Sky Dome Guild owned this place, and now he knew why. Zhang Yaoying clearly stumbled onto it during this exact quest. He realized his butterfly effect had rewritten history yet again, fondly remembering watching her and her grandfather stream this game back then. That grandfather, Old Man Zhang, built the Sky Dome Guild into one of the country's ultimate powerhouse factions. Turning red under his mask, King Fang silently admitted he only knew all this because he was a massive fanboy. Snapping back to the present, King Fang made his move. He invited them inside so they could negotiate. The moment he spoke, the colossal sealed gates of the Evil Spirit Academy groaned open, exposing a dark, ominous abyss. Deep within the Gothic halls, King Fang sat atop a towering throne, thick dark energy swirling around him like a god. Looking down at the Sky Dome Guild members, he coldly told them to state their business. Zhang Yaoying stepped up, explaining that her rare Soul Painter class needed highly specific materials to trigger its next advancement. Now pay attention to this bold move. Knowing these rare materials only spawn here, she straight up offers to buy the entire academy from him. She pointed out that her class required mountains of resources, so owning the base was the only logical choice. King Fang was genuinely impressed, wondering how her guild had managed to hoard so much precious lifespan. He figured her legendary grandfather was behind their wealth, but he immediately shut her down, stating this academy was off the market. As a compromise, he offered her special guest permissions to farm the ground floor completely free. Refusing to back down, Zhang Yaoying countered with a rental deal, offering 500 years of lifespan for a 3-year lease on the first floor. King Fang paused to think. Since he had already offered her free access anyway to finish her quest, her desperate urge to pay such a massive price proved they wanted way more than simple materials. They wanted a formal alliance with him. As if reading his mind, Zhang Yaoying sweetened the pot. With a sly grin, she promised that if he agreed, her guild would hunt down the Magic City Black Dragon Hall, the exact punks who just attacked his base, and erase them from existence. King Fang was stunned by her absolute boldness. You and I both know starting a war is huge, so he asks if she can decide this without her grandfather. Zhang Yaoying giggled, shocked he even knew her legendary grandfather. She confidently bragged that Old Man Zhang always spoiled her, and wiping out a low-tier trash guild like the Black Dragon Hall was child's play. Loving her ruthless, decisive nature, King Fang accepted the terms and tossed the rental contract right to her. A system alert popped up, confirming he just banked 500 years of lifespan. He told them the first floor was theirs to use, and not to stress over repairing the defensive barrier, since the raging lava pools below would instantly patch up any incoming damage anyway. With the contract sealed, the guild erupted in celebration. As they filed inside, Shadow let a tiny, rare smile slip past his stoic face. He quietly thought that Zhang Yaoying was way more chaotic and energetic in person than on her popular live streams. Blushing behind his mask, he quickly shook the thoughts away and reminded himself to stay focused on his own grind. Heading over to his warehouse, he remembered the incredible results he got from using his equivalent exchange skill earlier. Noticing the cooldown was finally over, he immediately activated Baffich's equivalent exchange for another high-stakes gamble. Radiant golden energy swirled around his palm as he sacrificed a low-value item. A system notification flashed, sacrificing his cheap wisdom scroll to unlock Scarlet Blade, an incredibly deadly Jade-tier assassin finishing move. This move dealt insane close combat damage while healing him for a massive chunk of his output, leaving King Fang totally thrilled. Getting a limit break finisher was an insane upgrade to his combat power. These ultimate skills are legendary for completely turning the tide of war, and this new Jade-tier skill had a base damage over double that of his strongest legendary move. Sensing its godlike potential, King Fang instantly dumped evolution points to upgrade Scarlet Blade to legendary tier, skyrocketing its damage scaling and healing properties. And he calculated that with his active buffs, A single strike would unleash over 100,000 damage points. And trust me, you and I are about to watch him become completely untouchable as he drops 500 points to evolve his stealth to mythic tier. Let's dive into this insane upgrade that boosts his stealth and unlocks a broken passive. While in stealth, the speed his lifespan drains in high-risk zones is cut by 90%. King Fang's eyes gleam with satisfaction. High-level rage zones just got way safer to explore. Reaching level 17, Shadow can finally equip his new Jade tier gear. He puts on a new veil, gloves, boots, and a ring, getting massive stat boosts across the board. With this fresh equipment, almost his entire set is upgraded to Jade tier. But he stares at his mismatched gear with absolute disgust, complaining about how ugly low-level armor looks. He instantly toggles his look back to his default all-black Shadow outfit, fully upgraded and ready to crush the next hideout. Meanwhile, back in the real-world suburbs of Magic City, an armored vehicle pulls up to a massive mansion. An armed guard asks how many people they brought back, and his partner reveals they only found 4. Disappointed, the guard sighs as his partner explains that nobody wants to sell their lifespan anymore, ordering the recruits to get out. A group of 4 steps out: a hulking brute, a guy in a long coat, a businessman, and a mysterious hooded girl. The man in the coat eyes the mansion, muttering about how filthy rich these buyers are, while a guard orders them to wait for Madame Dongfang. The big guy instantly starts complaining about waiting outside, and the hooded girl snaps at them to hurry. Watch closely here, because these cocky guards are in for a shock. Deep inside the main hall, Madame Dongfang Yui arrives with her young son, Nantian. She coldly demands their lifespan, ordering them to convert it into light orbs and toss them onto the floor. The musclehead just smirks, asking if she is joking since they haven't seen a single dollar yet. Dongfang Yui's face darkens, her eye glowing with terrifying energy as she repeats the cold order. She warns them to hand it over if they want to live, as heavily armed guards suddenly surround the 4 sellers. The businessman raises his hands in mock surrender, acting confused by her sudden threat. But a sinister grin spreads across his face, asking if she really thinks she can rob professional thieves like them. Before he can finish, a guard lunges forward, but Dongfang Yui is about to get a massive wake-up call. The coat-wearing guy reveals his insect manipulator class, summoning a glowing swarm and gloating that they just found a fat sheep. Meanwhile, the hooded girl's eyes flash as she orders her crew to clean out this beauty, ready to strip them bare. We knew things would get wild. The guards suddenly open fire. The big guy summons a massive golden barrier, unleashing a platinum tier ability called Golden Round Wall. The shield completely blocks the bullets, leaving the frustrated guards powerless against his defense. He leaps into the air and slams the shield down, unleashing an absolutely devastating shockwave. Simultaneously, the businessman shows off insane agility, effortlessly weaving through a hail of gunfire. Sliding across the floor, he points his finger like a gun, blasting a guard into a fiery explosion. This guy has a hidden class, the one-handed gunman, letting him shoot deadly elemental ammo right from his fingertips. The brutal gunfight quickly breaches deep inside the mansion. The hooded girl flies through the air, unleashing a swirling blue energy slash that shreds multiple guards while they scream for backup. Grinning maniacally, she flies straight at Dongfang Yui, screaming for her death. But right before her strike lands, she is suddenly kicked straight out of the sky. A massive, battle-hardened bodyguard with a bandaged face steps in to block her, creating an energy vortex to shield his mistress. He warns Dongfang Yui to stay back, realizing they are facing elite players with hidden classes. Furious, Dongfang Yui orders him to capture them alive, planning to enslave them so they can harvest lifespan for her son. The bodyguard grimly responds that these opponents are elite, and their survival rate is only 50%. The giant with the golden shield realizes their targets also have special class players on their side. With a mechanical bug buzzing overhead, Dongfang Yui's powerhouse bodyguard stands strong in a toxic cloud of purple miasma. Fallen guards are left completely shredded at his feet. He calmly eyes the 4 sellers, recognizing them as an elite team of player killers armed with one-hit kill skills and bulletproof gear. He actually looks pleased, noting they have likely succeeded many times before. The insect-controlling leader grins confidently, hoping this bodyguard brought enough high-tier gear to keep things exciting for us. Let's see how this clash ends. You and I are about to watch this bodyguard unleash a terrifying purple aura on some seriously arrogant kids. The bug handler declares that the war has begun, commanding his deadly creature to strike first, screaming at the guard to drop dead. His mechanical beetle fires a brilliant yellow energy beam, but the guard easily evades it. With jaw-dropping reflexes, he reaches right up and plucks the speeding mechanical bug straight out of midair. The merchant group freezes in absolute horror, and the bug tamer shrieks out in pure disbelief, stuttering that his precious beetle flies at 200 kilometers per hour, wondering how anyone could catch it. With a quiet grunt, the guard leaks a weird purple gas from behind, then crushes the beetle to pieces with his bare hands. Tossing the scraps down, he grinds them under his boot before casually revealing he already set up a barrier over the zone. Enveloped in a rising purple fog, the bodyguard proudly announces his secret, legendary hidden class. He is the Fart Master. His ultimate goal is to unleash a toxic plague that eclipses humanity, before whispering with a sinister grin, "Time to play." With a deadly, ominous gleam in his eyes, Dongfeng Yu's protector, the toxic champion, launches his grand assault. He flies skyward with incredible speed, completely shocking the enemy team's massive brawler. Now here's where it gets interesting. This crazy high kick is coming, and the brute is bragging about his unbreakable defense. But as he braces, the bodyguard's backside shoots a devastating shockwave that obliterates the golden shield, sending the brute flying. The terrified bug handler screams for their one-handed marksman to open fire. The sniper fires a barrage of lethal energy blasts, but the guard easily dances past them. He laughs, mockingly shouting that jumping straight into the air against a gunfighter is a total suicide mission, leaving him with zero escape routes. But the bandaged muscular warrior bounces back, claps his rear cheeks, and fires a devastating sonic boom. The explosive wave slams the sniper, instantly shattering his glasses and ending his life. Standing over the dead sniper, the bodyguard scoffs that his cultivation must have been pathetic to die from a simple shockwave. Terrified by his ally's sudden death, the bug controller turns and flees. But a fast, heavy hand grabs him by the skull, halting him instantly. The guard hoists up the helpless, weeping target, who desperately begs for mercy. "I know what you're thinking. Is he going to kill him?" "No." He explains that sparing 2 keeps his promised 50% survival rate. He then asks where their sneaky companion went, wondering why his previous blast didn't knock everyone unconscious. Trembling with fear, the captive blubbers that the mysterious hooded woman isn't with them, and his other brothers are dead. They don't even know her. She just hopped out of the exact same transport to sell off her own lifespan. Meanwhile, we head over to the Magic Leaning Tower, a massive ruined structure resembling Pisa on the edge of the city. A brilliant, violet spell circle slowly spins above its peak. Shadow drifts into the ancient ruins as a ghostly, glowing specter, arriving at the gate only to find the guard monster gone. Realizing another player beat him here, he slips inside through a massive, frost-covered doorway. Looking around, Shadow remembers that this giant maze of a library is packed with endless stories and deadly traps. Legends claim a terrifying beast is sealed deep below a princess cursed and transformed by an evil white dragon. Drifting past the dusty bookshelves, he notices obvious signs of looting, proving another squad has already ventured deep inside. Knowing the top-floor teleporter is hidden in this very area, he quickly locates a strange, glowing book, hilariously titled Postpartum Care. He knows pulling this specific book activates the hidden warp spell. Grabbing the spine, a flash of light instantly warps him away, and he materializes on the high rooftop, silently floating behind 2 completely startled players. Peering across the open arena, he spots a massive raid party fighting the Ultimate Guardian, a giant tentacled beast known as the Desperate Princess. Shadow analyzes the battlefield, noting their low-tier gear and heavy losses, but he's genuinely impressed they even made it this far with such bad gear. His eyes lock onto their bold leader, a woman with long gray hair shouting orders to rally her troops. She screams at them to stay brave and to simply sprint back the moment they respawn. Shadow recognizes this crew as the Fika Heavy Industry Guild, led by Hong Hyan, a massive corporate power in his previous life. When the game became reality, their leader, Hong Hyan, reacted instantly, converting corporate funds to lifespan for her employees. "Stick around, it's about to get wild. Let's dive into this masterclass strategy." He recalled she was an illusionist, a powerful support whose teleportation gate let her warp entire armies across the battlefield. Watching from afar, Shadow analyzed their tactics. He knew that teleportation gate was insanely strong, allowing them to link an entrance and an exit, creating a permanent portal by dropping the entrance right near their respawn point and the exit directly in front of the boss. Any player who died could immediately leap back into the fray and reclaim their lost lifespan. Shadow remembered how this exact strategy had propelled them straight into the nation's top 20 guilds back in his previous life. Now pay attention, because against this level 18 platinum tier boss, Desperate Princess, that strategy was completely useless. See, this monster had a terrifying trait. She sucked up a player's lifespan 100 times faster than any normal beast. Basically, every single player who fell became raw fuel, powering her up. Shadow saw that if this meat grinder kept going, the princess would soon evolve into a Jade tier boss and fully heal herself. A total wipeout was inevitable, and losing that much lifespan would ruin the guild forever. So, he decided to step in. Dropping from the sky, Shadow landed right in front of guild leader Huang Huifan. Startled, she listened as he made an offer. 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for killing the boss. Plus, all assassin loot belonged to him. Huang Huifan froze, stammering as she realized she was standing face to face with the legendary Shadow himself. He calmly confirmed his identity and gave her a brutal warning. telling them straight up they had zero chance of winning. They could either take his deal or run away right now. Before Huang Huifan could even reply, her arrogant son stepped up, glaring at Shadow. He barked, asking who Shadow was to declare they couldn't win. Mocking the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, he called him insane and told him to screw off. Huang Huifan tried to hold him back, shouting, "Huang Xing, don't be rude," but it was already too late. Before she could even finish, Shadow snatched Huang Xing right by the face. In one smooth motion, he hurled the brat straight into their own teleportation gate. As Huang Xing popped out on the other side, Shadow activated his Dark Knight Ring Blade skill. A devastating wave of dark crimson energy instantly sliced him in half and shattered the entire teleportation portal. As her son's split remains hit the ground, Huang Huifan shrieked in horror, turning on Shadow to demand why he destroyed her portal. Sure, her son had crossed the line, but she argued a simple warning would have been more than enough. With golden eyes glowing in the dark, Shadow looked down and calmly muttered that she would soon understand. He repeated his offer, 1,000 years and the boss is dead. Then Shadow dissolved into thin air, leaving the entire guild speechless. Believe me, they had absolutely no clue this boss was about to evolve. Wrecking their portal stopped their endless respawn loop from endlessly feeding her. But honestly, his real motive was way more selfish and practical. He summoned his ghostly spectral wolf. Sure, the guild's doom was a minor setback to him, but losing out on 1,000 years of lifespan? Massive. He landed in the city ruins, confident. The remaining guild members would act as perfect sacrifice fuel to trigger the boss's evolution. That pulsing light from the tower? The ultimate signal. The plan was simple. Once that boss ascended to the Jade tier, he'd swoop back in to claim even greater rewards. Just as he settled down to wait, a sudden message arrived from Ghost Spirit. She excitedly reported tracking Dongfang Yu to a suburban manor, but some incredibly strong player guarding her had almost ended Ghost Spirit's life. Shadow instructed her to meet him at the Withered Bone Field with the details, genuinely impressed. Finding someone in this massive magic city proved her skills. Before long, the two assassins met in a desolate, bone-littered wasteland. Shadow asked about Dongfang Yu's guard. Ghost Spirit explained he was a lightning-fast melee fighter whose signature move was… Wait, bizarrely farting? She added that he could somehow spot her through stealth, enveloped in a 10-meter smoky aura. Shadow figured it out immediately. He explained she had crossed paths with a rare Source of the Plague hidden class. That toxic aura was a Tier 1 plague field, allowing him to detect any living body standing within it, totally countering her stealth. The class uses plague to heal and buff its body, and at higher ranks, they're rumored to be practically immortal. Hearing this, Ghost Spirit felt sheer horror, wondering if her revenge was now completely impossible. But then, Shadow revealed their fatal weakness. While that plague makes their bodies strong, it completely corrodes their mental sanity. A fragile mind, he explained, was their ultimate downfall. Then he dropped some epic news. Her Blade of the Underworld class had a Tier 2 evolution, the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. As he spoke, a massive, spectral green demon materialized right behind her with glowing eyes. And that's where we leave it, Ghost Spirit standing in awe, eyes glowing as she finally realizes her absolute potential. Alright, you and I are heading to a desolate graveyard, where Shadow tells Ghost Spirit to trigger her Tier 2 advancement to break her limits. Stunned, she wonders how he knows so much about her class. But instead of answering, Shadow casually leaps onto a massive tombstone. Perched high up, he explains that this game runs incredibly deep, urging her to build a strong foundation if she wants true greatness. This fires her up with pure determination, realizing his own insane power was built on relentless hard work. Shadow reveals that this creepy graveyard is actually the perfect grinding spot, with fast-spawning mobs that will help her upgrade her weapon, the Underworld Chainblade. However, he warns her that every monster here is an elite, packing triple the health, defense, and raw attack power of normal enemies. To ease her mind, he tells her that with the right technique, clearing them isn't actually that hard. He leaps straight into a pack of beasts, effortlessly tearing them apart by striking their critical weak spots. Ghost Spirit watches, blushing and utterly stunned by his raw power. Now pay attention here. He suddenly appears by her side, telling her she must bet everything to get her revenge. With a flash of brilliant blue energy, Shadow vanishes, leaving Ghost Spirit all on her own. She stands there lost in thought, remembering that the moment he spoke of revenge, she felt a bone-chilling, unmistakable wave of killing intent from him. Meanwhile, the sun sets over the ruined Jianghai city. Little Black is slumped on the ground, leaning on her fluffy white llama, completely drained of energy and starving. But checking her map, she decides to push through just a bit longer since she's almost done exploring the zone. As she rests, a strange, dark glowing fruit on the ground catches her eye. Curious, she picks it up, thinking it looks like a plum. Without hesitation, she takes a massive bite and is thrilled by how delicious it is. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, letting her know she just gained 50 experience points. She can't believe a simple fruit actually gives experience. Looking up, she spots a long trail of these glowing treats stretching ahead. Hyped, she follows the trail, happily munching them down and racking up 50 experience points with every single bite. But her feast is cut short by an urgent ping from Captain Anu. He urgently orders Little Black to the corrupted coast, and trust me, you'll want to see this, because a boss just captured Manalong. The guy is carrying over 500 years of lifespan, so they need her help. She checks her map and replies she's already there. Captain Anu tells her to wait, promising they will arrive very shortly. Still tracking the glowing trail, Little Black slowly crawls along, grumbling to herself that Manalong is totally useless, though her mind quickly wanders back to those delicious fruits. As darkness falls, she reaches the crest of a hill and freezes in utter shock at the sight below. The fruit trail has guided her straight to the desolate, corrupted coast, where a tiny, slug-like creature sits at the very end, looking like it's the one producing the treats she just ate. And right nearby, a massive, bloated horror with razor-toothed mouths covering its back is holding a tiny, screaming humanoid figure. Little Black, with her face still messy from fruit juice, is completely stunned, wondering what kind of boss this giant monstrosity could possibly be. Her eyes dart to the ground, spotting two lifeless player bodies, and instantly recognizing one of them as Maya Ong. She realizes this grotesque nightmare must be the exact boss Captain Anu warned her about. The monster sits in front of a giant bowl and bites right into the tiny creature in its grip. A system window identifies the boss as the Spirit Devourer, Uncleanly Gur, a level 20 Jade-grade monster. The Spirit Devourer crushes the little creature in its fist, while a horrified Little Black realizes it is actually cannibalizing another monster. The beast tosses the bloody remains into its massive bowl, stirring them up into a stomach-churning feast. Captain Anu and her crew reach the hill, finding Little Black quietly observing the horrific scene. Anu asks if she has spotted Manalong and the boss, while the entire group peers down from above. Wang Mong gasps that it is a Jade-grade boss, while Captain Anu shudders in pure disgust at its cannibalistic feeding habits. Munching on another fruit, Little Black points out a strange detail: the boss hasn't actively targeted any of them yet. Captain Anu warns them to stay back and not do anything stupid, admitting they are way too weak for a Jade-grade boss without reinforcements. They keep watching, completely baffled as the massive beast suddenly drops down into a very deep squat. As they try to guess what it's doing, one player hesitantly suggests that the beast might be taking a dump. To their absolute horror, that guess is confirmed as glowing purple fruits begin popping straight out of the monster's backside. Little Black screams in pure horror. And that's where we leave it, with everyone realizing those delicious plums were actually, well, alright, you and I are about to watch the most disgusting realization hit Little Black right now. Those delicious plums she was eating? Yeah, they were monster poop. Her face goes completely pale, while Yu and Wang Mong stare in shock. Little Black drops the fruit, screaming in pure horror as she realizes what she just swallowed. She panics, wondering what she just digested, while Captain Anu, Yu, and Wang Mong desperately try to shut her up. But she is too loud, and the massive Spirit Devourer slowly turns its head. Its gaze is locked on them. The colossal boss looms over them, opening one of the giant mouths on its back to unleash a terrifying roar that echoes like the voice of an ancient, hungry god. The entire party freezes in terror, knowing they are in deep trouble. As the beast roars, the world warps around Captain Anu and Wang Mong. A bizarre energy washes over them, turning their eyes glowing red as they scream in sheer agony. They clutch their heads, totally overwhelmed by a ravenous hunger taking over their minds. Little Black watches in absolute confusion as Captain Anu and the others sprint right past her with crazed desperation. Completely ignoring the monster, they run straight toward a giant bowl filled with the bloody remains of the boss's food, looking completely insane. Now, watch closely here, because they plunge their hands into the gruesome mix and start stuffing raw gore into their mouths. As they gorge themselves, their bodies unnaturally swell and bloat, making their faces grow round. Hiding nearby, Little Black watches in horror as her friends literally eat themselves into obesity. She realizes they have gone mad, but wonders why she is unaffected. Her question is answered in the most terrifying way possible. The massive Spirit Devourer looms over one of the bloated party members and effortlessly grabs him. It shoves him whole into a gaping mouth on its back, eating him alive. Witnessing this, Little Black finally understands the boss's terrifying mechanic. She screams in pure terror, realizing the boss target eats the fatter players first. Panicking, Little Black knows her elite team cannot handle this, and her only hope is to get help from that man. She quickly calls Shadow, explaining they ran into a Jade-grade boss, the Spirit Devourer on Gyre, and that Captain Anu and Wang Mong are next on the menu. Shadow's entire mood shifts at the name. He realizes this is the exact bloodline monster he has been hunting and smiles. Little Black is truly his lucky star. He tells her to send the coordinates because he is coming right now. Let's see what else our main character has been up to. He notes that he has already grabbed the keys to 3 other platinum hideouts in Magic City. This is the perfect time to hunt the bloodline monster, since that desperate princess boss should finish evolving soon. Shortly after, Shadow arrives at the corrupted coast. Little Black greets him with massive relief. He asks where the boss is, and she points ahead. She frantically cries that Captain Anu and Wang Mang were eaten, begging him to save them. As they watch, the giant boss squats down again, straining as if it is about to take a dump. To their absolute horror, a massive translucent purple orb is expelled, with Monolang's terrified face clearly trapped inside. Both Shadow and Little Black freeze in shock. Little Black screams that the boss just pooped out Manolang, terrified the same will happen to Anu and the others. Shadow calmly explains the boss's mechanics. The Spirit Devourer is a servant of a hungry ancient god, using a mental whisper that drives players into an insane gluttony. The more they eat, the fatter they get, allowing the boss to devour them and digest their very lifespans. He continues, revealing there is only one way to be immune. You have to eat the monster's poop. He adds that even though it sounds revolting, rumors say it actually tastes pretty good. He looks at Little Black, realizing she is immune, and asks if she ate completely mortified. Little Black cuts him off, crying and begging him to stop. Still on her knees and weeping, Little Black tearfully begs Shadow to hurry up and save her friends. Without a word, Shadow leaps into action, speeding straight toward the pulsating purple orb containing Manolang. He snatches the orb right out of the air, but instead of freeing him, he hurls it straight back at the giant Spirit Devourer. The orb, with Monolang's terrified face trapped inside, smashes squarely into the monster's soft belly. The boss lets out a pained roar as a nasty white liquid erupts from the mouths on its back. The brutal impact forces the creature to violently spit out everyone it has swallowed, and that is where we leave them, slimy but alive. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see Shadow go wild. His allies are safe, his eyes glow yellow, and red energy erupts. He triggers his mythic skill, Graceful Release, then immediately follows up with his legendary Instant Shadow Slash. A blinding storm of blue energy rains down on the Spirit Devourer, hitting like a truck and dealing tens of thousands in damage. With his finisher gauge completely maxed out, Shadow decides it's time to unleash his ultimate move, the devastating Scarlet Blade. A massive sword of pure crimson energy forms and tears right through the boss, dealing an unbelievable 132,015 damage. A server-wide alert sounds. Shadow from Great Zia has officially secured the world's very first defeat of a Jade-grade boss. Little Black watches from the side. Her jaw hits the floor. She literally screams in shock at the massive damage numbers, yelling about how insanely overpowered Shadow really is. This global victory announcement completely breaks the internet for players worldwide. Some complain that Great Zia is about to dominate, while others desperately try to claim him, with one player even crying that Shadow's ancestors must have been from their nation. Meanwhile, Shadow stands bathed in gold light as notifications spam his screen, handing him tons of experience, evolution points, gear, and crazy new skills. Look closely, he just got the Spirit Devourer bloodline, and the system asks if he wants to activate it. He knows how this works. Defeating powerful monsters sometimes drops their rare bloodlines, transferring their strength directly to the player. And a compatible bloodline? It means a massive combat boost. His eyes flash as he hits accept. A violent purple aura explodes around him, rewriting his core stats from the ground up. Every single strength point now grants 3 physical attack, while Constitution gives 50 hit points and 5 physical defense. His agility scaling also gets a massive 32% boost. Plus, each spirit point now grants 3 elemental attack and 5 resistance, alongside 2 brand new bloodline skills. The first is Spirit Devour, letting him sacrifice class skills for permanent stat bonuses, though it increases his hunger by 200%. The second, Big Mouth, lets him summon a giant Shadow Mouth to eat enemy spells, turning their projectile damage directly into health. Shadow smiles, instantly realizing the broken potential of eating useless skills to supercharge his base stats. See, stat efficiency is everything here. Normally, 1 point of strength only translates to 3 points of raw physical attack. Watch closely. The boss just dropped a trashy bronze tier Poison Blade skill, which is completely useless to him, but perfect for a quick test. He activates Spirit Devour and crushes the skill icon. The system confirms it. His strength to attack scaling immediately jumps from 3 points up to 3.3. He feels a bit let down by a tiny 0.3 increase, but then a brilliant idea hits him. Since that devoured skill is now a passive trait, it means he can actually evolve it. He instantly dumps 242 evolution points to upgrade that bronze Poison Blade skill all the way to legendary. The system chimes. His strength conversion just skyrocketed from 3 points to a massive 5 points of attack. His eyes light up. If he keeps eating and upgrading trash skills, his stats will soon be hundreds of times higher than anyone else. A smug grin spreads across his face. He whispers to himself that he is once again completely untouchable. With the fight over, Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and the rest are finally safe, but they are a slimy, embarrassing mess, still heavily bloated from the boss's gluttony. Wang Mang tearfully thanks Shadow, relieved they didn't get pooped out like Ma Yong. As they recover, Little Black hugs the still bloated Captain Anyu, sweetly reminding her that she is still gorgeous no matter her size. Once everyone deflates back to normal, Captain Anyu approaches Shadow to talk payment, explaining that the Zonhai officials are running critically low on lifespan. Shadow shrugs it off, telling her to instead pay him back with rare assassin skill books. Captain Anyu happily agrees. With the deal sealed, Shadow vanishes into a cloud of dark mist. With their work finished, Anyu tells the squad to head home. As they leave, Manilong, still trapped inside his rolling purple bubble, tearfully begs everyone to never mention this embarrassing day ever again. The exhausted crew reluctantly promises. Suddenly, the story flashes back to the leaning magic tower, right after Shadow leaped from the top. And trust me, we're not done yet. At the tower top, the battle with the desperate princess rages on, with the tentacled boss losing its health fast. You and I are about to watch guild leader Huang Huifan desperately order her healer, Xiao Kui, to use her Tree of Life skill. Xiao Kui obeys, summoning a massive glowing tree of green energy that continuously heals the entire guild. Huang Huifan rallies her troops, shouting that since Shadow destroyed their portal, they absolutely cannot afford to die. She urges them to go all out, fully believing victory is within reach. Fired up, the guild's tanks charge ahead, unleashing an epic final barrage of attacks on the weakened boss. Thinking they won, Huang Huifan celebrates with Xiao Kui, praising her life priest class. But their joy is cut short. The desperate princess lashes out with a brutal tentacle strike, shattering a tank's shield and instantly killing him. The boss then closes her eyes, absorbing a strange blue energy directly from her fallen foe. Her eyes snap open, glowing with a malevolent yellow light. Watch closely as Huang Huifan and Xiao Kui witness this terrifying power surge. The desperate princess unleashes a massive wave of fiery explosive energy, completely engulfing the entire top of the tower. The remaining guild members are caught in the blast, instantly incinerated to ashes. When the dust finally settles, only a massive, glowing blue egg remains on the pedestal, surrounded by lifespan orbs from the dead players. The boss's health bar is fully restored. The desperate princess has officially evolved. Curled up inside that massive glowing blue egg is a beautiful woman with long, light blue hair. A system window identifies this new form as the Desperate Egg, a level 30 Jade grade boss with 10 million health points. Meanwhile, back at the Fike Heavy Industry hideout, the wiped-out guild members respawn. Wang Zijing rushes to his mother, Huang Huifan, frantically asking if they defeated the boss. Huang Huifan explains that they got the boss down to a tiny sliver of health, but it suddenly fully restored its health and transformed into an egg, and then unleashed a devastating attack that wiped them out. Shaken, Huang Huifan realizes full recovery only happens when a boss evolves. Her mind instantly flashes back to her encounter with Shadow. Remembering his warning that her strategy would fail, the truth finally hits her. Shadow knew from the start that the boss would evolve. He predicted their human wave tactics would fail, only serving as fuel for the boss's transformation. She realizes a platinum boss evolving into a Jade-grade monster is something her guild cannot possibly defeat. I know what you're thinking, she has to beg Shadow for help. Meanwhile, back at the silent magic-leaning tower, his invisible form reappears before the egg. Shadow closely observes the desperate egg, recognizing it as a Jade-grade boss but finding this evolution bizarre. A normal breakthrough shouldn't cause such a drastic change in its form. He notes the egg lacks any offensive skills, wondering if this is just a transitional stage before a far deadlier boss hatches. Deciding to act, Shadow leaps into the air and hurls a dark energy-charged dagger straight at the egg. The blade strikes, dealing over 28,000 damage, but this barely scratches the boss's massive health pool. In his spectral form, Shadow notes that its 10 million health points are comparable to an epic-grade boss. Sensing how bizarre the egg is, he cannot allow it to keep incubating. He realizes that despite its high health, the winning strategy is simple. The egg lacks anti-invisibility skills, meaning it is completely blind to his presence. His plan is to keep attacking with basic skills to fully charge his ultimate finisher. Once his ultimate is fully charged, he unleashes the Scarlet Blade again. A massive wave of crimson energy slams the egg, dealing over 100,000 damage and causing huge cracks to spread across its surface. Shadow stands confidently before the cracking egg, knowing a stationary, blind opponent's defeat is only a matter of time. Suddenly, something catches his attention. After completely shattering the desperate egg, Shadow is stunned by what lies inside. Instead of a terrifying monster, a young woman with long, light blue hair lies unconscious on the floor. A system window identifies her as the Desperate Princess, but she is only level 1 with a mere 10 health points. Shadow materializes right next to the girl. Puzzled, he realizes this must be the princess's true, uncorrupted form. This confirms a legend he heard about a princess cursed by a white dragon. Seeing her 10 health points, he wonders if he must execute this defenseless girl to clear the raid. He summons his dagger to end her life, but pauses, hesitating over the strange situation. That hesitation proves critical as a dark, swirling vortex with intense blue lightning suddenly forms in the sky. To his absolute shock, a massive skeletal dragon emerges from the portal. The system confirms it the level 100 mythical dragon, 8. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Once the desperate egg shattered, a massive skeletal beast, the cursed white dragon Ates, emerged to blast Shadow with a devastating attack. Trust me, he was absolutely shocked to see a mythical boss suddenly appear. Hearing the beast roar, Shadow realized this was a hidden boss, meaning the legend of the cursed dragon princess was actually true. Down on the ground, the desperate princess finally began to awaken in her human form. Shadow watched in awe as she rose up, floating directly toward the giant skeletal dragon's head, but instead of fighting, she gently hugged the monster's giant snout. As her tears fell, her body began burning away into ash, leaving only a glowing red heart shining in her chest. In a blinding flash, she disintegrated right against the dragon's face, releasing a burst of light that swallowed the massive beast. Slowly, the cursed white dragon's skeleton began to crumble, leaving a stunned Shadow watching a glowing red heart float silently in the air. When the heart drifted closer, system notifications popped up. He had stopped the resurrection of the ancient god Cthulhu, obtaining the heart of the curse. The system offered two choices: devour it to become Cthulhu's servant by trading his lifespan, or destroy it for a mythical grade item. Stuck with this crazy choice, Shadow weighed his options. Now watch closely. While the heart promised insane powers, it was actually a parasitic curse designed to let Cthulhu devour him from the inside. Deciding the risk was way too high, he chose to destroy the heart immediately. Squeezing tight, he crushed the pulsating organ, triggering a blinding explosion of light. The sheer intensity of the blast completely swallowed him up. When the blinding light finally faded, he was still standing on top of the magic leaning tower, but something was totally off. He was now looking down at armored hands, trapped inside the body of a horned knight. Confused, he wondered if he had accidentally triggered some hidden trial or memory. Right then, a young princess with long green hair ran up, calling him Ates. He also noticed a white-haired, horned young man sitting on the wall. The cute princess pouted, asking if he was leaving again. Ates gave her an apologetic smile, explaining that enemies had summoned monsters at the harbor. As the kingdom's guardian, he had to defend it. The princess instantly lost her temper, calling him a liar since he had promised to teach her to ride the wind today. She argued the coast was a 7-day trip, making it impossible for him to return by tonight. She was absolutely devastated that he was lying to her, just like her father always did. Pointing angrily, she declared all men were lying scoundrels. A flustered Ates tried to calm her down, asking where she even learned those words. To make amends, he pulled out a glowing silver scale, calling it the Scale of Promise. He explained that if anyone broke a promise under its witness, they would lose their wings and never fly again. Blushing furiously, the princess shoved the gift away, crying out that she never wanted him to lose his wings. Gently reassuring her, Ates promised to keep his word, telling her not to underestimate his legendary wind-riding skills. With a smile, he unfurled a pair of magnificent, massive white wings. The princess watched with literal stars in her eyes, gushing over how handsome and cool he looked. Before taking off, he promised to return by dinner, leaving his 3 shadow guards behind to keep her company. With a mighty leap, Ates launched into the sky, flying off as the princess waved and wished him a safe trip. Bursting with determination, the princess declared that since Ates was working hard, she could not fall behind. Ordering the shadow guards to follow, she announced she was going to gather ingredients for an epic welcome-home dinner. You and I can see what Shadow is realizing here. He's witnessing a tragic memory, showing the deep bond between the princess and the white dragon. The flashback shows sweet memories of the princess spending her day with the shadow guards, happily foraging for mushrooms in the forest, chasing a bizarre rabbit, and fishing peacefully by a lake, all with the magic leaning tower towering in the distance. Later, exhausted but beaming, she proudly displayed a massive feast she had prepared. She proudly listed weird dishes like steamed rocks and volcanic ash pizza, claiming they were all Ates's favorite foods. She waited excitedly, believing he would return soon. But as deep night fell, she drifted off at the table. An elderly attendant gently woke her, suggesting it was late and time for bed. He sadly pointed out that the feast on the table had already grown cold. Waking up in a panic, the princess frantically asked the attendant where Ates was, wondering why he still had not returned. Looking grave, the attendant revealed the frontline reports, and trust me, this is where it all shatters. Let's dive into a brutal war where General Ates is desperately delayed. The princess refuses to believe it, insisting that their powerful guardian will easily crush any enemy like lambs to the slaughter. But her attendant explains the grim truth. revealing the enemy sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a sea monster. It is a colossal, city-sized beast with countless tentacles and eyes that can drive anyone completely insane. Hearing this, the princess's confidence shatters, and she fears even the mighty Attis is fighting for his life. Suddenly, panic sets in as she realizes Attis might break his sacred promise to return home safe. If he is not back by midnight, he will lose his wings forever. Desperate, she grabs her attendant, Scholar Lu Wen, begging him to lead her to her father, a dragon knight who can break the curse. Ignoring the old man's protests, she drags him along, knowing Attis is doomed if he loses his wings mid-battle. Now watch this. She bursts through the door and finds Attis completely unharmed. He calmly looks at her, asking why she is panicking. Overwhelmed with relief, the princess throws her arms around him, crying tears of joy. Attis gently holds her, promising he would always return for her. Still clinging to him, she admits she was terrified because of the dark rumors from the front lines. Scholar Lu Wen then steps forward, cautiously asking the general about the battle. With a confident smile, Attis explains it took some real effort, but the beast is slain, and cleanup has begun. Scholar Lu Wen praises him as the kingdom's true savior. Eyeing the massive feast on the table, Attis admits he is starving and asks if she prepared all of this. She proudly nods, though she worries the food has already gone completely cold. Attis digs in like a beast, declaring cold food tastes amazing when she cooks it. She tells him to slow down while Scholar Lu Wen smiles warmly at the two of them. Later, at the top of the magic tower, he announces it is time to fly. But the princess yawns loudly, prompting Attis to ask if she is tired. She admits cooking all day exhausted her, suggesting they postpone the flying lesson until tomorrow. And trust me, she's not giving up, literally begging him to turn into a dragon and fly. Attis hesitates, reminding her that the king strictly forbade such a dangerous flight. The princess gets mad, grabbing his armor and blaming him for coming home so late. She brings up all her hard work on the feast, calling him a faithless scoundrel. Sighing, Attis gives in, making her promise not to tell the king. Instantly, her anger melts away. Attis closes his eyes as glowing blue energy swirls around him, transforming him into a magnificent white dragon. The princess gazes in absolute wonder at his form. She steps closer, gently touching his snout, while softly telling him to stay safe. Glowing green magic lifts the excited princess onto his head, and he tells her to hold on tight. With a massive beat of his wings, Attis launches into the dark, starry sky. From the tower below, Scholar Lu Wen and a guard watch them disappear into the night. Leaning against his back, the princess looks down, marveling at the gorgeous world Attis sees from up here. Attis asks if she likes the view, and she whispers that it is beautiful. Gliding past a tolling bell tower, she asks if he will protect this land forever, and he solemnly promises he will. Now sleeping peacefully on his back, she whispers a soft thank you. The memory shifts, showing Attis gently tucking her into bed with a teddy bear before quietly slipping out. He takes one last look before closing the door, then goes to meet the king. The king worries about his deep injuries, asking if the beast was truly that powerful. Despite the pain, Attis smiles. He explains his wounds are not fatal and he just needs time to heal, revealing he already turned the sea monster to ash. Yet, the king remains deeply worried. He fears the enemy empire is performing a dark ritual that will unleash a terrible wave across the continent. And that's where we leave it with a warning that not even a dragon can survive. Stick with me as we see who will survive this coming danger, where Attis pledges his loyalty under a dark sky, obeying the king's final plan. Then, time skips forward, revealing a massive magical leaning tower, piercing a beautiful, starry night sky. Suddenly, the vibe turns dark. On the cold ground lie shattered pieces of Attis's armor, drenched in fresh blood from a brutal, desperate battle. Attis is down on his knees, his gear completely ruined and body covered in brutal wounds as he coughs up blood. He tightly clutches his chest, where a bizarre, glowing red core is lodged, black veins crawling across his skin. Now, we fast forward 5 years into a brutal future. A relentless, terrifying army has plunged the entire kingdom into a hopeless war. Soldiers and panicked citizens scream in terror as a rival empire unleashes an unstoppable horde of monstrous, skinless beasts. Desperate people run for their lives, begging for help as the invaders mercilessly crush everyone in their path. Savage, skinless red beasts completely overrun the city, leaving a trail of pure chaos in the streets. High up on his castle balcony, the king helplessly watches these demonic creatures swarm his once peaceful city. Staring at the endless horde, he grimly mutters that the Mora Empire has lost its mind. He realizes they want to drag the whole world to hell with them as their dark banner rises. Meanwhile, the terrified princess runs frantically through the burning streets. She screams out Attis's name, crying out that their defenses have collapsed and the enemy is inside. She finally spots him. Attis is just sitting casually on a high wall with his shadow guards, calmly watching the slaughter. Sprinting over, she begs him to do something, yelling that their troops stand zero chance against these unnatural, mutated monsters. She demands to know why he is just watching, pleading that the kingdom needs his strength right now. Addis slowly turns his head, completely unfazed, and tells her he was actually just about to go look for her. He commands her to get inside the magical leaning tower immediately, promising it is the only safe place left for her. She nods but begs him to hurry up and wipe out the enemy. But Addis refuses, saying his only job is to protect her. Baffled and absolutely furious, the princess demands to know what he means. She fiercely reminds him of his duty, shouting that he is the kingdom's ultimate guardian and must protect everyone, not just her. She points desperately toward the city below, where their front lines are completely collapsing. She screams that their capital is falling and the people are being butchered, insisting he must transform into his dragon form and burn them all to ash. She tells him she only needs his shadow guards to keep her safe, just like he always arranged before. Addis simply hangs his head in silence before starting to reveal the dark, hidden history behind their enemy's power. Now, pay attention here, because 5 years ago, they discovered the Mora Empire was performing a taboo ritual called Forsaken by the Gods. This dark magic was simple. You sacrifice your own lifespan to summon monstrous, bloodthirsty creatures. The more life you sacrifice, the more terrifying the beast. Addis explains it is an ancient forbidden art, since no sane person would swap their own life for a beast. But for the dying Mora Empire, this suicidal ritual was their very last hope, which he explains while showing a map. The Mora Empire was once a thriving territory, incredibly rich in a legendary magical herb known as the Blood Flower. This plant only grew in their lands, emitting a potent magic that boosted the citizens' average lifespan to a staggering 700 years. Eons ago, when brutal wars threatened to tear the continent apart, the Mora Empire sent out supreme, legendary envoys like Atis to other lands. Bound by absolute, magical contracts, these envoys were forced to serve whichever kingdom they were assigned to. By fighting for the weaker factions in every war, they kept the balance of power in check and preserved peace. We both know how ugly human nature is, and the Mora king realized they had fatally underestimated that malice. Seeing the raw power of these envoys, neighboring nations realized a terrifying truth. These long-lived beings were too dangerous to exist. Soon, the leaders of other nations secretly united with one single, dark goal. The entire Mora Empire had to be wiped off the map, triggering an era of unimaginable pain and suffering for them. They were ravaged by horrific curses, deadly plagues, and internal betrayal, even having their own envoys turned against them. Rival kingdoms relentlessly looted and pillaged the Mora lands until their sacred blood flowers finally began to wither and die. Without those magical flowers, the balance of power shattered, and the Mora Empire lost its remaining value to the world. When the very last magical petal withered, the final disaster struck as former allies invaded and mercilessly slaughtered every citizen of Mora. The only cause for this tragedy was pure human greed. And that is where we leave it today, with a greedy world watching as the dying citizens of Mora cling to one final, desperate hope. Let's dive into a dark ritual forsaken by the gods. Terrifying purple energy surged through a chamber of bones as the ritual began. Honestly, this was less of a ritual and more of a curse. Every citizen of the Mora Empire was branded. Their lifespans drained away as terrifying, monstrous creatures grew inside their bodies, eventually bursting right out. And these monsters had only one purpose: to destroy humanity. Finishing his grim tale, Ates turned back to the princess, pain etched deep on his face as he prepared to tell her the tragic price of this curse. As the princess listened in horror, Ates revealed his face, now covered in grotesque, bloody growths. Sorrow filled his eyes as he explained he could never transform into a dragon again. From now on, he could only mutate into a monster. The princess stared back in pure horror, stammering his name. But stay with me, Ates is about to reveal a massive secret. He confessed that very few humans knew the true identity of the Moringa people. In reality, they were the legendary dragon race. To most humans, envoys like Ates were just called guardians of the kingdom. The princess's eyes widened in shock at this mind-blowing revelation. Standing on the wall, Ates told her that an unstoppable wave of darkness had swallowed the continent. Humanity was finished. Because of that, he declared his only remaining wish was to protect her, and her alone. Meanwhile, the brutal invasion raged on. Red monsters devoured citizens without mercy, crushing them underfoot and hunting down survivors. A seemingly endless horde emerged from the smoke, completely overrunning the kingdom's final defenses. Up on a high balcony, Scholar Lewin gravely warned the king that the monster numbers were growing rapidly. He pleaded with his ruler, begging to know if he really wouldn't order a retreat now that the capital had fallen. But the king remained resolute, declaring they had absolutely nowhere left to run. He explained that their magic leaning tower was the kingdom's ultimate magical hub. If it fell, their mage's power would plummet, making the monsters completely unstoppable. With that, the king decided to join the front lines himself. Leaping into the fray, his glowing sword sliced a beast clean in half. Catching his breath amidst the smoke and rubble, he leaned heavily on his blade. He reflected on how fast time had flown. recalling the day he first met Ates. Back then, they looked the same age, even though Ates was almost 100. For Ates's race, that was barely reaching adulthood. As a beast lunged, he remembered the decades of inseparable friendship they had shared. They fought side by side, drank together, and shared everything. Then, a blast of purple energy struck, reminding him of how bitterly things had changed. While the king grew old, Ates stayed eternally young, creating a silent rift. Ates couldn't comprehend the brutal sacrifices the king made for his throne. The king sadly realized that Ates could never understand humans, and humans could never truly understand Ates. The king stood tall amidst the raging flames of his dying kingdom. His fading thoughts turned to the single moment that changed everything: his daughter's birth. He remembered Ates cradling the newborn princess with absolute gentleness. Watching them together, the king had found a beautiful new hope in their shared love for the child. Back on the battlefield, a massive new threat loomed just below the king. A shadowy beast with glowing eyes gathered lethal energy. You and I can see his calm face as the king bravely accepted his tragic fate. The monster unleashed a devastating, blinding energy blast right at him. As the light engulfed him, the king's body vanished, his final thoughts heavy with the painful realization that he had been wrong about everything. A massive explosion ripped through the castle, signaling the noble king's tragic end. From the magic-leaning tower, the desperate princess saw the distant blast and cried out. Standing beside her, Ates calmly stated that the capital had fallen, warning the horde would arrive soon. Right on cue, a terrifying swarm of dark-winged creatures descended. A shadow guard screamed a warning as the monsters closed in, slamming violently against the powerful blue barrier protecting the tower. Ates reassured the princess that the tower's barrier was incredibly powerful, making it almost impossible for monsters to breach. Suddenly, a badly wounded scholar Lewin staggered onto the tower wall. Turning in shock, the princess cried out his name. Leaning heavily on his staff, the scholar told Ates he had the king's final orders to escort her away. The princess gasped, completely alarmed by how severely he was injured. Ates agreed, planning to use his wind magic to teleport them to safety, quickly asking if their contacts on the other side were ready. Scholar Lewin confirmed everything was set, but the princess suddenly cut him off. With a heavy heart, Scholar Lewin delivered the devastating news. Her father had fallen, leaving the princess completely frozen in shock. He explained the escape plan, but she anxiously asked if Ates was coming. Trust me, you and I are both waiting to see how they survive this. Trust me. Ates looks at her with a tragic smile, asking where he could even go. He revealed the beasts below were actually his own people, the Moraga. He was an enemy to everyone, and no matter where he fled, humans would hunt him down. Kneeling right on the edge of the wall, he stared down at the swarm, accepting his dark fate. He declared a knight's resting place becomes a dragon's tomb, which was where he belonged, vowing to stay and protect it until his very last breath. Hearing his grim vow, the princess's deep sorrow instantly hardened into absolute resolve. Suddenly, she unleashed her wind magic to leap away from Scholar Lewin and back to Ateus. Landing right in front of him, she declared she would become his dragon knight if he stayed, reminding him this was her home and they would protect it together. Proudly boasting that her wind riding skills were flawless, she asked how they could form a contract. Ateus stared up at her, completely stunned and speechless by her fierce, unwavering loyalty. Deeply moved, Ateus took her hand in his heavy armored grasp, agreeing to her request with a soft, bittersweet smile. Holding out a glowing silver scale of promise, he explained it would seal their bond, just like old times. The princess beamed, thrilled that it was so simple, and happily began sealing the pact. She promised they would be together forever, but Ateus cut her off with a devastating twist. Don't blink, because he said their real vow was to never meet again. Her radiant smile instantly vanished, her eyes wide with absolute shock and disbelief. Before she could even react, Ateus summoned a massive gale, blowing her and Scholar Lu Wen far away, begging the scholar to keep her safe. She screamed his name in pure confusion and betrayal as the wind swept her away. Standing alone amidst swirling magic, Ateus told her to leave, since she did not belong in a dragon's grave. Suddenly, everything took a horrific turn. Scholar Lu Wen, his eyes flashing with a sinister crimson light, drove his hand straight into her chest, tearing out her still-beating heart. He whispered coldly that she did belong somewhere, a place meant only for humans. Ateus watched from the high tower in absolute horror as the princess stared blankly, her life cruelly stolen away. Before dying, the scholar gasped out a final warning to Ateus, whispering that the Moraga were not the only ones cursed. Suddenly, a hideous crimson mass erupted, completely consuming his face. A massive tentacle beast burst from his body, devouring her heart, and mockingly cackling to Ateus about the delicious flesh and lifespan it just consumed. Then, it sneered, asking if murdering the woman he loved was fair payback for the dragon flames that burned it before. As Ateus froze in shock, the beast laughed maniacally. It lifted her limp body and her bloody heart into the air. Let's pause here. Can you believe it asked if murdering his beloved was enough payback for his burning dragon flames? With one final horrific squeeze, the monster crushed her heart to dust. Fueled by rage, Adius and his shadow guard stood to fight, eyes blazing with vengeful fury. The guard, known as Sorrow's Shadow, transformed into a raging vortex of darkness, diving to catch the princess's falling body, while the other guard lunged forward, shredding the creature's tentacles. But the beast just laughed off the assault as completely useless. Now kneeling, Sorrow's Shadow cradled her cold body in a protective blue aura as a single tear escaped from behind the dark helmet. In her absolute final moments, the princess weakly gasped Adius's name before slipping away forever in the guard's arms. Even with its host body chopped to pieces, the vile entity kept mocking Adius. It sneered that the tiny lifespan sacrificed by the white dragon's bloodline could only summon a microscopic fraction of its true, godlike self. It bragged its dark seeds were already scattered everywhere, parasitizing countless innocent hosts, waiting for the perfect moment to mature and hatch. Just like with the old scholar, the ancient god Cthulhu kept up its brutal psychological torment, reminding Adius that his own mutated people were now swarming the land. It reminded him that Ateus was also cursed to transform at any second, and that he always knew his precious princess would meet a tragic doom. Cthulhu mocked his total helplessness, whispering that he might have ultimately become the very beast that slaughtered his own beloved. The monster fed on his absolute torment, praising the sweet hatred, sorrow, and raw despair pouring out of his broken heart. Then, it made a twisted offer, whispering that it could rewrite this entire tragedy. Formally introducing itself, Cthulhu claimed it could feel his racing heart, declaring itself an almighty, ancient god, before making one absolutely unbelievable promise. It promised to save his kingdom, but trust me, we're about to see the ultimate betrayal. You and I are diving into a story where he could resurrect his princess for a simple price. They would be together forever. The price? Cthulhu demanded one simple thing. Ates had to hand over his heart. Kneeling alone on the high wall, while winged monsters circled, Ates faced an impossible choice. Two options: let his princess die in the tower, eaten by beasts, or accept the dark bargain. This would turn her into his dragon knight, letting them guard the kingdom forever. Clinging to its dying host, Cthulhu pressed him for a quick answer, warning that time was running out. With his choice made, Ates prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Blood sprayed everywhere, leaving his shadow guard watching in complete horror. Driven by desperate love, Ates ripped his own beating heart right out. Cthulhu laughed in triumph, praising him for making the right call. Cthulhu promised to place a powerful blessing on Ates's heart, sending it floating skyward in a blinding burst of energy to beat forever. The entity laid out their twisted pact. The princess would receive his heart, waking up with incredible, godlike power. Now, watch closely, because even without a heart, Ates wouldn't die or become a beast as the glowing core merged with her. Instead, Cthulhu decreed that Ates would become a guardian dragon, bound to protect her for eternity. Ates roared in agony as a massive pillar of purple energy exploded from the top of the magical leaning tower. His flesh tore and bones shifted until he became a colossal, terrifying skeletal dragon. He unleashed an earth-shaking roar wrapped in swirling blue flames, and in his new beastly form, Ates leaped from the tower wall. Now a colossal guardian dragon, he soared over the battlefield and rained down a devastating torrent of fire, wiping out the swarming beast to protect his sleeping princess. While the skeletal dragon unleashed his fiery wrath, Cthulhu narrated the grim scene. The dragon's flames turned everything to ash, purging the invading monsters alongside the kingdom's remaining citizens. Cthulhu declared his power. It was now strong enough to erase the entire kingdom as he set the capital ablaze. But pay attention here, Cthulhu revealed a sick twist. The lifespan stolen from everyone dying in the flames was being funneled to one single point. As purple lightning struck the scorched magical tower, the true horror unfolded. High on the tower, the resurrected princess screamed in agony as Ates's cursed heart beat in her chest. Her body twisted as dark, shadowy energy erupted from her skin. Monstrous tentacles burst from the shadows, consuming her completely until she became the living core of a giant beast. With the princess mutated into a horrifying monster, Cthulhu cheered, claiming all the stolen lifespan for itself. Yet Cthulhu still felt weak. It lamented that its power was still too weak to directly take over a mighty dragon, forcing it to use a human as a temporary host instead. It believed it was only a matter of time before it used the white dragon to harvest the energy it needed. The corrupted princess stared at the skeletal dragon circling the sky, wondering why he hadn't returned now that the kingdom was destroyed. She found this incredibly strange. Suddenly, two glowing silver scales materialized right before her. Cthulhu recognized them as the scales of promise, realizing Ates had made two vows before their bargain. The first vow was to never look at the princess again. The second was to defend the high tower forever. With a surge of rage, Cthulhu realized Ates's final defiance. Eights had outsmarted the entity, using his vows to bind his soul to the magical leaning tower, staying far away from the mutated princess. Cthulhu cursed the white dragon, furious that he chose to be a mindless zombie guardian over becoming its personal pawn. Foiled, Cthulhu turned the tower into its nest, feeding on the lifespan of any foolish mortal who dared approach. It swore that one day it would fully revive and rule over the world once more. The memory dissolved as ages passed, leaving the tower standing alone before shifting back to the present day at the magical leaning tower. Shadow stood on the desolate rooftop, purple energy still crackling in his hand. He tried to process this tragic story. Was it just a piece of deep game lore, or did his instincts point to something real? The vision had felt incredibly real, explaining the monster's origins as if it were actual history. Suddenly, dark purple energy swirled around him as a system window popped up, rewarding him with a mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. This summons 3 clones doing 100% damage, and trust me, you and I will love seeing how he uses it. The new skill description reveals a truly heartbreaking detail. These shadows were forged by the White Dragon, 8. To shield his most precious treasures, 8 drained his own mental energy to sustain them for 15 long years. Look closely as Shadow examines his hand, glowing with purple energy. He instantly recognizes this legendary ability from his deep memories, watching the overwhelming power crackle around his fingers. He is absolutely stunned, realizing this single skill can quadruple his damage output in an instant. Mythical grade skills are truly terrifying. Right after, a flood of system notifications rewards him for the trial. He claims the key to the Magic Leaning Tower's hidden zone and hits level 19. He nets tons of evolution points, gear, and skills. Plus, he gets a map and a key to a level 20 zone called the Withered Bone Ruins. Intrigued, Shadow realizes he has never even heard of this mysterious location. Pay attention here, he unrolls the map, finding Withered Bone City on an inland island and making a connection. This place must have been part of the ancient Moling Empire from Ai's legends. Knowing it connects to the White Dragon's homeland, he is pumped, certain that legendary secrets and treasures await him. Though it is a level 20 zone and he is only level 19, he resolves to raid it soon. First, he holds up the golden leaning tower key, deciding to sell it. Meanwhile, we cut to the Heavy Industry Guild's secret hideout. Inside, Wang Huifan and her guild regroup after their crushing defeat. A member asks what is next, admitting they cannot defeat the new Jade Grade boss. He suggests their only hope is begging Shadow for backup. With a heavy sigh, Wang Huifan agrees. She plans to use her contacts in Jianghai City to reach out to him. And check this out, Shadow suddenly materializes directly behind her. He casually tells her to skip the hassle since they can easily deal directly. The other players, including her son Zyking, panic at his silent entry, screaming his name in absolute shock. Zyking angrily demands to know how he got in. Shadow just walks past them, calmly stating that if he wanted them dead, they would already be dust. He casually points out that their hideout's defensive barrier is completely wide open, allowing him to stroll right in. Shaken, Wang Huifan asks what kind of trade he wants. Shadow just smirks, flashing the golden key. He offers to sell them the key to the Magic Leaning Tower hideout, asking if they want in. The guild is completely stunned. They recognize the key, realizing Shadow actually took down the Jade Grade boss completely solo. Wang Huifan eagerly jumps on the offer, asking for his price. Shadow demands his usual fee, 1,000 years of lifespan. Wang Huifan agrees, but Zyking completely loses his mind. He screams at Shadow, calling him shameless and accusing him of orchestrating this entire disaster. Pointing a furious finger, Zyking claims Shadow planned everything, provoking them, destroying their portal, cutting off reinforcements, and letting their entire squad get completely wiped out. And now, he's playing the hero, selling the key back to them for an insane price. He calls Shadow the most toxic person alive. Wang Huifan sternly orders him to shut up, but the boy refuses. Desperately trying to convince his mother they are being played, he insists the key belongs to them and they cannot let this guy profit off their misery. Completely unfazed by the tantrum, Shadow calmly asks what he proposes instead. With a greedy smirk, Zyking makes an absolutely ridiculous demand. Shadow must hand over the key and pay them 1,000 or 800 years in compensation. Shadow sarcastically tells her she raised a real genius. Then, to Zyking's shock, Shadow agrees. With a chilling glare, he names his new price 1,800 years, and not a single day less. Zyking laughs triumphantly, bragging to his mother that this is exactly how you handle guys like Shadow. But his smug face instantly freezes as the massive math finally sinks in, and he stammers in confusion. Shadow patiently explains he came to do business in good faith, which is why he let the insult slide initially. But since he was insulted, the original friendly discount is gone, and the price is completely non-negotiable. Having reached her absolute limit, Wang Huifan slaps her son hard across the face. She furiously orders a guild member to drag Zyking away to level up, banning him from returning until he grows up. As he is dragged away, Zyking screams in protest, crying about why she hit him when he wasn't even done talking. Wang Huifan turns back to Shadow and deeply apologizes, asking if he might reconsider. Shadow coldly repeats his offer 1800 years. Final warning. Weary, Wang Huifan accepts, knowing others paid 2,000 years. And that's where we leave it, a wild trade, right? Let's dive in as she explains their heavy losses. They can't pay the full price up front and need installments. Luckily, Shadow agrees to the deal. His terms? 1,000 years paid right now, and he'll return in 10 days for the other 800. Relieved, Hangen thanks him and seals the deal. The system confirmation pops up, she gets the key, and Shadow gains 1,000 years of lifespan. Saying goodbye, Shadow fades away. He knows the Fey Heavy Industry Guild has massive potential, and this premium hideout will turn them into a powerful asset for the Zia server. With their incredible new base locked down, Hangen rallies her guild. She proudly announces that this platinum-tier hideout is officially theirs. But to clear their debt to Shadow, she implements a 50% lifespan tax on everyone. It's brutal, but she calls it a vital investment and demands their absolute best. Instead of complaining, her members accept with fierce determination. Deep in the forest at sunset, a small party tries to reason with Huang Xing. One girl begs him to stop blaming his aunt, but Ziking angrily shuts her down. Gritting his teeth, he swears that sooner or later, Shadow will pay. But their argument cuts short as someone spots a silver tier boss, the terrifying human-faced Spider Emperor. The team immediately rushes into battle, but Ziking? He just slinks back. They yell at him to prep a detox spell for the boss's lethal poison, which he lazily shrugs off. Watch closely right here instead of helping. Ziking runs, abandoning his team. He curses them as complete idiots as he escapes into the dark woods. He's totally disgusted by that girl who dared to lecture him, wondering what on earth his mother was thinking trying to set them up. Finding a quiet spot, he crouches down, seething with pure rage. To him, his whole guild is just a bunch of spineless cowards playing it way too safe. They don't get that true power comes from seizing every single opportunity. He's convinced that's exactly how Shadow did it to become the strongest player around. Flashing a sinister smile, Ziking reveals he's not the brainless fool his guildmates think he is. He'd never face Shadow without a plan. Grinning, he summons a creepy, dark vase with a single glowing eye, a treasure pulled from a jade-level chest. The system identifies the item as the legendary Abyssal Vase. Reach inside, and you get a random, high-level skill, though it comes with a massive 48-hour cooldown. Reaching inside, Ziking pulls out a gross, squirming piece of flesh. The system alerts him he's unlocked an epic tier skill, the Abyssal Puppet Curse. This dark magic lets him turn any corpse into a fully controlled puppet, keeping all of its original abilities intact. Ziking bursts out laughing maniacally. I know what you're thinking, is he really that crazy? Yes. He plans to kill Shadow, enslave him as a puppet, and become unstoppable. As he celebrates, the Abyssal Vase glows with a dark purple light. A final chilling system message warns him of the Abyss's dangerous power. When you stare into the Abyss, it stares right back, hinting at a very dark future for him. Meanwhile, over in the desolate graveyard of the Withered Bone Field, night has completely fallen. Locked in combat, Ghost Spirit whips her energy-infused paper ribbon around a skeletal monster, piercing its eye. With one clean slice, she decapitates the beast, dealing over 5,600 damage. Notifications flash instantly. Her weapon has upgraded to gold level, and she is finally ready for a class advancement. Standing surrounded by the glowing energy of her fallen foes, Ghost Spirit sighs in relief. The grind is finally over. Ready for the next level, she accepts the class advancement. A glowing magic circle ignites at her feet as a massive pillar of purple energy erupts, completely transforming her. Once it clears, the system shows her insane new stats. Her weapon has evolved into the legendary, shape-shifting Yellow Spring Chainblade Gold. Her class is now a Tier 2 Yellow Spring Evil Ghost, granting her passive stealth and unlocking 2 deadly skills: Eye of the Yellow Spring and Touch of the Yellow Spring. The eye acts as a mental attack, trapping targets in illusions, while the touch lets her track them by their aura. Swirling in a vibrant blue aura, Ghost Spirit stands holding her massive, fearsome new scythe. Even better, she'll now deal double damage to weaker targets, with a 50% chance to trigger a burn. Her golden eyes glow fiercely. She feels absolutely unstoppable now. This raw damage, speed, and mental magic will finally let her avenge her parents, defeat Dongfeng Yu, and destroy the Plague Wielder. Ghost Spirit immediately messages her teacher, Shadow, reporting her Tier 2 upgrade, promising to repay his guidance. Get ready for what's next. Alright, you and I are diving into a high-stakes hunt as Shadow sees her log off, knowing she is headed straight for Dongfeng Yu. He remembers his past life where Ghost Spirit got her revenge, but sparing a single dog let a Beastmaster track her down. Her real identity was exposed, sparking a massive manhunt by the city's most powerful families. The resulting war brought massive losses to the military, and Ghost Spirit eventually died of sheer exhaustion, leaving Magic City in absolute chaos. Shadow knows she has insane potential, but worries her youth and fragile mind will make her reckless. To stop her from repeating that fatal mistake, he logs off to find her in the real world. Meanwhile, outside Magic City, the heavily guarded Dongfang Manor sits shrouded in a toxic purple mist. Two guards patrolling the perimeter complain about their miserable shift. Gossiping about women, one mentions that Mrs. Dongfang is still incredibly gorgeous, and his buddy completely agrees. They fantasize about taking out her bodyguard and having their way with Dongfang Yui. Suddenly, one spots a strange shadow in the fog. An illusion of Dongfang Yue appears, wearing a stunningly seductive black dress while kneeling right in front of them. The guards are utterly speechless, stammering to ask why she is outside and wearing such a revealing outfit. The beautiful illusion leans in close. Now watch closely, she whispers. She can no longer stand her weak husband and wants other men to satisfy her deepest desires. Drooling with excitement, the guards cannot believe their insane luck. They immediately begin arguing over who gets to go first with this breathtaking beauty. Kneeling there, the illusion of Dongfang Yai slyly suggests they can both enjoy her company at the same time. Before they can even move, a flash of purple energy cleanly decapitates both men. Their headless bodies drop as the illusion vanishes, while dark energy erupts from their necks and a magical ribbon swirls around them. Ghost Spirit emerges from the dark, catching her deadly weapon before leaping over the wall to infiltrate deeper into the estate. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yui's most powerful bodyguard, the Fart Master, is chilling in his hammock when his senses suddenly flare, making him grin as a little mouse has just snuck inside. Ghost Spirit lands silently on the rooftop, pausing for a brief second to scan her surroundings. Out of nowhere, the Fart Master drops on her from the heavens with terrifying speed, grabbing her throat midair as they both plummet like meteors. He fires his signature move, unleashing a massive, explosive blast of gas from his backside that slams them into the earth. The blast leaves a massive smoking crater, with the heavy bodyguard pinning Ghost Spirit flat to the dirt. He laughs, explaining that his special ammonia barrier blankets the entire estate, instantly detecting any intruders. You and I both know she's in deep trouble now as he recognizes her as the runaway, gripping her neck even tighter. Ghost Spirit gasps for air, terrified and helpless, as he lifts her high off the ground by her throat, wrapped in a menacing purple light. He notes that she has definitely grown stronger, murmuring that with more training, she might have been a decent fight. A twisted grin spreads across his face, admitting he has an overwhelming urge to end her right now. While Ghost Spirit chokes, the bodyguard battles his own dark urges, telling himself to wait until she is fully grown. Cursing in frustration, he immediately snaps back, admitting he is completely losing control of his bloodlust. With a sickening crunch, his fingers squeeze too hard, and he panics, realizing he just accidentally crushed her neck. Terrified of what he did, he lets her limp body drop, screaming out in utter despair. Suddenly, a sharp purple energy claw tears straight through his chest from behind. Whirling around in shock, he sees Ghost Spirit standing right there. The body on the ground is just a fake decoy. Stunned, he gasps, demanding to know how she could possibly still be alive. Her eyes glow blood red as Ghost Spirit reveals the cold truth. He has been trapped in her mind game the entire time. This is her terrifying new skill, the Eye of the Yellow Spring, and coldly, she tells him to rot. Clutching his bleeding chest, the Fart Master struggles to wrap his brain around how he fell for such a flawless trap. Locking her crimson gaze onto his face, she explains his fate was sealed the exact second he looked her in the eyes. A quick flashback reveals the illusion started the moment he grabbed her throat. Gritting his teeth, the elite protector finally collapses. Ghost Spirit stands over him, admitting he was actually a worthy opponent. Her quiet moment is ruined as a window slams open, and Dongfang Yui begins screaming at the top of her lungs to fire everyone. But her anger instantly turns to pure terror when she sees her elite guard's body dissolve into black smoke down below. Terrified, she screams for help, yelling that there is an active assassin outside. And that's where we leave it, with armed guards flooding the hall to protect Mrs. Dongfang and hunt this lethal intruder. You and I are jumping right into the chaos as the noise awakens her son, Nantian. Sleepy and confused, he asks what is happening, but his mother tells him to hide. But Nantian sits up, flashing a confident smile, telling his mother there is absolutely nothing to fear. He claims he is now 18 and a player, promising to protect her. Moved to tears, she hugs him, wishing his father was half as great. But just as they embrace, the window behind them creaks open. Startled, they pull apart as she demands to know who is there. Outside in the hallway, her guards are already dead, dissolving into pure shadow. Dongfang Yui stares in horror, completely unable to process this. Did Shadow somehow find out about their secret plan to ambush him? Right then, the ghostly specter of Ghost Spirit appears behind her, whispering, "What plan?" She spins around to face the hooded figure, demanding to know who she is and why she is being attacked. Insisting they have no grudge, Ghost Spirit calmly asks if she really does not recognize her. With her eyes glowing a menacing red, She orders her to look closely and remember. Terrified recognition hits. She realizes this killer is the girl she thought died years ago, cursing her survival. But before she can even react, watch this. An energy spike impales her, and Ghost Spirit stands over her fallen enemy, calling her a demon who must die. Back in the bedroom, a terrified Nantian and his dog cower under the blankets. Ghost Spirit reveals her motive. Dongfang Yui killed her parents, so now she will die right in front of her son. Crying and defeated, Dongfang Yui accepts her fate, but begs her not to hurt her innocent son. Ghost Spirit laughs mockingly, her dark energy ribbons lifting the mother into the air as Nantian cries out in terror. She scoffs at the plea, asking what right a killer has to make demands while Dongfang Yui keeps begging for her son. Furious, Ghost Spirit screams, asking if she ever thought about this day when she slaughtered her parents. With one final, furious cry, she unleashes a devastating blast, vaporizing Dongfang Yui in a burst of dark energy. Under the covers, Nantian and his dog watch in absolute horror. Panting, her vengeance finally complete, Ghost Spirit turns her intense, red-eyed gaze toward the bed where Nantian lies frozen in pure terror. Her bloody work finished, Ghost Spirit turns and walks away. She exits the bedroom, leaving the broken body on the cold floor. You and I are going to see a crazy twist here, as Nantian's fearful face suddenly twists into a sinister grin. He admits he was sick of his mother controlling him, and is actually glad she got killed. His dog's eyes glow red, eager to feast on the girl's flesh. But before Ghost Spirit gets far, she senses she is not alone and freezes. She turns around nervously, only to find several dark, ghostly figures floating in the air, trapping her. Back in the bedroom, Nantian points from under his blanket with a truly malicious smile. Revealing his true power as a corpse necromancer, he orders his undead minions to capture her alive. These shadows are reanimated corpses, buffed by his power and keeping their skills. They swarm the trapped girl. Suddenly, a massive explosion blasts through the manor wall, sending Ghost Spirit flying into the air, screaming in agony. Outside, the terrifying undead minions close in on her helpless body. A one-handed gunman aims a lethal energy blast at point-blank range, but black spikes block the shot, saving her life. The shockwave of the counterattack blows the undead minions back. Ghost Spirit looks up, completely dazed by this sudden turn of events. Back in the bedroom, Nantian is yanked up by his head, screaming in absolute horror. A powerful figure stands over him, holding his severed head while crushing his demonic dog underfoot. It is King Fang. He stares directly at Ghost Spirit through the ruined wall, giving her one cold lesson. Showing mercy to enemies is just being cruel to yourself. She lies on the ground, staring up at him. Clueless as to who just saved her life, she quietly asks who he is. King Fang warns her from the shadows to never show mercy. He then casts his blooming curse, causing vibrant red spider lilies to sprout right out of Nantian's decapitated body. Realizing he saved her and helped her get revenge, Ghost Spirit blushes deeply and thanks her new master. Now, she is surrounded by a field of deep crimson flowers. At last, Ghost Spirit lets her locked-up emotions overflow. Weeping in pure relief, she cries out that her parents are finally avenged. And that's where we leave it, as the system announces 788 years of lifespan have been absorbed. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal emotional crossroads. King Fang asks Ghost Spirit about her next move now that her vengeance is complete. Empty and hollow, she contemplates ending it all to rejoin her parents. King Fang strictly warns her that revenge only breeds an empty void, something she should have braced herself for. He warns her that if she just wants to rot in her misery, he has nothing left to say, but there is still one truth she needs to hear. Summoning a projection of the game world, he explains that this cursed dimension holds infinite secrets, including a potential way to bring the dead back to life. He tells her that constant progress unlocks endless possibilities, but if she views revenge as her final destination, then anything he says is just a waste of breath. Turning his back on her, he lays down an ultimatum. If she wants to move forward, she must follow his path. The choice is entirely hers. After a brief pause, a spark of hope ignites in Ghost Spirit's eyes as she stands up and chases King Fang through the moonlit fields. The scene shifts back to Magic City in the real world. Deep within King Fang's secret sanctuary, the Soul Cleansing Land, they materialize in a massive, shimmering, watery void. Ghost Spirit is totally bewildered, so let's watch what King Fang does. He reveals this grand, mind-blowing mansion is his real-world base, leaving her absolutely speechless. As they step inside, King Fang's personal maid bows and warmly welcomes her master home. Ghost Spirit is shocked that he even has a maid. King Fang orders a dinner for two, explaining to a highly confused Ghost Spirit that this helper was summoned directly through the Divine Authority book. He explains that the artifact can manifest almost anything. To get her one, he promises to guide her through the brutal challenges of the Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City. Deeply grateful, Ghost Spirit bows to her master. Next, the perspective shifts to the massive Chu family estate. Sometime after their departure, an influential man storms into the mansion, screaming at his squad to hurry up because his wife's life is on the line. This is Chu Kunshan, Dongfang Yue's powerful husband and a high-ranking military officer. He is deeply baffled, remembering her desperate distress call and wondering who dared strike this late. His prime suspect is Shadow. Rushing deeper inside, he panics that their covert fireworks factory conspiracy was leaked, though he quickly shakes off the terrifying thought. Inside the devastated bedroom, his elite investigators scan the area, focusing on a massive blast crater. A lead investigator informs a stunned Chu Kunshan that despite obvious signs of a brutal clash, there are absolutely no signs of life. Losing his mind, Chu Kunshan furiously demands to know where his wife, son, personal guards, and staff vanished to. The officer confirms the chilling truth: they're all gone. Chu Kunshan is absolutely livid, and you and I can see him realizing his family suffered the exact same fate as the Dongfang clan. Everyone vanished into thin air. The devastating reality that his wife and child are gone sends him stumbling backward in complete disbelief. His grief quickly morphs into explosive, tearful rage as he screams that Shadow slaughtered his family, demanding an immediate arrest warrant. Lin Qingyu, who is quietly watching the chaos unfold, steps forward to ask how he can be so certain. He snaps back in fury, pointing out that his wife's relatives, the Dongfang family, were also massacred by Shadow. Completely unfazed, Lin Qingyu counters that there is zero concrete evidence in the Dongfang murders, making his desperate accusation highly questionable. With an icy glare, she questions whether he possesses classified details, hinting that maybe his own family held a personal grudge, making this a simple act of retaliation. Her sharp words hit a major nerve, prompting an outraged Chu Kunshan to bark a warning, asking if she dares interrogate a high-level military commander. Lin Qingyu coolly tells Chu Kunshan his empty threats are completely useless against her. She reveals that the Skydome Guild recently apprehended several operatives from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and turned them over to the police. Under intense questioning, those thugs fully confessed that Chu Kunshan personally orchestrated the ambush on Shadow's sanctuary. They even exposed a sinister plot to bait Shadow into a fireworks warehouse and blow him sky-high in a catastrophic explosion. She clarifies that law enforcement originally intended to corner and arrest the entire conspiratorial crew right inside that factory. But with Dongfang Yue currently missing, she is now a prime suspect fleeing from justice. Lin Qingyu directly accuses Chu Kunshan of abusing his power and plotting an act of terror, demanding he cooperate and come in for interrogation. As two heavily armed guards seize him, a panicked Chu Kunshan struggles, yelling to know what they are doing. He screams in Lin Qingyu's face, cursing her audacity for teaming up with a second-rate guild to arrest a federal officer. As they cuff him, Lin Qingyu coldly replies that his title is worthless to her, because she only serves true justice. Chu Kunshan keeps violently thrashing, screaming at them to let him go. She advises him to comply quietly, saying he can try to sue her later if he is innocent. And trust me, you and I are about to hear her drop one final terrifying truth. Alright, you and I are starting with a prisoner heading to a prison where lifespan drains 100 times faster than normal. She gave him a chilling warning to brace himself. As they shoved him into an armored truck, Zhu Kunshan shrieked in protest, threatening to report them, while two hidden figures watched from a nearby tree. One of them confirmed that this screaming captive was indeed their target, the military officer Zhu Kunshan. As dark purple energy surged around them, the duo smirked and bumped fists, fully prepared to make their move. Under the cover of night, the armored convoy rolled through the forest while Zhu Kunshan kept whining to Lin Qingyu. A guard calmly explained that the arrest order came from the absolute top, silencing Zhu Kunshan instantly. Suddenly, a blinding beam of energy rocketed straight toward their truck. The devastating impact blew the heavy vehicle off the road, sending it rolling in a violent crash. Inside the wreckage, Lin Qingyu pulled herself together, cursing. She gasped as she saw the guard beside her dead, his face frozen in pure terror. Trapped under the metal, Lin Qingyu realized she was pinned just as the roof was violently ripped open. A hand reached inside, seizing the unconscious Zhu Kunshan by his collar and dragging him out. Two attackers, a guy with a pompadour and a blue-haired girl, stood victoriously on the wreck. The pompadour guy hoisted Zhu Kunshan, bragging that this mission was too easy. Backup from the second truck arrived, commanding them to drop the prisoner and surrender. But the attackers just laughed, mocking the guards. Don't blink, because as the officers aimed, one spotted an even deadlier threat. A hulking giant with glowing red eyes dropped from the canopy, swinging a massive flaming warhammer. He slammed the weapon down, smashing the vehicle and leaping back as it erupted into a violent, fiery explosion. Amidst the screams from the fire, the pompadour guy and a bald brute watched the destruction unfold. The pompadour guy grinned at the power, admitting that a certain Theodore definitely had not lied. The hammer wielder landed in the wreckage as glowing orbs of stolen lifespan rose from the dead. He cackled wildly, enjoying his massive power and the pleasure of slaughtering the government dogs of Great Shah. Standing in the burning ruins, the brute gloated over a glowing card, bragging that this special gift sent by Theodore had multiplied his stats 5 times over, giving a level 10 player the devastating force of a level 50 warrior. Still, he complained that the dead officers dropped a pathetic amount of lifespan. His partner dismissed the small loot, reminding him that Theodore promised them 1,000 years of lifespan. From inside the truck, an injured Lin Qingyu listened in horror as they plotted to use Theodore's power to kill Shadow and avenge Qian Shishi. But before they could leave, the blue-haired girl told them to wait, pay attention here. With a creepy smirk, she announced she could sense a little mouse still hiding inside. Hidden in the wreckage, Lin Qingyu froze. She had been spotted. The blue-haired girl hurled a massive fireball at the wreckage, causing another huge explosion, smirking that no government dogs would survive. As they walked off, the girl pouted, complaining about Qian Shishi, and asking if she herself was not pretty enough. The pompadour guy just laughed, explaining that while she was cute, Qian Shishi was family, and avenging their fallen comrade was their sacred tradition. With that, they vanished into the darkness, watched by a battered, barely clothed Lin Qingyu hiding behind a tree. Using her passive skill, killing intent perception, she realized they were Alice Guild remnants, and that Theodore sent them to capture Ju Kunshan. With her entire squad wiped out, she knew she had to report this emergency immediately. Meanwhile, having left the real world, Shadow brought Ghost Spirit to the Tower of Divine Authority, hidden deep within the ruins of Magic City. He explained to a shocked Ghost Spirit that the Guardian NPC was called Old Mom, though her true name was Queen Veer of the Waning Moon, before sharing her tragic past. Veer had witnessed the brutal slaughter of her children, driving her completely insane. Now, she lived under the delusion they were still alive, often giving players impossible quests. But he revealed a secret way to exploit her madness if a young man and woman entered the tower together. Veer would instantly mistake them for her long-lost children. This would make their challenge incredibly easy and double their rewards. So Shadow instructed a horrified Ghost Spirit to call her mom, and trust me, you and I are going to love her reaction. Trust me on this, he tells her to focus while he handles the rest. Hesitantly, Ghost Spirit agrees, and they walk toward the tower's massive, glowing doors. Inside, a path of light leads them straight to Vilni, who appears in a starry, ethereal space. Crying tears of joy, she welcomes them as her own children, asking if they have returned for the Divine Authority book, and they play along. Shadow confirms that is why they are there, casually addressing her as Mom. Ghost Spirit, fully embracing her role, starts crying and tells Vilni how much she missed her. Overcome with emotion, Vilni says she missed her child too. She explains that although she wants to give them the book, the rules dictate they must first pass a challenge. She summons her avatar, a massive level 20 Jade tier entity, and tells them they must defeat it, as a system notification confirms they received Mother's blessing, boosting all stats by 20%. Before Ghost Spirit can even react to the boss, 3 dark figures suddenly materialize around it. These are clones from Shadow's signature skill, Shadow of Sorrow. In an instant, they unleash a devastating storm of slashes. Inflicting hundreds of thousands of points of damage, they obliterate the massive avatar in a single second. The system announces the challenge is successfully cleared. Look closely here, Ghost Spirit is utterly stunned, crying out in sheer disbelief at this insane, rapid instant kill. The battle ends in a blinding flash, with Ghost Spirit standing behind Qin Feng. Stunned, she marvels at his technique, and wonders how ridiculously powerful he truly is, as Queen Vilni descends from the sky. Still trapped in her delusion, she looks down gently, calling them Alan and Anna while praising their strength. She floats down to Ghost Spirit and hands her a stack of glowing blue books, calling her little Anna. Vilni offers her all 9 of her divine gift books, and Ghost Spirit hugs the NPC, crying and thanking Mom. Qin Feng watches with a somber expression, knowing Vilni would gladly give everything she has to her children. In his past life, greedy players exploited this, demanding items until she drained her own lifespan to create them and died. Vilni then turns to Qin Feng, asking if he wants anything, and he requests the divine book for the communication bracelet. Looking apologetic, Vilni admits she doesn't have one, but immediately offers to use her own lifespan to create it. As the book materializes, a system window shows Qin Feng obtained it, but paid 150 days of his own lifespan. Vilni smiles warmly, deeply touched that her son gave her lifespan instead of letting her drain her own. Qin Feng tells her to keep the lifespan and turns to leave, while Vilni wishes them a safe journey, telling Anna to stay close to her brother for protection. Hearing this, now, you and I can see where this is going. Ghost Spirit blushes, thinking he'd make a great big brother, and runs to ask if she should call him master or brother. Qin Feng stops dead in his tracks and turns with a terrifying glowing glare. He coldly warns her she can call him anything except brother, leaving Ghost Spirit completely shocked by his harsh reaction as he walks away. She awkwardly agrees, wondering why he rejected the title and if he has some tragic past connected to that word. Captain Unyu contacts Shadow via voice chat, asking him to share his friends list, leaving him thoroughly confused. A serial killer has appeared in Shanghai City with 7 victims, and rumors are spreading that Shadow is the murderer. She explains that the victims' times of death perfectly match Shadow's login history. The killer was meticulous, leading many to suspect him, but Anyu adds that her team knows he would never do something so low. Shadow deduces that for someone to frame him using his login times, the leak must have come from someone on his friends list. Shadow quickly lists out his prime suspects: Radiant Martial Virtue, Milky Snow, Elder Jiang and his granddaughter from the Sky Dome Guild, and his own guild member, Ghost Spirit. Shadow asks where the bodies were found, and Anyu replies they are scattered across Shanghai City, asking him to investigate, which he accepts. Relieved, Anyu says she will send the case files, confident he will catch the killer in minutes. Shadow then orders Ghost Spirit to log off immediately for a real-world mission. At his mansion hideout in the real world, Qinfeng hands Ghost Spirit the Divine Communication Bracelet, allowing them to talk between the game and reality. He also gives her the Ghost Knight Wolf mount to help her hunt the killer. Shocked to receive such valuable items, she admits she has no idea how to investigate crimes. Qinfeng explains his logic. He checked his friends list and is certain none of them are the culprit. So, you and I are left with one terrifying thought: there is a mole in the police force leaking his private data. Let's dive into why our main character chose Ghost Spirit. Her Touch of the Yellow Spring skill can track anyone by aura or scent. After receiving the files, she was told to use her skills flexibly. Filled with fierce determination, Ghost Spirit vowed to find the culprit. Meanwhile, at a Modu City hotel, Tony and the blue-haired girl violently threw the bound Chu Junshin onto the floor. Tony announced to the shadows that he brought the target, and a bald older man smoking a cigar slowly turned around. He praised Tony for a job well done, leaving a terrified Chu Junshin to recognize him as Theodore from the embassy. Theodore smiled chillingly, glad that Chu remembered him. He claimed he rescued Chu from jail because he could not bear seeing him suffer injustice. Sweating nervously, Chu Junshin pointed out that these rescuers were wanted criminals. He asked Theodore if his real target was the Shadow or the Great Xia government itself. Theodore laughed, noting that the government and Shadow were allies anyway. Still, Chu Junshin furiously complained about the absolute injustice. His wife and son were dead, yet the authorities arrested him, a military officer, instead of going after Shadow. Now watch closely as Chu looks up at Theodore, knowing this rescue came with a price, and asks what they want. Theodore calmly replied that his divination pointed directly to him, saying Chu could help him locate something he desperately wanted. He then asked about Chu's profession in the game. Realizing his own value, the former military officer lowered his head and revealed his secret. He possessed the only hidden class in the priest system, the Feng Shui Master, and began explaining his abilities. Yin-Yang Harmony lets him manipulate emotions and hurt ghosts, while Leyline Perception allows him to find hidden treasures and monsters. However, Chu lamented that his hidden class was strictly for support, meaning he could not fight Shadow directly. Suddenly, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he activated his Yin-Yang Harmony skill, materializing a massive symbol. Immediately, the mental effects seized control of Theodore's subordinates. Tony and the bald, muscular henchman began arguing violently, and the dispute quickly escalated into a brutal, bloody brawl. Chu watched coldly, explaining that under his skill's dark influence, they would fight to the death, though it fails against enemies 5 levels higher. Theodore just watched with amusement, laughing and clapping. He praised Chu, calling him the perfect addition to their group. Then he pulled out a tarot card glowing with blue flames and ordered his men to stop, remarking that infighting was bad. Theodore cast the card, unleashing the moon god's purification spell as a massive beam of blue light descended to envelope the 2 brawling men. We're about to see this spell instantly wipe out all negative effects from Chu's skill. Tony and the bald man collapsed unconscious. The blue-haired Mei Ying laughed, commenting on how incredibly powerful Chu's skill was. Theodore ordered her to heal them, while Chu Junshin watched in sweat-drenched terror. He was shocked because his skill shouldn't be broken by ordinary purification, staring at Theodore in fear, wondering what his class was. Theodore spread his arms wide, formally welcoming Chu to their group while radiating a powerful, glowing magical energy. It turned out Theodore also held a unique, hidden class in the priest system, the Diviner. This class allowed him to draw different cards to perform divination, enhancement, purification, and teleportation, which others could use once. Meanwhile, on the streets of Shanghai City, Ghost Spirit was crouching, using her skill, Touch of the Yellow Spring, as a crimson aura emanated from her fingertips, locking onto a trail. She declared that she had found the killer's aura as the trail led off, and Ghost Spirit pointed the way for her spectral mount, the Ghost Nightwolf. She ordered the beast to move out, riding through the empty city streets along the red trail. The scene then shifts to Qinfeng's former residence, where a sudden knock echoes at the door. Inside, Xiaoyu opened the door with a bright, expectant smile, greeting her mother. Standing in the doorway, however, were a middle-aged woman, and a tall, white-haired man, both wearing formal suits. Xiao Yu excitedly asked if this man was here to buy the house, praising the woman for finding a buyer so quickly. However, the woman looked apologetic and quickly corrected her. She explained this was actually a skilled diviner hired to locate Xiao Yu's missing brother. The white-haired man adjusted his tie and introduced himself as Diviner Reno. Xiao Yu's expression fell, asking why they would ever need to divine her brother's location. The woman sadly revealed she was moving away in 2 days and could not rest easy, leaving Xiao Yu here alone. Shocked, Xiao Yu asked why she was suddenly moving. And that's where we leave it, with Zhanghai City moving their top guild into a platinum-grade sanctuary, leaving us wondering what's next. Alright. You and I are starting as a lady urges Xiao Yu to trust Renu's accurate divinations, and Renu steps forward to help. Renu insists that King Fang is totally reliable, promising that if she just begs him the right way, he will definitely help her. But Xiao Yu just crosses her arms and angrily rejects him. She thanks the lady for her good intentions but flatly refuses, bitterly saying that after 19 years, if he doesn't want her, then she is done. What was even the point of looking for him? In reality, Xiao Yu is busy guarding Shadow's hideout, seeing him daily, and hoping he will notice her worth and let her join his guild. The woman simply sighs, defeated by Xiao Yu's stubborn attitude. She tells Xiao Yu to try the divination anyway, before heading off to pack her bags while Renu stays behind. Renu asks for an item her brother used to start the reading, but Xiao Yu snapping that she wants absolutely nothing from him. Renu completely ignores her and strolls inside. Since the siblings lived here together, he decides that the entire apartment will serve as a perfect medium. Xiao Yu follows him, demanding to know who gave him permission to enter. Renu flashed a charming smile, claiming it was destiny and offering to do the reading completely for free. Ignoring her objections, Renu raises a card crackling with blue magical energy, telling her she might as well look at the results. If she likes it, great. If not, no big deal. Suddenly, a holographic tarot card manifests in the air. Watch closely here as Renu activates his magic card, revealing a dark figure underwater while pretending to feel sorry for her. He coldly delivers the news her brother was burned alive, and his lifeless body now rests at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yu is paralyzed with shock. But while the real King Fang is actually relaxing on a sofa in his hideout, she explodes in anger. She is absolutely furious, calling him pathetic trash for dying so easily. He should have survived until she was strong enough to crush him herself. Outside, Renu fake offers his condolences. Renu smoothly changes the subject, bringing up her rumored connection with the mysterious Shadow. He claims his magic located Shadow and offers to take her there. Holding a shining gold card, he promises an instant teleportation. He plays with her mind, suggesting that since her brother is gone, she can just replace him with Shadow. It would be perfect, and Xiao Yu readily agrees. She internally scoffs that King Fang got off too easy by dying, but knows Shadow will protect her. The second she agrees, Renu immediately triggers a glowing blue magic circle beneath them, warping them both straight into a creepy, abandoned laboratory. You're probably wondering where Shadow is, just like a confused Xiao Yu as Renu menacingly sheds his suit jacket. He coldly retorts that he was about to ask her the exact same thing. Without warning, Renu hammers her face with a brutal right hook, drawing blood. He hoists her upside down by her ankle, roaring for everything she knows about Shadow. Terrified and sobbing, Xiao Yu desperately stammers that she does not even know him. Renu calls her a liar, reminding her of her claims about guarding Shadow's door and seeing him constantly. He drives a devastating punch deep into her defenseless stomach, knocking her completely unconscious. He sneers at how easily she went out, shocked that she failed to extract even a single defensive game skill. Dragging her limp body across the floor, he makes a call, telling the person on the line that the prey is secured. With a sadistic grin, he demands to know when he can strike, complaining that his blade is starving for blood. He tosses Xiao Yu onto a cold metal table, then checks his phone. A message from his boss strictly forbids him from killing her yet. Renu clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed. But then, a twisted grin spreads as his eyes flash crimson. Pulling out a sharp scalpel, he decides that if he cannot kill her, he will just play with her. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Officer Xiaoma notes that there has been zero news of Shadow logging off for 2 whole days. Strolling out, he reasons that extracting game stats leaves a player starving, meaning they must eat soon. There is no way Shadow could stay online this long. He figures Captain Anyu is keeping quiet because she suspects a frame-up. Sama steps back into the main office, realizing he has to accelerate his sinister plans. A dark smirk crosses his face as he imagines the entire public turning on Shadow, labeling him a ruthless serial killer. He chuckles, knowing that once public outrage explodes, the higher-ups will have no choice but to eliminate Shadow. Elsewhere, a ghostly nightwolf's paws land silently on the asphalt. Perched on its back, a spectral figure whispers that she has finally arrived. Crimson energy swirls. Trust me, you and I must watch what comes next. Alright, you and I are tracking a twisted killer, and his dark aura leads directly inside that concrete building down there. Guiling leaps down, activating her shadow sneak skill to vanish completely before landing silently on a cold window ledge. Peering through the dusty glass, her happy smile quickly vanishes, replaced by sheer horror and absolute shock at the gruesome sight inside. Inside the room, poor Xiaoyu is suspended from the ceiling by her wrists. Her legs are brutally severed at the knees, painting the floor in blood, while Renu kneels below her, soaking it all in. He tilts his head back in pure, twisted ecstasy, bragging about how long it's been since he had this much fun. Cruelly, the system alerts Xiaoyu that logging out is impossible because she's locked in a combat state. Tears stream down her face as she hangs there helplessly, realizing there is absolutely no way to escape. Her severed legs are wrapped in rough bandages, and her painful screams only make Renu laugh harder below. She can't comprehend any of this. She just wanted to sell a house, not get dragged into a living nightmare. Despair consumes her as death creeps closer, making her cry out for anyone to save her. In her final moments, she pictures her brother, Qin Feng, wishing with all her heart that he was here to rescue her. She curses him for dying and leaving her alone, when suddenly, a brilliant green glow wraps around her broken body. Confused, she watches the magical energy stitch her torn flesh back together, realizing someone is casting a powerful healing spell. Watch closely, hope fills her teary eyes, thinking she's finally about to be saved. But then, Renu looks up with a sick grin, introducing himself again as the human butcher, whose chosen class is a priest. He slowly approaches her, standing right in the green glow of his own recovery magic. Cruelly, he tells her not to worry because he won't let her die so fast, before bursting into a manic, unhinged laugh over his twisted philosophy. To him, playing with his prey and executing them slowly is the only way to feel truly alive. That is why he became a priest. This sadistic torment is far from over. Looking at the trembling girl, Renu boasts that her chest is next, causing Xiaoyu's eyes to roll back from pure terror. Foaming at the mouth, she passes out, leaving Renu disappointed and mocking her for being such a fragile, weak little girl. But wait, Renu senses immediate danger, barely dodging a fast-flying projectile in pure shock. A cloaked specter with glowing purple eyes descends. It is Guiling. Unleashing her Blade of the Underworld skill, she fires a glowing energy ribbon that impales Renu and lifts him off the ground. With eyes like ice, she glares at the trapped butcher, demanding to know why he pinned his crimes on Shadow. Renu casts his heel with a smug grin, thinking he still holds the cards, but the energy ribbon binds him completely. Guiling drops down with frightening speed, slamming the killer into the wall by his throat, warning him she will saw off his own legs unless he confesses everything right now. Cowering in fear, a broken Renu stammers that he will confess everything. Meanwhile, amid the ruins of Jianghai City, Captain Anu, Wang Mang, and Little Black gather for a crucial meeting, where they note that since they stopped tracking Shadow's login times, the serial killings have completely stopped, proving it was all a setup. Little Black fiercely defends Shadow, arguing a top-tier god like him would never be a sick murderer. She reasons that if Shadow wanted someone dead, he would vaporize them to ash instead of leaving messy bodies behind. Captain Anu points out that while they know he's clean, the public is clueless, and spreading rumors will spark massive panic, which is precisely what the killer wants. If the public outrage boils over, the government might execute Shadow just to keep the peace. Little Black asks if the military even has the power to defeat him. With a grim smile, Captain Anu admits they can't, warning that such a clash would completely devastate their forces, leaving Great Sha vulnerable to rival nations looking to exploit their weakness. Wang Mang stresses that they must clear Shadow's name immediately. He deduces that the mastermind framing him must be highly placed within the Jianghai administration. Deep in thought, Captain Anu matches the criteria of an inside official holding a deep grudge against Shadow, and only one name comes to mind. Meanwhile, Officer Xiao paces in his office, sweating buckets as he stares at his phone. He's losing his mind because it's been 2 days without Shadow logging off, fearing Renu went too far and killed their bait. And that's where we leave it, a sick obsession in the dark, knowing he can never have Captain Anu as long as Shadow is still drawing breath. Let's dive into this madness, as he desperately grips a glowing card. He was risking becoming an enemy of the Great Xia. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message from Renu. The prey had escaped. The text demanded 3 years of lifespan to extract a tracking skill, sending Ma Niliang an address to deliver the payment. Furious that his subordinate botched such a brainless task, Ma Niliang slammed his phone. If this twisted plot got exposed, his entire life was over. He had no choice but to go clean up the mess himself. He sped off toward a creepy, abandoned warehouse under a pitch-black sky. Stepping inside the dark warehouse, Ma Niliang shouted for the human butcher, demanding to know why the girl escaped. But he froze, his arrogant smirk instantly melting into pure horror as he stared at the ceiling. Xiaoyu was hanging there, but right beside her was his own hitman, Ren Yu, bound and completely out cold. Before Ma Niliang could even blink, A blinding beam of purple energy erupted from the shadows. The glowing energy ribbons wrapped around him, trapping him instantly. He was yanked high into the air, dangling upside down beside the others. Panic taking over, he shrieked at the silhouette approaching him, asking if they even knew who his father was. Ghost Spirit slowly stepped out of the darkness, her eyes glowing a deadly crimson. She calmly said she knew him very well, the mayor's spoiled son. Then, she revealed that Renyu had already spilled everything. Now watch closely, he ordered hitmen to dump bodies while Shadow was offline to frame him. Mockingly thanking Renyu for baiting the real mastermind, Ghost Spirit cut the hitman loose. She looked down at him, offering a sick reward for his cooperation, a little playtime with his former boss. Renyu stood up, pulsing with dark purple energy, looking completely brainwashed. Ghost Spirit ordered him to slaughter Ma Niliang however he wanted. The hitman giggled like a lunatic, thanking her for the fun opportunity. Ghost Spirit commanded the mind-controlled butcher to execute Ma Niliang with his signature tool. Renyu agreed with a hysterical laugh, telling his boss to stop squirming. As Ma Niliang screamed, the butcher lunged with a razor-sharp scalpel. The butcher offered a fake apology to his boss, claiming his hands were tied. The boss stared in horror as the blade came for his throat. But he was ready. Activating a golden card just in time, a massive shockwave blasted Renyu backward, letting Ma Niliang slip away safely. An intense explosion of fire and shockwaves swallowed Renyu as Ghost Spirit watched without blinking. I know what you're thinking, but wait. Renyu is dead, leaving behind lifespan orbs, as Ma Niliang realizes she's Shadow's disciple. Enraged, Ma Niliang slapped a glowing gold card directly onto his forehead. Blessed by the sun god, this card granted him an insane agility boost for 2 whole minutes. A golden crossbow materialized in his hands as he vowed to murder both Shadow and his little disciple. Moving like lightning, Ma Niliang leaped through the air, firing a barrage of energy arrows. Ghost Spirit gracefully dodged every single blast. He tried to maintain his relentless assault, but Ghost Spirit vanished into thin air. Panic set in as he floated there, realizing she possessed the same terrifying stealth as Shadow, and he had completely lost her. Suddenly, glowing purple ribbons whipped out of the darkness, skewering his arms and binding him tight before he could even process it. He shrieked in absolute agony as he was hoisted up to dangle with the other captives. Ghost Spirit materialized right beneath him, calmly asking if he was the insect trying to hurt her master. Staring up with glowing purple eyes, she noted he was far too weak to own such top-tier cards. She demanded to know who was pulling his strings. Crying through the intense pain, he spilled everything. He sobbed that some foreign players allied with Chi and Shishi found him, giving him those cards to help assassinate Shadow. They promised a massive powerhouse was backing the hit. He wept, swearing he knew nothing else. He begged for mercy, promising his mayor father would pay any price for his release. Ghost Spirit just turned away, cold as ice, muttering that he talked too much. With a flick of her wrist, the ribbons crushed him, exploding his body into a gory shower of blood. Eyes flashing a dangerous crimson, she turned to leave, remembering her master's ultimate golden rule: never let an enemy escape alive. Passing the exit, she cast one final glance at Xiao Yu, hanging unconscious and severely mutilated. She pitied the poor girl but left her for the police to find, letting fate decide if she lived or died. Shortly after, sirens wailed as police arrived from an anonymous tip, rushing inside to find a horrific crime scene and screaming for a healer. And that's where we leave it, as they identify the bodies. Let's dive in as cops find Manili, Renu, and a comatose girl who's thankfully out of danger. The captain yells out, pointing at a message on the wall and 2 phones embedded in the concrete. A message above reveals these 2 committed the serial killings to frame Shadow, pointing to the phones and the girl as proof. It was signed by an anonymous do-gooder. The officers quickly check the phones and find logs confirming the entire story. Tons of people had conspired with Renu to frame Shadow. They even find an internal mole who leaked Shadow's game times to Manili, prompting the furious captain to order an immediate arrest. Meanwhile, back in reality, Chin Feng is enjoying a massive feast when his phone rings with a call from Captain Anu. She eagerly shares the big news: the serial killer case has a major breakthrough. Chin Feng plays completely dumb, asking if they caught the culprit, and she confirms both Manili and Renu were identified and are already dead. She explains they secured vital evidence from a witness, but because the girl lost her legs and remains in a coma, they must wait for her testimony to officially close it. Chin Feng smiles, knowing Ghost Spirit crushed the job, while Anu apologizes for all the trouble the investigation caused him. To make it up to him, she offers some free intel about a bizarre phenomenon over in a Shanghai City novice town. 5 massive flying beasts are circling the skies, hunting down players. Oddly, whenever one dies, another respawns to keep it at 5, making her suspect a hidden treasure she wants Shadow to find. Watch closely here. Chin Feng instantly realizes the implication. Another ancient god slate has just appeared in the world. He figures the slate must be high in the clouds, and since players can't fly, he needs a flying mount. He remembers the withered bone city key he grabbed back at the magic leaning tower. Since that city belongs to the Mora Empire, the dragon homeland, he might just secure a flying dragon mount of his own. But the system says Withered Bone City requires level 20. Qin Feng checks his status and sees he is level 19. Determined to gain that single level, he logs back into the game and teleports straight to Withered Bone City's outer beach. It is a desolate coastline littered with giant skeletal remains, with a dark castle towering on a distant island. Materializing there, Shadow spots glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the sand, proving other players were recently active here. Now pay attention. Shadow's expression sharpens as he senses danger and ducks behind a massive skeleton. Just ahead, a gargantuan skeletal lobster rears up on its hind legs, spewing toxic green acid at an active party. In that group is Lin Qingyu, known as Late Night Drizzle, and a bald man. She looks horrified as acid bubbles float right toward her. The bald man steps forward with total confidence, telling his teammates to watch his move. A spectral green aura envelops him. The system reveals he is a soul walker, a hidden support class capable of turning his entire team into untouchable spirits. While phased, they cannot attack, but they gain total damage, immunity, and zero collision. The lobster boss immediately exhales a devastating stream of acid breath. But with the Soul Walker's active buff, the blast passes completely through their ghost-like bodies. Observing from the shadows, Qin Feng's eyes narrow. He remembers this exact squad from his previous life. He recalls how this bald guy, Zuma, along with Theodore, conspired to trap and slaughter the Magic City authorities. That betrayal crippled the city's forces, leaving them unable to maintain order and plunging Magic City into chaos for 3 months, indirectly causing hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties. Meanwhile, the lobster boss roars as the fight reaches its peak. Lin Qingyu notices the boss's critical health and screams a warning that its second phase is starting. The creature spits out a swarm of glowing blue bubbles that burst to unleash a horde of baby lobster mobs. The team is instantly overwhelmed, their shield bearer desperately struggling and shouting that they are completely surrounded. In the madness, Lin Qingyu screams at Zuma to activate his soul conversion skill and save them. But Zuma just looks away with a freezing glare, completely ignoring his team's desperate cries for help. Lin Qingyu is horrified by this cold betrayal, as the little lobsters bypass their front line and lunge at her. Their entire formation falls apart, and even though she unloads her dual weapons, she knows the line is lost. She screams at Zuma one last time, demanding to know what he's doing, but the giant boss and its horde lunge forward as she falls. Terrified, she stares up helplessly as the beast prepares to devour her whole. And just like that, you and I witness a blue energy rip the beast into bloody pieces. Alright, you and I are about to watch the legendary Shadow show everyone how a real god-tier player fights, beginning with this lobster swarm. He leaps right over a stunned Lin Qingyu, landing with a devastating area of effect strike, a swirling vortex of dark energy that completely annihilates the remaining monsters. A system window pops up, confirming Shadow just slaughtered the Jade-grade lobster boss, racking up tons of experience, evolution points, and over 9 years of lifespan. While Shadow stands surrounded by rare loot, Zuma stares in absolute shock, realizing the legendary peak player has actually arrived. Instantly, the confrontation turns deadly. Shadow materializes right in front of the bald Zuma, locking him down with a suffocating lethal glare. Before a single soul can react, Shadow delivers a lightning-fast strike, cleanly claiming Zuma's head in one swift motion. As the headless body collapses, the system confirms Zuma is dead, his corpse dissolving into light while Lin Qingyu watches in utter disbelief. She quickly thanks Shadow for saving her, but demands to know why he just executed their own teammate. Glancing back with a cold, glowing eye, Shadow asks why the official Magic City squad has a foreigner in their ranks. Lin Qingyu explains they hired Zuma as external help because his specific class was crucial for taking down the boss, admitting she never expected him to get distracted at the worst moment. Shadow just mocks her naivety, scoffing that it was no distraction. Now pay attention, Shadow quotes a harsh proverb, warning that those of different blood will always carry different hearts, meaning Zuma's betrayal was totally intentional. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lin Qingyu asks if he truly did it on purpose, failing to see what he would gain by letting them die. Shadow turns away, his cape billowing dramatically. He tells her finding the motive is her job, not his, before dropping an unexpected business proposal. If Magic City's government teams find a boss they cannot handle, they must call him, stating his terms with absolute authority. He only demands the lifespan rewards and any assassin-class gear. The rest is all theirs, the exact same deal he made with Zhonghai officials. The surviving squad members immediately cheer, but Shadow clarifies this deal only applies to platinum-grade bosses or higher, with complete looting priority. Recognizing the massive value, Lin Qingyu agrees on the spot and begins messaging all their active exploration teams. A citywide announcement orders all scout teams to report coordinates for high-level bosses. With Shadow agreeing to clear out these death zones, players struggling on the brink of doom shed absolute tears of relief. They realize they do not have to keep dying endlessly anymore and can finally hope for a future with decent gear. Up on the cliff, Lin Qingyu gets flooded with endless messages, telling Shadow that multiple boss locations have popped up close by. Shadow is surprised by the lightning speed, but Lin Qingyu explains that while Jianghai's squads are thriving because of him, Magic City is still desperately struggling. Shadow immediately triggers his flight skill, telling her to feed him coordinates as he rockets into the sky. Lin Qingyu and her crew wave, thanking him as he flies off to hunt. The scene shifts to a jagged, rocky canyon containing a massive, hulking beast, a platinum-grade, long-haired minotaur standing guard behind the rocks while a group of terrified players wait in hiding. You might be thinking the same thing as this blushing, red-haired girl who wonders if Shadow is handsome, though her teammates are highly skeptical. One player doubts Shadow can easily solo a platinum-grade boss, claiming its raw stats are just too high. Those doubts are silenced in a fraction of a second when a massive blue energy beam strikes from the sky, bisecting the Minotaur for over 300,000 damage. As the colossal beast crashes down, a system alert confirms the kill for Shadow, granting him massive experience, evolution points, over 5 years of lifespan, and a platinum-grade assassin skill called Smoke Bomb. Shadow casually notes the Minotaur is cleared and instantly locks onto his next high-value target in the east. The hidden party members are totally dumbfounded. That same skeptical player screams in shock, realizing Shadow demolished the boss in a second and vanished before they even saw his face. The red-haired girl laments missing her chance, but the team sighs in relief seeing the glowing lifespan orbs left behind, proving Shadow keeps his word. He claimed the precious lifespan but left all non-assassin gear. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a brand new battlefield. Suddenly, giant white spikes erupt violently from the earth, launching an entire group of players into the air. A terrifying Jade-grade boss, the noble's eldest son, Traitor Lulu, emerges in dark lava armor, wielding a massive flaming sword. A player screams in pure panic, realizing they fatally underestimated the detection range of a Jade boss as the Dark Knight swings its fiery blade. The player freezes, accepting his sudden doom, right before that colossal sword can crush him to dust. Suddenly, a streak of purple energy cuts through the sky, slicing the giant boss's arm clean off as the player watches in absolute shock. We'll leave it here as Shadow descends, unleashing his legendary Shadow of Sorrow. Let's watch this together as 4 Shadow clones surround the boss and strike with massive damage. The system confirms the kill, granting Shadow experience, evolution points, over 10 years of lifespan, and a Jade-grade merge into darkness skill. The rescued players watch in pure shock, unable to comprehend how each clone dealt over 300,000 damage. They honestly wonder if they are even playing the same game as this guy. Then, one player, blushing, declares the gap between them and Shadow is like the distance between humans and gods, deciding to worship him. With the bosses cleared, a system notification pops up showing Shadow finally reached level 20. As dark energy swirls around him, he notes that boss farming is the fastest way to level up. Then, another notification chimes. The natural disaster ancient god curse slate is fully charged. Shadow's eyes glow yellow with anticipation as he prepares to draw a new affix. Shadow immediately begins investing his evolution points into his brand new skills. A system screen shows him spending over 300 points to upgrade Merge into Darkness, from Platinum all the way to Mythical grade. Standing in the windy wasteland, Shadow analyzes the skill, realizing it is a massive upgrade over his standard stealth. He notes that this legendary ability raises his stealth level to 21, making him completely undetectable to even diamond-grade bosses. Next, he turns his attention to his Smoke Bomb skill. He drops his remaining points to upgrade it to Legendary. But Shadow looks at the new card with pure disdain, calling it trash. Instead of learning the garbage skill, he decides to use his Spirit Devourer bloodline to consume the card. The result? A massive boost to his base stats. A system notification confirms that devouring a legendary skill significantly boosted both his elemental attack and elemental resistances. Feeling fully prepared, Shadow looks out toward the ocean where a dark castle sits on a distant island, the Withered Bone Ruins. Now, pay attention here, he is definitely strong enough to enter, but there are 0 boats or teleporters to cross the water. He stares at the dark waves, knowing the sea is crawling with monsters. Fighting underwater without specific skills or mounts is straight-up suicide. Seeking an alternate path, Shadow opens up his map. He notices a strange, mysterious icon indicating a locked door right along the shoreline. Curious about this strange anomaly, he transforms into a streak of darkness and dashes over, arriving at a cave blocked by a massive stone gate. As he approaches, a massive glowing chain binds the heavy door shut. The system warns him the path is locked, asking if he wants to use the Withered Bone City key. Shadow is surprised to realize the golden key he got earlier from the Magic Leaning Tower trade is the exact item needed here. He pulls the glowing key directly from his inventory. As the heavy doors groan open, Shadow steps forward. Though I know what you're thinking, how does a door here lead all the way across the sea? Shadow steps through the glowing portal, his entire body blurring as he activates his speed skills. The path plunges down sharply, and he quickly realizes he is heading deep underground as he runs through the dark, rocky corridor. This hidden tunnel actually runs beneath the ocean floor, connecting the mainland coast directly to the isolated island. Shadow pushes forward through the endless subterranean passage until he finally spots the exit glowing ahead. Stepping out of the cave, he finds himself in a grim, storm-swept wasteland. A massive, ruined dark castle looms atop a jagged cliff, illuminated by flashes of lightning. A system alert welcomes him to the Mora Empire Withered Bone City ruins, issuing a terrifying warning. This is a berserk zone where his lifespan drains at 100 times the normal speed. Looking back at the dark water, Shadow admires the genius of this hidden tunnel. He remembers a crazy rumor from his past life about a secret passage running under the ocean. Everyone ignored that guy back then, thinking he mixed up games, but Shadow now knows the madman was speaking facts. Shadow begins walking through a dead forest of withered trees and bones. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble as a massive dragon skull on the dirt shakes and cracks. Suddenly, a colossal creature bursts from inside the skull, shattering it to pieces. Shadow stands firm as the dust clears, revealing an absolute monstrosity. A massive skeletal centipede with a stitched female torso and red eye. The system identifies her as the diamond-grade boss, Thousand-Blade Centipede Moir. Shadow calmly analyzes his new opponent. Her upper body looks human, but that monstrous lower half? You and I are in for one wild fight. Look closely at these nasty wounds with me. They are identical to the scars from that white dragon at AS. As the terrifying creature lunged, Shadow realized she was once a citizen of the Moringa Empire, twisted by Cthulhu's curse. Shadow ducked just in time as the massive centipede body swept right over him. Staring at the scars on her human torso, he figured she must have faced brutal torture before she died. He kept dodging, slipping through the sharp skeletal legs stabbing at him, then leaping high to escape a massive, ground-shattering smash. Ready to strike back, Shadow quickly activated his skills. Summoning his shadow clones, he unleashed the Blessing of Release technique to deal massive extra damage. With a burst of purple energy, he and his clones executed a synchronized shadow flash slash, hitting the boss 4 times instantly. The sharp blade ripped right through the monster's neck. Now, pay attention here. This is where his cooldowns instantly reset, letting him prepare for another strike. Activating the Blessing of Release again, he locked Moire in a red aura of chaotic energy, while his 4 clones coordinated their final devastating attack. Shredding the boss from every single direction with beams of bright purple light, Moire's massive form was turned to shreds, bursting into magical flames as Shadow landed back on his feet. A system message flashed on screen, confirming he had defeated the Diamond-Grade Guardian, Moir. This victory brought him huge experience points, evolution points, over 10 years of tradable lifespan, and multiple items. Shadow looked down sadly, telling her to rest in peace as the monster faded, revealing her original, beautiful human spirit. She flashed a peaceful smile, finally freed from her nightmare, before turning into glowing orbs of lifespan. With the Diamond Guardian dead, Shadow pushed deeper into the ruined, desolate wasteland. He glanced up at the terrifying castle of lightning wreathed atop the cliffs. Shadow fired a long-range shot, blasting a wave of dark energy directly into a spider monster hiding in the dark. The beast, a human woman's torso stuck on a spider body, shrieked as the dark magic pierced her, triggering a system notification. It confirmed that Shadow had successfully killed the cursed spider, Moli, giving him tons of experience, evolution points, and 10 years of tradable lifespan as he stood among the floating loot. He couldn't help but notice that every monster here had a human upper body fused to a grotesque lower half. But get this, they all somehow still keep their original human names. Examining a giant dragon skull nearby, he pointed out the mutated bones, multiple eye sockets, and strange horns showing deep corruption. This led Shadow to believe the entire withered bone ruins was actually a massive biochemical testing site. It matched the lore ADS had shared with him before. To win their war, the desperate citizens of Morga summoned Cthulhu, the ancient sea god, who ended up cursing the entire city into monsters. As Shadow moved inward, the heavy pressure of the curse grew thicker and more suffocating with every step toward the center. Without warning, a massive shadow fell from the sky. A giant golem made of solid rock slammed down in front of him, blocking his path. The system identified him as the level 25 platinum boss, Commander Mahin. The massive golem's body pulsed with glowing, molten magma energy. Shadow looked up at the towering beast, totally unimpressed that a royal guard commander was merely a low-level platinum boss. The commander raised its giant stone fist, glowing with intense crimson heat. It brought its hand down with shattering force, but Shadow easily sidestepped the strike as the ground shattered beneath the impact. The clash was on as Shadow swung his shadow blade, striking the stone golem with a heavy slash. But as the hit connected, a weird feedback effect triggered. Shockingly, Shadow felt a sudden jolt of pain as his own exact damage was reflected right back onto him. Landing quickly on his feet, he immediately recognized the lethal damage reflection skill. Staring at Mahin's glowing red eyes, Shadow realized this boss had 10 times the health of a normal platinum and 100% reflection. He knew that without his black light shield up, that single hit would have instantly ended his run right there. Trust me. You and I know he can't make a single mistake here. Shadow leaped high into the air, his silhouette cutting across the bright full moon. To bypass the reflection, he summoned 10 layers of black light shields before raining down a volley of 10 shadow blades from above. Let's dive into his insane strategy. He uses low damage strikes to charge his ultimate while his shield tanks the constant reflected damage. The second his energy maxes out, Shadow drops in with his ultimate, combining Blessing of Release with the Crimson Blade. A massive red energy beam slices the golem, dealing a staggering 450,000 damage. Shadow braces for impact, as that insane damage reflects right back. But a golden barrier suddenly erupts, completely absorbing the blow. He stands completely unharmed. Turns out, reflected damage is a joke when your Crimson Blade gives 600% lifesteal. Because his health is maxed, the massive healing converts into an overflow shield worth 2.7 million points. That reflected damage was basically a tickle. With the Royal Guard commander dead, a system window pops up to confirm Shadow's absolute victory. He scores tons of experience, evolution points, and over 14 years of lifespan. But the system ends with a chilling warning. The commander's death just alerted every guard in the city. Shadow freezes, sensing a sudden heavy shift in the air. Watch this closely high on a cliff. A monstrous sentry blows a massive horn, sounding the alarm with green sound waves. Instantly, the ruins crawl to life. Hordes of monstrous beasts start swarming down from the high cliffs. Shadow watches as a nightmare swarm of winged beasts, spider hybrids, and twisted monsters line the ridges, staring him down. A giant fur-covered foot slams into the dirt right beside him. In seconds, he is completely surrounded by a massive monster army, including a giant white bear and terrifying centipede beasts. A system alert triggers. Shadow has officially activated the Monster Horde event. The clear condition is simple yet brutal. Kill every single monster. Shadow stares up at the massive wall of red eyes glowing in the dark. But instead of freezing in fear, his eyes narrow with pure excitement. He chuckles to himself. A situation this wild is actually refreshing, and exactly what he wanted. Seeing their prey laugh, the monsters look at each other in utter confusion, wondering why this human isn't shaking in terror. Shadow moves like a sudden storm. He unleashes his Dark Knight Ring blade, ripping through the first wave of enemies. In one single strike, the system alerts him that 32 monsters are dead. Giving the horde absolutely zero room to breathe, he activates Shadow of Slaughter, summoning dark clones from the ground to fight. Synchronizing with his clones, Shadow strikes with a 4x Shadow Flash. A burst of purple energy decimates their ranks, instantly blasting his kill count to 165. Chaotic energy beams slice through everything, dismembering lion men, shark hybrids, and all kinds of twisted creatures. Shadow keeps up the relentless assault, dropping another 4x Dark Knight Ring blade. His dark magic sweeps the field, pushing the kill count to 518. Let's be real. This is a complete, one-sided massacre. System alerts flood his vision as the body count skyrockets, jumping from 600 to over 2,000 in seconds. As the battle rages on, his kills soar past 8,000. The entire field lights up with thousands of glowing lifespan orbs from the dead. Finally, silence returns. Shadow stands with purple glowing eyes, having slaughtered 10,086 monsters. The system confirms every single beast is dead, unlocking the path to the Withered Bone City Ruins core. After completely annihilating an army of over 10,000 monsters, Shadow stands amidst a sea of glowing particles. The path is unlocked, and he is surrounded by countless floating orbs of pure lifespan. But Shadow looks at the rewards with disappointment, wondering why they are so low. He realizes the curse drained the citizens' life force even after they turned into monsters. Suddenly, the floating orbs begin to swirl around him, gathering in a brilliant display of magic to form a structure. The light shoots across the vast chasm, building a bridge to the distant castle. As Shadow steps onto this bridge crafted from the light of the dead, a golden aura suddenly engulfs him, catching him off guard. The system reveals he has received the blessing of the Withered Bone citizens. The cursed souls, incredibly grateful for their release, grant him a buff that gives a chance to obtain dragon power here. Shadow looks at his glowing hand, finding this power pretty interesting. He figures the source of the curse is deep within the city, knowing these guided souls want him to break it once and for all. He crosses the light to a dark, fleshy pit, and trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Let's dive in as Shadow leaps into the abyss. As he plummets through the gross, fleshy tunnel, a system warning pops up. He has entered the Withered Bone, cursed Great Hollow, where his life drains 1,000 times faster. He lands with a heavy splash in crimson liquid, slowly standing up inside pulsating fleshy walls, completely prepared to face the dark source of this corruption. Trapped deep inside those organic walls, a man with long red hair and a beard hangs suspended, his body impaled by massive spikes. Suddenly, a system alert flashes as the man's eyes snap open, sensing his presence. Shadow stands ready in the dark, a purple flame igniting on his chest as raw bloodlust fills the air, while the trapped man mutters strange, ancient words. Shadow narrows his eyes, immediately recognizing the speech as the ancient god tongue. Translating the sounds, he realizes the madman is desperately repeating one specific name, Moyer. Consumed by absolute madness and grief, the man screams her name and tears himself free from the wall as his body mutates into a terrifying, skeletal shape. The system identifies this massive armored skeletal beast as Arcos, the last guardian of Withered Bone City, a level 20 emerald-grade boss. Shadow wastes no time, activating Merge into darkness to completely vanish from sight. Now watch this. Arcos swings a massive claw directly at him. Ignoring his stealth, the crushing strike shatters the ground, forcing Shadow to barely dodge and leap back to put some distance between them. Landing safely, he's totally baffled, wondering how this beast spotted him despite his level 21 stealth. As Arcos lunges forward again, still roaring for his lost love, the truth suddenly clicks for Shadow. Since he killed Moyer and absorbed her lifespan, Arcos is tracking the leftover traces of her soul inside him. Shadow quickly scans the spikes on his armor. Seeing they look identical to the Royal City Guard commander's spikes, he readies his shadow dagger, suspecting the boss shares that same passive skill. To test this theory, he strikes the beast. The exact same damage reflects right back at him, but his golden shield absorbs the impact. It's confirmed this lethal guardian definitely possesses that dangerous damage reflection buff. Arcos lets out a deafening screech, his body bursting with purple energy as he calls for backup. The organic floor suddenly explodes, sending massive blue eggs bursting out to completely surround him, making Shadow look on with a serious face. Knowing these eggs also reflect damage, he realizes that if they're allowed to hatch, they'll spawn deadly elite-level monsters. To test their defense, he throws a shadow dagger, dealing over 3,000 damage. The egg shatters, but he quickly runs the math. Breaking one egg takes 3 daggers, meaning he'd lose 3 layers of his black light shield to that reflected damage. Regenerating a layer takes 2 full seconds, meaning he can't clear them in time. I know what you're thinking, his only choice is to let them hatch. He leaps high into the air for a tactical vantage point, ready to face whatever crawls out. Descending back toward Arcos, he notices his ultimate skill is finally fully charged. He fires the Crimson Blade, a massive red energy beam that slams into Arcos for a staggering 450,000 damage. Landing silently, his massive golden lifesteal barrier keeps him safe. Unharmed by the chaos, the eggs instantly hatch as razor-sharp claws tear through their shells. A horde of cursed young dragons, level 20 emerald-grade monsters, take to the sky, screeching as they prepare to swarm. Shadow drops into the red pool, crouching to face the newborn horde. Without hesitating, Shadow unleashes his Dark Knight Ring Blade. The swirling vortex of dark energy shreds the dragons, dealing nearly 30,000 damage to each, ending the fight in a flash. Shadow stands calmly inside his golden barrier as the system confirms he's slain 9 dragons. He notes that with his blood shield active, that damage reflection is a joke, while the dead dragons dissolve into glowing lifespan orbs. But instead of being absorbed, the orbs gather in the air, swirling violently. A voice speaks from the light in the ancient god tongue, calling Shadow an outsider. The energy reforms the boss, pushing Arcos into a much more terrifying state called Flesh Curse, Arcos Blue Scale. The beast grins wickedly, declaring Shadow will never wipe out his race as he leaps high to continue the fight. The mutated guardian charges forward, aiming an incredibly powerful, energized fist at Shadow. Shadow's eyes glow neon blue, countering with a blindingly fast instant shadow slash as he strikes the beast from all angles in a split-second blur. And trust me, we're left hanging as immunity blocks every single blow, keeping him completely unharmed. Trust me on this one, Shadow was stunned when his attacks did 0 damage. Arcos seized the opening, slamming his massive fist into Shadow with devastating force. Shadow was sent flying, taking nearly 30,000 damage as the impact triggered a massive explosion. Worse yet, his golden blood shield shattered. Translating the monster's guttural speech, Shadow realized Arcos was declaring that as long as his soul and bloodline survived, his home would never fall. Arcos stood deep in the purple energy, screaming that Withered Bone City would never be conquered. Shadow was totally confused. Usually, only epic-grade monsters or higher could speak with this level of self-awareness. Yet this emerald-grade boss kept his full consciousness. Ignoring Shadow, Arcos gathered dark energy into a glowing sphere, chanting about protecting his city, empire, and people. The Guardian unleashed his Demon Dragon Cannon, a massive vertical beam of destruction. Shadow reacted instantly, leaping high to dodge the blast. He landed and countered with a Shadow Blade, but it did nothing. Arcos walked right through it, completely immune. Shadow cursed under his breath, realizing he desperately needed to break that invulnerability shield. Suddenly, Arcos unleashed a grotesque new technique, a rib cage of raw flesh that trapped Shadow inside. The system identified it as the flesh prison, and a deadly countdown began, showing Shadow's lifespan draining away by the year. Shadow broke into a cold sweat. Realizing his life force was being siphoned, he recognized this terrifying drain as an ability of the evil god Cthulhu. The situation was incredibly dire. This flesh prison was an unavoidable attack that ignored every single defense. Arcos literally fed on Shadow through a grotesque, fleshy tendril, meaning his entire lifespan would soon be completely gone. Just as all hope seemed lost, crimson energy erupted from Shadow. A notification flashed he had triggered his dragon power. Detecting his Shadow of Slaughter skill, the system granted him a brand new buff called the Flame of Nirvana. Now, pay attention here. This legendary white flame ignores all defenses, directly burning the opponent's soul for massive damage. Shadow's eyes glowed with orange dragonfire as he finally tapped into the true, raw power of the dragon race. He counterattacked with an enhanced dragon Shadow of Slaughter, sending clones wreathed in holy fire straight down onto the monster. He followed that up with a dragon instant Shadow Slash, cutting through the air with blinding, lethal speed. The beast's immunity was completely shattered. The attacks connected, dealing tens of thousands of damage and inflicting a severe burn. The monster screamed in agony as the white flames consumed him. In his final moments, he begged Cthulhu for strength, crying out that he couldn't die before saving the dragon race. Shadow stood calmly as a massive spirit manifested behind him, telling the dying guardian that his actions were never about protection. By summoning Cthulhu, he had actually doomed his people to an eternal curse. With a cold glare, Shadow told him to let the flame of Nirvana cleanse his sins. Shadow delivered the ultimate final blow with his dragon crimson blade, unleashing a colossal beam of red energy that dealt nearly 500,000 damage, incinerating the last guardian. A system window confirmed the kill, awarding Shadow 1 million experience points, 120 evolution points, and nearly 40 years of lifespan. As Shadow descended amidst glowing victory notifications, the system awarded him another 60 evolution points, 40 years of lifespan, and a diamond-grade bone spike. With the epic dragon power buff finally fading, Shadow carefully analyzed his rewards. That massive 1 million experience payout proved the city's monsters had been funneling all their resources to Arcos. You and I both know something is off here. 39.8 years is suspiciously low, and Shadow suspected Cthulhu stole the rest. Suddenly, a grotesque treasure chest slowly emerged from the pool of red liquid on the ground. A system prompt revealed that using dragon power had unlocked a secret reward. Inside the chest lay 2 glowing golden items, a withered bone rune and an epic-grade Mount Bell. Inspecting the rare rune, Shadow realized it was a key to the tomb of the withered bone god. He quickly noted that collecting 3 of these runes would grant him entry to the secret ruins. Next, he picked up the golden bell, completely intrigued by this epic-grade mount. Eager to see what it would summon, he activated it, and a massive, winged skeletal dragon materialized. The system identified this beast as the King of Scavengers, Osiris, a level 20 epic-grade beast now soulbound to Shadow. As a former guardian, Osiris was now a flying mount combat pet capable of summoning smaller bone dragons. To Shadow's absolute surprise, the skeletal dragon spoke with high intelligence. Osiris looked down in pure shock, asking if Shadow was truly the one who cleansed the city and killed Arcos. Shadow calmly confirmed it, asking the beast if it knew the dark truth behind this cursed place, prompting Osiris to recount the city's tragic history. And as we leave it here, the dragon reveals he was resurrected by necromancy to fight in the ancient war between the Moraga Empire and the continent. You and I are jumping right in as the defeated empire desperately tries to turn the tide. The city lord Arcos made a mad choice to summon the evil god, Cthulhu. The dragon revealed the horrific price of the summon was sacrificing his beloved daughter, Moir. But when the time came, the desperate father hesitated. Instead of Moir, he offered the entire population of Withered Bone City, along with himself, to the dark deity. The fallout was brutal. The cursed citizens gained massive strength to crush their invaders, but they completely lost their minds and turned into grotesque beasts. Osiris explained that Moir, being the sole human survivor, faced absolute hell. The monstrous citizens tormented her endlessly until she too was consumed by the curse. As the tale ended, Osiris thanked Shadow for freeing those tortured souls. Feeling the incredible energy radiating from our main character, the massive beast bowed low, pledging its eternal loyalty. It begged to know its master's name. With shining eyes, the main character looked up and declared, "His name is Shadow." The colossal skeletal dragon, Osiris, folded its wings in deep respect, officially swearing its allegiance and naming him its sovereign lord from this day on. But pay close attention here, because as he examines his legendary new prize, the stats look incredibly bizarre. A standard level 20 epic boss should easily boast at least 10 million health points. Instead, the screen shows Osiris has barely over 100,000. Shadow figures this nerf is from the resurrection itself, since the ancient beast died ages ago and its power faded away. This forced awakening left the bone dragon with just a fraction of its former glory. Even its attacks, like bone shields and projectile spikes, seem completely average, but he loves the skill to summon 12 jade-winged dragons, which will give him perfect eyes in the sky. The beast's real value lies in its sheer mobility. Since its body is made of light bones, it flies at a crazy 360% speed. That is over 450 meters per second, breaking the sound barrier. So even if it cannot fight well, that insane supersonic speed makes it an absolute win of a mount. And here is where it gets crazy, as a system window alerts him that he is ready for a class upgrade. He is stunned to find the massive experience points from clearing those ruins, totaling over 1 million, is enough to instantly trigger the evolution. With a grin, he hits activate. A wild vortex of shadow energy begins swirling around him as glowing runes fill the air, the pressure building to a peak. Shadow stands right in the eye of the storm, his eyes blazing as a crimson ring of power locks in. The system rings out with success. His class officially advances from Tier 2 to Tier 3. His stats explode, with strength and defense doubling from 27 to 54, spirit hitting 90, and speed leaping to a massive 144. And alongside this massive stat boost, he unlocks a broken passive skill called Shadow Arc. This mechanic is completely busted. Any damage, debuff, or stealth break he takes while hidden is delayed by 1 full second. In that brief window, he can perform an action to completely cancel out the incoming attack. Shadow stares at his hands, laughing with pure confidence. He knows that with his reflexes, this skill basically makes him immortal and immune to any surprise attacks from stealth. He looks over his upgraded class, feeling incredibly satisfied with the result. He is positive that in his previous life, no player of this class ever survived the 3rd tier upgrade. If they had, this broken skill would have been famous for keeping top players alive. Now, while a 1-second reaction window might seem incredibly short, elite rankers have insane reaction speeds, giving them plenty of time to cast defensive spells and completely flip the fight. Checking the rest of his loot, a dark red light glows in his hand, revealing a brand new diamond tier weapon. The screen names it the Spike of the Skeleton, a lethal dagger that massively boosts his physical and elemental damage, while ignoring the enemy's defense and magical resistance entirely. He equips the deadly blade instantly, feeling his overall strength reach a ridiculous new level as he prepares to finally escape these dark ruins. With a leap, the skeletal dragon Osiris positions itself, and Shadow lands smoothly on its head. Let's see if he can pull off the ultimate escape as he triggers his stealth skill to vanish. Alright, you and I are diving right back in as dark energy surges and Shadow realizes his dragon's stealth is level 21, beating his own. Hyped, Shadow orders the beast to fly so he can test its speed. Osiris instantly obeys, blasting into the sky with absolutely explosive force. They tear out of the deep underground ruins, ascending like a blinding flash of purple light. The massive dragon bursts from the rubble and shoots straight up into the clouds. This insane velocity leaves Shadow completely speechless as the heavy wind rips past. With his glowing eye scanning the sky, he has to admit this beast is incredibly fast. After pushing his epic new mount to the absolute limit, Shadow bursts out of the underground tunnel and flies high over the ocean. While soaring through the clouds, he starts mapping out his next moves. He decides to target the exact spot Captain Onyu mentioned, where a flying beast and another ancient godslate reside. His plan is to fly straight to the Magic City ruins first, then teleport over to Lucky Town. He recalls that traveling from the Magic City to the Withered Bone City originally took him several long hours. Down below in a dense forest, a team of random adventurers is busy raiding a massive black bear monster. Their standard party has a classic swordsman, mage, and healer. Now pay attention here, because as the mage charges her holy fireball and they yell to attack, a massive shockwave tears through the forest while Osiris flies past at supersonic speed. The brutal pressure of the wind instantly knocks the entire party and the boss flat, sending them all rolling away. After the dust settles, the confused mage looks around, while the swordsman is shocked to see the boss monster got thrown directly onto his blade by the wind, dying instantly. Completely ignoring the chaos he left behind, Shadow flies on, realizing that with Osiris, the flight back to the Magic City ruins takes only 10 minutes. Down on those desolate streets, a highly dramatic scene unfolds between a couple. The guy holds his girl's hands, begging for forgiveness and claiming he only cheated on her once with another guy, thinking of her the entire time. She demands that he promise to cut ties with that other guy forever. Once he agrees, they share a deep kiss, declaring their love. But this romantic moment gets violently interrupted as a massive pressure drops from the heavens. The brutal shockwave slams the guy face first into the pavement, and the girl gets flattened too. I know what you're thinking, talk about bad timing, as Shadow steps off his dragon right next to them. With the dragon towering behind him, Shadow touches his mask and wonders if he just squashed something during landing, but he quickly shrugs it off, ignoring the couple. He activates his invisibility skill to slip out of the ruins completely undetected. A system alert shows he just spent 5.4 years of his lifespan to teleport back to Lucky Town. Shadow grumbles that returning to a beginner zone doubles in cost every single time, making it insanely expensive. Even with over 2,000 years of life left, he is incredibly cheap and hates losing even a second. Fully invisible, Shadow strolls right past the town gates, passing two guards who seem to sense something is off, but see absolutely nothing. Scanning their neat uniforms, Shadow realizes these guys belong to the official government military forces. Checking out the layout, he sees the government has deployed guards here to protect new players and block enemy attacks. This is happening months earlier than it did in his past life. As he walks, he figures his info sharing must have boosted government efficiency. He even notices elderly players are living safely and doing quite well in this secure environment. He walks by a sweet, heartwarming scene of an old couple quietly chilling on a park bench, holding hands like high school sweethearts. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes from the gate, where a giant black insect monster has grabbed a player. Those two official guards he passed earlier immediately leap into action. The female guard casts a spell from her grimoire, wrapping a glowing holy barrier around the victim to block the attack. The male guard charges in yelling, executing a massive leaping slash that hits the beast for over 1,600 damage. The female guard follows up instantly, launching a blazing holy fireball straight at the bug. But the beast is incredibly fast, dodging the blast with ease. Exploiting the opening, the bug scurries off, leaving the guard frustrated that it got away again. Both guards look up as it rejoins its pack of 5. The female guard sighs in despair, noting that killing one is pointless since another will just respawn immediately. Watching invisibly, Shadow realizes that while these 5 gold-grade monsters are not super strong on their own, the guards struggle because they escape. Let's see what happens next. You and I are diving into a world where saving ungrateful people backfires completely, starting with this trembling old man on his knees. But his terror instantly turns into toxic rage as he screams, calling his rescuers useless. Plonked right in the dirt, the old geezer keeps trashing them. He complains that those flying beasts have blocked the town for days, ruining his hunts. He blames the guards for neglecting senior citizens, even threatening to file a massive complaint. The female guard desperately tries to calm him, promising that Shadow is on his way, while her partner snaps and demands some basic respect. But hearing Shadow's name only triggers the mob, and everyone starts screaming, demanding to know where this savior is. They mock him, jeering that big shots are always too busy and taking way too long for a few easy bosses. The toxic crowd yells that if Shadow is so godlike, he should be serving them. One bald guy shouts that he is waiting for his son to farm lifespan, accusing Shadow of wasting time. Everything is spiraling completely out of control as the female guard pleads with the mob, promising Shadow will show. She tells the impatient ones to just log off, but her partner realizes talking is useless and tells her to run. But the crowd blocks their path, accusing the guards of abandoning their duties without fixing the monster issue. They scream that these guards are just wasting tax money. They call them useless over a few bugs and demand answers, finally pushing the male guard over the edge. He reminds them that the government already power-leveled them to level 3, asking what else they could possibly want. The spoiled mob fires back that level 3 is trash and keeps mocking him. Now watch closely, this is where they weaponize their age. The guard tries to move forward, but that toxic old man deliberately bumps into him to cause a scene. The old man dramatically flops straight onto the dirt. He wails that the guards are beating senior citizens, faking a heart attack and claiming he is dying. The guard panics, desperately swearing he never even touched him. Instantly, the mob surrounds them, aggressively daring the officers to beat them all to death. They yell that their elderly lives are worthless, accusing the government of actively hurting citizens instead of helping. In the absolute chaos, a creepy old pervert in the crowd tries to take advantage, reaching out to grope the female guard. The female guard instantly freezes in pure shock. Reacting on pure instinct, she slaps his face with all her might, triggering instant and devastating consequences. Thanks to her massive high-tier stats, the slap launches the creep flying like a ragdoll. And you and I can only watch in horror as his body completely disintegrates before landing. She accidentally killed him, leaving the rest of the players completely stunned and terrified. This accidental kill triggers absolute panic, with the mob screaming that the government is murdering senior citizens. The guard tries to explain she was groped, but her voice is completely drowned out as the mob roars to fight back. Seeing the riot turn violent, the male guard instantly deploys a protective shield. He sighs that these people are insane, deciding to just let them tire themselves out. He is sure their pathetic attacks cannot break his shield. But things get grosser when a glob of spit hits the female guard's face. The culprit is that toxic old man, laughing maniacally and enjoying every second of his disrespect. Fired up, the mob starts hurling absolute filth at the barrier shoes, rocks, and even gross trash pelt the golden shield as the guards huddle inside. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descends. Shadow materializes on his skeletal dragon, Osiris, right behind the rioters. An icy silence falls as the massive dragon looms over the crowd. Shadow and his beast glare down with glowing eyes, radiating pure death. Without a single word, a massive blast of wind explodes from the dragon. The shockwave is catastrophic, blasting the elderly players away like dry leaves in a storm. Slammed against the trees with bone-crushing force, they cannot resist. Just like that, silence returns to the forest. Both guards stand safe inside their barrier, staring out in absolute shock. And trust me, seeing only dozens of golden lifespan orbs left on the ground proves Shadow does not play around. High above the town, Shadow and Osiris soar straight into a swirling orange vortex where he spots his real targets. 5 winged bug monsters flying in formation, linked by magic to a floating stone tablet. Recognizing the artifact, Shadow commands his dragon to hunt them down. You and I are about to witness one epic aerial strike. From below, 2 guards watched in awe as a giant dragon chased monsters against a blood-red sun, with Shadow standing ready on its head. The 5 insect bosses desperately tried to flee with the stone slate, but they could not outrun the massive dragon. Shadow's eyes glowed with a deadly purple light as he locked onto his prey. In a sudden blur, Osiris spun and unleashed a devastating slash. The strike was incredibly precise, slicing all 5 gold-grade insect bosses in half instantly. The 2 guards below stood frozen with their mouths wide open, shocked by this sudden victory. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the situation with that annoying elderly mob took a ridiculous turn. The senior players, who had just been wiped out by Shadow's wind, respawned and marched right back to the scene. Furious, they screamed at the guards for attacking senior citizens and immediately played the victim. The mob surrounded the exhausted male guard, loudly demanding compensation for their lost lifespan. The guard looked completely overwhelmed, thinking this endless harassment would never stop. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over the group. The guard looked up to see the giant bodies of those 5 dead insect bosses falling right toward them. Before the old players could even react, the heavy carcasses slammed down with bone-crushing force. The brutal impact instantly flattened the mob, killing them a second time and turning them back into glowing lifespan orbs. The stone slate landed upright in the dirt, surrounded by the glowing orbs of the twice-deceased seniors. Osiris landed gracefully right next to the loot. Shadow looked around, genuinely confused. He wondered why there was so much loot from just 5 bosses. Completely unaware we just watched him accidentally farm that annoying mob. The ungrateful old man, who had just been crushed by a falling monster carcass, crawled along the dirt. Instead of showing any gratitude, he angrily pointed an accusing finger at Shadow, screaming about the danger of falling objects and demanding to know if there was any law left. Shadow completely ignored his whining and crouched to pick up the slate. However, the stubborn old man stood right back up to confront him. He yelled for respect, using the ridiculous excuse that he had lived longer and eaten more salt than Shadow had eaten rice to justify his extreme arrogance. As Shadow reached down, the old man grabbed the other end, trying to snatch it away while screaming to ask if Shadow was deaf. Shadow stared at him, genuinely surprised that someone so weak would dare to rob him. His response was immediate and absolutely lethal. Without saying a word, he threw a dagger at point-blank range. The blade pierced the senior's neck, silencing his complaints instantly. The hit sent the old man flying backward, dealing over 13,000 critical damage. The man dropped the slate as he died once more, his body dissolving into light while Shadow calmly caught the falling object. With the nuisance out of the way, he focused on the scattered loot and commanded Osiris to summon the small bone dragons. The massive skeletal dragon obeyed instantly, and a swarm of tiny black skeletal dragons descended rapidly from the sky. They swooped down, quickly collecting the countless glowing lifespan orbs that had dropped from that twice-killed mob. The female guard and her partner watched the sky in utter confusion, wondering what he was planning. But don't blink, because back at the town gate, that annoying old man just respawned for the 3rd time. He stood right before the crowd and the guards, pointing his finger and yelling that he had finally figured it all out. He claimed the officials were conspiring with Shadow to murder players and steal their hard-earned property. The female guard stared at him in pure disbelief as the old man put on a dramatic performance, clutching his head and screaming. He shamelessly lied, claiming he was carrying 1,000 years of lifespan, and Shadow had stolen every single bit. The female guard was furious at his blatant lies. Sparks of energy crackled from her eyes as she shouted back, asking who he thought he was fooling. The stubborn senior snapped back that his son had given it to him, accusing her of defending Shadow just to get a share of the loot. Turning to the surrounding crowd, the old man quickly incited a riot. He promised that if they helped him demand his 1,000 years back, he would share 1 year of life with everyone. Playing the victim again, he shouted that they could not let guards and Shadow bully the elderly. Blinded by greed, the crowd agreed. They roared in support, aggressively demanding that Shadow return the stolen lifespan immediately. The male guard gritted his teeth in pure frustration, wishing he could just arrest them, but noticed the cunning troublemakers were staying safely inside the town's safe zone, where guards were powerless to attack. The senior players, led by the greedy old man, pumped their fists while screaming. Suddenly, those tiny black bone dragons swooped right down into the crowd. Their sharp claws gripped the players tightly, lifting them high off the ground before they could even react. The mob dangled helplessly in the sky. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how he survives this nightmare next. Alright, you and I are about to watch some giant dragons carry screaming players way out of the safe zone. The old man begged frantically to be let go. And guess what? The dragons took that totally literally. They opened their claws, sending those players plummeting straight down from the sky. As he fell, the old man panicked, screaming he didn't mean right now. Meanwhile, Shadow casually walks out the gate as bodies slam into the dirt behind him. The female guard blushed hard. Shadow points out that while safe zones block player attacks, they don't stop physics. Yeah, gravity is still absolutely lethal here. With a freezing stare, he tells the guards his bone dragons are staying right here to toss any troublemakers out of town. He leaves it up to the guards whether to catch them or just let them splat on the ground. After confirming the sky bosses are dead, he turns to leave. But the male guard shouts, pointing out that Shadow forgot all the dropped loot. As his body dissolves to teleport out, Shadow simply tells them to keep it, leaving the guy completely speechless. The guard is in total awe of this insane generosity. Looking down at the glowing lifespan orbs, he can't believe this absolute beast left behind such a massive fortune. He turns to his partner, calling her Electric Fox, and asks her to help grab the loot. But she is completely spacey and distracted. Look at her face, she is totally zoning out with this goofy, dreamy look. Her partner is just staring in pure disgust, totally lovesick. She clasps her hands together and sighs that her heart just flew away with Shadow. To snap her out of it, the guard chucks a glowing lifespan orb right at her. It smacks her forehead with a loud thud. She yells in pain and fury, while he tells her to stop dreaming. He brutally reminds her that an elite player like Shadow would never look at a nobody, calling her a toad daydreaming about eating swan meat. Absolutely triggered by the burn, she immediately lashes out, screaming that he is the real Toad. He just laughs, joking that if he is a toad, she is too, so they basically belong together. Clutching the glowing orbs, she blushes bright red, totally flustered by his teasing. While skeletal dragons keep dropping screaming old players from the sky, these two just keep flirting in the middle of the chaos. He teases her, asking if she secretly has feelings for him. She immediately denies it, calling him gross. But the very second he asks her out for dinner tonight, let's pivot to the real world outside Shanghai City Hospital, where things are about to get incredibly dark. Inside one of the rooms, Xiaoyu sits up in bed, looking absolutely pale and exhausted. An official by her bedside offers sympathy for her losing both legs. But immediately, the talk shifts to the massive medical bill. A female official coldly tells Xiaoyu that her treatment cost a whopping 50 years of lifespan. She explains the government covers 10 years, but Xiaoyu owes the remaining 40. Xiaoyu panics, crying out that she does not have that much life. Desperate, she asks if she can mortgage her 2 houses to pay off the debt. The official coldly replies they already appraised them. In this harsh new world, both houses are only worth 3 days of lifespan. Xiaoyu is horrified, screaming that she spent millions of dollars and 200 days of lifespan on them. Unwilling to accept this brutal crash, she frantically offers 500,000 in cash instead. But they explain old world cash is totally worthless now, only lifespan counts. Xiaoyu trembles, admitting she simply does not have enough. The male official drops a harsh ultimatum. She has 3 days to get the lifespan, or they pull her life support. But there is a way out. She can join the government logistics team to work off her debt. This means doing heavy mining, gathering, or rebuilding inside the game for at least 15 hours every single day. Xiaoyu covers her face and sobs, crying that she is an invalid who cannot do hard labor. But the official points out that while she is disabled in reality, her virtual avatar is perfectly fine, and high-level healing spells might eventually fix her real legs. But Xiaoyu just breaks down, utterly terrified of losing her high status. She screams that she refuses to be a common laborer, forced to work around sweaty, smelly people, calling them disgusting. Wailing in a massive tantrum, she claims she is already suffering enough and demands to know why this is happening when none of it is her fault. The 2 officials stand there, completely unimpressed by her victim mentality. Then, the woman offers one last alternative. She asks if Xiaoyu has any friends or family to act as a guarantor. If she can find someone to vouch for her, they can loan her the 40 years of lifespan. And trust me, you and I are about to see if anyone actually steps up to save her. Alright. You and I are starting with poor Xiaoyu crying over her hopeless options. Sinking into total despair, she believes her brother, King Fang, is dead. She thinks of her mother, but doubts she could ever guarantee such a massive, crushing debt. She curls up in sheer pain and fear, sobbing quietly. Alone in the dark room, she admits she has absolutely nobody left to help her. Feeling completely abandoned, the door is suddenly kicked wide open with a massive bang. A booming voice announces that help has arrived. The two officials turn in shock while Xiao Yu stares at the doorway in complete confusion. A tall, muscular man walks in, followed by a lackey recording everything on a phone. It is the Knights Templar Guild leader. Reaching out, he demands Xiao Yu's phone, scoffing that 40 years of lifespan is just a trivial, tiny amount. Xiao Yu instantly recognizes him. The guild leader smiles, claiming his heart deeply ached when he heard of her tragic disaster. A sudden notification pops up on Xiao Yu's screen, making her face turn completely red. This guild leader just sent her 100 years of tradable lifespan. Overwhelmed by such generosity, she stammers out her thanks. Sitting down on her bed, he wraps an arm around her shoulders, telling her there is absolutely no need for thanks. Now watch this part closely, because Xiao Yu suddenly notices a massive detail on the transaction, a 30% annual interest rate. He casually explains this is just a minor 3-point interest fee for his personal guarantee. Flashed with a charming, friendly smile, he tells her to focus entirely on her recovery and get well soon. He confidently declares that their Knights Templar Guild is her absolute strongest shield and true home. Moved to tears by his fake kindness, Xiao Yu looks up with pure admiration, completely unaware she just signed a highly predatory contract. As the Knights Templar leader gets ready to leave, his loyal subordinate keeps the camera rolling. Waving goodbye, he tells Xiao Yu to rest up because he has some urgent business to handle. Leaving her with one last manipulative promise, he assures her the guild will always welcome her back. Finally, Xiao Yu is left completely alone. Tears still run down her face, but her deep despair slowly transforms into a burning, flushed resolve. She clenches her fist, swearing to do her absolute best, fully falling for his dirty trap. Outside the room, his friendly mask slips instantly. His lackey proudly displays the video. Nodding in approval, the boss orders him to edit this perfectly before posting. Walking down the hospital hallway, he gives highly specific instructions on how they will spin this. We both know how twisted this is. He wants this propaganda to prove that only their guild stepped up to save her. A dark, sinister grin spreads across his face as his true, greedy intentions are revealed. Since Xiao Yu caused the guild a major loss, he will use her literal tragedy to recruit brand new members. To him, this is the best way to recycle useless human trash. Staring out at the massive city skyline, the guild leader decides it is time to log back in. The scene shifts to the virtual world for his meeting with Shadow. This reveals the Knights Templar hideout tucked inside the ruins of Zhanhai City, protected by a glowing blue energy barrier. Inside their dinky hideout, the guild leader literally sits on a toilet, scrolling through a floating holographic screen. He laughs at all the online posts cursing Shadow, amused by how many enemies the guy has made. But with pure jealousy, he mutters that if Shadow were not 10 times stronger, he would have gladly murdered him already. Suddenly, Shadow materializes right out of a dark cloud of black mist. Instantly dropping his arrogance, the leader falls straight to his knees. Shadow coldly asks if the slaughterers are fully ready. The guild leader eagerly nods, replying that everything is set, and he has been waiting expectantly for Big Brother Shadow. Trying to suck up, the leader gestures to his own toilet and offers Shadow a seat. Shadow flatly rejects him, demanding to see the targets. The guild leader proudly points toward a massive group of bound players. He presents 200 red-named slaughterers, telling Shadow they are completely at his mercy. Shadow calmly accepts the massive human sacrifice. With a quick nod, he walks right past the boss. Releasing absolute dark energy, Shadow instantly shreds the entire crowd of slaughterers to pieces. The guild leader watches in pure awe as physical bodies are shredded by invisible, deadly blades. As the prisoners disintegrate, they dissolve into an endless sea of floating lifespan orbs. A system alert confirms Shadow's slaughter level has decreased by 2 full layers. Standing surrounded by glowing orbs, Shadow tells the guild leader their massive debt is settled and starts walking away. Panicking to keep Shadow's favor, the guild leader quickly screams for him to wait, claiming he has something incredibly urgent to report. Asking if Shadow made new enemies, he projects a viral post, and trust me, you and I must see what's next. Alright. You and I are diving into a crazy scandal where some clickbait news accuses Shadow of murdering a helpless old man from Lucky Town. They claim he is scamming citizens and working with corrupt officials, but Shadow immediately recognizes this so-called victim. But right then, his sharp eyes catch another alert. It is a new promo ad from the guild leader, showing a poor, mutilated girl who lost her legs. The Knights Templar Guild claims they are helping her, but looking at crying Xiao Yu, Shadow freezes. He gasps her name, realizing the victim ghost spirit saved from that sick serial killer, Renu, is actually his sister. He laughs to himself, amazed at how small the world is and how crazy this coincidence turned out to be. Keeping the truth to himself, Shadow simply mutters his understanding and vanishes, leaving the clueless guild leader behind. The guy literally bows next to the toilet, enthusiastically shouting for his big bro to take care and visit again. Up in the sky, Riding his epic skeletal dragon, Osiris, Shadow calls his disciple. He commands Ghost Spirit to track down and eliminate whoever is spreading these nasty rumors online. This petty drama is not worth his personal time. Ghost Spirit pops up on screen, completely furious that anyone would dare insult her master, and promises to handle it. Now watch closely as she stands on a Shanghai city rooftop, glaring at the hologram in pure anger. She cannot believe someone has the audacity to spread such lies. The article displays that shameless old man from Lucky Town, boldly claiming that Shadow plotted against a defenseless senior citizen. Ghost Spirit finds the entire accusation and his face absolutely disgusting. Locked in with cold focus, she pulls her hood up, having already memorized her target. She leaps off the skyscraper, leaving a trail of purple energy behind as she swears to make him pay. Diving through the sky, she glides between the massive towers straight toward her target. We cut to a quiet apartment complex called Lakeview Garden, right outside the home of Fang Xiaoying, where a hand slams violently against the door. It is a neighbor named Ma Dagan, standing there with his wife and their injured, drooling kid. He screams for Fang Xiaoying to get out here, accusing the old man's beastly pet of pushing his son down the stairs. He yells that Fang cannot dodge the blame, punching the door once more while demanding an immediate explanation. Look who it is. The door opens to reveal Fang Xiaoying, that ungrateful old bastard. Looking completely annoyed and hostile, he instantly barks at the family to leave him alone. Fang Xiaoying points at Ma Dagan, wildly accusing him of using wall hacks to spy on his wife, showering and threatening police action. He mocks the father, claiming the kid is just clumsy, and arrogantly demands actual proof his pet had anything to do with it. Ma Dagan holds up his phone, displaying a video of a massive beast kicking his boy down the stairs as absolute proof. But in a sudden, violent move, Fang Xiaoying kicks the phone from Ma Dagan's hand. Now that the evidence is shattered, the old man smugly demands to see it again, pushing Ma Dagan to activate his special targeting skill. He warns the old bastard that his poison fog can strike any time, promising to hunt him down if he keeps acting up. Completely unfazed, Fang Xiaoying laughs and dares him to try. Ma Dagan prepares to unleash his skill, his eyes glowing bright blue as the system locks onto his target. But as the old man continues screaming, a sudden alert pops up, telling Ma Dagan his skills are completely blocked. He stands frozen in place. Seeing this, the old man giggles, his eyes turning orange as he starts laughing like a psychopath. He taunts the terrified father about his broken abilities, asking if he thought being dumb made him brave enough to fight. Terrified, Ma Dagan screams to his wife that his abilities are completely locked. As the old man grins, a giant shadow looms in the doorway right behind him, and the truth is finally revealed. His son belongs to a rare hidden class, the Magic Forbidden Warlock, who just activated an area barrier to block all skills. The massive figure steps into the light, revealing a muscular giant with a tiny poodle peeking out of his shirt. Fang Xiaoying instantly plays the victim, crying to his son that this neighbor is harassing and threatening him. With a deadpan look, the son moves with terrifying speed. Before Ma Dagan can blink, he is grabbed by the throat and kicked hard. The insane impact sends him flying into the wall, spitting up blood. His wife screams and runs to help, but her healing magic completely fizzles out inside the barrier. The son grabs the wife, lifting her up as he warns her to take her husband and get lost. Trust me, you and I cannot miss how Ghost Spirit humbles them next. Tears stream down the wife's face as she demands they take responsibility. Stick with me, because this gets brutal fast. Her son just stares at her silently before releasing his grip. Looking at her with pure contempt, he pulls back his fist, coldly declaring they live in an era of survival of the fittest. The terrified woman screams as his fist flies straight toward her face. Suddenly, glowing purple energy ribbons wrap around her waist, pulling her out of harm's way with lightning speed. His punch slams into the wall, missing her head as he looks up, confused to see Ghost Spirit shielding the terrified wife. When the woman asks who she is, Ghost Spirit coldly replies that they are not worthy of knowing her, but she knows them. With her eyes glowing a menacing purple, she glares at them, warning that their lies about Shadow will cost them dearly. Shaken, the son asks if she is actually Shadow. Behind him, Fang Xiaoying screams not to be afraid, yelling that Shadow is a man, not some petite girl. Smirking, the buff son regains his confidence, boasting that even if the real Shadow showed up, he would crush him. He explains he is level 16 with all his points in strength and constitution, making him invincible inside his magic forbidden barrier where only physical attacks work, but Ghost Spirit stands her ground, purple energy swirling. She looks at him with pure pity, calls him an idiot, and promises to teach him a lesson in absolute stupidity. Let's pay attention here. The hallway battle begins, and Fang Xiaoying's son stands tall, completely sure of his barrier's power. Ghost Spirit glares, mocking him as a clueless frog in a well. She strikes with blinding speed, catching the giant off guard with a swift, agile kick to the chest. Realizing she's an assassin, he spins midair to dodge her next punch, his massive physical stats easily outmatching her speed. Ghost Spirit unleashes a barrage of rapid blows from a new angle, but he anticipates the strike, catching her fist effortlessly. Holding her hand, the Sun mocks her pathetic lack of power despite her impressive speed. He reminds her that without magic skills, her physical attacks are mere tickles, before delivering a devastating uppercut that sends her flying. She crashes hard. And I know what you're thinking, is this really the end? Flexing his muscles, the Sun taunts her about their massive strength gap, warning her not to die yet. Slumped against the wall, Ghost Spirit seems helpless, prompting the Sun to interrogate her about her ties to Shadow. Grabbing her by the collar, the giant furiously screams that Shadow killed his mother repeatedly in the game, so he must destroy him. He gives her 10 seconds to spill everything about Shadow, aggressively jerking her closer to his face. Lifting her up with a single arm, he threatens to tear her limb from limb if she stays silent. Instead of fear, she just smiles mockingly and calls him an idiot, telling the confused brute to look at his own body. Green flames erupt across his body, and he collapses coughing, realizing too late that he has been poisoned. Ghost Spirit stands calmly, her hand glowing green as she explains he was a fool to think his barrier made him invincible. She reveals she cast a deadly venom enchantment beforehand. Active skills were blocked, but her pre-cast enchantment meant every attack stacked deadly poison, leaving the Sun screaming for his mother as his horrified father watched him burn. Ghost Spirit looks down cold-bloodedly, revealing she did her homework on their entire family. She knew the father was just a nuisance, and identified the son, Han Bingxiang, as a magic-forbidden warlock. Mocking his terrible build, she notes he hated support classes and put all his points into raw strength, only learning that barrier to bully others, noting as he dies that a basic priest-to-spell skill would have saved him. Panicking, Fang Xiaoying screams that she murdered his son and frantically tries to call the authorities. Before he can, a heavy boot kicks the phone away, and he looks up to see his neighbor, Morgan, standing there fully healed and absolutely furious. Morgan announces that the barrier is officially down, telling the terrified old man it is his turn to pay. Fang Xiaoying desperately screams for help, but his pleas are ignored as Morgan delivers a brutal kick directly to his face. Morgan grins, promising to turn him over to the authorities later, but first, he is going to beat him to a pulp. His wife cheers him on, promising to keep healing him so he can keep going. Activating a transformation skill, Morgan swells with muscles in a venom-enhanced state, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy punches on Fang Xiaoying. His wife cheers, casting quick healing spells to support him. With a final, crushing stomp to Fang Xiaoying's face, he dies, and that is how we wrap up this incredibly satisfying revenge. Let's dive in. Panting heavily after venting his rage, Morgan asks his wife if the girl who saved them is still around. She nods, mentioning her angel's heart skill, prompting Morgan to turn and express deep gratitude, knowing they would have been totally doomed. He suggests calling in the authorities, but when they look around, their mysterious savior is already gone. His wife stares at torn clothes on the ground, wondering when she even slipped out. Outside, Ghost Spirit had already leaped from the building. Falling through the air, she opens a call with Shadow to report success. His quick praise for her speed makes her smile with pure joy. Now, 300 kilometers away from Magic City, 4 cloaked figures trek across a brutal wasteland. Led by Chu Kun-chen, a worried teammate asks if they are in the wrong place. Pay attention here. Poisonous gas and volcanic fumes constantly drain their health, making them doubt anything could actually survive in this hell. Theodore remains confident. Using his leyline perception, Chu Kun-chen reassures the group that the treasure is hidden inside a nearby cave. Soon, they stand before a massive cave entrance, spewing out ominous red energy. Before heading in, Theodore orders Zuma, their soul walker, to turn them into invincible spirits if danger strikes. Zuma nods in agreement. The 4 step into the red vortex, navigating the rocky paths until they reach a cliff overlooking a literal sea of boiling crimson liquid. Suddenly, Chu Kun-chen points ahead, shouting for them to look. Theodore laughs, realizing they found a massive, fiery plant rising right from the center of that crimson pool. Chu Kun-chen identifies it as the Hellflower of Nightmares, declaring with absolute certainty that this item will guarantee Shadow's death. They have entered the deep Purgatory Volcano, a nightmare zone where the system warns lifespan drains 10,000 times faster than normal. Zuma begins to tremble, asking Theodore what that fiery entity is, since just looking at it makes his very soul shiver. Theodore calmly explains it is the Hellflower of Nightmares, reassuring Zuma they are totally safe as long as they do not wake it up. Chu Kun-chen notes that now that they have located the item, it is finally time to lay out the full plan. Theodore agrees, calling over his subordinate, Tony, and hands him a glowing blue book called the Divine Book of Wall Construction. He explains it can build massive walls instantly by consuming one's own lifespan. Tony looks at the book in surprise and activates it, causing a massive stone wall to materialize out of thin air. Tony checks the stats, noting it costs 10 days of lifespan but only has 100,000 durability. Sweating, Tony expresses his deep concern to Theodore, arguing he has seen Shadow's insane attacks and fears this wall cannot stop him. Theodore sternly replies he knows that, which is why Tony must spend the next few days constantly building walls to level up his skill. Theodore points to the Hellflower, ordering Tony to boost the wall's durability to 10 million points before finally revealing his deadly trap. I know what you are thinking, this trap is ruthless. He will lure the Chinese officials and Shadow inside, then have Tony seal the exit to trap them. Theodore explains that he and Zuma will actually go into the cave with their targets. He details their escape plan. The moment he signals to wake the boss, Zuma must use his Soul Walker ability to phase them through the wall, leaving everyone else trapped inside. Zuma confidently trusts the success of the plan to his boss. Chu Kun-chen, however, remains skeptical, pointing out that even if they die, players usually just respawn. Theodore then explains the truly terrifying reality behind this nightmare flower. Once a battle begins, the entire cave gets shrouded in a massive nightmare field. Players inside build up a nightmare gauge, and once it is full, the flower drains every last bit of their tradable lifespan. Combined with the area's 10,000 times lifespan drain, Theodore predicts their victims will face permanent, absolute death. Theodore's face darkens, emphasizing that wiping out Magic City's absolute best elite squad, especially Shadow, will be a catastrophic loss for Great Zaya. Spreading his arms, he promises they will be heroes in Country M and live in absolute luxury forever. Hearing this, Tony, Zuma, and Chu Kun-chen all smile with sheer greed at the prospect of their massive reward. But Zuma wonders how they will wake the boss from a distance, since none of them have long-range attacks. Tony mocks him for asking such a stupid question, then bends down to grab a random rock. Tony explains that in this game, literally anything can be a weapon, and all you have to do is throw it. Showing pure, foolish impulsiveness, Tony actually hurls the rock directly at the Hellflower, instantly enraging the sleeping beast. Energy erupts as the boss wakes. Theodore screams, calling Tony an idiot and ordering Zuma to use his ability. And trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Let's dive right in, as this terrifying boss aura floods the cave. Zuma quickly turns everyone into spirits, and they frantically flee down the tunnel, escaping the monster they just accidentally unleashed. Once outside, the battered group finally catches their breath. Theodore is furious. He violently kicks Tony to the ground, screaming at the fool whose pure incompetence almost got them all killed. With a terrifying glare, Theodore towers over the crying Tony, ordering him to stay right there and practice building walls until it is absolutely perfect. He warns that if Tony fails again, a powerhouse named Count Bold from Country M will completely destroy him. Shaking with fear, Tony nods. Meanwhile, we cut to the corroded forest on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins. A swift white beast lunges forward, biting deep into a massive wood monster. Ling Xingyu and her squad watch in awe as her beast shreds the tree spirits into glowing orbs of precious lifespan. A teammate marvels at her insanely powerful dragon, eagerly asking when she managed to get her hands on such a treasure. Ling Xingyu just laughs, claiming she simply got lucky opening a random treasure chest yesterday. Her ally points out it is probably the first dragon mount with 100% speed, something worth an absolute fortune in any other game. Suddenly, Ling Xingyu freezes as she senses a massive disturbance nearby. Pay attention here because green poisonous gas suddenly swirls around them, and she screams a warning that hidden monsters are closing in. The ground violently shakes as massive wooden spikes and vines erupt, completely trapping the squad. Giant green vines whip through the air, blasting the players and their white beast backward in a massive, chaotic explosion. An absolutely massive, terrifying tree monster slowly rises from the forest floor. It is the level 25 Emerald Grade boss, Ashura, the corroded ancestor. Pinned down, her male teammate collapses on the dirt in pure despair. Realizing the boss has 1 million health while his own output is only 1,000 per second, he panics and begs for a plan. Ling Xingyu pulls up her interface and screams their only hope. They have to invite Big Brother Shadow to save them. She quickly pings Shadow, frantically reporting this massive Emerald Grade boss and sending a party invite so he can track their exact location. Standing in the city ruins, Shadow accepts the invite with a calm confirmation. Checking their coordinates, he messages back that he is over 10 kilometers away, but will be there instantly. Think about this back in the forest. Ling Xingyu checks the map and her heart sinks. She yells to her team that even though Shadow is on his way, it will take him at least half an hour to arrive. Her allies scream that the poison damage is too heavy for their healers. Realizing they will not survive, Ling Xingyu curses and orders an immediate retreat. But the moment she calls the retreat, Osiris descends from the sky right above the giant tree monster. Shadow calmly announces his arrival, leaving Ling Xingyu standing there in absolute, mind-blown confusion. A massive, powerful gust of wind from his grand arrival sweeps violently through the forest. A system alert pops up showing the wind blew away the toxic gas, curing their status effects. Ling Xingyu and her squad just stare with wide, comically shocked eyes. The male teammate stammers, asking their captain why on earth she claimed it would take 30 minutes when it barely took 30 seconds. Another ally stares up in absolute awe, shaking as he asks if that monster Shadow is riding is a flying dragon. From atop the terrifying skeletal dragon Osiris, Shadow looks down at Lin Qingyu's squad, who can only stare in disbelief. Osiris, with eyes glowing with a dark purple flame, glares down at Lin Qingyu's mount and wonders aloud if that thing is a hybrid. Hearing the terrifying voice of Osiris, Lin Qingyu's little mount begins to shake with pure horror. The group is completely stunned. Did that giant dragon just speak? Standing calmly on his beast's head, Shadow explains that epic-grade creatures can talk. Osiris actually asks for permission to eat the little hybrid, but Shadow coldly tells the massive dragon to shut up. Down below, Lin Qingyu's terrified little mount straight up faints from pure fear. She looks up in awe, whispering that she never imagined Big Brother Shadow was already riding an epic-grade beast. Ignoring her, Shadow turns his eyes to the towering tree monster, confirming the boss indeed has 1 million health points. Quickly analyzing the threat, he realizes his current damage would require a full combo to take it down, which feels way too slow. He wants one clean, devastating blow. Deciding the timing is perfect, he pulls out a glowing, mysterious ancient god slate. The system identifies this item as the blessing slate of the blood source ancient god, Alakisi. This item blesses any skill with a random buff. Shadow reviews his options, noting that his main damage skills have overlapping effects. So stick with me as he blesses his instant shadow/skill. Stick with me, you are about to watch a golden aura explode as he receives the godlike blessing of Alakisi. The system shows the newly upgraded skill, the Alakisi Blessed Instant Shadow Slash. It now targets one enemy, but the hit count is multiplied by 6. Every single strike lands right on a weak spot, rapidly charging up his ultimate skill. Shadow's eyes gleam, realizing his skill has mutated into a monstrously powerful single-target burst ability. Doing some quick math, he realizes a single trigger now unleashes 54 separate strikes. Combine that with his clones, and we get 216 hits, fully charging his ultimate over and over. Lin Qingyu's squad watches in total confusion, wondering why he is suddenly glowing. Done with his calculations, Shadow teleports away in a cloud of dark energy to test it. Suddenly, a teammate looks up, screaming that he is already taking on the massive boss completely by himself. Moving like absolute lightning, Shadow unleashes his newly buffed Instant Shadow/slash right on the giant tree monster. An absolute storm of devastating attacks rains down on the boss, with dozens of damage numbers over 10,000 popping up. Watch closely, this attack instantly fills his ultimate meter. His eyes flash crimson. One basic skill is all it takes to fully charge his ultimate now. Without hesitating for a single second, he lunges forward and unleashes the deadly Crimson Blade. The massive red slash cuts the boss, hitting for 450,000 damage. The system announces the Emerald Grade boss has been slain and lists his loot, leaving the spectating squad absolutely speechless. The guys in the squad scream in pure disbelief at how fast he just soloed an Emerald Grade boss. Lin Qingyu just stays cool, asking if this is their first time watching Big Brother Shadow fight, since this is basically a Tuesday for him. Covered in a fading red aura, Shadow checks his stats. One instant Shadow/now dishes out around 600,000 damage. Next to that, his ultimate's 450,000 damage feels kind of weak. Landing quietly among the glowing life force orbs, Shadow starts evaluating his raw potential. His old combos feel clunky and useless for high-level combat now. Honestly, those complicated skill rotations were way too much hassle. Gripping his sword, he realizes the slate has created massive synergy, skyrocketing both his damage output and survivability. And trust me, we are only scratching the surface of his class's true potential. Lin Qingyu runs over, squealing about how incredible he is. Shadow casually tosses the boss loot on the ground, letting her teammates keep it. They thank him hysterically, and he just asks if there are other bosses nearby. Lin Qingyu happily nods, rattling off several coordinate spots in the surrounding area. Stopping her mid-sentence, Shadow tells her to hop on his dragon so they can wipe them out one by one. She is thrilled. Osiris blasts straight into the clouds, carrying Shadow and a screaming Lin Qingyu off into the horizon. Left behind, her remaining male teammates watch them go in stunned silence, one of them asking with a totally defeated face, "What about us?" Back in the real world, a huge screen inside a Magic City conference room displays the face of an embassy official named Theodore. A staff member reports that Theodore from the M Country Embassy is offering intel on the very first Diamond Grade boss. Another official questions if this highly valuable intel is free. The presenter clarifies that Theodore only wants a simple ticket back to M Country in exchange. The chief official is immediately suspicious, pointing out that such a tiny request for high-tier intel feels like a trap. But his subordinate notes that Theodore offered to personally guide their squad to the location, making a betrayal a total suicide mission for him. The chief then brings up the real problem: do they even have the power to take down a Diamond Grade boss? He reminds them that no player has ever cleared one, meaning even the legendary Shadow might fail. The chief proposes a new strategy partnering up with Shadow, and another executive enthusiastically supports the idea. He points out that reports prove Shadow can effortlessly solo Emerald-grade bosses already. Combining their elite forces with Shadow's overwhelming strength could actually guarantee them the world-first Diamond-grade kill. Still skeptical, the chief demands to know if these files are just unverified rumors. In response, his aide holds up a phone showing a crystal-clear combat video. He explains the video was captured with a special phone made from a divine authority book, leaving the chief completely speechless. Finally convinced by the undeniable proof, the chief agrees to cooperate with Shadow. The other executives nod in agreement, and the leader orders his team to contact Shadow immediately. Meanwhile, a heavily armored mechanical monster stumbles forward as Shadow prepares to strike. The instant Shadow Slash. That is how we end a giant robot with one single, epic strike. Alright, you and I are back, with Shadow standing coolly in his fluttering cape. With the threat gone, he spots Ling Qingyu hiding nearby. He orders her to come out and grab those lifespan orbs. It is time for them to move to the next area. Lin Qingyu approaches him all excited. She reveals that the authorities just found a diamond-grade boss and asks if he wants in. Shadow's eyes narrow with interest. He immediately demands to hear all the details. She explains the monster is lurking inside a volcano. Its name is the Hellflower of Nightmares, and it instantly grabs his attention. He suddenly remembers a massive, burning plant towering over ruined cities. This beast brought the first massive crisis to the Great Xia government. In his memories of the past, an enemy faction used that Hellflower of Nightmares to slaughter over 100 elite players in Magic City. That disaster caused total chaos for 6 months and killed thousands. He instantly remembers the evil mastermind behind the tragedy, a man named Theodore. Knowing her guild could never track this beast, he presses Ling Qingyu for the truth. She confesses an outsider discovered it. Now, the bosses are planning a massive, 100-player raid to bring it down. Now watch closely, because Shadow knows these fools do not understand the real danger. He commands her to gather 25 top-tier players who are at least level 18 and have advanced their classes. She is stunned by this insane demand for elite warriors. Does he really need that massive squad to help him? He says yes. He explains that while the Hellflower of Nightmares is technically a diamond-grade boss, its raw stats are actually closer to an epic-tier threat. He reveals there are only 2 ways to kill it. Pure, overwhelming force is one, but he is not strong enough yet. So, they must use the second option, a highly coordinated team raid with at least 25 members. She wonders why they cannot just join the government group of 100 players instead. Thinking a larger army makes it easier, but Shadow simply refuses to explain his reasoning. Staring her down with intense eyes, he tells her to trust his orders or walk away. She starts sweating bullets under his terrifying gaze. Still, she realizes that while Shadow is a wild card, his actions always benefit her people. Maybe he is right, and the high-ranking officials really are completely clueless. Making her choice, Lin Qingyu agrees to help, but warns his standards are too high. She can only recruit 10 players. Shadow shrugs and accepts this, claiming 10 is fine because he will find the other 15 himself. Fading into glowing blue energy, he tells her to meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Left standing all alone, she looks at the empty space and wonders if she is making a massive mistake. In a vivid dream of the past, a warrior wearing blue armor stands strong. King Fang raises a glowing golden shield, blocking a brutal blow while shouting for his sister to watch out. Moving like lightning, he tears through the beasts to keep her safe. Once the dust settles, he reaches out with a warm, comforting smile, telling her she is going to be okay. But then, things twist. King Fang's friendly face darkens, transforming into the cold, expressionless mask of Shadow. This mysterious figure whispers her name, Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes snap open. She wakes up gasping in her hospital bed, drenched in sweat and crying. Sitting up in the dark, she realizes she just had that exact same nightmare again. You and I can feel her pain as she realizes that since losing her legs, these visions have only grown clearer. She remembers him boosting her levels, protecting her, and giving her everything. Wiping away her tears, a mind-blowing realization hits her. This time, she saw his face perfectly, and it was her brother, King Fang. Her eyes light up with sudden hope. He is actually alive. The truth echoes loudly in her head. King Fang is the legendary gamer, Shadow. Xiao Yu falls to her knees, shaking. She realizes the dungeons and beasts from her nightmares keep showing up in the real game. Since her dreams are real, could King Fang actually be Shadow? Desperate to find out the truth, she lies back down. She has to log into the game right now to track him down and confirm it. Yet, lying there, doubt begins to creep in. Tears stream down her cheeks. If he really is her brother, why did he ignore her so many times? Maybe he doesn't want anything to do with her anymore. Plus, who would even believe her crazy theory? She might even get herself killed for digging too deep. The terrifying memory of how she lost her legs flashes in her mind, making her shiver beneath the blankets. But staring into the dark, she knows this is her last shot. Honestly, you and I have to respect her drive to use her last bit of strength to find him. Back in the game, inside the Knights Templar hideout, the worried guild leader supports Xiao Yu, asking why on earth she suddenly logged online. Let's dive back in as he explains that while her legs look fine, her stats are halved by a nasty stumble debuff. Right on cue, Xiao Yu loses her footing and falls. The guild leader asks if she is hurt, but Xiao Yu immediately plays the victim card, crying about wanting to repay the guild's kindness. She literally begs to keep guarding the door for her beloved big brother Shadow. Pretending to be deeply moved by her loyalty, the leader helps her to the door, praising her dedication. But then, a sudden system notification pops up. It is a direct message from Shadow to the guild leader, Chen Weiying. He asks if they want the server first kill on a diamond-grade boss. Instantly, the leader goes wild with pure excitement. Screaming that he has dreamed of this forever, he drops Xiao Yu cold and runs off, yelling about urgent business. While he sprints away, Shadow pings him with instructions, telling him to stay calm. Shadow orders him to recruit 2 specific elites, Anquan and Grey Rose, Dongfang Yu, and to meet him in the Magic City ruins in 3 days. As the leader happily accepts, inside a bright room, magical dishes from the Divine Gift Book line the table, including a massive fortress burger. Little Black drools heavily, hyping up these magical treats as she gets ready to dig in. Suddenly, Captain Inu kicks the door wide open, yelling at Little Black to move because Shadow is putting a team together. Before Little Black can even take a bite, Inu grabs her and drags her out as she screams for her lost burger. Inu scolds her for only caring about food. But look closely here, Little Black suddenly realizes this is the first time Shadow has ever asked for help. Elsewhere, Shadow sends out a summon for the team to return to Magic City and meet at the Evil Spirit Academy, a massive Gothic cathedral. Inside the hideout, a heavy door creaks open and Zhang Yaoying, the witch, rushes in. She beams at Shadow, teasingly asking if the big boss was actually looking for her. Shadow confirms he needs her for an upcoming boss fight. But then, he spots something incredibly weird and asks why she is only level 10. Zhang Yaoying explains she dumped all her experience points into advancing her class tier instead of leveling her base level. Shadow is stunned she managed 3 class advancements at such a low level, calling her incredibly bold while she just giggles. Suddenly, dark magical energy swirls, and a stunning figure with white hair, crimson skin, and horns steps out. It is Sio. She walks confidently right up to Shadow, announcing her arrival and calling him master, leaving him twice as shocked. He stares at the demon girl, completely dumbfounded that she is also only level 10. Xiao Yu explains she remembered his lesson about prioritizing class progression, so she completed her 3rd advancement too, making him sigh. Shadow tells them to follow him, promising a massive power leveling session. You and I both know they're hyped to finally witness their master's real skills. 3 days later, at the wild volcano within the Magic City ruins, Captain Yu, Wang Meng, and Little Black finally arrive. Little Black is still whining about her lost burger, but Captain Yu completely ignores her, keeping her eyes on the meeting point. Suddenly, Captain Inu freezes in her tracks, staring down into the valley, completely stunned by the crowd gathered below. She realizes that while the crowd is small, every single face is recognizable. This place is packed with pure elites. There is Anquan, the legendary evasion swordsman, and the only player besides Shadow capable of soloing a high-level boss. Next is the arrogant leader of the Knights Templar Guild, followed by Dongfang Yu, the undisputed #1 ranked mage. Wang Meng breaks a sweat as he spots more famous high-rankers, realizing they all gathered solely because of Shadow's summons. Standing off to the side, Theodore and Zuma watch silently, while the local players whisper amongst themselves about these 2 foreigners. Zuma is visibly nervous, whispering to Theodore that this handful of players is no army, worrying their trap might have been exposed. Theodore stays perfectly calm, reminding Zuma that these players are the absolute cream of the crop. Quality always beats quantity. He argues that this concentrated group proves the high-level officials are taking this raid incredibly seriously. Theodore then mentions he already used his Omen of the Star God skill to divine the final outcome, absolutely sure of their success. Theodore stares into the shadows, recalling his dark prophecy. It foretold that a flower would bloom, dragging everyone into a living nightmare, while he alone would be safely guided back home. He is fully convinced everyone here is doomed, leaving him free to escape back to Country M. Looking at his allies, he silently apologizes to Zuma and the others, knowing they will die. Suddenly, a violent shockwave blasts through the canyon, throwing players aside. A knockdown player looks up in absolute terror at a massive, monstrous shadow descending from the sky above. Out of the billowing dust, the towering skeletal dragon, Osiris, materializes. Every single player just stares up in pure shock. Terrified screams echo as players wonder if this beast is the legendary diamond-grade boss, until someone points directly to its head. Standing on the beast is Shadow, eyes glowing. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. Let's jump in as Theodore and Zuma freeze, sweating because this bone dragon is Shadow's. Theodore stammers, absolutely terrified by how fast Shadow grew and his epic grade mount, as Shadow leaps down right into the middle of the crowd. He lifts his head, those glowing eyes locking right onto Theodore with pure, unfiltered killing intent. In his mind, he makes a vow today. Theodore dies. As Shadow walks forward, the crowd parts around him. Theodore stands paralyzed while Shadow walks right past everyone else, calmly looking at the elites and saying everyone has arrived. He orders Theodore to lead the way, and the man goes stiff as Shadow walks behind him with overwhelming pressure. Sweat drips down Theodore's face. He is terrified because Shadow somehow knows his name, even though they have never met before. He forces himself to calm down, figuring a top-tier player like Shadow must have some skill to identify people. Wearing a fake smile, he turns and invites the entire crowd to follow him and take down the Diamond Boss. Inside, he reassures himself that his divination is 100% accurate, and this plan simply cannot fail. Watch closely here as the group reaches a cave glowing with ominous red light, where Chu Kunan warns his crew that the targets just entered. Behind him, Tony and Mijing stay close, and she complains about their little moment getting interrupted. Mijing mutters that these uninvited guests completely ruined their mood. Tony promises her that after this job, they will flee to Country M to enjoy themselves however they want. Meanwhile, Shadow, Theodore, and Zuma enter the tunnel. Theodore gestures with his hand, urging Shadow to follow him deeper inside. Shrouded in darkness, Tony, Mijing, and Chu Kunan whisper that the prey is approaching as they prepare to strike. With glowing eyes, Tony vows to avenge Shishi, while Chu Kunan glares with hatred, screaming for Shadow to die so he can avenge his family. The team steps deep inside the fiery purgatory volcano. A nightmare zone warning flashes lifespan drains 10,000 times faster here, making the worried group look around as they push deep inside. Theodore stands in front of a giant, fiery plant bud, introducing it as the Diamond Boss, the Hellflower of Nightmares. He acts concerned, suggesting their group is too small and they should probably bring in backup. Lin Qingyu shuts him down, saying their team is packed with elites, demanding he stop wasting time and explain the boss mechanics. Theodore's face darkens as he asks if she is absolutely sure, warning that once they initiate this battle, there is no turning back. Lin Qingyu eyes him suspiciously, asking what he means. Dodging her, Theodore claims the boss mechanics are too complex to repeat, asking one final time if they are truly going in with just this group. Behind Shadow, the rest of the elites cheer confidently, shouting that with top boss Shadow here, it will be easy. Theodore's face twitches with rage at their arrogance, muttering some sarcastic encouragement. Calling them stubborn, he turns his back. Trust me, they have no idea what's coming. Picking up a small rock, he warns them to listen closely because he is only explaining this mechanic once. While the group listens carefully, Theodore claims the boss is simple with only one rule. Suddenly, his eyes glow an evil crimson red. He prepares to hurl the stone straight at the dormant Hellflower, the exact trigger that woke the monster up in his vision before, screaming that the only mechanic is for them all to die. The shocked elites realize too late they are trapped. With a crazed yell, Theodore throws the stone, striking the very base of the sleeping Hellflower of Nightmares. Just 1 point of damage triggers the monster, causing the massive plant to instantly erupt with violent, fiery energy. The cave plunges into sheer terror as the Nightmare debuff starts summoning shadowy, hostile figures all around them. Wang Mang shouts in utter confusion while Lin Qingyu screams that it is a trap, ordering an immediate retreat. But turning back, their path is blocked by 3 figures as Tony steps forward, glowing with raw blue energy. Laughing, he mocks them and declares there is no escape before using his wall skill to slam down a massive stone barrier, sealing the exit. Trapped inside, Theodore stays totally calm, believing he has his own way out. With a sinister grin, he orders his subordinate Zuma to activate his Soul Walker ability so they can phase right through the solid walls. But before Zuma can even move, a glowing energy arrow pierces his head, killing him on the spot. Theodore turns, sweating as his plan is exposed, while Lin Qingyu admits Shadow was right. Aiming her glowing crossbow at Theodore, she declares that outsiders always carry treacherous hearts, sentencing him to death. Lin Qingyu unleashes her ultimate demon-breaking arrow to execute the traitor. Theodore just sneers, calling them naive as he activates a blue card to swap positions. You and I are left hanging. You and I are jumping right into the chaos as Chu Kun suddenly materializes, taking a devastating arrow strike straight to the chest. As Chu Kun falls, desperately wondering why he was sacrificed, Theodore dissolves into light, successfully escaping by swapping places with him. Outside the sealed cave, a pair of boots lands heavily on the dirt. Theodore appears completely safe behind the wall. His subordinates, Mijing and Tony, stare at him in absolute shock. A floating card above Theodore's head reveals his ultimate trump card, the Dark Star Boundary, letting him swap places with anyone holding his card. He had given it to Chukun specifically to use him as a helpless scapegoat. Tony frantically demands to know where Zuma is, while Mi-jing realizes Chukun is gone too. Misunderstanding the swap, an outraged Tony blames Chukun for betraying them, cursing the untrustworthy Great Xia people. Theodore completely ignores them, ordering Mi-jing and Tony to log off immediately because they need to flee the country right now. As his avatar fades away, Theodore recalls Lin Qingyu's warning. If they are not of our race, their hearts will always be different. He admits she was right, using it to justify his ultimate betrayal. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a terrifying scene unfolds inside a dark apartment. The physical bodies of Zuma and Chukun lie motionless on their beds, shaking violently as the brutal consequences of their in-game deaths take hold. Watch closely as Theodore looks at them, coldly explaining that dying in a boss territory drags you straight into a nightmare. He calls them beyond saving, offering a brief, cold moment of pity for losing a valuable asset like Zuma, before his mood quickly shifts to relief. Theodore reasons the sacrifice was totally worth it, confident that Shadow and all the trapped elites are now undoubtedly dead. Walking through the room with Tony and Mi-jing, he mutters his dark prophecy again, reciting that the flower has finally bloomed. With his victims dragged into a living nightmare, he declares himself the only survivor, finally heading back to his long-awaited home. Preparing to leave, Theodore is already planning his next moves, predicting this massive loss will completely destroy Great Xia's core strength. Once they return to Country M, they will deploy their own elite forces to strike while their enemies are still weak. With a final look of pure malice, his single eye glowing, Theodore vows that Great Xia will be completely wiped out. Inside the cave, things take a critical turn as the massive Hellflower of Nightmares fully blooms, bathing the cavern in a deadly light. The players are thrown into absolute chaos as a red status bar appears above their heads, indicating the nightmare state. Panic spreads instantly as the elites realize something is horribly wrong. Check this out. A terrified Wang Mang explains the brutal reality of their situation to Little Black. Players in the nightmare state cannot revive or even log off, meaning death here is permanent, completely crushing the group's morale. They are trapped with a diamond-grade boss in a deadly zone where their lifespans drain 10,000 times faster. But just as despair takes over, a party invite from Shadow pops up, showing him standing proudly with his cape flowing in the wind. He calmly reassures the terrified crowd that since he brought them here, he has no intention of letting them die. Turning his head slightly with a glowing eye, he commands them to follow his instructions to the letter. He promises that if they listen, they will defeat the boss. And realizing this is their only hope, the Knights Templar guild leader and the others quickly nod. The system list fills fast, as all elite players accept his invite, including Dongfang Yu, Anwan, Xiao Yu, and Jiang Yaoying. Placing their ultimate trust in him, the crowd cheers for Big Brother Shadow. Shadow immediately takes command, turning to the witch Jiang Yaoying and ordering her to activate her soul link. She salutes playfully and whips out her giant brush, painting a massive, glowing magic rune right in the air. The spell activates, shooting out dark purple chains of energy that connect everyone's souls together. As they lock in, Shadow explains the unique mechanic. The soul link shares their collective elemental resistances, and he reveals the strategy is to use this link to delay the nightmare gauge. This is precisely why he only recruited players who had already completed their first-class advancement. They possess the exact hidden resistance needed to withstand the nightmare, and the group finally understands his insane foresight. The brutal battle begins as the Hellflower unleashes thorny vines that immediately wrap around several players, trapping them tight. Shadow warns the team that if anyone dies or falls into the nightmare state, the boss will consume them to heal up. He orders everyone to prioritize survival and immediately revive anyone who gets knocked down. Taking command, Shadow explains the boss has 36 million hit points in 3 phases, with 6 vines in this first phase, assigning teams to handle each one. He singles out Ankin, assigning him to solo a vine all by himself. Ankin is shocked but thrilled by Shadow's praise. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this epic battle as vines strike. Alright, you and I are diving in as Anyuan dodges the attack and unleashes Moonshadow against a vine. But Wang Mang and the Knights Templar leader are completely shocked to see a measly minus 250 damage. Panic sets in. Why is the damage so low? That is when Shadow calmly drops a massive truth bomb. Turns out, Phase 1 gives the boss a 90% damage reduction shield, throwing the entire team into pure, hopeless despair. Ignoring their panic, Shadow leaps high into the air, triggering his blessing of release with instant Shadow Slash. A giant blue energy beam slams the boss for 666,666 damage. Shadow just shrugs and says this is how they gotta fight. He follows up with a throat cut, landing a critical hit for over 630,000 damage, leaving the Templar leader screaming. Shadow explains the strategy. If those vines do not have a target, the boss will unleash an area of effect wipe skill. He tells them to just draw the vine's attention and stay alive while he handles all the heavy lifting. Blown away by his godlike power, the elites quickly fall in line. Suddenly, the Hellflower unleashes its remaining vines, filling the cave with thorns while the raid team raises their shields in panic. But Shadow moves to block the assault, smashing the first vine with absolute, crushing force. He leaps into the air, unleashing a crazy flurry of rapid-fire slashes, shredding the vines to pieces and protecting them. But watch closely here, Little Black gets completely, hopelessly distracted. Instead of defending, she just stares at Shadow with hearts in her eyes, gushing over how handsome and overpowered he is. That slip-up costs her big time as a vine snakes past her defense, wrapping around her and pulling her into the air. Shadow reacts instantly, teleporting right behind the vine and slicing it clean in half with a flash of blue energy. He catches Little Black before she hits the ground, saving her life and finishing off the vine to clear Phase 1. Standing over her, he gives her a harsh scolding, warning her to stop daydreaming or she is going to get killed. Slightly embarrassed and still hurting, Little Black just sobs and apologizes. With Phase 1 cleared, the Hellflower starts to pulsate, prompting a player to shout as they spot something moving inside the fiery petals. Deep within the flower's center, a humanoid silhouette rises from the flames. The raid team stares in absolute awe as a stunning woman with fiery hair and glowing eyes emerges from the monster. A few players get distracted by her looks before realizing the extreme danger they are still in. The boss immediately attacks, launching 3 massive fiery orbs as Shadow shouts that Phase 2 has officially started. He explains these 3 nightmare energy orbs will randomly lock onto 3 targeted players. If anyone touches an orb, their nightmare gauge instantly spikes by 10%, and the orb splits in 2. But his warning is cut short as an orb strikes a player. Just as predicted, it splits in 2 and flies off, sending everyone into a panic. Shadow calmly tells them not to panic. Since the orbs move slow, he tells the targets to kite them away while the rest deal with the returning vines. Now, pay attention here in this phase. The boss's damage reduction drops to 50%. With the strategy set, he tells them to handle the mechanics while he charges forward to solo the boss himself. Shadow drops from the sky, locking his sights right on the Hellflower's human form. He decides this diamond-grade boss is the perfect test dummy for his raw firepower, activating Shadow of Slaughter to summon dark clones. 5 figures, Shadow and his 4 clones, descend upon the boss at once, surrounding her completely. Together, they unleash his ultimate Crimson Blade. The strike creates a massive red energy pillar, landing 4 separate hits of over 1.5 million damage each. He immediately follows with a throat cut to trigger a massive bleed, backstepping to assess his damage even under that 50% reduction. His insane burst dealt nearly 6 million damage, and since Crimson Blade scales with missing health, he figures it will only take a few more rotations to finish the job. Suddenly, Shadow freezes, sensing disaster unfolding behind him. His eyes widen as he slowly turns away from the boss. The battlefield behind him is absolute chaos. Those nightmare orbs have multiplied uncontrollably, completely filling the air. Wang Mang screams desperately for anyone targeted to run away from the group to stop the splitting. Players scatter in panic, running blindly toward the vine fighting teams, and that is where we leave them in absolute chaos. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle that's quickly spiraling out of control. Looking down, Shadow suddenly spots a hidden game mechanic. The boss's vines trigger a rapid 3-second speed boost on the orbs, making them totally unavoidable. Gritting his teeth, Shadow knows their front line is right at its limit. He yells across the field, begging them to hold on. Just 5 seconds. That is all he needs to force Phase 3. Eyes glowing with determination, he readies his ultimate burst combo. Cursing the endless buff stacking, he triggers Silent Concealment and Dark Depth, instantly boosting his stealth and damage output. Next up, he pops Black Light Shield to boost his attack power by another 30%. Finally, Shadow of Slaughter summons multiple clones that inherit every single buff. Fully loaded, he blurs forward at lightning speed, quickly unleashing his modified Instant Shadow Slash, Clones and Master Strike as one, filling the entire room with explosive blue energy. Check this out. A mind-blowing 216 hits. But trust me, he's just getting started. They trigger their Crimson Blade ultimate, slamming 4 massive crimson energy pillars right through the monster's armor. The boss's human shell violently vomits green blood, heavily crippled. Shadow instantly follows up with a savage throat slit, landing a massive critical hit for over 18 million damage. The party watches in absolute shock. While they barely chip away with double-digit damage, they wonder if this guy is even human after pulling off 20 million in one go. The beast staggers back, convulsing in agony. The massive flower stalk warps and turns an ominous, dark purple as Shadow warns everyone that Phase 3 has officially begun. She screams in pure fury and pain, her unstable body morphing wildly as she preps her ultimate attack. A deep, terrifying purple light consumes the cave, completely shifting the battlefield's energy. Wang Mang stares up in horror as the vines weave together into colossal, twisted wooden spires erupting from the dirt. Spotting the trap, Shadow yells out commands, explaining that these spires are massive magnets for the nightmare orbs. He warns the squad that every orb swallowed by those spires heals the boss by 10%. They must smash the pillars to stop her recovery, because Phase 3 is a whole different beast. These red orbs don't multiply anymore, but watch closely, just one single touch now instantly drags a player into the nightmare state. Even worse, if you're already trapped in that state, the orbs turn into nightmare parasites that drain your literal lifespan until you die. The party freezes in absolute terror. Knowing one mistake means permadeath, Shadow's eyes narrow deeply behind his mask. He orders them to focus and dodge the orbs, begging them to buy him just 10 more seconds while he plots their escape route. The boss is down to under 10 million health, and his main cooldowns only need 3 more seconds. One final full-powered instant Shadow slash will end this. But suddenly a blood-curdling scream echoes across the cavern. Shadow spins around, horrified to see a player's nightmare gauge max out as their eyes glaze over with pure insanity. Wang Mang shrieks in terror as their teammate collapses, crying out that someone has completely lost their mind to the corruption. The poor guy falls to the floor writhing in pain as a red orb hovers overhead, then gruesomely melts right into his chest. The transformation is immediate and disgusting. His flesh bursts open as hundreds of red nightmare bugs swarm out, devouring him alive from the inside out. System alerts confirm Summerhorse is permanently dead, sending their terrified guild leader into a blind, screaming panic. Wang Mang tries screaming at him to stay still, but absolute panic has completely taken over. Too late. He realizes the idiot ran a red orb straight into a wooden spire. He gasps an apology as vine-like roots snatch it. The spire instantly swallows the orb, feeding raw energy back into the boss. The Hellflower recovers a massive 3.6 million health per orb, leaving Shadow to watch her life bar climb. Things are spinning completely out of his control. With everyone's nightmare gauges approaching critical levels, this is his one and only shot. If the boss heals for more than 20 million health, he won't have enough burst left to finish her. Sweat drips down his face as he locks onto his interface. Amidst the chaos, players are screaming in panic, desperately dodging the red orbs that threaten permanent death. And as the team's nightmare gauges reach critical max, you and I are left wondering, can they survive this? Stick with me, you're about to see things go completely sideways as Shadow's team faces a total wipeout. Sure, he could save himself using his phasing boots, but leaving his party to die? He just couldn't do it. Then, a blade flashes. Wang Mang steps up and triggers his holy barrier, granting 7 seconds of total invincibility. With blazing eyes, he screams for Shadow to focus entirely on the boss while he handles all the defense. The tank's sudden resolve throws Shadow off, but before he can even question it, Wang Mang charges straight in. Popping his speed blessing, he dives headfirst into a deadly field of red orbs. Little Black can only watch in absolute shock, as Wang Mang uses his invulnerable frame to intercept the orbs, blocking the boss's heals. Captain Anyu screams at him for being reckless. Yes, his shield blocks the damage, but his nightmare gauge is still filling up fast. And the second his invincibility drops, those nightmare bugs will tear him apart instantly. But Wang Mang just smiles peacefully. He knows the stakes, but this is their only shot at winning. As he charges toward his death, Wang Mang yells that he trusts Shadow to lead them. Now watch closely as Captain Anyu backs this desperate play. With glowing eyes, she triggers her symbiotic dragon spirit, summoning a massive blue beast bound directly to her own life force. Swinging her sword, she orders the mighty dragon to swallow those toxic nightmare orbs whole. But since their lifespans are linked, the dark corruption hits her body instantly. Her nightmare gauge maxes out, and she coughs up blood, taking the brutal curse so Shadow doesn't have to. Right then, Wang Mang's invincibility expires, exposing him to permanent death as he collapses to his knees, bathed in a golden light. Little Black screams, realizing Anyu and Wang Mang are literally using their bodies as shields to buy Shadow a few more seconds, and she rallies the rest of the team to join. The other players charge forward, throwing themselves into the red orbs, hoping they can survive if Shadow finishes this fast. Anuan, the swordsman, grins confidently as the orbs strike him, declaring that their sole mission is to buy Shadow time. Even Zhang Yaoying, the witch, laughs straight in the face of death. Standing alongside them, the support player realizes that since they're doomed anyway, they should use their final breaths to buff Shadow. He casts his blessing and screams for everyone to dump all their support skills onto their leader. The other mages instantly comply, stacking every single buff on Shadow as he stands enveloped in chaotic energy. He's fully buffed and crackling with blue lightning. You and I can hear his teammates screaming for him to end this nightmare. Shadow watches his team sacrifice with a mix of amusement and grit, muttering that they're a reckless bunch. His entire body overflows with the sheer, massive energy his squad poured into him. He immediately activates a cascade of skills: Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Black Light, Shadow of Slaughter, and Grace of Release. Fully powered up, he points a finger, issuing the final death sentence. His shadow clones materialize instantly, completely encircling the Nightmare Flower boss. They unleash a synchronized barrage, creating a vortex of purple slashes that shred the boss's petals for 216 instant hits. Cape billowing, Shadow stands in the storm before leaping high into the air, hovering right above the battered monster. He shoots down like a meteor toward the flower center, his eyes glowing with lethal intent. A colossal vertical strike bisects the boss, slicing straight through the giant flower and space itself. The monster explodes into a swirling vortex of energy, and the twisted red pillars of the nightmare crumble away. A system notification pops up, announcing they've just secured the global first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Captain Anyu and Wang Mang lie exhausted but alive, enveloped in soothing green healing flames. As the nightmare ends, Anwan and Zhang Yaoying cheer, celebrating their insane victory. Captain Anyu groans that the curse drained 10 years of her life, but Wang Mang reassures her it was a small price to pay and proves they were right to trust Shadow. As the boss dissolves, golden loot orbs rain down. One greedy player lunges for the treasure, but the others quickly yell at him to back off so Shadow can distribute it. But as Little Black looks around, she realizes their leader has vanished. The team looks around confused, calling out his name. His voice crackles over chat, telling them to wait there because his business in this place isn't finished yet. The team is totally confused, pointing out the boss is already dead. Shadow appears in the distance, cloaked in purple energy, coldly stating that while the monster is dead, the people who actually deserve to die are still breathing. Riding his skeletal dragon, Osiris. We need answers. You and I are about to watch the ultimate hunt, as Shadow pursues the traitor, Theodore, who just boarded a flight to Country M. High in the clouds, there is nowhere left to hide. Theodore's own prophecy echoes back to haunt him. The flower blooms as expected. You are the only lucky one. An invisible path in the sky leads to a long-lost home. High in the darkness, our main character tracks the jet on his skeletal dragon, Osiris. He sacrificed over 3,500 years of tradable lifespan to bring game powers into reality, fully unlocking his legendary stats, gear, and an epic tier mount right into the real world. Riding that massive skeletal dragon, he easily catches up to the speeding aircraft. Shadow leaps from his dragon, plunging through the freezing high-altitude winds to land directly on top of the moving jet. Standing tall, his eyes glow yellow as dark energy surges around him, ready for payback. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, everyone is celebrating. Champagne glasses clink together in a smug toast as Theodore and Mijing smile at their success. She congratulates him on returning to Country M, while a pleased Theodore officially welcomes her and Tony to their new home. While she asks their boss to look out for them, Tony sits nearby, staring at his phone. He chuckles maliciously, opening the news to see if Shadow's team, the Jai Pigs, got wiped out in the dungeon. Now, watch closely, because Tony looks at his screen and his face completely freezes. Shaking, he shows them an impossible headline. Not only did Shadow's squad survive, they secured the first kill on a diamond tier boss with 0 casualties. Mijing and Tony just stare in absolute shock, their arrogant smiles completely shattered by the news. Theodore is so shaken his grip slips, sending his glass crashing to the floor, spilling dark red wine like fresh blood. He stammers, totally unable to comprehend how they survived that nightmare. Sitting in the dark cabin, he frantically rereads his prophecy, realizing his massive mistake. The dark, true meaning of the star god's omen finally clicks. The pitiful victims were never Shadow's team. They were his own people. Looking at Tony and Mijing, a cold chill runs down his spine as he remembers the final line. You are the only lucky one. If he is the only survivor, they are already dead. Suddenly, Theodore looks past them and sees his worst nightmare come to life. Right outside the airplane window, Shadow's masked face appears, those glowing yellow eyes staring straight at him. Theodore screams, pointing a shaking finger at the glass, yelling that Shadow is right out there. Confused by his boss's sudden breakdown, Tony presses his face to the glass to look. You and I know death is literally inches away, but Tony just turns back laughing, saying there is nothing but empty sky. Theodore stares at his screen in absolute terror, confirming to his panicked crew that Shadow has actually tracked them down. Finally connecting the dots, Tony screams that Shadow must have summoned his massive skeletal dragon into the real world. Realizing that summoning an epic tier mount costs over 1,000 years of lifespan, Theodore panics while Mijing breaks down in tears. She thinks they are doomed, but Theodore forces himself to stay calm, noting this is a commercial flight packed with innocent people. He reasons that if Shadow dares to break in, the plane crashes and everyone on board dies. Regaining his confidence, Theodore declares that Shadow would never harm innocent passengers, meaning they are perfectly safe until they land. Then he reveals his ultimate ace. Reinforcements are already on the way. Over at the Country M airport, a squad of elite, powered fighters is already assembling. On the tarmac, A cybernetic soldier gets the alert that Shadow is inbound. The elite team, featuring a white-haired woman and a hooded figure, prepares for battle. With 2 more agents confirming the change of plan, a massive magic circle begins to illuminate the night sky. Their target is set to execute Shadow the very second he lands. Up in the air, Theodore believes they just need to stall, reassuring the others that Country M never abandons its people. Sighing with relief, they pledge their loyalty, completely unaware that their safety is a total illusion. Behind his calm face, Theodore's dark thoughts show how ruthless he truly is. Knowing Tony and Mijing's deaths are guaranteed, he plans his own escape as the only lucky survivor, remembering the special tracking cards he handed out. If danger strikes, he will use his Dark Star boundary skill to instantly swap places with whoever holds that card, ensuring his own selfish survival. So, you and I watch as Theodore walks down the aisle, searching for a clueless scapegoat. He stops next to a young guy wearing bright red headphones, who looks up in confusion as Theodore greets him, offering a golden card while lying that it will grant him incredible buffs. Stick with me, because just as he reaches out, a burst of dark energy explodes from the shadows. The young man screams in terror. Theodore watches helplessly as his men die. Instantly, the cabin descends into pure chaos. Eerie red spider lilies bloom straight out of the victims' bloody necks, the clear mark of a devastating skill. Theodore freezes, sweat pouring down his face, realizing with horror that Shadow is behind this. Staring down at the seats, Tony and Mijing's bodies are gone, leaving only bloodstains and those creepy red flowers. Driven by survival instinct, Theodore knows he cannot afford to hesitate for a second. He readies his Dark Star boundary skill, telling himself that surviving is his only priority, regardless of the mission. But pay attention here before he can teleport. A sharp sound cuts the air, and his vision turns completely red. His right arm, still clutching his escape card, is sliced clean off. He screams in absolute agony as his hand flies away. Before it even hits the floor, Shadow catches the severed hand, standing right behind the terrified traitor. With glowing yellow eyes, Shadow holds up the bleeding hand, mocking Theodore's desperate wish to escape back to Country M. He coldly mentions the Zaya philosophy about fallen leaves returning to their roots, hinting he will only send back Theodore's corpse. Shadow's glare intensifies as he leans in, ordering the bleeding man to deliver one final message before he dies. Now, the terrifying truth behind Theodore's prophecy is laid bare. Inside a dark room, the cold, lifeless bodies of Chukun-chan and Zuma lie on a bed, victims of the brutal nightmare zone. Glowing red spider lilies bloom around their dead bodies, shattering Theodore's delusion of being the lucky survivor. Back on the plane, Shadow delivers his final, deadly strike. He drives his hand straight into Theodore's chest, tearing out his beating heart as the traitor stares back in utter shock. A massive, bloody hole remains in his chest, fulfilling his prophecy in the most horrific way. Dead instantly, Theodore's body drops to its knees and crashes face first onto the cabin floor. And check this out, as a terrified passenger watches, the blood creeps unnaturally to spell out Shadow's warning. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside, the aircraft glides smoothly through the pitch-black night sky. With his mission complete, Shadow casually uses his dark powers to phase right through the ceiling into the freezing night. Standing calmly on top of the speeding jet, a ghostly blue aura glows around his feet as he praises his boots, which use their phase effect to bypass the solid steel. Without a second thought, Shadow leaps backward into the empty sky. In midair, he lands perfectly on the back of his giant skeletal dragon, Osiris. Together, they dive down into the darkness. As the plane approaches the brilliant, futuristic skyline of Country M, it begins its final descent. Unbeknownst to the passengers, a massive military ambush is waiting on the ground. From a high-tech control room, the commander coordinates the strike, ordering all units to lock down the entire airport. They activate powerful magical barriers and anti-stealth fields, preparing devastating spells as the aircraft lands. The very second the plane's wheels touch the tarmac, the ground forces prepare for intense combat. An army of stealthy assassins, snipers, and armored knights wait in the shadows with orders to eliminate Shadow immediately. Inside the cabin, normal passengers are completely oblivious to the deadly trap. A teenager wearing headphones looks outside, wondering if Country M is always this intensely guarded. Once docked, the cabin doors swing open and armed agents step inside. But as the two agents scan the passenger aisle, their confident faces twist into sheer horror. Spotting Theodore's corpse, they frantically radio back that he is dead, pointing out the chilling message written in blood. The ambush commander, a dark-haired man with piercing red eyes, fuming as he reads the bloody warning declaring that anyone who crosses Great Zaya will be hunted. He realizes with mounting rage that Shadow was here and has already struck. Desperate to find their target, a masked ninja asks a nearby witch if the anti-stealth barriers caught any movement. Believing Shadow is hiding on the plane, she checks her scrying magic but detects absolutely no invisible entities. Grimly, the leader notes that their high-tech anti-stealth barrier is level 20, forcing him to realize Shadow's stealth skill is at a much higher tier, letting him slip past them effortlessly. Ignoring the innocent civilians, the commander declares an S-class threat, leaving you and me hanging as he orders everyone to fire. Watch this masked grunt hesitate, pointing out innocent civilians were trapped, but the commander slammed his staff in rage, demanding total, unquestioning obedience. He insisted Shadow was hiding inside and ordered an all-out attack. Instantly, a massive storm of magic blasts and lasers erupted from the terminal. Trapped inside the cabin, a teenager with headphones and another passenger stared out the window in absolute terror, realizing they were under fire too late. That devastating magical onslaught surged across the runway, targeting the helpless plane. Finally, a giant sun-like spell rained down, triggering a massive, fiery blast that completely vaporized the entire airliner. With the fires burning, a scout reported that the life detection barrier found absolutely 0 survivors inside the smoking wreckage. The red-eyed leader silently watched the burning wreckage as a bald, buff guy and another official walked up. The bald man furiously confronted him, warning that Great Zia would never overlook this brutal slaughter of civilians, and that all flights between their nations would be shut down. Waving his arms around in frustration, he whined that his long-term plan to smuggle secret agents into Great Sea using passenger flights was ruined, leaving them helpless against the enemy. But here is where the tension spikes. The leader glared, coldly calling him a coward. He asked how they could ever defeat a superpower backed by Shadow if they did not have absolute, ruthless resolve. With his single red eye glowing, he reminded them of one cold, brutal truth: death is permanent. Staring into the massive wall of fire, the red-eyed commander defended his brutal tactics, declaring that if Shadow was actually on board, this was their best shot at killing him. To him, even a tiny sliver of a chance was worth sacrificing the plane and every single innocent life. Tempers among the Country M forces instantly hit boiling point. The bald man stared back with pure rage, stepping right up to declare he never trusted him. He spat out a harsh insult, telling the half-breed with Great Zia blood to shut his mouth. Before he could even blink, the red-eyed leader lunged forward, throwing a devastating punch right into his face. The insane impact sent the muscular giant flying backward. Covered in crackling golden energy, the leader finally revealed his twisted motives. I know what you are thinking. He absolutely loathed his Great Zia bloodline, calling it a curse that brought him constant despair, while fiercely defending his absolute loyalty to Country M. Next, we witnessed them retrieving their fallen comrade. 2 soldiers, including that white-haired mage leader, walked up to him, carrying Theodore's mangled, lifeless body. They casually dumped the cold corpse right onto the floor. The leader knelt solemnly beside Theodore, as a strange purple and golden aura began to glow around him. He told his dead friend to rest easy, praising him as a Country M hero, while promising to bring him home for burial. As he stood up, the leader's terrifying secret power was finally revealed. 3 glowing blue cards appeared in his hands, unveiling his hidden class called the Corpse Collector, a broken skill that lets him harvest powers directly from the dead. Staring at the cards, he praised Theodore's incredible efforts and the massive web of spies he set up. A system prompt explains that touching any dead body grants their skills, and getting duplicates will level those skills up. Clutching one of the glowing blue cards, with his single red eye gleaming with malice, the system confirms he successfully stole Theodore's ultimate abilities, including the divinatory omen of the star god and the spatial dark star boundary. Armed with his dead allies' broken skills, the leader made a chilling promise to personally bring absolute ruin to Great Zia. He raised his hand, holding up the glowing card as bright energy erupted all around him. He instantly activated his new divination power to seek out a way to crush Shadow. A cosmic vision of a mother trying to rescue her child from a dark abyss flashes before him, making him realize he can exploit this maternal bond. Meanwhile, 2 of his minions, including that white-haired mage, analyzed the intel Theodore left behind. They figured out that a great sea guild called Fika Heavy Industries, its boss Hangen, and her son Huang Ziking, perfectly fit the prophecy. The leader agreed, revealing that one of Theodore's double agents was already inside that exact guild carrying a special card. A glowing holographic map revealed his crazy plan to use Darkstar Boundary to swap places with the spy, letting him sneak into Great Zia undetected. Trust me, things are about to get wild. The red-eyed commander summoned another glowing blue card. You and I are starting today with major mystery as he hands magic cards to a mage, warning them never to use them. He announces he is going to Great Zia solo first, telling his subordinates to sit tight and wait for his signal. He promises to mass teleport Country M's elite forces directly into enemy territory later. Staring down at the glowing card as scars flare red on his abdomen, their leader vows to prove Country M will conquer this entire apocalyptic game before activating his spatial skill, vanishing instantly as a massive pillar of blue light erupts around him. But in his place, a random guy suddenly appears, squatting awkwardly with a roll of toilet paper. The guy stammers that he was just in the bathroom, but an agent calmly tells him not to panic. Calling him Theodore's friend, the agent welcomes him to Country M, leaving the kid totally shocked by the sudden teleportation. Over in the Nightmare Hellflower boss area, the surviving squad waits until a digital blue light flashes and Shadow logs back in. The players spot him instantly, with one excitedly shouting that he is back. Now watch this part closely. The guild leader smiles warmly and tells Shadow everyone followed his orders, leaving all the boss drops completely untouched for him to claim. Shadow raises his hand, yellow lightning crackling as he thanks the team, telling them to use this gear to boost their combat power. He unleashes an insane skill, summoning a giant glowing golden fist called the Greedy Hand to slam the ground and sweep up the spoils. Two allies watch in absolute awe, realizing this will skyrocket their rewards. After sorting the loot, Shadow hands a glowing spatial ring to Lin Chingu. He explains he only kept the lifespan rewards and assassin gear, leaving the rest for her squad to split. Lin Chingu blushes, completely stunned by the massive amount of treasure packed inside. Then she quietly asks Shadow about Theodore and his companions. Shadow looks back at the sealed cave, his eye glowing with a cold yellow light, and bluntly tells her they are all dead. Lin Chingu gasps, but before she can even process the shock, Shadow leaps into the air and becomes a dark blur. He flies to a red-lit cavern where two players are struggling to smash a massive stone wall. Frustrated, they have barely chipped away 10% of its health. Suddenly, the axe-wielding player whips his head back in shock as a blue energy beam streaks past. Shadow touches down as a wild flurry of blue slashes shatters the massive stone wall. Without saying a word, he walks into the newly opened red tunnel, casually waving off the frozen players. I know what you are thinking, he is just getting started. Standing atop his dragon, Shadow immediately begins reviewing his epic boss loot. He scored 3 incredible treasures, including 2 legendary tier items, an ultimate skill book, a weapon, and a bracer. Happy with the haul, he decides to immediately dump his evolution points into upgrading the skill book. The system reveals his newly evolved, ancient-grade ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. The description reveals a terrifying area of effect skill that traps enemies inside a nightmare descent state, quickly stacking a nightmare gauge on them with every hit. While a passive skill boosts his damage against them, Shadow studies the details, realizing this nightmare attribute is completely broken because it actually prevents players from logging out of the game. He realizes that combined with his blooming curse, he can permanently end other players right inside the game. He imagines the horrifying curse in action, picturing a terrified player writhing as glowing red spider lilies burst from their chest. However, he notes that this nightmare status can be removed using purification skills or specific items. Moving on, Shadow summons his new weapon, a menacing, glowing red and black sword that materializes in his hand. The system identifies the legendary weapon as an assassin-class blade called the Starkiller Blade. This weapon gives massive stat boosts, crazy backstab damage, and stacks physical attack power every time he kills another player. Plus, it features a devastating bonus that deals almost 5 times more damage to enemy shields. Gripping the glowing red blade, Shadow smirks and calls it a true murder weapon. He calculates that with max stacks combined with backstab and shield-breaking bonuses, the sword's power is absolutely terrifying, especially with a special stripping effect that wipes out an enemy's attributes once full. Thinking back to his last battle, Shadow realizes that if he had this sword back then, he could have easily stripped away the monster's nightmare attributes, making the fight a walk in the park. As Shadow inspects the sword, he finds a hilariously humiliating feature: anyone killed by it gets a permanent, unremovable title over their head. And honestly, you and I have to agree with Shadow that hilarious Grandson Maker nickname is completely deserved. Let us check out his final loot together, a diamond-grade bracer. As he equips it, a powerful geometric shield of golden energy wraps around his body. He notes its impressive passive, which generates a magic blocking barrier every 30 seconds. Completely satisfied with his epic haul, Shadow mounts his skeletal dragon, Osiris, soaring into the orange sky. He figures that the Fey Heavy Industries Guild still owes him 800 years of lifespan. He sets his sights on the magical Leaning Tower hideout to finally collect his massive debt. Gliding over the shattered city ruins, Shadow plans to grind to level 25 for a trial using a summoning bell. Days earlier, in a ruined, corrupted village, a group of players faced a brutal ambush. Sharp, bloody tentacles impale 2 players straight through the chest as they scream in absolute agony. The attacker is a horrific floating monstrosity with glowing orange eyes staring back. This level 18 emerald-grade boss completely terrifies the survivors, who scream for everyone to run away. Suddenly, a hand covered in blazing purple flames intervenes, effortlessly stopping the beast. A dominant voice commands the panicked party to hold their ground and maintain formation. Pay close attention here. This shrouded figure is Huang Jixing, wielding dark abyssal energy. With total confidence, he vows to control the boss and commands the team to strike, but the party begs him to run, screaming that it is an emerald-grade boss and mocking him for comparing himself to Shadow. Unfazed, Huang Jixing sneers, his eyes burning with purple light as he tells them to witness real abyssal power. The party watches in sheer shock as his dark aura explodes. He releases a tidal wave of purple magic, corrupting the ground into a dark abyssal mire. As it spreads, he boasts that while Shadow merely hides, he represents the true, crushing darkness of the abyss. With raised arms, Huang Zixing unleashes an explosive burst of crackling purple energy directly from the earth. The dark magic creates a thick mire, swallowing the multi-eyed monster and paralyzing its movements. Seeing the boss pinned, Huang Zixing orders his team to stop hesitating and start striking hard. Huang Yan swiftly takes control, wielding her staff to coordinate an all-out attack on the boss. The party unleashes a barrage of colorful spells at the trapped creature. The heavy magical barrage slams the boss, shaving off massive health chunks as two party members celebrate their high damage. But watch closely, their brief moment of relief instantly shatters. Breaking free from the mire, the boss rises and gathers intense blue energy as it enters Phase 2 to unleash a devastating ultimate attack. Panic grips the team. One player yells to raise barriers against the massive area attack, while an armored ally flees, screaming that defenses are totally useless. Just as the beast prepares to strike, a hand radiating dark power summons glowing purple chains that completely bind the beast, instantly canceling its ultimate skill. Huang Yan and the hooded player stare in complete confusion, shocked that the ultimate move was easily halted. Suddenly, Huang Zixing sneers, calling the party useless trash. Eyes blazing with malevolent purple light, Huang Zixing points accusingly and curses them, mocking their cowardice for only knowing how to run. Totally ignoring that with him around, victory is already guaranteed. Laughing maniacally as his aura flares, Huang Zixing vows to awaken their hidden potential and show them the terror of Fey Heavy Industries. He raises his hand high, surrounded by dark purple energy. Ominous red flames explode around the party, catching Huang Yan and the others off guard. This dark skill is an abyssal sacrifice. It summons a terrifying demonic face as the corrupted magic forcefully grips the team, causing them to scream in pure pain as their eyes glow with red light. This horrific abyssal curse drains their lifespans to temporarily boost their overall attributes by 99%, driving them into a frenzied, berserk state. Fully power boosted, they stand their ground and begin a synchronized incantation. In a flash of absolute power, they unleash a magical barrage. Trust me, we are about to watch magic crash on this chained beast. Alright, you and I are diving into an epic clash that ends with a massive explosion rocking the entire battlefield. As the smoke clears, the colossal boss monster disintegrates into a shower of golden light. A system notification confirms Fey Heavy Industries has conquered their first Emerald-grade boss, sending the surviving guild members into wild, hysterical cheering. They throw their heads back in pure joy, celebrating their guild's monumental new achievement. Hailing the young man as their ultimate hero, the hyped crowd chants Ziqing's name and hurls him into the air, while his mother watches silently from the sidelines. As the hype dies down, Huang Huifan tells the players to split the loot, then sternly orders Ziqing to follow her and his cousin. Heeding his mother's call, Ziqing follows Huang Huifan and Xiao Yi away from the party, stepping into the dark, desolate ruins of a nearby building. The moment they are completely alone, Huang Huifan turns around, her eyes flashing with a menacing, suspicious violet light as she demands to know the truth about where he got his forbidden dark magic. Visibly irritated by the questioning, Ziqing complains that she is treating him like a criminal right after he won an epic victory for their guild. Unbothered, Huang Huifan presses him. Shifting his gaze and clicking his tongue, he dodges her eyes. Ziqing coldly lies, claiming his new dark powers were just a reward for beating a powerful boss. Glaring with sharp skepticism, Huang Huifan bluntly calls him a liar, forcing Ziqing to look away in guilty silence. Now watch closely here, because his mother points out his mage class cannot naturally possess dark magic, setting up a truly devastating twist. While they conquered the boss, his single spell drained 300 years from their guild's collective lifespan. Huang Huifan keeps pressing him, reminding him that the lost lifespan was meant to pay their massive debt to Shadow. Declaring the price far too steep, she demands a real explanation. Aggravated and overwhelmed, Ziqing covers his face and snaps at her. Furious, he completely lashes out, ranting about how he secured their victory only to face an interrogation. He unleashes his deep resentment over her cowardice regarding Shadow. He proudly declares he won't be a loyal dog like her, shouting that he is sick of her fear and control. Turning his back on her, Ziqing arrogantly vows to slay Shadow himself, vowing to lead Fey Heavy Industries to the top of Great Sa. Terribly panicked, Huang Huifan screams at him to stop, warning that he is too young to survive in this brutal apocalyptic world. His tearful cousin steps forward, weeping openly. She places a gentle hand on Ziqing's shoulder, begging him to calm down and realize his mother is only acting for his own good. Ziqing slowly turns his head, his cold eye flashing with a vile purple glow. Ziqing quietly whispers the phrase, "For my own good." as his glare hardens into absolute murderous intent. I know what you're thinking, but get ready. He suddenly spins around and delivers a brutal punch, breaking her neck. He screams in rage, demanding why his mother forced him onto such an ugly girl if she truly wanted what was best. Just like that, her lifeless body collapses onto the dirt. Huang Huifan watches in paralyzed horror, reaching out frantically while screaming at Ziqing to demand what he has just done. Standing coldly over her corpse, Ziqing looks on as Xiaoyi dissolves into fragments of golden stardust. The cold system confirms her death, and Ziqing lets out a chilling sigh of relief, his eyes still shining with corrupt abyssal energy. The psychopath coldly justifies his horrific act, muttering that they left him with no choice. Without looking back, Ziqing walks into the desolate wasteland. As Xiaoyi's light completely fades, Huang Huifan reaches out, begging him to stop and return, but her desperate cries are totally ignored. Meanwhile, the red-eyed leader of Country M stands over the cold bodies of Zhu Kongchen and Zuma, his heavily scarred hand crackling with crimson lightning as he reaches toward their corpses. Using his dark abilities, he extracts their lingering active skills, coldly praising their power and telling them to rest in peace. 3 days later, we cut to the Fakey Heavy Industries base inside their leaning magic tower. An armored guard with a buzz cut stands lazily on watch duty, yawning from pure boredom. Suddenly, his lazy expression turns to sheer horror as a colossal shadow eclipses the entire area. The massive, skeletal dragon Osiris descends rapidly from the sky in a flash of purple energy. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens when the guild panics over this dragon. Alright, let's jump right into the action as one guy screams to prepare for battle, while another frantically yells to run. Standing calmly in a dark aura with glowing yellow eyes, Shadow told the panicked crowd to just relax. He revealed his true identity and demanded they bring out their guild leader, Huang Huifan, announcing he was there to collect an 800-year lifespan debt. They were shocked to realize the legendary Shadow was riding that dragon. The terrified, cloaked member dropped to his knees in submission. He nervously apologized, explaining the guild leader was gone, which completely confused Shadow since they had a scheduled appointment. Still kneeling and trembling, the guild member explained that 2 days prior, Huang Huifan and her son had a major argument. He revealed that since that clash, neither of them had logged back in, leaving the entire guild completely in the dark. The terrified member repeated that their leader and her son had a brutal fight a few days ago, and neither had logged in since. Shadow considered this quietly. Knowing Huang Huifan always kept her promises, he deduced she must have faced a major crisis in the real world to miss their appointment. Suddenly, Shadow received a system alert from a contact about an urgent, high-reward bounty mission. The message detailed that remnants of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had fled straight to the southern region of Manhwa. The contact explained that players in Manhwa were normally laid back and preferred a much slower pace. However, now here's where it gets crazy. As those remnants merged with their headquarters, unleashing overwhelming power and tearing the Manhwa region apart, prompting local officials to send an urgent distress signal, begging Shadow to stop the purple dragon magic destroying their city. Shadow weighed his options and accepted the mission, noting he had never actually visited the Manhwa region before. Relying on memories from his previous life, Shadow knew Huang Huifan would eventually lead Vika Heavy Industries to the top, so he believed she was not in any immediate danger. He ordered the guard to notify him the second she logged back in. Then, Shadow mounted his massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, and soared into the sky. He messaged his contact that he would arrive in Manhwa within an hour, leaving the man utterly shocked, since that meant his dragon was flying at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, a massive storm drenched the gloomy magic capital. A somber Huang Huifan walked completely alone through the stormy night, searching a muddy riverbank right under a massive highway bridge. There she found her son, Ziqing, shivering on the wet ground, pressed against a cold, concrete support. Now, look closely at this moment as Ziqing looks down. One of his eyes glows with a corruptive blue light. Huang Huifan gently begged him to come home. She revealed she had investigated his dark magic and discovered it came from an abyssal item. She sternly warned that although these skills grant incredible power, they would slowly rot his sanity and make him a slave to the abyss. Huang Huifan tearfully admitted she had been ignoring his feelings. Realizing her neglect drove him to take dangerous shortcuts to prove himself, she apologized and admitted she was wrong. Standing right over him in the rain, she explained that although she understood his desire to build a strong guild, rushing for success was impossible. She softly reminded him of the brutal rule that everything comes with a heavy price. Reaching her hand out, she promised to respect his choices, vowing never to treat him like a child or force him into connections he did not want. She pleaded for him to return so they could build up their guild together as true partners. Deeply touched, Ziqing looked up, tears streaming from his glowing purple eyes, and softly called out to his mother. Suddenly, a glowing green portal opened on the wall behind them, and a red-eyed leader emerged. He interrupted the moment, warning Zyking that returning with his mother meant repeating the past and remaining under her control. Completely immune to damage in his intangible soulwalker state, the red-eyed leader asked Zyking what he would choose if offered absolute power to realize his dreams. An alarmed and confused Huang Huifan demanded to know who this intruder was, but the red-eyed leader completely ignored her. He tempted Zyking by promising to make their guild the absolute strongest in the entire magic capital. He promised to make Zyking the top mage, kill Shadow, and dominate the leaderboards. Smiling maliciously, the villain assured the boy he could easily grant him all of it. Protective of her son, Huang Huifan snapped that she would not let a stranger deceive him. She summoned glowing purple magic chains and ordered the intruder to freeze on the spot. She forcefully hurled her phantom chains to bind the red-eyed leader. However, he just stared back coldly as the links passed harmlessly right through his intangible body. You and I are left in absolute shock as her attack fails to connect. All right, stick with me here. Dropping his intangible form, the red-eyed leader lunged and grabbed Huang Huifan by the head. With an epic-tier warrior skill likely stolen from a corpse, he executed a devastating heroic throw. He slammed Huang Huifan's head down, shattering the concrete, before standing over her battered body. The red-eyed leader mocked her, disappointed by the weak elite guild, and ridiculed her grand ambitions, claiming her pathetic strength would never fulfill her dreams. Turning to Zyking, he admitted Huang Huifan was right about the abyssal vase corrupting its user's mind, but revealed one crucial detail she conveniently left out. The abyssal corruption could actually be purified, leaving the boy completely stunned. The leader claimed Huang Huifan kept this secret hidden just to control him. He warned Zyking he would never find freedom or respect in his mother's shadow, while a bleeding Huang Huifan begged her son not to listen. She admitted a purification existed, but insisted it required a rare hidden class called Exorcist, and the only one was already dead. Watch this part closely. Glowing red star scars flared on his arm, igniting his hand as he asked who told her the Exorcist was dead. The red-eyed leader channeled that glowing crimson energy directly into Zyking, activating the exorcism skill. This powerful skill instantly slashed his accumulated negative status effects, cutting his abyssal corruption in half. Staring at his system interface, Zyking watched his abyss gauge drop, stunned to realize the purification was real. Huang Huifan was paralyzed with sheer disbelief, stammering that this simply shouldn't be possible. She was certain the exorcist had died, desperately demanding to know this man's true identity. Ignoring her, an ecstatic Zyking clenched his fists, thrilled that he could now safely draw more power from the abyssal artifact. Huang Huifan frantically screamed that the real exorcist was a woman, meaning this man was a fraud, but the leader told Zyking to decide for himself. He then activated a skill called Yin-Yang Harmony to warp Zyking's emotions. Whispering softly, he claimed his mother only used love to chain him and hide his true worth. He urged Zyking to kill her, promising that once she was dead, no one could ever control him again. I know what you're thinking, there's no way he does it, right? But Zyking's eyes glowed red as the leader promised him everything and threw a knife. He ordered Zyking to take the final step, promising total freedom once she was gone. Covered in a dark, corruptive red aura, Zyking picked up the weapon. From the floor, a desperate Huang Huifan begged him to realize he was being brainwashed as Zyking stood over her, gripping the glowing blade. She pleaded for him to wake up and break free from the stranger's twisted control. Ignoring her cries, Zyking raised the knife and chose the darkness, ruthlessly plunging the blade down as his mother gasped his name one last time. With a brutal slash completed, he turned to the red-eyed leader with a blood-stained blade. Showing zero remorse, he demanded to know if the man would truly help him achieve all his desires. The leader calmly agreed, as a deeply disturbing, maniacal grin spread across the corrupted boy's face. Thrilled with this dark path, he urged the red-eyed leader to begin and asked for their next move. Zyking laughed wildly, standing over his mother's dead body with the dripping knife, asking the leader for the plan. The red-eyed leader drew one of his magical cards, summoning a brand new ability. Using his stolen divination skill, he projected a crimson portal into the sky, revealing a catastrophic prophecy as Zyking watched in shock. A colossal, fiery meteor ripping through a blood-red sky. The prophecy foretold the abyss, swallowing the heavens, warning that an ominous red star would destroy all darkness, leaving Zyking deeply confused. The leader explained this power would blanket all of Great Zaya, ensuring no one could escape, not even Shadow. He coldly noted that the darkness destined for destruction might be Shadow, or even Zyking himself. Breaking into a sweat, Zyking realized he might die in this cataclysm, but the leader assured him survival depended on their own strength. He advised Zyking to use his abyssal powers to expand his guild's strength before clashing with Shadow. The leader manifested another glowing red card, handing it to Zyking, having successfully set his pawn in motion. The red-eyed leader then vanished into the misty night, promising to find Zyking again when the time was right. And that's where we leave them alone in the dark. Zyking's eyes glowed red as he embraced his corrupt new mission. Zyking channeled his dark magic, slowly extending his hand over his mother's lifeless body. Alright, you and I are starting with some serious dark magic. Swirling red energy wraps her body as he casts the abyssal puppet spell, invading Hungifan's flesh and making her scream as her eyes glow red. This terrifying skill resurrects her as an undead puppet, bound to his absolute will, yet she keeps all her original abilities. Standing behind his reanimated mother, Zyking watches as she asks for her master's commands. Completely lost to madness, he declares that they will now build their guild together. Far away in the southern region of Nanu, a massive tower rises high over the ruined city streets below. True to their incredibly relaxed nature, the local players put fun first. Enjoying a spread of hot dim sum and fresh tea, one guy announces it's time to stop working and take a break. A small group of players chill on the riverbank. They are fishing and reminding everyone to finish their tea first. But their peace is shattered when a giant, level 18, two-headed bull boss spawns right behind them with a deafening roar. Zero fear here, one annoyed fisherman just screams at the massive beast to shut up, complaining that its roaring is scaring the fish away. Now, pay attention here, because these players are seriously annoyed. Frustrated that their break is ruined, they drop their tea, channel their magical auras, and order everyone to charge. The team coordinates their attack. One player fires a freezing beam at the bull's head, landing some crowd control to stop the beast from casting synchronized spells. An armored warrior and a powerful mage lead the charge, telling the armor breakers to target weak spots, while damage dealers follow up, urging everyone to finish this fight as fast as possible. They deal massive damage, rapidly shredding through the boss's health bar. In response, the beast's eyes flare with fiery rage. Pushed right to the limit, the monster enters its berserk state. It unleashes a massive shockwave that shatters the ground, launching a fisherman backward. Terrified of this enraged boss, the frontliners panic and start running for their lives. While they run, they scream for their guild leader to deal with the monster. Answering the call, a tan, white-haired girl drops her boba tea on the spot. She steps forward with a sharp glare, wielding a fishing rod as her weapon. In simple sandals, she leaps high into the air straight toward the beast. Swearing at the monster for ruining their tea break, she expertly casts her glowing green line at the giant bull. The magic line extends and spirals around the boss, quickly wrapping its body and keeping it completely frozen. Smirking confidently, she braces for the final strike. You and I are about to see her ultimate skill in action. The razor-sharp line slices right through the monster, landing a fatal blow that empties its health bar. As the guild leader lands, the system announces she has successfully slain the giant bull. Her skill traps targets before dealing massive damage based on missing health. The boss dissolves into golden loot, and the players erupt in wild cheers, praising Sister High for her flawless damage calculations, while chanting their fishing-themed guild catchphrase. Sister High laughs, calling it her duty to protect the Nanu region. Turns out, she holds a unique fishing master hidden class, an assassin role that uses a fishing rod for ranged attacks, totally fitting their casual lifestyle. A guild member calls out that the tea is ready. They happily run to their tables, leaving all the loot on the grass to grab later so they don't miss tea time. Smiling, Sister High waves and follows her team back to their break, leaving the spoils of battle behind. While the Nanu players enjoy their tea, the glowing loot orbs just sit there untouched. But completely unnoticed by them, a sound comes from the nearby bushes. A scarred, bald man with blue eyes, a remnant of the Black Dragon Guild, peeks out. He scoffs at the Nanu Guild for leaving valuable loot just for a tea break, signaling his men to move in. The Black Dragon members use their level 15 group stealth skill, Shadow Veil, forming a camouflage dome to greedily scoop up the abandoned orbs while the Nanu players chat about fishing. The hidden thieves snicker, knowing this is the perfect moment to strike while their targets have their guard down. Dropping their stealth, the Black Dragon leader, Zentil, activates a powerful buff called Boiling Blood Domain. With a fiery aura, he boosts his allies' stats and orders them to slaughter the fishermen. The Black Dragon members lunge from the tall grass with weapons drawn, ambushing the relaxed Nanu players. Sister High and her guildmates are caught completely off guard as Zentil raises his blade to strike down the shocked leader and her terrified friend. Absolute chaos erupts as the attackers swing their weapons, laughing and screaming for blood. The peaceful tea break gets completely overturned as players scream and debris goes flying everywhere. Standing triumphantly among the loot, Zentil clenches his fists, declaring this brutal ambush is how the pigs of Great Zia should be hunted. The celebration cuts short when a subordinate warns Zentil about something crashing from the sky. You and I can't miss what happens next. You and I are watching Zentil freeze in panic as Shadow arrives. Realizing the rumors from the Magic Capital survivors were dead accurate, he ordered his men to recast stealth and retreat. High above, Shadow's massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, plummeted from the sky, crashing hard into the ruins, its yellow eyes glowing fiercely. Shadow scanned the empty battlefield, wondering if he was too late after seeing the uncollected loot orbs scattered on the ground. He immediately figured out the enemy fled in total panic after getting tipped off about his arrival. It made no sense how they detected him under perfect stealth. Meanwhile, the furious Manhwa players began to react. One member angrily cursed the foreign war god guild for using such dirty tactics. They were furious, their comrades were ambushed, and their hard-earned boss loot was stolen, leaving Sister Hai absolutely enraged. Gripping her weapon, she called them animals, deeply frustrated by cowards who only rely on cheap sneak attacks that make paybacks impossible. But hope returned instantly when a member shouted that the authorities had sent the legendary Shadow to help them. Trusting Shadow's insane power, he promised the group they would finally hunt down those foreign troublemakers. Moments later, he ran back with huge news, announcing that Shadow and the officials had reached their usual riverside spot. Now watch closely, the hyped-up Manhwa players sprinted straight through the ruined city toward the river. Dying to meet the legendary player they had only dreamed of, they watched as Osiris, the skeletal dragon, descended. Sister Hai and a female officer looked up, completely stunned and deeply intimidated by this god-tier epic mount. The dark-haired officer, known as a wisp of smoke, greeted Shadow alongside Sister Hai, who quickly introduced the Kioi alliance. Suddenly, the official pointed out a strange detail. The attackers had fled so fast they forgot to collect the lifespan left behind on the ground. Stepping off his dragon, Shadow agreed, realizing the enemy withdrew so cleanly because they knew he was coming. His perfect stealth was compromised. This meant there was either a traitor leaking intel from the officials, or the enemy possessed a hidden class capable of tracking him. He then asked the official to brief him on the current situation in Manhwa. A wisp of smoke explained that the officials and Sister Hai's guild were the top factions in the area. She named the attackers as the War God Guild, a small group made up mostly of foreign players. They had a high-level assassin with a group stealth skill, which was why the officials had failed to catch them. Honestly, they used to be a weak, pathetic group that only did petty theft. But everything escalated when the surviving members of the Magic Capital's Black Dragon Guild joined forces with them. Since partnering up, they had gone on a crazy killing spree, making Sister Hai's team their 7th victim today. Shadow quietly processed this. He muttered that those Black Dragon members were way too weak to pull this off by themselves. So you and I have to ask, what is the real motive behind this sudden rampage? The official agreed, sharing their investigation reports, which showed the attackers' motives were completely bizarre. They slaughtered even low-level players and left massive amounts of valuable lifespan behind just to escape. This reckless style quickly skyrocketed their kill value, a severe penalty that locked their leveling progress and guaranteed they would lose all their lifespan if they died. She suspected this self-destructive strategy was actually a requirement for a hidden class, which validated Shadow's own theory. Listening closely, Shadow thought about the game's brutal punishments for murder. A massive kill value permanently froze a player's level, forced a total lifespan drop upon death, and triggered harsher system punishments. The higher the kill count, the worse the penalties became. But here's the scariest part. Shadow remembered that getting such a high kill value risks summoning the terrifying Executioner. It's a horrifying, multi-armed demon that will hunt a player relentlessly until they are permanently erased from existence. He wondered if the War God Guild was intentionally trying to summon this monster, though he couldn't see any benefit. What really bothered him was how they predicted his moves and escaped flawlessly before he even got there. Shadow searched his memory and knew only the diver class could foresee the future, and the only known diver was Theodore, whom Shadow had personally assassinated during that airplane ambush. Then, a chilling realization hit him. He had forgot to use his weapon's special curse to permanently kill Theodore. He realized someone from Country M must have a rare item or hidden class that puppets the dead, allowing them to steal Theodore's divination powers. We are diving in as Shadow hunts down a traitor. Looking down from his dragon, he asks a wisp of smoke and Sister Hai for the hideout's location. A wisp of smoke explains that their base is a subterranean factory called the Blood Slaughterhouse, warning Shadow that a direct raid is extremely dangerous. When her forces raided it before, high-level traps stalled them while the enemies easily slipped away. Completely unfazed, Shadow calmly tells her to lead the way. He claims that to uncover the enemy's plans, they just need to break in and capture someone for interrogation. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, guards heavily patrol a sinister, red-lit industrial facility. Deep within the base, a tattooed man with glowing red eyes approaches the Black Dragon leader, Zentiel. He quickly asks Zentiel if his provided intelligence actually proved useful. Zentiel confirms the leak was dead accurate, admitting Shadow descended from the sky exactly as predicted. Without that heads up, they would have been slaughtered. The tattooed man smirks, his red eyes glowing as he recites Theodore's original prophecy. It foretold a pitch-black dragon knight arriving in silence, survivors fleeing, and a terrifying red star descending to wipe out the dark. Now pay attention, this mysterious prophecy is already starting to come true. Shadow's arrival is only the beginning. He insists that once they get enough kills, they can summon that destructive star to obliterate Shadow. Balancing on the bandaged stump of his severed leg, the man claims Shadow's death is absolutely guaranteed. He believes that once Great Zia loses their ultimate player, the remaining forces will be helpless, allowing his master to lead Country M's elites to conquer them. Burning with hatred, he recalls how Shadow and the Magic Capital officials forced them to the Nanu border and killed Theodore. And now, Shadow has relentlessly backed them into a corner with absolutely no escape. His face twists in pure rage as he vows to pay them back for all his agony. Listing his targets, he declares that after Shadow dies, his first victim will be the young, pink-haired witch of the Sky Guild. Blaming them for his missing limbs, he imagines Lin Qingyu violently tearing the hair out of those Magic Capital officials. Finally, he shifts to Captain Anu, the Zhanghai official, graphically detailing the horrific things he plans to do to her. Zentiel and his ruthless soldiers just chuckle darkly at his sick, twisted fantasies. Zentiel admits that the fiery rant hyped them up, but his expression quickly turns suspicious. He questions the logic, pointing out that since Shadow killed Theodore the Diver, they shouldn't have any new prophecies. I know what you're thinking. Is this prophecy even real? Zentiel thinks the exact same thing, demanding absolute proof. The tattooed villain smirks, saying he had the exact same doubts before meeting their master. To prove it, he pulls out a magical card that instantly bursts into red-hot flames. He tells the skeptical Zentiel to watch closely, declaring his immediate departure back to Country M. Activating the card, a red portal tears open above him. A bald member instantly recognizes this as one of Theodore's signature spells. To everyone's absolute shock, a figure cloaked in dark, fiery energy steps out. The tattooed man gasps in disbelief, recognizing this terrifying figure as the lord he just spoke of. The red-eyed leader speaks to Zentiel as a glowing blue hologram pops up right in front of him, leaving him completely stunned. It shows a live feed of the tattooed man standing right by the Statue of Liberty, confirming his return to Country M. Zentiel is moved to tears, realizing that continental teleportation is actually possible. This supreme leader had literally swapped places with his subordinate in an instant. Blown away by this godlike display, Zentiel and his crew fall to their knees. Awestruck, Zentiel pledges absolute loyalty, begging him to bring them back home. The red-eyed leader agrees, but with a massive catch. They must summon the Dark Star and eliminate Shadow. Then, he subtly activates Yin-Yang Harmony, a powerful mind-altering spell. The mental manipulation takes hold instantly. Zentiel and his men's eyes glow with a fanatic red light as a forced bloodlust makes them roar for slaughter. They are now the ultimate pawns. Meanwhile, back on the surface under a dark sky, Shadow arrives with Sister Hai and another player. They peer down into a deep, hollowed valley, choked with an ominous red mist. The companion points to a massive concrete bunker, revealing it as the War God Guild's lair, the Blood Slaughterhouse. And that's where we leave things, with the player warning Shadow about this deadly, maze-like hideout. Let's dive right in as he explains. The guild leaves their barrier off to lure enemies inside. Once inside, the maze is packed with deadly traps, just like a past raid against the Black Dragon leader, Zentel, that completely wiped out their forces. Shadow corrects him, stating the hideout has no outside barrier at all. It relies purely on internal traps for defense. Knowing the risk, Shadow asks for the player's name. He introduces himself as Unlucky Awang, insisting his luck is actually great despite some bizarre curse constantly following him around. His parties always wipe, bosses go berserk, and teammates constantly trigger deadly traps. He explains a smoky official hired him as a guide for a huge reward, while Sister Hai angrily grumbles that the guild itself is actually weak. But their heavily fortified bunker and cowardly hit-and-run tactics make it impossible for authorities to wipe them out fairly. Plus, their internal security alarms are fully active. Any intrusion alerts Zentel, giving the Black Dragon leader plenty of time to escape. Unfazed, Shadow completely dismisses their worries. Watch closely here. He reveals these hideouts run on a central crystal, meaning if he steals it, the base is his, and they are homeless. Shadow orders Sister Hai and Awang to wait safely up on the cliff, while he heads inside completely alone. He steps forward, but Awang quickly stops him. Sister Hai offers to guide him, warning that going solo is suicide, while Awang agrees that her past experience from the failed raid is crucial. Shadow accepts her guidance, but flatly tells Awang he does not want his legendary bad luck ruining the entire run. Red-faced, Awang defends himself, claiming that unlucky name of his is just a joke. He argues that surviving this death game proves his luck is actually godly. Shadow ignores his excuses and lets them join, warning them to protect themselves if things go south. They eagerly agree, and the trio leaps off the cliff, diving straight toward the bunker's glowing red entrance. Suddenly, a loud system alarm blares through the blood-red halls of the slaughterhouse, warning of intruders. Zentel, the Black Dragon leader, looks up as his face tightens at the sound of the warning. The red-eyed leader demands to know what is happening, while a lackey assumes it is just some local authorities coming to die. But Zentel suspects the intruder is Shadow, wondering if his fortress traps can actually stop the legendary player. To be absolutely sure, Zentel asks the red-eyed leader to use his future sight so he can decide whether to fight or flee. The red-eyed leader complies, using his stolen powers to summon a glowing red card and trigger his Star God Omen skill. Watch this, a vision appears above them, showing the exact same prophecy. A black dragon knight arriving, a lucky survivor escaping, and a red star shattering the darkness. Confused, Zentel realizes this is identical to the tattooed man's earlier prophecy. Manipulating him, the red-eyed leader explains that visions only show major turning points and can't change until they play out. He easily convinces Zentel that witnessing the exact same prophecy means their destinies are linked. Falling hook, line, and sinker, Zentel grins, confidently concluding that the intruder setting off the alarms is indeed Shadow. Enveloped in a crimson aura, Zentel's ego swells as he proudly claims that since his power is red, he must be that red star. Believing he is destined for victory, he boasts that Shadow will die a brutal death in his endless traps. Watching his pawn walk straight toward his doom, the red-eyed leader tells him he can interpret the prophecy however he likes. He promises to return when the time is right and quietly prepares his swift escape. Activating a spatial skill, the red-eyed leader vanishes, swapping places with the tattooed man, who tumbles out of a portal to a clueless Zentel's warm welcome. The terrified tattooed man realizes his last hope of escaping has completely evaporated, used as nothing but a pawn to send his master away. Clueless to his terror, an excited Zentel begs him to help slaughter Shadow. Fully convinced he is the fated red star, Zentel rants while the tattooed man just stares in sheer horror. Knowing Shadow's godlike power firsthand, he panics, realizing his boss is absolutely insane to think they stand a chance. Meanwhile, our trio drops into a massive industrial slaughterhouse, completely blanketed in a dense, crimson fog. Sister Hai stops them, warning Shadow this room is a graveyard where her squad got wiped. Clutching a map, she points to a narrow path of glowing blue tiles. She orders them to follow the route perfectly and warns that a single step off path means instant death. Shadow calmly strolls forward, breezing across the safe route without breaking a sweat. A nervous Awang follows right behind under Sister Hai's watchful eye. Once safe, he curiously asks what happens if they step on the dark tiles. Sister Hai explains that massive hidden spikes will instantly impale anyone who takes a wrong step. To prove it, she tosses a rock onto a dark tile. It lands with a loud thud, and well, we both know that awkward silence is never good. Alright, let's jump right in. They stared at the rock, but nothing triggered. Shadow asked if there were even traps here. Annoyed, she insisted there were, claiming she had died 6 times in this exact room. To prove she was telling the truth, Sister Hai stubbornly stomped all over the dark tiles. Completely baffled why nothing was going off, Awang apologized for her wild behavior, suggesting they move on since everything seemed broken. Thinking he was safe, he stepped onto a normal tile. Instantly, a heavy click echoed, and the floor glowed with a red warning light. Driven by Awang's terrible bad luck curse, deadly black spikes violently burst from the ground. They completely missed Awang, skewering Sister Hai on the spot while she was still stomping. Awang stood there frozen, screaming in shock that his mistake killed his teammate instead of him. Sister Hai died instantly, exploding into golden orbs. While a guilty Awang apologized to his dead guide, Shadow stayed calm, saying they would just wait for her to respawn. Inspecting the trap, Shadow realized Sister Hai was actually telling the truth. Pay close attention here. Shadow realized the enemy reconfigured the traps, making the safe path deadly. Their guide's info was now totally useless. Shadow ordered Awang to grab Sister Hai's orbs and flee immediately. Unaware Zentel and his men were watching them from a hidden observation room. Spotting his main target, Zentel let out a sinister grin, mocking the foolish idea that they could actually escape. Without wasting a second, he slammed his fist onto a massive red button. A loud mechanical grind echoed as the floor beneath Shadow and Awang suddenly split wide open. A massive trapdoor fell open right beneath them, plunging both players straight into the depths of the facility. Plummeting down the dark shaft, Awang screamed in sheer terror, while Shadow stayed totally calm, adjusting his posture for the hard landing. They slammed into the bottom. Awang crashed hard on his back, but Shadow landed smoothly on his feet. They were now trapped in a pitch-black room with bloody walls, as Awang sat up, groaning with a bleeding nose. Loud static crackled through the dark room. Shadow whipped around as a massive screen on the bloodied wall flickered to life. A distorted voice came through a speaker, mockingly welcoming Shadow to their home. The static cleared, revealing a live feed of Zentel wearing a creepy mask. The villainous Black Dragon leader stared directly at Shadow and declared he wanted to play a game. And yeah, it gets worse. Zentel creepily welcomed them, announcing a sick game while pointing to giant wall saws that terrified Awang. He commanded them to stand in the circles marked on the floor. Shadow calmly stepped inside, standing by a pedestal with a red button as a saw whirred nearby. Zentel explained the rules. They had to take turns pushing their buttons. Every press had a 1 in 6 chance to trigger the opponent's saw. The risk would rise with every turn, ensuring a fatal hit by the 6th press. The survivor wins the loser's lifespan and gets to walk. Awang scoffed, finding a loophole. If he died, he would just respawn, and they could easily transfer the stolen lifespan back later. Awang bragged that Shadow was completely invincible, doubting a mere saw could ever scratch him. Shadow remained silent. Zentil laughed, calling them fools and revealing that inside his emerald-grade hideout, the rules were absolute. This saw guaranteed a clean kill, no matter how strong the target was. But as the master of this hideout, Zentil boasted he had special privileges to tweak the game. To make things worse, Zentil dropped disgusting spiders into the room. A panicked Awang drew his knife to strike them down. Shadow quickly stopped him, warning that these were nightmare exploding bugs. Hitting them would trigger a deadly, toxic chain reaction. Terrified, Awang scrambled to dodge a flying bug, desperate to avoid any contact. But with his awful luck, Awang's knife grazed the bug as he pulled back. The creature exploded in purple energy, catching him in the blast. That initial blast immediately triggered the chain reaction among the other bugs. A massive explosion ripped through the room, inflicting a nightmare status and pushing their gauge to 80%. While Awang panicked, Shadow just sighed, noting that his teammate was impressively unlucky. Zentil explained that under this nightmare state, players cannot log out or resurrect. Die here, and your mind gets trapped in a nightmare for 3 days while your body is looted. Furious, Awang refused to play. He argued that if they did not press the buttons, nobody would die. Zentil just chuckled, his red eye glowing through the screen. The room began to shake. Zentil taunted them, asking if they preferred the spinning saws or being crushed to death. Awang watched in horror as spiked walls closed in, while Zentil warned that pressing the buttons would slow them down. Trust me, you're going to want to see how Shadow escapes. Alright, you and I are jumping right into absolute panic as Awang hovers over his button, terrified his cursed luck will kill Shadow. He figured Shadow had to press first since they needed his survival, overthinking the math completely. If Shadow survived, his own odds of dying skyrocketed. Paralyzed by pure fear, he just babbled uncontrollably. Drenched in sweat, Awang was cut off when Shadow calmly called his name, firmly telling him to do nothing. Awang was totally confused, shouting that the walls were literally about to crush them flat. Shadow just repeated the order as the spiked walls kept closing in. From his screens, Zentil mocked him. He sneered, asking if the legendary player had actually given up. The walls were now dangerously close. Tearful, Awang pushed against the spikes, begging Shadow to act. Zentil laughed, telling them to enjoy their painful deaths. He promised to loot their lifeless bodies once they were dead inside this nightmare. With the walls closing in, Awang called out to Shadow. Thinking it was game over, Awang cried over his terrible luck, complaining about being squashed like a bug. Now watch this carefully. He closes his eyes, bracing for impact as the walls touch him, only to open them in total confusion. The death trap had completely stopped. The walls and buzzing saws halted just inches from his face. A furious Zentil screamed over the speakers, demanding to know why his traps broke as system alerts announced their core was officially stolen. Zentil was completely stunned. Before he could react, Shadow's mini-dragon ambushed him in the control room on live broadcast, transferring base ownership straight to Shadow. Pinned to the wall, Awang stared in absolute shock, amazed that Shadow had captured the enemy base without even moving. With glowing eyes, Shadow calmly asked his pet why the execution took a minute longer than his calculations. Shadow's secret strategy was revealed. While distracting Zentil, he had secretly summoned 12 spectral wyverns. These small dragons bypassed the traps, ambushing the guild inside the control room. Outside, the massive skeletal dragon Osiris apologized. He explained that the complex maze and heavy security had slightly delayed the wyverns. Even with the delay, Osiris reported total success. Inside, a wyvern carried the stolen core, capturing Zentil alive without raising any alarms. Shadow immediately ordered his wyvern to disable the traps and clear the path. The dragon obeyed, leaving Awang shocked by its presence. As it guided them, Awang realized Shadow planned this entire raid before they even entered. Just think about it, the entire deadly game was a total distraction. They were merely acting as bait, while the dragons easily infiltrated the hideout. Shadow confirmed this, noting things would have gone smoother if Awang's bad luck had not blown up those bugs. Awang smiled, totally embarrassed. Since dying in nightmare mode is risky, Shadow ordered a wyvern to fly Awang out of there immediately. He told Awang to hide far away, so his jinxed luck would not cause any more disasters. As the wyvern flew a protesting Awang away, Osiris delivered bad news. Shadow sighed, asking what went wrong. Osiris explained that Zentil's group used a self-destruct skill to escape capture and respawn safely. However, their mass suicide left behind hundreds of years of lifespan as loot on the ground. Shadow realized his perfect plan was ruined at the last second, concluding that Awang's bad luck was a terrifying force. After respawning, Sister Hai found Shadow outside the bunker. Amazed, she asked how this blood slaughterhouse suddenly became his property during her brief absence. She then asked about the unlucky Awang. Shadow quickly cut her off, warning her not to speak his name. He then tossed a golden key to an ecstatic Sister Hai. Since he reached his hideout limit, he was giving this base to her and the Nanu officials. Overjoyed, Sister Hai promised to treat him to tea, but Shadow quickly ruined her mood, clarifying it was not free. He expected a payment of 1,500 years of lifespan. Sister Hai cried comedic tears over the massive price, but still thanked him. The female official, appearing as a wisp of smoke, ran toward them and called out to Shadow. She thanked him and rewarded him with a glowing blue skill book, which was Nanu's absolute best assassin skill. She delivered it herself and exiled Awang to the border. The system then displayed the gold tier skill, Shield of Shadow Dance. It granted damage immunity shields equal to his stealth level upon entering stealth, with a 5-minute cooldown. Shadow was incredibly pleased, knowing that damage immunity was essentially temporary invincibility. This broken ability would be crucial against major bosses whose attacks bypass his massive lifesteal shields. And that's where we leave Shadow as he spends his evolution points, upgrading that book to an epic tier. Let's dive into this, where his cooldown drops to just 20 seconds. Shadow triggers it, glowing with a blue aura. His level 21 stealth grants him 21 layers of damage immunity, perfect for tanking massive hits. A wisp of smoke points out that Zental and the War God Guild escaped, worrying they'll return even more cautious and lethal. She complains that peace-loving Nanu players absolutely despise stressful conflicts. She pictures a grim future, forcing casual Nanu players to grind monsters 6 days a week just to stay alive. This brutal, non-stop grind completely panics Sister Hai. She screams she'd rather die than miss her 3 p.m. tea time. As the official weeps over their lost peace, crying about actual work, Shadow suddenly recalls a secret from his past life. Turns out, Nanu players can relax during the apocalypse because they hold the most overpowered hidden classes. If they weren't so lazy, they'd easily be the strongest region. Shadow calms them, promising to stay until he hunts down Zental. While he's here, he'll help boost their combat power so they can protect themselves. Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke silently celebrate. The official smugly gloats that even Shadow can't handle crying women, meaning their fake tears worked perfectly. The girls cheer and thank Shadow. Pay attention here, because they shamelessly demand a 9 to 6 schedule with tea breaks and holidays off just to raid bosses. Absolutely speechless at their extreme laziness. Shadow just tells them to group up so he can carry them. He also orders their guild members to hunt for boss monsters ranked Emerald tier or higher. The girls celebrate, thrilled a pro player is doing all the heavy lifting. Shadow summons his skeletal dragon, Osiris, who scoops up the ladies as they blast off into the sky. A wisp of smoke reports a nearby Emerald tier boss, the highly toxic Black Fish King. It hides beneath toxic black slime, making it immune to ranged attacks. Shadow demands they lead the way and track Zental's movements. They arrive at a quiet riverbank bordering a ruined city deep inside the forest. At the river, Shadow is baffled to see Sister Hai casually fishing, demanding to know why she isn't preparing for combat. Sister Hai quickly shushes him, explaining that the massive boss must be lured out with bait. She warns him that if its health drops below 30%, it dives back underwater to heal, making it nearly impossible to kill. A wisp of smoke suggests clearing out low-level mobs first to build combo energy. Shadow is genuinely shocked she knows his secret gameplay mechanics. Blushing furiously, the official admits she's actually his biggest fan. She reveals her phone, showing off a stealthy photo of Shadow as her lock screen, while bragging she has watched his fights hundreds of times. I know what you're thinking, total stalker vibes, right? But before he can react, giant frog monsters ambush them. A wisp of smoke asks if he wants to use them for combo energy, and he agrees. Shadow strikes, unleashing shadow blades that shred the frogs. The attack instantly obliterates the monsters. A wisp of smoke points out his insane damage is too high to build combos. Shadow sighs, realizing his massive, slow attacks kill enemies long before he can fully charge his resource bar. Seeing him struggle, a wisp of smoke offers a hand. Summoning a glowing golden figure, she asks if he wants to try her special buff to solve his energy issue. Shadow looks completely baffled, asking what kind of bizarre technique she's talking about. Glowing purple, the official proudly reveals her secret hidden class, a succubus witch, specializing in deadly curses. Her ultimate skill drops a target's stats by 80% instantly, but she adds a highly suspicious condition. They must be totally alone in private for the lengthy casting time. Blushing and leaning in close, she boldly tells Shadow she only wants to use this intimate spell on him, asking if he'll agree. Uninterested, Shadow flatly rejects her advances and walks away, leaving her totally crushed. Shadow calmly declares he has his own unique way of gathering combo energy. He orders his dragon, Osiris, to herd all the remaining monsters together. Osiris takes flight, creating a dark vortex that sweeps them into the sky. The dark storm traps the beasts inside a dense sphere of purple energy, leaving a wisp of smoke staring in absolute awe. With his targets tightly grouped, Shadow leaps high into the sky, unleashing his devastating Dark Knight ring blade. A massive circular wave of crimson energy cleanly slices through the trapped enemies. The official is stunned by the damage numbers, screaming that there are way too many zeros to count. She cheers wildly as Shadow lands. With his combo gauge fully maxed, Shadow announces that he is finally ready. He asks Sister Hai if the boss took the bait. Suddenly, her fishing rod bends wildly. Struggling against the massive weight, she screams that the fish is hooked. With a powerful heave, Sister Hai yanks a giant dark-scaled fish out of the river, shouting her guild's signature catchphrase. The level 20 Emerald Grade Blackfish King looms above, and trust me, you don't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in, as Sister Hai backs off, leaving the fight to Shadow. Unleashing his ultimate skill, Crimson Blade, Shadow delivers a massive red slash dealing 40,000 damage to the giant fish. But something feels completely off here. Checking the combat data, he realizes his ultimate barely tickled the beast because its thick slime armor grants a massive 90% damage reduction. If he cannot one-shot this boss, there is no way to stop it from escaping back into the river once its health drops to 30%. Standing atop the toxic Blackfish King, he confirms that sticky slime layer is absorbing 90% of all incoming damage. Failing to take it down in a single blow before 30% health means this monster escapes for good. The massive beast roars and pulls back to spit a foul, dark liquid, launching its rotten mud attack and sending toxic sludge flooding toward the bank. Sister Hai and the official bolt in absolute panic, knowing that lethal poison means instant death. Completely ignoring the danger, Shadow summons glowing golden orbs all around him, each holding a clone ready to strike. In a brilliant flash of blue, Shadow and his clones execute an instant shadow slash, tearing into the beast's throat for massive damage. Landing back on the muddy bank, he shifts plans. He wanted a one-shot kill, but decides this is the perfect time to test something new. His eyes flash with purple light as crackling dark energy wraps around him. Now watch closely because this is where he tests his ultimate finishing move, activating Endless Nightmare and engulfing the fish in purple flames. This skill forces a nightmare gauge to build up every single second, with his direct attacks filling the meter even faster. Glowing with a dark purple aura, Shadow channels the spell to gain a massive 80% damage boost. When that nightmare gauge hits 100, the target enters a nightmare state, sending the monster straight into a deep sleep. But the real kicker is the awakening blow. The very next strike that wakes them up will deal triple damage. With the sleeping boss trapped, Shadow delivers another lightning-fast shadow slash right to its exposed throat. That critical hit triggers a massive icy blue explosion as Shadow leaps back. With the system confirming the Emerald Grade boss is dead, Shadow rakes in tons of experience, evolution points, extra lifespan, and crucial nightmare resistance. Sister Hai and the official cheer, stunned he took it down before it could escape. Shadow checks his loot, finding evolution points and rare gear. But one specific drop catches his eye, a glowing blue treasure map. The map features a star-marked chest, revealing the exact location of a legendary secret treasure hidden deep in the forest near Jonai City. Jonai City is way too far for Shadow to travel right now. Instead of letting it waste, he sends the map to a trusted ally. Knowing her insane natural luck is perfect for this, he hands the rest of the boss loot over to his companions. Sister Hai celebrates but warns their time is running out. Shadow ignores the warning, insisting they still have 30 minutes to hunt down 2 more bosses. Let's check out the forest near Janghai City, where a horned demon monster sleeps on a branch. Down below, a small group of riders travels through the woods, their quiet journey suddenly interrupted by loud, annoying crunching. Wang Mong checks the Shadow scent map, confirming they are close. Captain Anyu warns them to be careful, as dangerous beasts could be anywhere. The obnoxious crunching noises keep going, making both Wang Mang and Anyu incredibly annoyed. They turn to find the culprit. Little Black and her alpaca mount are happily munching on crackers, prompting an annoyed Wang Mang to scold her. He warns that her loud eating will attract monsters, complaining that she is treating this highly dangerous mission like a casual picnic. High above, that constant crunching wakes up the sleeping demon monster. Clueless about the danger, Little Black explains to Wang Mang that her good luck has been failing lately, so she is trying to boost it. Showing off the crackers, she claims they are not normal snacks, having bought them from a mysterious merchant in a cleared dungeon. Apparently, the merchant promised these snacks are rare treasures from another world that bring incredible good luck. She happily offers some to her friends, making Captain Anyu chuckle at how adorable her beliefs are. Already chewing on one himself, Wang Mang tells Anyu not to laugh, admitting the treats are actually delicious. Annoyed that her friends doubt her, a pouting Little Black stuffs another cracker in her mouth and crunches loudly. That last crunch seals their fate. The massive creature overhead suddenly leaps off its branch. With a furious roar, the giant demon monster drops straight down toward the party. The raging beast slams its heavy fists into the ground. Luckily, the group scatters and dodges the impact just in time, As the dust settles, the system reveals a level 18 emerald-grade boss, the ferocious ape. Staring at the monster, Wang Mang completely panics. Convinced they are doomed as the ferocious ape roars. Trust me, things look bad as those glowing red eyes lock onto Little Black, with the giant ape reaching out to grab her. Get ready, because we're starting as this giant beast snatches Little Black and her alpaca, throwing them deep into the woods. Wang Ming and Captain Anyu watch in absolute horror as their teammate is launched high into the night sky. But surprisingly, instead of wiping out the rest of the team, the ferocious ape just swings away into the trees. A stunned Wang Mang wonders why the boss spared them. Turns out, the monster only woke up from the noise, tossed her, and lost interest. While Little Black and her alpaca sail through the air, her friends finally snap out of it and race to find her. The two fall straight into a dark pit hidden in the forest, crashing through thick, tangled vines on the way down. Her alpaca gets tangled up high in the canopy, but Little Black keeps plummeting until she hits the hard dirt floor. Sitting up, Little Black breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness those vines broke her fall. Still, she grumbles about her terrible luck, doubting those magical snacks even work. Suddenly, a strange glowing light catches her eye. She spins around and spots a glowing purple treasure chest bearing a star emblem. It matches their map perfectly. She screams in pure excitement, absolutely convinced she has just hit the jackpot. Cheering, she runs to open it, ignoring her alpaca dangling above. But as she reaches the chest, the alpaca thrashing around snaps its cracker necklace. A shower of crackers rains down, bouncing off Little Black and scattering all over the mysterious chest. Now watch this. The second the snacks touch that wood, its star emblem flashes, eyes pop open, and it growls. The chest snaps wide open, showing razor-sharp teeth and a massive tongue. A system alert warns it is a level 20 emerald boss, the greedy devourer. Screaming in absolute terror, Little Black scrambles backward. That legendary treasure is actually a deadly mimic. Frozen in fear, she realizes that if those dropped snacks had not triggered the mimic early, she would have been eaten alive. Watching the beast happily munching on the crackers, she sighs in relief. Turns out, that mysterious merchant did not lie. Those snacks really did bring her luck and save her life. But reality hits hard. She stands no chance against this boss alone. With zero time to waste, she quickly summons Shadow for immediate backup. Down by the river, the battle wraps up with Shadow delivering a devastating blue slash to finish off his target. Watching from above, Sister Hai and the official, a wisp of smoke, cheer for Shadow's sheer power as he stands victoriously near the glowing loot. Shadow tells his teammates to grab the loot quickly so they can hunt down the next boss, leaving the girls marveling at the shiny treasure. Right then, the timer ticks to 8 Siab. Totally exhausted, the female official and Sister Hai complain that it is time to clock out and refuse to work overtime. Sticking to their casual play style, the two girls cheerfully wave goodbye until 9 a.m., leaving Shadow all alone. But his peace is quickly shattered by an urgent ping from Little Black. I know what you're thinking. She is doomed, right? She found a legendary chest, but it's a deadly mimic, and she's begging for help. Shadow immediately grabs her coordinates and flies to the rescue riding atop his legendary skeletal dragon, Osiris. Deep in the spooky woods, a terrified Little Black munches on a cracker, keeping a close eye on the glowing mimic boss. Shadow arrives in style, dropping down with a heavy, devastating strike that slices the monster with his crimson blade. The system confirms the kill, rewarding him with massive experience points and tradable lifespan, instantly leveling him up to 25. As loot orbs float around them, Little Black praises Shadow for showing up and one-shotting the boss. Shadow brushes off her praise, demanding to know how she avoided getting caught by the mimic's trap. She explains that she fell into the pit and almost touched the chest, but a cracker she dropped hit it first, waking the beast up. When Shadow questions her about the cracker, she reveals she bought it from a mysterious merchant who promised it turns bad luck into fortune. Staring at the snack, Shadow is incredibly skeptical. Even with his vast knowledge from a past life, he has never once heard of a luck-altering item like this. Little Black watches him with wide eyes, secretly hoping he will take off his mask to eat it so she can see his face. Predicting her trick, Shadow activates his stealth skill, vanishing into dark blue flames and leaving her utterly confused. He materializes a second later, mask firmly back on, giving her a thumbs up and saying the snack actually tasted pretty good. Little Black pouts, teasing him for being shy. Turning to the real chest, Shadow explains how dangerous mimics are. If a player gets eaten, they are trapped inside its stomach, unable to log out and risking starvation in the real world. With the mimic dead, the real chest is revealed. Shadow opens it, getting rare gear and evolution points. Among the rewards, he finds two incredible items, the map and key to the City of Unjust Death. Shadow's eyes widen. Stunned by this incredibly rare drop, he wonders if her lucky snack actually worked. Stick with me to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump right into this. Shadow remembers the City of Unjust Death, a forbidden zone only one living soul has ever braved. While the details were a total mystery, it held world-shattering treasures. That lone survivor came back with godlike power, causing a massive bloodbath and claiming the top rank in just 1 month. But since that player was level 50, and he was only level 25, Shadow knew he had to postpone his trip. Taking the map and key for himself, he let Little Black distribute the remaining loot. Summoning Osiris, they soared out of the forest. Since a legendary dungeon awaited, he prioritized finishing his level 25 class trial to max out his stats first. Later, Shadow made his way to a massive cathedral deep within the Evil Spirit Academy's second underground level. Approaching the glowing spirit Asa, he offered a golden bell to trigger his level 25 trial. Asathus solemnly asked if he was ready, bringing up the Judge Challenge interface. Without a single second of hesitation, Shadow confirmed his readiness. A blinding golden magic circle flared to life around them. The teleportation spell triggered, casting them into a surreal, starry dimension. He materialized on a high platform overlooking a colossal labyrinth floating in the empty void. The system welcomed Shadow to his exclusive trial grounds, while he quietly scanned the massive structure below. Now watch this part closely. Blue light pillars strike the maze as the system loads in other players, including his own friends. Through the rising smoke, familiar names popped up in his logs, showing players like Wang Meng and the famously cursed Unlucky Egwang entering the trial. Deep inside the maze, Unlucky Egwang and the others materialized, looking around in complete confusion. Even Shadow's little sister, Xiao Yu, got pulled into the maze, dropping right into the blue light of the transfer spell. Confused and sweating, she panicked, wondering how she got here when she was just at her faction base. She spotted her friend and shouted out to her, but she froze when the woman just stared blankly, like a lifeless phantom. Suddenly, the system boomed from above, declaring the rules of this fair judgment trial. Out of 100 targets inside the maze, only one is guilty. Shadow must hunt down and execute that single sinner. Killing an innocent meant instant failure, so Shadow asked how he was supposed to spot the culprit. Asa cryptically told him to use his eyes to see the truth. Shadow's gaze glowed with golden light, confident no sinner could ever hide from his vision. With that, Asathus formally launched the trial. The stone platform suddenly vanished, sending Shadow plummeting through the starry void right into the labyrinth. As he falls, his stats restore and a 30-minute countdown begins. With failure on the line, if he fails or kills the wrong target, you and I both know Shadow's just getting started as he smirks. The system announces the start of the fair judgment trial, warning everyone that the judge has entered the arena and the hunt has begun. Captain Enyu, Wang Mang, and Jiang Yaoying look up in shock as the announcement echoes, explaining the brutal rules of this deadly trial. Surviving 30 minutes yields a massive reward, but slaying the judge grants a god-level prize. Elsewhere, Xiao Yu cowers against a wall, absolutely terrified. Terrified, she wonders why she was dragged into this crazy maze and forced to play the role of prey in a deadly game. Creeping past a massive blue wall, she wonders aloud who this terrifying, mysterious judge could actually be. Peeking around a corner, Xiao Yu thinks of the god-tier prize, praying it might finally heal her paralyzed legs. Finding her resolve, she vows to survive. But her courage instantly evaporates when she spots Shadow slowly walking down the hall, radiating a terrifying dark aura. Shadow's glowing eyes scan the corridor, completely locked onto his target. Realizing the terrifying judge is actually Shadow, Xiao Yu gasps in absolute shock. Terrified that he will kill her if he spots her, she runs to find a hiding spot. Meanwhile, Shadow approaches a female target with the glowing blue word woman floating over her head. He wonders what these labels are for. Suddenly, another girl sprints past, and he notices in confusion that some players do not have any words above them at all. Exploiting his brief distraction, a blonde assassin leaps from stealth right behind him with a dagger. She swings a glowing green blade, screaming for Shadow to die. But Shadow activates an evasion skill, blurring his physical form and letting the strike pass harmlessly through. The assassin is left stunned as her weapon slices through thin air. Shocked that her perfect ambush completely failed, Shadow narrows his cold eyes, turning to look back at his confused attacker. The assassin lands on her feet, cursing his ridiculous evasion skill. Above her head, Shadow spots floating blue text reading woman and 19 years old. He reads her traits, eyeing the identical clones. You and I both know she just made a fatal mistake. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Shadow spots a familiar face, one of Song Fei's fanatical cult followers who should already be dead. Out of nowhere, a massive, angry crowd of familiar faces storms down the hallway, screaming for Shadow's blood. And leading this crazy mob, Song Fei himself, swearing to end him. The mob unleashes a massive, fiery magic explosion, completely consuming the corridor. But as the smoke clears, Shadow steps out untouched and instantly cracks the puzzle. None of these guys are real. It is all just a massive illusion conjured by the trial. He spots glowing text in the air listing clues like woman, 19 years old, and cleric class. All these scattered hints point to the actual identity of the sinner he is supposed to execute. Putting it together, Shadow realizes something deeply chilling. Only one person fits every single detail, his own little sister, Xiao Yu. Deep inside the maze, the real Xiao Yu is currently crawling on the ground, barely holding on to life. Annoyed by this giant labyrinth and tired of chasing fake phantoms one by one, Shadow decides to just burn it down. Intense purple flames explode from his body. Watch closely here as he unleashes his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare, flooding every pathway with pure, destructive purple fire. Every single illusion, even the fake Song Fei, is instantly caught in the blazing magic, their bodies melting as the nightmare disintegrates them. Eager to end this, Shadow summons a dozen shadow clones. He orders his dark doubles to fan out and hunt down the target. The clones tear through the dark maze like lightning, easily slicing down every phantom in their way. This brutal tactic actually works. Shadow finally corners his target, finding Xiao Yu collapsed on the floor, surrounded by his own purple flames. Hovering right above her head is a glowing blue title, Sinner. Staring down at his sister, Shadow hardens his heart to finish the job. Without hesitation, he throws a poison dart. Instantly, the system confirms the sinner is dead, congratulating Shadow for clearing the trial. As a brilliant pillar of light shines down on him, the system alerts him that a tracking mark, the Shadow 3 Lives mark, has been placed on Xiao Yu upon her death. He glances down, completely caught off guard by what she left behind. The system displays Xiao Yu's respawn coordinates, confirming she is reviving in the real world back in Zhanghai City. Seeing dropped lifespan orbs glowing on the ground, Shadow realizes the truth. Xiao Yu was physically dragged inside this trial. Unlike the illusions, why was she the only real one here? As the maze dissolves, the glowing spirit of Asadis appears. I know what you're thinking, is this where he gets his payout? Exactly. Asadis crowns him the inheritor and offers a primordial chest. A colossal white treasure chest materializes over the ruined maze. The chest pops open, releasing a blinding light filled with sparkling stardust. Shadow watches in complete awe as his divine reward descends from above. The system reveals his prize, the Blade of Judgment, a legendary primordial tier weapon. This white and gold sword boasts absolute god-tier base stats. Grabbing the glowing hilt, Shadow inspects its unique skills. The weapon runs on divine nature points and contains a pocket realm called the Land of Judgment, where he can drag killed targets. Successfully passing judgment on a sinner permanently boosts the weapon's overall stats. Shadow is blown away by this infinite scaling. In his past life, he cracked the global top 100 with just a mythic weapon. He realizes his old legendary gear was absolute trash compared to this primordial blade. By hunting down real-world sinners, he can upgrade this blade endlessly, practically turning reality into his personal trial ground. Asadis confirms this, explaining that the game's strict rules forced her to use this trial as a loophole tutorial to award him the blade. With his new power unlocked, Shadow demands to know why the trial dragged his actual sister in instead of an illusion. Asadis' third eye glows as she coldly reveals Xiao Yu is a blasphemer. Asadis projects a dark, twisted vision of an older, fully corrupted Xiao Yu from his past life. She explains that in his previous timeline, his little sister actually touched the Eye of Judgment to steal its godlike power. For this unforgivable crime, Asadis declared her a sinner destined for execution, once again displaying a projection of her corrupted future self. She emphasizes that by attempting to steal the absolute authority of judgment, her soul was permanently stained as a sinner. Shadow demands to know why Asadis spared her life just now. She explains that the authority of judgment transcends all space and time. If Shadow executes Xiao Yu now, every version of her across the entire multiverse faces the exact same brutal fate. But this current timeline's Xiao Yu hasn't committed any crime yet and remembers absolutely nothing. And that is where we leave things. The entire trial was just a custom setup to teach him his terrifying new power. You can bet the real world is not ready. Alright, you and I are about to see how Asathis used the game's strict rules to legally gift Shadow his primordial weapon. Asathis then revealed that the trial had actually awakened a dark mark of sin deep inside Xiao Yu. Slowly, she would start remembering her past and her ultimate sin of blasphemy. Once she fully turns, judging her will boost the Blade of Judgment's divine limit by over 1,000 points. Clutching the glowing sword, Shadow asked what would happen after unlocking that ultimate blessed judgment ability. Asathis explained that Shadow's rebirth and evolution talents were blessed judgments. The blade was just the key. To wield his true authority, Shadow needed to master the ancient divine language. It was the universe's foundational code, allowing him to grant himself epic blessings and literally rewrite his existence. Asathus had wiped Xiao Yu's memories, so she would naturally discover her past and transform into a true blasphemer. With a final farewell, Asathus sent Shadow off on his long path of mastery, teleporting him back to his hideout's grand hall. Suddenly, the system announced he received the Book of Divine Granting, a complete guide to that ancient language. Its description stated it contained 247,000 books on the language. Reading them all was the only way to master it. Crushed by this insane homework, Shadow slumped down in absolute despair. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu respawned right at the city ruins. She fell face first, with her tracking title still hovering in the air. Confused, she sat up, wondering how she died on guard duty. Watch closely, a rainbow light suddenly struck her forehead. Her mind flooded with intense memories of King Fang fighting desperately to protect her in a past timeline. Screaming in agony, the visions completely overwhelmed her. Crying in pain, she realized these weren't dreams, they were her actual memories. Collapsing, she realized her strange dreams were actually real fragments of her past. She remembered how King Fang always protected her, shared gear, and helped her grow. Through tears, she wondered why he was so ruthless now. Since her memories stopped at level 20, she connected the dots and realized King Fang and Shadow were the exact same person. Something terrible must have happened in their previous life to make him abandon her like this. You and I both know she's right. King Fang kept his memories too. That's how he used future knowledge to become the legendary Shadow so fast. Standing up with fiery determination, she vowed to use her memories to get strong too. She would surpass everyone and hunt down King Fang to settle their score. Moving fast, Xiaoyu contacted the Knights Templar guild leader about a rare bloodline monster perfect for healers. Hyped by the news, the leader demanded the coordinates and promised a massive 10-year lifespan reward. Meeting her at the beach later, the leader arrived with his squad, joking that she better not trick him. She coolly explained that this hidden beast required a highly specific trigger to even appear. Smiling confidently, Xiaoyu detailed that this platinum-grade boss had complex fight mechanics and a strict 2-hour limit. Since she knew the strategy, she demanded the bloodline skill as her reward. The guild leader just laughed, highly amused by her detailed plan. He agreed, promising her the skill and cleric gear since healer loot was worthless to his guys anyway. Xiaoyu thanked him and shared the plan, secretly celebrating. Thanks to her memories, she knew this boss dropped a broken healing skill and an OP staff. She laid out the rules. The boss would use a bone prison to trap their main tank, meaning a backup tank had to swap instantly. She warned the damage dealers to focus only on the boss. The leader asked why they couldn't just break their teammate out, but Xiaoyu warned that the prison explodes if attacked. They just had to swap tanks. Realizing he needed a team of almost all tanks, the leader broke a sweat, worrying they'd lack the damage. Xiaoyu assured him the boss was squishy and would drop fast. Though the strategy sounded bizarre, he trusted her confidence and agreed. After calling in more tanks, he asked how to summon it, and Xiaoyu pointed to 3 hidden symbols nearby. She explained that 3 players had to touch them simultaneously to trigger the spawn. Right on cue, the men found the glowing marks and pressed them together, releasing an explosion of dark purple energy as the beast emerged. The system identified the threat as the level 20 platinum boss, Bone Witch Dr. Lond. A 2-hour countdown popped up. Spotting the massive monster, the guild leader screamed for his men to charge. And that's where we leave it, Xiaoyu smiling wickedly as she uses her past memories to effortlessly farm loot. Let's dive into the story of a girl who thinks she is a chosen one alongside Shadow, grinding hard to wipe away her past humiliation. Her ultimate goal? Becoming the second strongest player in the game, right behind Shadow. As the battle starts, the boss instantly casts Bone Prison. Glowing bone spikes erupt, trapping a frontline defender just as Xiaoyu predicted. But the Knights Templar Guild's raid against the Bone Witch Doctor is falling apart fast. A 6th Bone Prison appears, and with under 30 minutes left, the boss is still at half health. Furious, the guild leader demands that Xiaoyu explain her supposedly flawless strategy. Panicked, Xiaoyu insists her method is perfect since it worked in her past life, desperately blaming the guild's weak damage output instead. But pay attention here, because a shocked guild member suddenly cuts her off with a warning about a terrifying new development. The 6 bone prisons suddenly link together, creating a massive purple barrier that traps the entire raid group inside. Massive purple bone spikes violently erupt inward from the barrier, impaling the trapped players. This brutal attack impales the guild leader and his entire squad, wiping them out instantly as the prison shatters into dust. Moments later, the defeated team respawns at a nearby recovery point. Furious, the leader grabs a terrified Xiaoyu by the collar, demanding to know why she never mentioned the boss had a team-wiping move. Sobbing, Xiaoyu insists she has never seen that move, still stubbornly blaming their low damage. Losing his mind, the leader slaps her to the ground, furiously yelling that she ordered them to bring 7 tanks, making the lack of damage completely her fault. A subordinate nervously reports that the boss is back to full health and will despawn in 20 minutes. Left with no choice, the guild leader decides they must swallow their pride and beg the legendary player, Shadow, for help. Shadow receives a desperate plea to help slay a disappearing, platinum-grade bloodline boss. He replies in disbelief, wondering how a massive guild could struggle so hard with a simple platinum-tier boss. Flying high through the sky on his mount, Osiris, Shadow heads straight toward the coordinates. The guild watches anxiously as the boss pulses with dark magic. With only 10 minutes remaining, the leader tries to reassure his nervous men that Shadow is already on his way. Suddenly, a blinding explosion of blue energy completely obliterates the boss in one hit. As the dust clears, Shadow stands victoriously surrounded by glowing loot, securing the kill. You and I would probably sweat too, seeing how the guild leader is completely shocked by that speed. He realizes that a god-tier player like Shadow truly brings overwhelming shock to anyone who doubts him. Plastering on a fake, polite smile, the guild leader quickly steps forward to greet him. Shadow immediately notes that this boss is a hidden monster with extremely rare spawn conditions. He demands to know how they found it, forcing the leader to praise Shadow's sharp instincts. The guild leader explains that a rookie named Xiao Yu found it. He turns to point toward the spot where she was waiting, but gets confused seeing the area empty. Hearing her name, Shadow remembers a past life where he actually helped a happy Xiao Yu defeat this exact boss. Realizing he gave her that weapon and skill back then, he figures her past memories are returning. Meanwhile, a battered Xiao Yu stomps away, tightly holding the boss bone staff. Furious at the incompetent leader and her ignored texts, she angrily swears to kick him out for the raid fail, her eyes dark with rage. She remembers how the Knights Templar were notorious scammers in her past life, proudly comparing them to her old elite guild. Cursing the Templars, she vows that she will never let them fool her again. Suddenly, a system alert pops up showing she was kicked from the guild, sending her tripping over her staff flat onto her face. Face in the dirt, she curses Shadow, vowing revenge for making her life a total joke. Nearby, a group of cloaked players quietly watches her embarrassing crash, as her frustrated crying easily draws their attention. One cloaked guy points at the glowing tracking mark, hovering right over her head. Misreading the title, he starts laughing, mockingly calling her the grandson of Shadow. Another teammate laughs, joking that most players would gladly take that title just for Shadow's protection. His friend agrees, feeling jealous, and you and I have to wonder how she even got that title. High above the clouds, Shadow plots how to level up his blade of judgment. He needs to judge sinners. Stick with me. He expects a massive power boost once Shioya finally awakens as a blasphemer, but he needs immediate power now. Holding his artifact, Shadow notes how the game merging with reality has made crime skyrocket, completely overwhelming the police. Deciding to feed real-world criminals to his weapon, he contacts official channels to hunt for leads. Shortly after, Captain Yu sends a shocking message about a brutal string of serial murders targeting abducted women. The cops are at a complete dead end because the killer's class ability disintegrates the corpses, leaving zero physical evidence. Desperate for a breakthrough, she begs Shadow to intervene, and he gladly agrees to help. Overjoyed by his response, Captain Yu immediately transmits the classified case files. Reviewing the holographic files, Shadow instantly recognizes the gruesome details. In his past life, these bodiless murders absolutely terrorized Jonai City, eventually becoming one of the apocalyptic game's 10 greatest unsolved mysteries. But in this timeline, the culprit has apparently started his horrific killing spree much earlier. Since the killer erases all physical evidence, Shadow decides to use his ghost spirit girl's unique tracking skills to find him. Now pay attention under the dark night sky of Jonai City. Shadow stands on a rooftop near the latest disappearance spot. He asks the ghost spirit if she can still sense the killer's lingering bloodlust, and she confidently nods yes. Glowing with a bright purple light, the ghost spirit activates her tracking ability. Reaching out her hand, she projects a vibrant energy beam that seeks out the unseen traces of the killer's malice. The beam quickly locks on, pointing straight toward a specific sector of the city. Ordering her to lead, they leap swiftly across the city rooftops, tracking the energy straight to the grimy basement of the San France Club. From the pitch-black darkness below, the stomach-churning sounds of something being violently devoured echo through the air. Inside the dim room, a monstrous figure is busy eating his victim with dark, writhing tendrils. Slumped nearby is another kidnapped victim, a young woman, tightly bound and gagged. She watches in absolute, paralyzing terror, witnessing the horrific fate that awaits her. This young, bound and gagged victim is Yong Shioya. She watches in pure horror as the shadowy killer, Hu Qibin, devours the remains of his latest victim. Surrounded by bones and blood, she whimpers in terror. We both know she is next. The killer, his face a sickening mess of scarred flesh and blood, turns to face her. With a creepy, familiar voice, he asks if she is shaking because she missed him, slowly walking right up to her. He mocks her, asking for her final words before forcefully ripping the gag from her mouth. Finally able to speak, Shoya screams his name, calling him a monster. Tears streaming down her face, she accuses him of eating their friend, Wei Wei. Glowing with a dark red aura, Hu Qibin explains his hidden class, the gluttonous ghoul. It curses him with a never-ending hunger that normal food can never satisfy. The only way to stop the starvation and gain massive power is to eat other players and steal their stats. With a sick smile, he grabs her ankle. Lifting her upside down, he proudly boasts that her body will make the perfect meal. It will fill his empty stomach while stealing all of her abilities. As his face gets close to her foot, Shioya begs for her life. She begs him to spare her, desperately reminding him of the feelings he once claimed to have for her. Suddenly, Hu Chibin freezes, still holding her up. He bitterly complains that despite loving her so much, she never cared about him at all. He explodes with rage, shouting that she never gave him a chance because she was always looking at that damn Qin Feng. Dropping her roughly to the floor, Shioya fires back, calling him a gross, greasy creep. Trying to defend himself, Hu Chibin argues that a few drinks and dirty jokes, and touching female coworkers at the office, do not make him a bad guy. Furious that she still rejects him, he threatens painful torment. Standing her ground, Shioya fires back that she would rather die. Her brave defiance pushes him over the edge, blind with rage that she prefers death over him. Screaming in her face, he spits out cruel threats. Just as he reaches to undo his pants, a door creaks open in the dark. Caught off guard, he demands to know who is there. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shioya screams for help. Furious, Hu Chibin kicks her to silence her. We will find out what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to watch Ghost Spirit point straight at Huchiban, naming him as the killer while nodding toward a half-eaten corpse. Ghost Spirit wants to drag the murderer to the police, but Shadow shuts that down. No cops needed, they are ending him right here. Hearing their hushed whispers, a panicked Huchiban demands that the intruders show themselves immediately. Moving in a flash, Ghost Spirit gives him exactly what he wanted, materializing right in front of him to slash his chest with glowing pink energy. Furious after that sudden sneak attack, Huchiban strikes back. Channeling dark red energy into a brutal, crushing fist, he drives it straight into Ghost Spirit, leaving her crying out in pain from the impact. While Huchiban is totally distracted by the fight, Shadow silently materializes behind him. Spotting the killer's insane stats, Shadow realizes this monster has already devoured a massive number of people to reach this level. Huchiban whirls around, his eyes stretching wide in sheer panic at the sight of the legendary. Stuttering in disbelief, he demands to know how Shadow uncovered his real identity, but he gets absolute silence. Now pay attention here. With one clean, silent arc of his Blade of Judgment, Shadow takes the monster's head. The system alerts him that any soul slain by the Blade of Judgment can be dragged into a pocket dimension for trial, and Shadow instantly claims Huchiban's soul. Luminous binds erupt from the weapon, tightly wrapping around the ghost as the system confirms a successful capture. As the soul is dragged into the sword, Shadow reflects on the utter insanity of this fateful encounter. He never imagined this disgusting serial killer would be his old boss, Huchiban, the absolute worst manager he ever had in the real world. A toxic bully who constantly screamed and blamed everyone else for his own failures. He remembers Huchiban making empty threats over the phone the moment the game world turned real, always assuming a pathetic loser like him would have ended up dead a long time ago. The guy must have hit the jackpot landing the rare gluttonous ghoul class, and if Shadow had not shown up tonight, he would have kept slaughtering innocents, completely escaping justice just like he did in the original timeline. Back in reality, Ghost Spirit quickly apologizes for letting herself get hit during the skirmish. Shadow reassures her, explaining that the ghoul class scales incredibly fast, making that heavy punch of his a given. After quietly disposing of the corpse, he directs her to go ahead and untie Xiaoya. Let's pause here. As Xiaoya falls onto the cold floor, trembling and dazed, she finally realizes her nightmare is over. Ghost Spirit gently pulls her up, promising her she is safe, as Xiaoya breaks down, sobbing out her gratitude. Meanwhile, Shadow dials the police, dropping the location and explaining that the killer is down, leaving one victim and a single survivor. The officer on the line, Anya, is completely stunned, praising him for cracking this horrific case so fast. Xiaoya turns back to Shadow, desperately thanking him over and over for saving her. Brushing aside her gratitude, he orders Ghost Spirit to wait with Xiaoya for the cops, mentioning he has another place to be. Without another word, Shadow vanishes into the dark night in a brilliant flash of blue light. Watching him leave, Xiaoya notices that his casual parting wave looks exactly like King Fang's. With a subtle, knowing smile, she whispers one final thank you, calling him by his real name. Turning to Ghost Spirit, Xiaoya softly remarks that her master seems like a deeply kind soul hiding behind a terrifying mask. Startled, Ghost Spirit stares back, amazed a regular human could see the warmth in him, just as Huchiban's soul spawns inside the blade's pocket dimension. Dazed at first, he quickly realizes his consciousness is fully intact. He is not actually dead. A wicked smirk spreads across his ghostly face, vowing to feast on enough souls here to grow strong enough to slaughter Shadow. Out of nowhere, an echoing, booming voice thunders from above. Looking up, Huchiban sees Shadow looming over a massive platform, coldly declaring that his trial is starting. An immense stone obelisk surges from the void, shooting out radiant chains that wrap around Huchiban, binding him tightly in place. Instantly, the system begins violently tearing Huchiban's memories right from his brain. Vivid scenes of his horrific past flash onto the stone surface, laying bare undeniable proof of his countless sins. Trust me on this. As Shadow watches these twisted memories unfold, his eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock. Buried deep within that horrific violence, he spots something totally shocking hidden in the killer's history. Watching closely as the memory shifts, he witnesses a brutal, stomach-churning scene of a short-haired blonde woman being savagely killed. The moment she dies, a mysterious cloaked figure approaches Huchiban, proposing a sinister transaction. The stranger tells him to preserve his victims' corpses and call him first, promising to pay 10 years of lifespan per body just for a chance to touch them. With that settled, Huiban could finally discard the bodies. Let's dive in. A greedy smile spreads on Huiban's bloody face as he accepts the stranger's massive bonus. Warning him to stay alive, the stranger promises an extra 100 years of life if Huiban reaches kill level 10. With the deal sealed, the cloaked figure unleashes a spatial skill, teleporting away in a flash of cyan light. Wishing the overconfident killer luck from the starry void, Shadow ponders deeply over the mysterious stranger's true identity. He zeroes in on one crucial detail when the man touched the corpse. A star-shaped mark glowed on his arm. Watch closely here. Shadow connects this hidden class to corpses, and his eyes suddenly widen in pure realization. He instantly recognizes that cyan teleportation magic as the Soul Walker skill, which once belonged to a player named Zuma, but Shadow clearly remembers that Zuma is already dead. Since Soul Walker is a strictly unique class, Shadow uncovers a horrifying truth. This mysterious figure can steal unique skills just by touching dead bodies. Shadow then recalls the stranger demanding that Huiban reach kill level 10. He instantly connects this to the chaos in Nanu, realizing the War God Guild's slaughter had the exact same goal. Everything is connected: the deceased Zuma, War God Guild leader Zentil, and the remnants of the Black Dragon Guild. A single mastermind is pulling the strings, and a chilling thought hits him. The puppeteer orchestrating this entire scheme, stealing skills and controlling guilds from the dark, is Theodore. Shadow realizes his critical mistake: he had never cast his permanent death curse on Theodore. Since the corpse surfaced in Country M, the mastermind must have touched the body. He stole the diver class and slipped into Great Xia, uniting enemy factions to target the country and trap Shadow. But let's be real, with his absolute godlike power, these clowns stand zero chance in a straight fight. He only wonders what their actual trap looks like. Recalling their obsession with raising kill levels, he suspects they want to summon a terrifying monster, the Slaughter Executioner. In his past life, Shadow knew this beast was a built-in game rule to punish mass murderers. Once summoned, the Executioner deletes its target and wipes out anyone nearby with a kill count over 100. Looking at his own stats, Shadow's kill value is 0, so as long as he stays under 100, the beast can't touch him. His enemies likely know this, meaning they will probably throw human shields at him to force his kill count up. Fully aware of their schemes, Shadow decides to monitor them closely while shifting his focus to the trial, as the system announces the extraction is finished. Armed with overwhelming proof of his horrific crimes, Huiban is officially declared guilty. This guilty verdict instantly spikes the Blade of Judgment's stats. Gripping his glowing sword, Shadow receives a prompt asking him to execute the helpless sinner. An absolute mess, Huiban begs for his life. He desperately cries that they have no personal grudge, offering all his gear and lifespan for mercy. Unmoved, Shadow coldly orders the immediate execution. The surrounding space instantly warps. The starry void vanishes, leaving Huiban tied to a metal chair inside his dirty basement hideout as a heavy knock rattles the door. It creaks open, revealing 3 girls who greet him cheerfully, as if nothing's wrong. Sweating and shaking, absolute terror washes over Huiban's face. Recognizing his victims, he stammers out their names, asking how they're standing there when he already devoured them. The girls flash sadistic smiles, cheeks flushing as they happily celebrate that he still remembers them. Suddenly, their faces morph into terrifying demons with glowing red eyes, announcing it's their turn to feast. The vengeful spirits pounce on Huiban, violently ripping him to shreds while he screams in agony. The savage assault reduces Huiban to a bloody skeleton, and the system instantly logs his death. But seconds later, a green light wraps his bones, forcefully resurrecting him back to full health. Gasping for breath, Huiban stares at his healed body, crying in pure shock. But before he can think, that heavy knock echoes again. The door opens to show the exact same 3 girls, red eyes glowing as they repeat their cheerful greeting. Screaming in panic, Huiban finally realizes he is trapped in an endless nightmare. He begs them to back off, but the beasts ignore him, mercilessly shredding his flesh once more. As Huiban's agonizing screams echo, the system hands down its ultimate sentence. He is locked in the judgment space, forced to endure this gruesome death on an infinite loop. Shadow nods, satisfied that we finally witnessed some real, true justice. All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Shadow just got a panicked, desperate emergency SOS from the Knights Templar. The guild leader explained that the defeated Bone Witch Dr. Boss had dropped a highly unusual, mysterious key. But as they examined it, the key detonated, expanding into a massive purple portal right before their eyes. Intrigued by their crazy luck in triggering such a rare event, Shadow ordered them to stay put while he traveled there. Shadow soon touched down on his skeletal dragon right beside the vortex, leaving the relieved guild leader begging for answers about this gateway. He explained that the Bone Witch Doctor rarely drops this special Bone Bishop's tomb key. If two different players obtain this exact item simultaneously, both keys will activate at once. This forced open a two-way rift, allowing both key-holding groups to enter the tomb and compete face-to-face. The realization quickly hit the guild leader they had to fight another squad. Shadow nodded, noting special rules might apply. Ultimately, only the winning side would earn the right to challenge the actual boss inside. When asked how strong this boss actually was, Shadow casually noted it was just a typical diamond-grade enemy. The leader immediately lost it, screaming that even if they survived the competition, a beast like that was impossible. Now watch this. Shadow completely ignored his crying, and coldly stated that was exactly why he showed up. While the leader stood there totally confused, Shadow casually kicked him straight into the swirling portal. Approaching the swirling vortex himself, Shadow warned the remaining guild members to stay back and avoid causing trouble. Inside the tomb, a heavily muscled, bearded warrior in a light blue cape stepped forward. Meet Lu Jianfeng, leader of Jufang Pavilion, the absolute top guild in the entire Bashu region. His guildmates laughed arrogantly, boasting about their insane luck in unlocking a bonus dungeon right after their hunt. Feeling completely invincible, they roared that nobody could match them, demanding their mysterious opponents step out and face them. One lackey cheered for their boss, shouting that any enemy would freeze solid in fear before Brother Lu, claiming even the legendary Shadow would drop dead if he dared show up. Activating his hidden class as a wind-treading swordsman, Lu Jianfeng began sprinting, warning his squad to stop jinxing their luck. His unique class granted a layer of damage immunity for every 10 meters he ran, stacking up to 99 times. Maxing these stacks also triggered a 30% damage boost. His men cheered as his defenses spiked instantly. Glowing with 99 shields, his team declared him invincible, while a smug Lu Jianfeng agreed that everyone except Shadow was toast. And check this out, the system suddenly announces that the player's Shadow has entered the tomb. Instantly, Lu Jianfeng's 99 layers of armor shattered. The system confirmed both teams had arrived, sealing the portal shut. Drenched in sweat and utterly terrified, Lu Jianfeng nervously asked his crew if they really just heard Shadow's name. Shadow calmly stepped out of the swirling vortex, landing right behind the kneeling Knights Templar leader. He immediately recognized his opponents as Jufang Pavilion, led by his old rival, Lu Jianfeng. Catching sight of Shadow, the enemy team panicked. They knew the legendary top-ranked player, famous for soloing high-tier bosses, was completely out of their league. They whimpered that their entire squad wouldn't even serve as a decent warm-up. Shadow quietly observed Lu Jianfeng. He recalled from his past life that despite looking like a giant, clumsy bear, Lu was highly intelligent and adaptable. In his past timeline, Shadow fought Lu's guild in this very tomb, resulting in a perfect tie at the buzzer. Showing respect, Lu Jianfeng greeted Shadow, admitting he never expected the legend himself to hold the matching key. He politely asked to keep things professional, noting that since the system forced them into this, they had to clash. Shadow remained silent for a moment before bluntly pointing out that Lu Jianfeng knew they had absolutely zero chance. He asked why Lu didn't just surrender, warning him that any lifespan lost here could never be recovered. Lu Jianfeng laughed, rubbing his neck and agreeing that quitting would save them a massive headache. But his expression turned deadly serious as he proudly declared his people only knew how to die fighting, never retreat. Plus, he simply couldn't pass up this golden opportunity to duel Shadow without sparking a real-world blood feud. Shadow smiled. This fearless, direct attitude was exactly why Jufang Pavilion ruled as the strongest guild around. He warned Lu he wouldn't hold back, just as the system finalized the setup and announced the tomb rules. The first rule forced one-on-one duels, meaning any challenged player was forbidden from refusing. And trust me, you and I are about to see a duel where nobody can leave until health hits 0. Alright, you and I are about to watch Shadow farm some sweet lifespan from everyone kicked from this tomb. Oh, and only one duel can happen at a time. To secure the ultimate victory, a team has to wipe out every opponent, or steal their flag and bring it home. If nobody pulls this off within 5 hours, the match ends in a draw and boots everyone out. Best of all, the winners earn a shot at the Tomb Master, a deadly diamond tier boss called Bone Bishop Nebbage. Lu Jianfeng grins with total confidence. These rules are custom made for his squad, letting them exploit their massive numbers. Moving fast, Lu Jianfeng barks out his orders. He commands his first squad to lock Shadow in non-stop duels. They do not even need to win. Just stall him. The moment one dies, the next challenger jumps in immediately. Meanwhile, his second team will sneak around back to swipe the enemy flag. His men roar, charging straight ahead. First up, the system announces that a player named Mountain City Bear King has challenged Shadow to a duel. The giant lunges forward with a massive war cry, but Shadow effortlessly plants a toxic dart right in his face. The poor guy barely gasps at the insane speed before he is defeated. And boom, the system queues up the next challenger. Totally chill about the endless line of fighters, Shadow casually tells Chen Wuing to protect their base flag. But before Chen Wuing can even blink, an enemy from the stealth team leaps out from the shadows. Now, pay attention here, this is where things get super weird. Covered in floating pink hearts, the creep tries to hug our terrified guild leader, who screams for him to stop. Meanwhile, Shadow literally just steps aside to watch this bizarre struggle unfold. Shadow's actual duel opponent lunges forward, screaming at him to pay attention. But without breaking a sweat, our main character dodges the messy attack and insta-kills him with another poison dart. The loser rolls away in embarrassing heart-patterned underwear as all his gear vanishes. Shadow calmly calls the whole attempt pathetic, while the system declares his victory. Right away, the system starts the next match against some guy named Sichuan Chongqing Dual Realm Walker. This hothead aggressively warns Shadow to back off his struggling teammate. But at that exact moment, a pack of Lu Jianfang's goons completely corners Chen Wuing. Covered in humiliating lipstick marks from that bizarre hug, the absolute laughingstock of a guild leader finally snaps. Screaming at them to take him seriously, he activates his holy shield art glowing with a golden light that grants complete invincibility for 8 seconds. Riding that brief invincibility, Chen Wuing swings his weapon with pure fury, unleashing a shockwave that blows his attackers back. Striking an epic hero pose, he proudly declares he will defend this base and hold the line against anyone. But here is the thing, instead of fleeing or prepping another assault, the knockdown enemies just lounge on the grass and start cracking up. One mocks our glowing hero, telling him he should probably look behind himself. I know what you're thinking, Chen Wuing freezes. Whipping around, a horrified Chen Wuing spots another enemy sprinting away in the distance, carrying their stolen red flag. The thief laughs and waves goodbye, leaving our sweating guild leader to realize they got played. The enemy team successfully grabs the red flag. One of Lu Jianfang's lackeys sprints back to base, cheering that they have secured the prize. His allies cheer him on, shouting that they just need to bring it home to win. The cocky thief leaps forward, boasting that he will be the guy who takes down Shadow. But as he lands, he triggers a hidden trap, setting off a massive green explosion. As the toxic smog clears, the shocked enemies find their proud flag carrier has been totally vaporized. Leaving his dropped loot and the flag behind, Shadow calmly tells a stunned Chen Wuing that a simple poison trap did the trick. He proudly tells Lu Jianfang that he secretly scattered invisible poison traps all over the battlefield before the match even started, exploiting his insanely high stealth level. Absolutely furious, Lu Jianfang screams at Shadow, demanding to know why he is not disqualified for attacking others while dueling. Summoning a glowing device, Shadow smugly points out a neat loophole. The rules only ban active attacks outside the duel, but since they stepped on the traps themselves, it is not an active assault. To make his point, he swiftly executes his active opponent with a sharp blow to the head. As the system declares another easy win, he coldly calls for the next challenger. Refusing to believe Shadow can one-shot everyone, some guy named Mule charges in to duel. Before he can even react, Shadow clocks him and defeats him instantly. A massive spam of system alerts follows, as challenger after challenger initiates a duel and gets immediately deleted. Witnessing the slaughter, a panicked Lu Jianfang triggers his sprint skill and bolts. His confused squad screams, asking where their leader is going. As he runs, Lu Jianfang intentionally stomps hard on the ground. So what do you and I make of this? A massive explosion erupts, but his damage immunity shields keep him completely safe. Insane, right? You and I are jumping right in as his men realize he is acting like a human minesweeper. With every trap exploding around him, his squad figures they just need to follow his path. One guy asks why Lu Jianfang is not grabbing the flag, but another snaps that he completely misjudged their boss. Gazing at Lu Jianfang's intense focus, they realize his real plan is a legendary duel with Shadow. They are incredibly moved by this ultimate warrior clash. Fired up to let their master fight without any distractions, the squad charges ahead to grab the flag themselves. But Chen Wuing instantly blocks their way, staring them down as he proudly declares he will defend everything that belongs to Shadow. The enemies laugh, mockingly praising his high-level gear, but doubting he can fight them alone. With a smug grin, Chen Wuing asks who said he was planning to take on the entire crowd. While Shadow easily crushes another challenger behind him, Chen Wuing unleashes his actual trap. He forces a direct duel on Lu Jianfang, instantly freezing the fleeing leader right in his tracks. Lu Jianfang gasps as surging blue energy locks him into battle with Chen Wuing. He glares in pure rage because this sudden duel forces their stolen flag to teleport somewhere nearby. Chen Wuing mocks him, boasting he saw through his scheme and locked him down to bypass those annoying defense shields. Now watch closely with their leader locked down. Shadow finally releases a terrifying red aura that freezes every remaining enemy in pure horror. Shadow quietly praises Chen Wuming for a job incredibly well done. Completely defenseless without their leader, the terrified crew panics in absolute despair. But before they can even move, Shadow vanishes into a blinding streak of crimson energy. His lightning-fast slashes effortlessly slice through the remaining fighters, sending them all straight back to the respawn zone. Standing among their dropped loot, Shadow has totally cleared the field. Suddenly, a shout warns him the fight is not over. He spins around to find a badly beaten, unconscious Chen Wuming grabbed by his collar. As the system registers Chen Wuming's defeat, Lu Jianfang immediately triggers a force duel on Shadow. Tossing Chen Wuming aside, he fiercely growls that Shadow must face him now. The final showdown is finally here. Lu Jianfang leaps high into the air, driving his blade down in a devastating strike toward the calmly waiting Shadow. Years down the road, Lu Jianfang would remember this moment with pride, recalling how he pushed his swordsman class to its absolute limit. With the wind as his sword and clouds as his shield, his attack and defense blended into ultimate harmony. He unleashes a non-stop storm of slashes, dancing back and forth with incredible flow. In this epic moment, he truly feels like a legendary sword saint. His blade moves like a freezing gale, carving through the air faster and faster in a beautiful dance of death. A powerful gale howls through the room, every burst of wind acting as a razor-sharp blade that carves deep trenches into the solid stone walls as he glides around. He has no idea how long he attacked before total exhaustion finally hits him. Through the swirling wind, he sees Shadow finally take a step, and hears him utter one simple phrase. Honestly, you and I can see why he laughs at the absolute absurdity of Shadow standing there completely untouched by that entire storm. Shadow calmly thanks him, joking that the cool breeze felt incredibly nice before unleashing his counter. Once the dust clears, Shadow and his spectral clones stand triumphantly over the defeated Lu Jianfang. Shadow politely thanks the beaten guildmaster, teasing that the wind from his strikes was actually quite refreshing. As Lu Jianfang dissolves away, Shadow quietly admits the wind-treading swordsman class is genuinely powerful. A regular player could never bypass its insane defense and speed. But Shadow landed over 200 rapid strikes to shatter it, dodging every counter easily. The system declares his victory and issues a chilling warning that the tomb boss is arriving. Outside, Chen Wuming anxiously pings Shadow for an update. Shadow replies that the duel is finished, and he is ready. Chen Wuming panics, screaming that they cannot get inside. Heavy blue chains have completely locked down the purple portal. A massive, multi-armed bone bishop rises inside the tomb. Seeing the level 20 diamond-grade monster, Chen Wuming loses his mind. He asks if Shadow can really survive this alone since it normally takes an entire raid group, begging to know how they can assist. Irritated by the loud screaming, Shadow tells him to quiet down, realizing he is going in completely blind. In his previous life, his duel with Lu Jianfang dragged on so long that the timer expired before the boss even spawned, so he has zero knowledge of its attack patterns. The Bone Bishop raises its staff, and a massive firestorm erupts around them. Testing its defenses, Shadow flings a throwing dagger straight through the roaring fire, hitting the monster dead in the face. But trust me, we just saw that orange shield completely block his strike. Alright, you and I are about to watch Shadow test this boss for hidden damage reflection, only to realize direct hits do absolutely nothing. Leaping into the air, he pivots his strategy. He fires off his instant shadow, aiming not for the beast's body, but for one of the glowing metal bands on its wrist. It pays off. The powerful strike tears right through, instantly shattering the metal band. Shadow grins, finally confirming those shiny bands are indeed the weak spot. But his excitement dies as crimson energy wraps around the wrist, instantly repairing the damage. Turns out, this monster has automatic self-healing to guard its own vulnerabilities. Before he can even process this, the Bone Bishop brings its massive spear crashing down. Shadow is a second too slow and gets cratered into the stone floor. Luckily, his shield of black light absorbs the brunt of the impact. Now he gets the trick. Breaking just one band is not enough. To shut down the healing and crack the boss's defense, he needs to destroy all 4 bands simultaneously. Summoning his Shadow clones, they completely surround the massive titan. Now watch this closely as Shadow and his clones coordinate perfectly, unleashing 4 instant shadow slashes at the exact same moment. They strike the Bone Bishop's arms, shattering all the bands at once. The Bone Bishop shrieks in agony as its health bar finally pops up, showing its shield is permanently shattered. But Shadow's face falls as a dark realization hits. Those bands weren't actually protecting the boss. They were seals keeping its true power contained. The monster erupts in blue fire, entering its terrifying second phase. The system identifies the colossal beast as the incarnation of the Bone God. Knowing that terrifying title, Shadow braces for the worst. The skeletal god glares down, unleashing its chaos demon domain and flooding the chamber with dark, crimson energy that swallows Shadow whole. Suddenly, a status bar appears in his vision. filling with red energy as he gets hit by a special debuff called Chaos. Trust me, you don't want this meter filling up, because once it does, the player goes completely berserk. You get a massive attack boost, but lose all control, blindly slaughtering everyone nearby until only one survivor remains. It is a vicious trap designed to force teammates to slaughter each other. Shadow's chaos meter hits the limit, but he just smiles. Since he's soloing this, a friendly fire trap is completely useless against him. To him, this lethal curse is just a free, massive boost to his attack stats. He gladly welcomes the dark power and goes full berserk. The Bone God seems to hesitate in confusion. Seizing the opening, Shadow charges forward at absolute maximum speed. Fueled by the berserk buff, he unleashes his entire arsenal on the boss without taking a single breath. The relentless barrage hits hard, dealing a mind-blowing 35 million damage in just 1 second. The colossal skeleton god explodes into massive loot drops, absolutely shattered. The system formally confirms the boss is dead. Shadow nets over 500,000 experience, 400 evolution points, loads of tradable lifespan, 14 items, and 7 skill books. He just stands there, totally dumbfounded. The hyped-up second phase ended before it could even get off the ground. With the boss down, 2 swirling purple rifts open up. The system announces the tomb is cleared and offers him 2 distinct exit portals to choose from. Shadow sweeps up the spoils and tosses a share to a completely stunned Chen Wuming. He explains that he is only keeping the assassin gear and lifespan, leaving everything else for the Knights Templar leader. Chen hesitates, admitting he did absolutely nothing to defeat the boss. But Shadow assures him that guarding their flag was vital to clinching the team victory. He insists the gear and lifespan are his well-earned reward for playing his part. Thrilled, Chen thanks him and asks if he is heading back with them. Shadow mentions he has business in the Bashu region and steps into the second portal. Chen watches him depart with deep respect as the system registers his destination. Elsewhere, in a ruined city marked by a stone panda statue, a flash of blue light signals the return of Lu Jianfeng. The Jufang Pavilion leader respawns right back at his base, instantly surrounded by subordinates asking how the duel with Shadow went. One guy asks who won, but gets quickly silenced by another who spots their leader's devastated expression. Lu Jianfeng drops to his knees, weeping silently. His men try to cheer him up, saying there is no shame in losing to the #1 player, and they can always try again. Sobbing, Lu curses their clueless optimism. Devastated, he screams that he could not even scratch a single point off Shadow's health bar. His crew listens in absolute silence as Lu admits that despite throwing all his strength, skills, and strategies, he could not touch a single hair on the man's head. Describing the overwhelming power gap, he reveals that Shadow shattered his 99 layers of absolute defense and wiped out his health before he could even blink. Suddenly, one of his subordinates speaks up, claiming he finally knows the secret behind Shadow's logic-defying power. He flatly declares that Shadow is cheating. Now, you and I are left staring at Lu and his men, absolutely stunned by this bombshell. Alright, let's jump into a world where this guy argues that no one under their system could ever solo a diamond boss, shatter Max's shields in one hit, and dodge every single move. He was convinced Shadow was a cheater. Desperate to cope, the rest of the crew immediately bought into his theory. Grief turned to pure rage, and they decided losing to a hacker didn't even count. One guy immediately started screaming about reporting Shadow to get him banned forever. But right as they were trash-talking him, a sudden loud knock cut them off. Furious, one of them barked at the door, annoyed that anyone would dare disturb them now. They ripped the door open ready for a fight, but froze in pure terror. Standing right there in the doorway was Shadow himself. Total panic filled the room. Backing away slowly, they panicked over how he found their hideout, terrified he was there to wipe them out. Assuming Shadow wanted their base, an angry lackey charged him. He called Shadow a dirty cheater and swore their guild would never surrender to him. But pay attention here. Shadow just casually raises his hand and shuts him down with a massive glowing orb. He coolly explains he only tracked them down to return the 2,333 years of lifespan they lost in the tomb. Sighing with relief, Lu asked if he was going to execute them. Shadow just looked confused and asked why. The event was finished, and the boss was dead anyway, so he had zero reason to fight. They couldn't believe his integrity. He just casually handed back thousands of years of lifespan he easily could have kept. But then the truth clicked. Shadow had just casually admitted to soloing that diamond tier boss all by himself. Completely floored by his insane power and honor, Lu and his men fell to their knees, begging forgiveness and swearing loyalty. You see how awkward this is? Shadow just stared, totally confused as they blushed with hype. Lu swore they would do absolutely anything for him, even throwing in a highly questionable and suggestive offer. Visibly grossed out, Shadow shut down that weird offer immediately. He clarified he only wanted their help tracking down coordinates for every emerald tier or higher boss around. Lu hesitated with a grim face, prompting Shadow to ask if it was too difficult. Sweating bullets, Liu explained that top guilds already cleared out all surface-level emerald bosses. He added that their absolute only choice now was heading into the Phantom Dungeon. He warned Shadow that place was lethal, especially since rumors claimed it was haunted by actual ghosts. Intrigued by the ghost rumors, Shadow wanted details. Liu explained that survivors escaped completely naked, stripped of all their gear. Those poor players would just babble nonsense, taking days to finally get their minds back. Shadow instantly recognized those symptoms from his previous life. He knew exactly what this ghost really was. Without hesitation, Shadow ordered Liu's crew to lead him there. His wild enthusiasm shocked the men, making them wonder if he had some bizarre fetish. But Shadow firmly ordered them to move out. Over at the creepy entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, another group of players was heading inside. They mocked the local rumors, claiming those traumatized victims were just paranoid and that ghosts were fake. This cocky trio belonged to the Shudo Mountain Guild, led by a bald guy in sunglasses alongside two women as they arrogantly marched forward, boasting they will clear it, but let's see how long they last.